Chapter 41. There really are chicks coming out. Following this voice, 6 people stood in front of the door. One of them was a man with a bulging belly, who always had a smile on his face. Another one had his head lowered and waist bent. The other 4 were blocked behind him, and could be seen a little. They were probably servants or guards. Song Jinggong had already lost his composure. Seeing that there were people coming over to look at the chicks, his smile was no longer as natural as before. He stood in front of the door and said, "It's just for fun. Actually, we use a hen to carry a nest and then bring it to the Kong bed." "You are?" Without waiting for the man with the bulging belly to speak, the person beside him who was still smiling suddenly straightened his back and squinted his eyes as he asked Song Jinggong. "No, I'm just a high scholar. My surname is Song, and my name is Jinggong." Song Jinggong knew that this was not the time to show his fear. He raised his head and said, "Oh, it's just a high scholar. I thought that the top scorer had arrived. Boss, let's go in and take a look." The man laughed and turned his face around. Once again he had a respectful look on his face, which made people gasp in amazement. The boss walked in and casually made a sound of acknowledgement. He didn't even look at Song Jinggong. The 4 people behind him followed suit, squeezing in until there was no more space in the house. When they got closer, it just so happened that a chick had broken out of its shell and was trying to squeeze out. The boss's eyes lit up. He wasn't a fool and knew that this was the most important method. The chick didn't seem to care at all. "Old man, didn't we agree on this? Leave this matter to me." Song Jinggong turned around and faced the old man. He winked at him and gestured with his hand. The old man didn't seem to notice Song Jinggong's actions and didn't reply to him. Instead, he looked at the newcomer and said, "Master, look. This is what my daughter-in-law made. As long as the egg is placed on the Kong bed, after a few days, the chick will come out." "It can't be that simple?" The boss smiled at the old man and asked. His words carried a hint of threat. "I don't know. It was my daughter-in-law who took care of the servants. What did young Master Song say just now?" The old man pretended to be unafraid and turned to ask Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong was very angry. He knew that this old man was not stupid at all. Maybe this family was the one who spread the news. The more people who saw it, the more money this family could earn. Now, he no longer thought that this was a scam. The chicken really came out. Seeing that the old man had pushed him out, he wanted to refuse but was reluctant to give up, so he had to be the bad guy. He wanted to make his expression more natural, but found that he couldn't, so he simply put on a straight face and said, "Sir, I just said that I will take care of this matter. When the time comes, I will help you sell chicks. I wonder if you will agree?" After Song Jinggong finished speaking, he looked back at the 6 people who were looking at him and turned his head away. He didn't even want to look at them. So this is the place where chicks can be hatched on the Kong bed? Just when the 2 groups of people were practicing their eyesight, a voice came from outside again. "Young master, that's right. I have found out. Please come in. This should be another servant." Basically, all servants spoke like this. Sure enough, a few people appeared at the door. One of them was about 20 years old. He had just turned 20. His white clothes were fluttering in the wind. He looked very handsome. Seeing that there was no place to walk in the room, Wei Wei frowned. The person next to him said, "Come out. Don't you see that our young master is here?" Xiao, what are you saying? Have you forgotten what I have taught you?" This young master didn't say anything when Xiao was talking. He waited for Xiao to finish speaking before he pretended to be a good person with a calm smile. In the room, other than Cherries and another person, the others were a little scared. This young master was not ordinary. Even Song Jinggong felt that he couldn't pretend to be like this. Yingtao, who was wearing a face scarf, and the other person did not feel anything at all. Just by looking at Feng Shui and her family's young master, one could tell that he was beautiful. He had a fair and plump appearance, pure and big eyes, and 2 round dimples when he smiled. His words were irresistible, and he could strategize and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. When he grew a little older, which young master could compare to him? This was great. The 3 groups of people gathered together and didn't see eye to eye with each other. In order to let the young master who came later enter the room to watch, The old man even drove out the second servant of the owner who came later. After all, this was his house. Now, 5 chicks had already come out from the Kong. The first one that came out had dry feathers and was chirping nonstop. Cherries quickly brought the rice soup that she had already cooked to feed it. Seeing this situation, the 3 groups of people began to discuss with the old man. One group said that they were willing to take out 10 taels of silver. Another group said that they could exchange it for 100 bolts of silk. In short, they all wanted to get the method of hatching chicks on the Kong. The old man looked at one and then looked at another. He didn't say anything and just waited with a smile. The 3 groups of people kept increasing the price. When the price reached 200 taels of silver, only Song Jinggong dared to shout. The others didn't say anything. The other 2 groups of people thought that it was not worth it to spend so much money. How many chickens would they need to raise to earn back the money? Just as Song Jinggong was feeling complacent, people began to come in from outside. In the end, a total of more than 10 groups of people arrived. After seeing that the Kong really could be used to hatch chicks, one of the more generous people opened his mouth and said 500 taels of silver. No one knew what he was thinking. When Song Jinggong heard this, he also became listless. He really couldn't take out that much money. At the same time, he was a bit jealous of the old man's family. With so much money, how many lifetimes would it take to spend it? Other people like this would use things to exchange for daily necessities. When the old man's family had so much money, they might be in danger. Seeing that no one raised the price again, the old man said, "Everyone, I say everyone, you are all rich people. This old man is not. What do I need so much money for? I'm afraid that it will bring a fatal disaster. How about this? Those who are willing to pay can continue to pay. Those who are not willing to pay can also exchange things. Silk, wheat, rice, millet, and even things like soybeans, radishes, horses, cows, and sheep. This old man can take them all. When the time comes, I'll just convert them into silver. Who gives me more? This old man will let his daughter-in-law sell the recipe to that family. How about it?" When the crowd heard this, most of them shrank back. After all, there was too much money. If the 500 taels were not enough, how much more did he want? Song Jinggong was happy. He had goods that were worth 400 taels of silver. Adding the 200 taels he borrowed and the 200 taels he saved before, he could take out 800 taels. Others might think that it was not worth it to buy this thing, but he didn't think so. He was ready. As long as he hatched chicks, he could continue to cheat people. In a few days, he would be able to borrow another sum of money. Just as the crowd was about to continue to raise the price, a person suddenly said, "Wait, I want to ask, if I buy this recipe and you sell it to someone else, what should I do?" Everyone can rest assured. This old man has already thought about it. When the time comes, I will find a sharp-tongued person to be a guarantor. Of course, if this recipe is spread out by yourself, then don't blame me. I will only do it in my own house. Without power and influence, I can't make a big scene. The old man spoke again at this time. This time, the crowd was finally relieved. They thought that an old man would not dare to cheat people. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death. The crowd was ready to raise the price again. At this time, the old man spoke again. "Everyone, don't be anxious. This old man has a method that can let you not have a falling out with each other." Everyone stopped and listened to him. "Son, bring the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Everyone, this old man's method is. Everyone, write down the price or things that you want to take out on paper. Don't let others see it. When the time comes, give it to me together. I will see which family has the highest price and give it to that family. How about it?" The old man called out. One of the 2 people on the other side came out and took out the 4 treasures of the study that had been prepared long ago. He let these people write on it. At first, everyone thought that this method was good. Who knew that when they thought about how much money or things to pay, they would find that they could not guess other people's price. If the price was too low, the recipe would be gone. If the price was too high, wouldn't they lose money? Everyone could not help but secretly curse this old man in their hearts. He actually came up with such a bad idea. Clearly knowing that this was not good for them, they had to write. After one person finished writing, the next person took away the piece of paper under the pad, afraid that others would see the traces. Fortunately, everyone knew a few words and knew how to write a few words, so they didn't need to find someone else to write for them. After a quarter of an hour, everyone stopped writing and handed the paper to the old man. The old man persuaded them to wait outside. On the other side, the other man on the zhuangzi began to open the paper and found someone who was willing to pay 700 taels of silver. This was the highest price. Then he took out Song Jinggong's piece of paper. At first glance, he found that Song Jinggong wanted to pay less. He counted the 2,000 don of carats as 400 taels of silver. He added 250 taels of silver. The man nodded and handed the paper to the old man. He whispered a few words, and the old man wrote them down one by one. Outside, Song Jinggong was also talking to San Rigan. After all, the goods on the ship belonged to two families. San Rigan, wait for me to get the recipe. After the chickens are hatched, we will pay with the chickens. What do you think? Song Jinggong asked. Why don't you give me a copy of the recipe? San Rigan was not stupid. He wanted the recipe. You don't understand. In the future, you can come to me to get the chickens. I will give you a discount. But if you take them back, can you keep the recipe? Many people are jealous. You don't have the protection of the government. Song Jinggong analyzed the pros and cons and persuaded him. San Rigan thought about it. It was true, so he nodded and agreed. After a while, the old man came out with 2 pieces of paper in his hand. He said, Everyone, the result is out. Mr. Li from Xinping City, this time it is 700 taels of silver. As soon as he said this, the others gasped. Song Jinggong's heart sank. If he had known this, he would have added more money. Those carats were not worth much. At this time, the old man said, Unfortunately, Mr. Li is a little bit worse. Young Master Song bought the recipe with 2,000 don of carats, which is 400 taels of silver. Plus 350 taels of silver, the total is 750 taels of silver. As soon as he finished, Mr. Li said with an ugly face, I will pay 800 taels of silver. Mr. Li, you are too late. If you wrote down 800 taels of silver, we will give it to you. But maybe you want to. The old man didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. That's right, if they wanted less money, how could they return the prescription to you? Boss Li also knew that his words were not spoken at the right time, so he said goodbye and left in a hurry. Chapter 42. Song Jinggong stood there, feeling a bit dizzy. He felt that he did not remember wrongly. He wrote 2,000 stones of goods and 250 taels of silver. When did it become 350 taels of silver? Did the old man misread 2 and 3? He wanted to take a look at what he wrote, but he was afraid that the old man would take a closer look and call Li Dongjia back. He could only nod and say, Yes, this young master wants this prescription. When can I hand it over? Right away. Someone has already gone to find the people from Jiahui. When they come, the recipe will be written for you. The old man was relieved. He was afraid that he had messed up the young master's task. After a while, the people from Jiahui arrived. Both parties signed the contract. The recipe was already written and was given to Song Jinggong by Cherries. Song Jinggong could not wait to open it. It was written on how to make a kong. It was very simple. Song Jinggong glanced at it and knew what was going on. When he waited for the latter part, how to make eggs, it was even simpler. He saw that it said, Look for a few hens to hold a nest. When they hold the nest, put your hand under their belly and feel the temperature. Then light a fire on the kong and put the eggs on it. When the temperature is about the same as the temperature under the chicken's belly, you can do it. Also, be careful of being bitten when touching the chicken. After reading this paragraph, Song Jinggong understood after a little thought. It was that simple. He regretted it. He had spent so much money and goods in exchange for a prescription that he could understand so easily. How could he do that? This recipe is fake. You have to pay me. Song Jinggong held the recipe and shouted. The people from Jiahui also looked at the 4 people. Their meaning was that the recipe was fake and they had to pay. If they could not pay, they would have to go to jail. If young Master Song thinks that the recipe is fake, then please give it to the people from Jiahui. When they go back, do according to the recipe. If there is a chicken, young Master Song, what will you do? Cherries said coldly. Song Jinggong did not dare to give the recipe to the people from Jiahui. If he did, not only would the people from Jiahui know the recipe, he would also be arrested. Seeing the people from Jiahui look over, he smiled awkwardly and said, "It's just a joke. It's a real recipe. How can it be fake?" "Since that's the case, young Master Song, please pay for the goods." The sharp-toothed man didn't give Song Jinggong any face. He was a regular in this business, so how could he not know what Song Jinggong was thinking? He glanced at Song Jinggong contemptuously and said, Okay, let's go and get the money to receive the goods." Song Jinggong carefully put away the prescription and followed Sonri, Negan, the old man's family of 4, the person who brought him here, the person who followed him like a ghost, and the person who followed him like a ghost, as well as Jiahui's guarantor. Together, they went to the Luoshui River to get the money. He left in the morning and only arrived in the afternoon. He was much slower than when he arrived. Lunch was eaten in the car. After all, everyone was in a hurry and did not want to delay. When they arrived at the dock, Song Grignigan and Song Jinggong were surprised to find that there were countless cars parked there. There were even people who looked like they were here to load the cars. There were also people waiting there with sacks of things. "Young Master Song, let's unload the goods." "I've already found someone to take the goods," Cherry said. Song Jinggong nodded and began to order people to unload the goods. It took a while to unload the goods. They were unloaded here and there. Once they were loaded, they would leave. There were even people who specially selected the goods. When they felt that they were suitable, they took out soil from the sacks and wrapped it around the carrots. They carefully stacked it on the carrots instead of piling it into a big pile. When it was evening, the goods were finally unloaded. They all loaded the carrots and left. There was not a single bit left. Song Jinggong was puzzled. How did an old man's family of 4 get so many carrots? So he asked, "How did you hire so many carrots?" "It's not easy to hire so many." Cherries took off the cloth covering her face and took out a wet handkerchief to wipe her face. She said with a smile, "Young Master Song, you don't have to think too much. With the financial resources of Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi, it's not difficult to get some carrots. No matter how many carrots there are, it's still possible." You're the servant girl of that child in Tuqiao village Shangjia Zhuangzi?" Song Jinggong felt as if a large piece of ice was suddenly stuffed into his stomach. His entire body was cold. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that he would be tricked. There must be something wrong with that recipe, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. That's right. If that's the case, there will be chicks hatching. But he couldn't help but think that he was tricked. Otherwise, why would all of this happen at the same time? Could it be that something went wrong? At this moment, a person ran over from afar. As he ran, he shouted, "Young Master Song, it's not good. It's not good." Song Jinggong raised his head to look. It was actually shopkeeper Zhao from his antique calligraphy and painting shop. Why did he come? When shopkeeper Zhao ran over, he took 2 deep breaths and said, "Young Master Song, it's not good. The caretaker residence is finished." "What's finished? How is it finished? You tell me clearly." When Song Jinggong heard this, he was confused for a moment. He could only force himself to ask. "It's my fault. Speaking of which, it's all my fault. I didn't know that you had already taken the caretaker residence out. Otherwise, I would have found out earlier," shopkeeper Zhao said with a sobbing tone. "Tell me what happened." Song Jinggong's heart was getting more and more irritated. "Okay, I'll tell you. These 2 days I've been with Lu Wang in the restaurant and that brothel. Originally, we wanted to go back, but the person who was looking after the house came and said that young master had something to discuss with someone in the shop. These few days I didn't need to rush back. Otherwise, if I offended the noble, even if I had several lives, it wouldn't be enough. I believed it and stayed with Lu Wang until today. In the end, there was no one in the shop. A few people who said that they were from Zhangjia Zhuangzi were guarding there. They told me that the shop had been taken out." Shopkeeper Zhao finally said the matter. After Song Jinggong heard this, his brows furrowed. He felt that this shopkeeper Zhao was really not presentable. He was so easily believed by others. Didn't he want to continue enjoying himself in that kind of place? That was why he found such an excuse. "But I'm the one who took out the mortgage. After a few days it will be back. You're still a shopkeeper there. I won't chase you away. Do what you need to do. Don't stay here. Song Jinggong still decided not to care about this matter. The shop wasn't important. At most, he would return the money. Now, he had a new way to earn money. Selling the things on the ship could also be considered as cheating the Zhang family. No, young master. It's not that simple. A few days before you took out the Zhuangzi, someone came to buy something. He wanted that painting. I gave him a high price of 150 taels of silver. That person didn't take it away immediately. Instead, he left a deposit of 50 taels of silver. After half a month, if he still didn't come to collect it, then young Master Li would pay an extra 100 taels of silver every night. If he didn't collect it in a month, then the deposit would be given to the shop. If it wasn't this painting, then the shop would have to compensate 10 taels of silver. But you took out the shop, so how are you going to collect the painting? Shopkeeper Zhao was about to cry. He told Song Jinggong the whole story. Painting? What painting? Is it the one with the burn marks on it? Song Jinggong asked as cold sweat dripped down his face. Yes, young master. How did you know? I haven't told you yet. Shopkeeper Zhao continued to ask. It's over. It's all over. What a ruthless Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Why did I have to cross that bridge? How much money do I have left? 50 taels of silver. Yes, I still have 50 taels of silver. I can't pay it back. What should I do? What should I do? Song Jinggong's eyes were wide open. He kept muttering, scaring shopkeeper Zhao. Without thinking, he went up and slapped Song Jinggong. With a slap, Song Jinggong finally recovered. However, his face was as white as a sheet. It was as scary as it could be. Young Master Song, have you thought of what to do? At that time, everyone said that you were a swindler. My family's young master and Miss Cuckoo said that you were a good person. At that time, I didn't believe them. But today, it seems that they were right. Young Master Song, you are a good person. At this time, Cherries didn't forget to attack Song Jinggong. She felt very satisfied. No wonder Miss Cuckoo and her young master said that Song Jinggong wasn't a swindler. As the saying goes, when the virtue rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10 feet. Monster as expected of a monster. Sigh, young Master Song was actually quite pitiful. How did he meet someone like her young master? No wonder her young master said to give him a chance. After a while, Song Jinggong finally caught his breath. He looked at Cherries, who was smiling like a flower, and thought about what happened this time. He nodded and said, Okay, you Zhangjia Zhuangzi are amazing. Don't you still have time? I'll go raise the money now and return the money to Zhuangzi. I don't believe that you can force me to my death. Come on, can you stop everyone from lending me money? I have this recipe in my hand, what am I afraid of? Ha! Cherries looked at Song Jinggong with pity. Wei Wei shook her head and said, Young Master Song, do you really want to use that recipe to get money? My young master wants you to go to his place and meet him to talk to him face to face. Meet your little baby who hasn't even stopped drinking milk? Are you kidding me? Does he want to eat candy? I admit it. You, Zhangjia Zhuangzi, have won this time. Song Jinggong heard Cherries' words and laughed mockingly. Cherry shook her head and said, It's not like that. My young master doesn't like candy. He wants to save your life. Cherries was actually even angrier. She didn't allow others to compare her young master. Who was her young master? But she still suppressed her anger and said, Save my life? Dream on. Just wait. Wait until I turn the tables. I'll make you pay back 1,000 times. Song Jinggong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. A little baby dared to say that she wanted to save his life. Okay, since young Master Song has made his decision, then don't blame my young master for not giving you face. In a while, there will be a new recipe to sell. It will be very cheap. It can be said that this is a new recipe that I just thought of. It's better than young master's recipe. This can't be counted as selling more than one recipe, right? Cherry sighed and said slowly. Then she turned and left. Song Jinggong was dumbfounded. He waited until Cherries had walked more than 20 steps and was about to enter the carriage before he suddenly reacted. He shouted and chased after her, Wait, I'll go. I don't want to die. Cherry stopped and didn't turn around. Her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. She said to herself, "Young master's plan is flawless." As expected. Chapter 43. Dark clouds rolled and strong winds blew. One could see the horizon. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, creating rain and mist as if covering the distant mountains. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood on a small bench and looked out of the window. The heavy rain was pouring down, hitting the ground bit by bit. Bubbles appeared and disappeared one after another. It looked foggy. Countless small streams of water gathered together and undulated towards the low-lying areas. I originally wanted to give some carrots to the people in Zhuangzi today, but it seems that I can only wait until the weather clears up. Wang Wan said vaguely while biting a carrot stick in her mouth. Yes. I heard people say that carrots need to be cooked with oil so that people can better absorb the nutrients. How can the farmers have so much oil? Carrot seeds can produce oil by themselves, right? Zhang Xiaobao frowned when talking about the farmers. He appeared to be worried. Yes, and it's very expensive. I bought it before. Do you know how to make it? Wang Wan wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and said, "Drooling was a natural phenomenon." No, but I know how to make soybean oil. It's very simple. Just make a barrel-shaped thing and put the beans in it. Then keep adding wedges and rely on physical pressure to get the oil out. What's left is the bean cake. Some wicked people use the bean cake to make tofu. It's not delicious at all. Wow, you know a lot of things? Wang Wan had never seen such a method of making soybean oil and was a little skeptical. Zhang Xiaobao didn't argue. He just said leisurely, "This is nothing. There are some old people who know a lot of things that can scare you to death. Some simple herbal prescriptions, acupuncture, cupping, scraping, the work of masons, raising livestock and looking after livestock, growing all kinds of grains, carpentry, burning charcoal, baking bricks, weaving baskets and so on. While some people show off these as knowledge, those simple people pass it down from generation to generation. It has already become a way to survive. It's an instinct. Apart from what I just said, my grandpa Dean also knows how to draw, write calligraphy, carve, measure feng shui, heat the vats, wash the basins, wash the bowls, sharpen the scissors, and other things in the courtyard. He is also the one who does everything." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he seemed to be immersed in his memories. The expression on his face kept changing. In the end, he let out a long sigh and smiled at Wang Wan, telling her not to worry. "It can't be? I'm not saying that no one knows these things. I'm saying that your orphanage can't even afford a bowl, right? Who still knows how to make bowls? I used to hear my parents say that when they were young, they would be beaten if they made a bowl. Later on, no one cared at all." Wang Wan was a little surprised. "Let's not talk about this anymore. When there is light, there is always darkness on the other side. A good environment is nothing more than a shadowless lamp. It just makes the darkness more hidden and not easy to find. Above the shadowless lamp, there is also darkness. This time, I got a lot of money from Swindler Song. Tomorrow, I'll get someone to harvest the soybeans. I want to squeeze the oil." Zhang Xiaobao wiped away a drop of rain that blew on his face and returned to the expression of a child. He said in a relaxed manner. The two people's voices were relatively soft. Xiao Hong, who was sitting at the door, only knew what the little ancestor was talking about. She didn't know the details. Right now, she wasn't worried that the little master and his wife would be in any danger. What she needed to do was to help by the side. Today, it was raining heavily outside, so she could sit here and learn how to read. This was the little master's request. Everyone in the courtyard had to be able to read and write and be able to do simple accounts. In addition to these, Cuckoo also said that in the future, the two children in Zhuangzi would have to hire someone to teach them. All the expenses would be paid by the Zhang family and Wang family. The only requirement was that regardless of whether they succeeded in learning or not, they had to respect Zhuangzi's honor and disgrace. Xiao Hong couldn't understand how the two little ancestors thought. The things they did were always so imaginative. And these were the words of the accountants in Zhuangzi. Knowledgeable people were indeed different. When the three of them split into two groups to do their own things, Manager Zhang's voice came from the rain outside. "Young Master Song, it's raining today. Look, it's so heavy." The little master can't come out to play, so he's in the room. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform him. Then I'll have to trouble you, Manager Zhang. Song Jinggong's voice sounding a little weak. Manager Zhang entered the room outside. When he walked in again, he saw Xiao Hong sitting there thinking about something. According to his usual habit, he was about to scold her. Just as he was about to speak, he looked up and saw the two little ancestors standing close to the window. He swallowed his words. He knew that the little master wasn't someone who was easy to fool. If Xiao Hong didn't have the little master's permission, Xiao Hong definitely wouldn't dare to do this. If he really scolded the little master's servant girl, then the consequences. Just thinking about it scared him. Song Jinggong was such a smart person. Look at how he was bullied by the little master. Steward Zhang, what's the matter? The little master and Cuckoo usually don't allow others to disturb them. Xiao Hong also saw Manager Zhang and was a little scared. She put the book in her hand behind her back and said, "There's something important. Song Jinggong, young Master Song, is here. He came to Zhuangzi last night and didn't dare to disturb the little master's rest. Today, he came here in the rain. And go and tell him to read well. The people around the little master can't be worse than those of other families." Manager Zhang saw that Xiao Hong had a book to read, so it must be the little master's arrangement. This little ancestor really didn't know how to comment. Song Jinggong was such a powerful person, but he was so scared that he didn't sleep well last night. There were still dark circles under his eyes. "And you're here? Please come in. Make the tea according to the method I taught you. This way I can be less busy." In fact, Zhang Xiaobao had already heard Song Jinggong's voice outside, but he still waited for Xiao Hong to finish before opening his mouth. Song Jinggong held an umbrella and stood in the rain, letting the rain water wet his shoes. He didn't move at all. Even when the wind blew and the rain soaked the lower half of his body, he still didn't feel anything. He kept thinking about what Cherries said when he came over yesterday. He asked Cherries which expert schemed against him. Cherries pursed her lips and said, "Why would we need an expert to scheme against you? My little master is enough. That day when you stepped on the bridge, there was no turning back. That was scary." Those who knew clearly that the bridge connected Geja village and Zhangwang to the two Zhuangzi. Those who didn't know would think that it was the bridge of helplessness. Of course, Song Jinggong didn't believe it. In the end, Cherries reminded him, "Did you forget how you gave the money and the jade pendant that day? I, Zhangja Zhuangzi, can deal with you. Sending a 1-year-old child is enough." This was the reason why Song Jinggong was conflicted. He wanted to see if that child was as powerful as Cherries said. "Master Song, my little master invites you in." Just when Song Jinggong was still thinking, Manager Zhang came out to greet him. "Okay, thank you, Manager Zhang." "Manager Zhang, wait a moment. I have some doubts in my heart and would like to ask Manager Zhang for help." Song Jinggong was just about to enter when he pulled Manager Zhang back. "Master Song, there's no harm in asking. I would like to know if what Manager Zhang and Madame Zhuang said that day outside my window was meaningful. What does it have to do with your little master?" Song Jinggong thought of some details. "Master Song, we will work together in the future. Please take care of me." Manager Zhang didn't answer the question. He gestured with his hand and turned to leave. Song Jinggong walked in with doubts. He walked around the outer room and saw that there was a cushion in the inner room. There was a small table between the cushion and the cushion. Song Jinggong naturally knew that the cushion was for him to sit on. He didn't stand on ceremony and walked in and sat down. When he looked at the cushion, there was no one. At this time, his eyes adjusted to the light in the room. He looked again and saw that the two children were standing by the window and looking at the rain outside. "Xiao Bao, don't you think it's better to go out than to stay at home?" Song Jinggong heard the girl's voice. "No, it's raining heavily outside. Besides, it's tiring to hold an umbrella." Song Jinggong heard the boy's voice again. "Why hold an umbrella? Just wear a straw raincoat. Look at the mountains and watch the rain." "What's that saying again?" "Oh, it's called Ren Ping Xing in the misty rain." The girl's voice was heard. "No, I'll get sick. When that happens, I'll be blown away by the wind and rain." The boy's voice was heard. When Song Jinggong heard this, he felt that he had come to the wrong place. This was not Zhangjia Zhuangzi. This was the Imperial Academy. In front of the window were not children, but 2 elementary scholars. "Ah, young Master Song is here. Sorry for the lack of manners." Xiaohong served. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have just realized that there were other people in the room. He pulled Wang Wan and jumped down from the stool. The 2 of them walked over to the cushion and sat down to greet the guests. Well said, well said. Young Master Zhang is too engrossed. May I ask who the young lady beside young Master Zhang is? Song Jinggong unknowingly treated the 2 children in front of him as adults. After speaking, he realized that they were obviously 2 children. Oh, this is Zhang's childhood sweetheart, Wang family's cuckoo from Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hand and introduced. Childhood sweetheart? Song Jinggong was confused again. What did that mean? Wang Wan opened her mouth at this time. It means that the 2 of you rode a bamboo horse and circled the bed to play with the plum blossoms. You're so stupid. How can you be a high scholar? You don't have any knowledge. If you want to cheat someone, you won't be able to do so. Wang Wan had lowered her voice towards the end of the sentence, but Song Jinggong still heard it clearly. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely argue. Today, facing these 2 children, he could only feel a sense of helplessness. Where were the ancestral graves of the Zhang family and Wang family buried? At this time, Xiao Hong had already served tea. In front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was hot tea. In front of Song Jinggong were 2 types of tea, one hot and one cold. Regardless of whether it was hot or cold, they were all green and were different from the tea that Song Jinggong had drunk before. Young Master Zhang, this is? Song Jinggong pointed at the herbal tea and asked. Iced tea. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Oh, then why am I the only one who has it? Song Jinggong asked again. Why would a person of status drink iced tea? It's just a joke. Cuckoo and I are too young to drink cold things. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 44. In front of me are 2 children who haven't been weaned off milk. I'm not afraid. I shouldn't be afraid. They're all pretending. The adults taught them to say that. As Song Jinggong listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's conversation, he could feel the tone of the 2 children's voices. There was something inside him that kept comforting himself, telling him to clear up the situation in front of him and clear up the fog. Young Master Song, please. Zhang Xiaobao didn't give Song Jinggong a chance to adjust. Seeing that Song Jinggong was stunned, he picked up the tea and drank it. Xiaobao, the tea is a bit old. Before Ming Dynasty is the best. Wang Wan finished the tea and commented. Song Jinggong was curious and picked up the hot tea to drink. He didn't dare to pick up the herbal tea for fear of being tricked. When the tea entered his mouth, he only felt that it was bland. It didn't have any taste of salt or sugar, and it didn't have ginger or scallions to complement it. It was a bit unpleasant, but after a while, he realized that the faint bitterness of the tea was addictive. The way this tea is brewed seems to be different from others? Song Jinggong raised his head and asked after finishing the tea. Exactly. This method of drinking tea is for elegance. It's not for ordinary life. It's used for culture and not for hardship. Those with money and status can use this method. If it's just to regulate the stomach, it's better to add salt and ginger. Today, I treat it elegantly, but tomorrow I might not use it, Zhang Xiaobao said lightly. I'm telling you, this is to pretend to be someone's identity. Decent people drink tea because they don't feel well after eating. Salt is to ensure that the body doesn't lack salt. Ginger is to stop vomiting and get rid of the cold. For people with no power or money, life is the most important. Of course, when it's time to pretend, you still have to pretend. Pretending is also a part of life. Seeing that Song Jinggong was in a daze, Wang Wan translated for him. Song Jinggong nodded. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but he didn't expect that there would be people who use tea to show their identity. If he had known, he would have one more trick up his sleeve. But this child in front of him didn't use it. Could it be that she had reached the point where she didn't want to use this method? Hearing this girl's words, what shocked him the most was the last sentence. Pretending is also a part of life. How could this be said by a 1-year-old girl? I've learned. I wonder if young Master Zhang is willing to tell me how to make this tea? I will repay you 1,000 times over. The more Song Jinggong thought about it, the more he felt that he had found a new way to deceive people. Without waiting for Xiaobao to speak, Wang Wan said, "What else do you want to repay? You owe us a lot of money now. A few hundred taels of silver. How are you going to pay us back?"
Song's words. Nonsense, TSSS.
T-T-Uft. I agree with everything you've done in the past. Only when you hatched the chicken did I let you down. Have you forgotten what you did in the past? Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Song Jinggong shivered. It was just as this child said. At that moment he had evil thoughts. It was different from what he had decided. Thank you, young Master Zhang. But the tea's recipe? Song Jinggong still wanted to trick him. Song Jinggong, why do you disappoint me so much? Other than this kind of low-level trick, you don't know anything else? Harming others to benefit yourself and making money is a low-level path. Helping others to benefit yourself is a low-level path. Helping the country and the people to make money is the true path. Are you going to hang around in the low-level path? Zhang Xiaobao saw that Song Jinggong still wanted to make money by cheating. He was really disappointed. If he could cheat, why would he use Song Jinggong? Song Jinggong put down the teacup and looked at the child in front of him. He suddenly felt awkward, especially when he saw the disdainful and disappointed look on the child's face. He then looked at the girl next to him. It was as if she had expected better from him. Song Jinggong felt that when he faced the two children, he was facing his examiner. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. I wonder what kind of person young Master Zhang is? Song Jinggong didn't give up and asked again. Xiaobao doesn't need to tell you this. I'll tell you. Neither left, right, nor middle. It is the middle. When Wang Wan said this, she turned her head away and didn't want to look at Song Jinggong. At this moment, Song Jinggong was really convinced. He understood that these two children could trick him without any effort. They were not children. They could clearly be his teachers. Young Master Zhang, I am stupid. I hope you can enlighten me in the future. Song Jinggong lowered his attitude. Enlighten what? The more you listen, the more you see, the more you do, the more you think, and the more you ask, that is knowledge. I don't have an advisor by my side, so there will always be something wrong when I do things. I wonder if Master Song? There is no end to learning. The one who has reached the top is the teacher. From now on, I am at your service. Song Jinggong already understood that if the first few sentences could be taught, then the following questions couldn't be taught by anyone. Even if Zhuge Liang was alive, he couldn't. Everything was from the heart of these two children. These two children were not ordinary people. Moreover, he was in debt. His life and death depended on them. If he didn't rely on them now, when would he? Was he really going to disappoint them and use ruthless methods? Thinking of this, Song Jinggong understood that they didn't want him to die. They just wanted one more person to do things for them. Song Jinggong felt that it was not shameful to work for someone who had won. Literature was easy to come by, but if he lied, he would go bankrupt. Really? Having young Master Song is as good as having a pipe. I will have to trouble young Master Song in the future. Zhang Xiaobao still had to do what he had to do. Young Master, you can call me Zijin in the future. Song Jinggong said. Wang Wan turned her head and said, so young Master Song's name is Zijin. Since you have the heart to sacrifice for the common people, then you have to do it well in the future. Xiaobao, leave the matter of the soybean oil to Zijin. Song Jinggong was really speechless. He just said a word, and a 1-year-old child immediately recited the book of songs. He looked at the two children again. No matter how he looked at them, they were so compatible. If they could be like this at the age of 1, how would they be when they grew up? All right, brother Zijin. In that case, I will have to trouble you. I want to use the beans to make some oil and exchange it for the farmers to eat the carrots you brought, which are ganxuan. You are selling them at a higher price. They are not worth 1 copper coin per caddy. 1 copper coin per caddy is more like 2 caddies. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao also spoke. He wanted to sell the carrots at half the price. Song Jinggong felt like a fool. He shook his head and said, impossible. I bought them for 1 copper coin per caddy. No one eats them here. In front of us, it's only about whether we want to do it or not. There's nothing impossible. Wang Wan said with certainty. Alright then, how do we make the oil? Beans have oil too? Light a lamp? Song Jinggong had to admit that she was better than him. Don't light a lamp. It's the same as meat oil. Let's harvest the beans first. We can talk about the rest later. Wang Wan interrupted. Song Jinggong naturally did not refute. He just had to do as she said. He was thinking about the matter of harvesting the beans and left. 5 days later, the sun was shining brightly. Erniu came back with a basket in his hand to look for Zhang Xiaobao. Little master, the sauce is out. This is what you want. Take a look. What do you think? Erniu took out a dozen small jars from the basket and placed them in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Brother Zijin, do you know what this is? After Zhang Xiaobao saw the things, he smiled and said to Song Jinggong, who was next to him. Song Jinggong looked at it and said, Yes, I know. Bring the pancakes over. Zhang Xiaobao said to Cherries next to him. Cherries had already prepared the pancakes. These days, she had been preparing pancakes every day. When she heard the sound, she immediately went to get it and placed it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Brother Zijin, please, spread the sauce on the pancakes. Zhang Xiaobao handed over a pair of chopsticks and said. Song Jinggong was puzzled and did as Zhang Xiaobao said. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing the little boy make a eating gesture, Song Jinggong did not hesitate at all and directly put it in his mouth and took a big bite. Delicious, how did you make this thing? Little Gongzi, did you make it? After Song Jinggong took a bite, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and then ate the whole pancake. As soon as he finished eating, Xiao Hong sent a bowl of egg and spinach soup. Scallions were fried in oil and floated on top of it. After drinking a mouthful, the fragrance lingered in his mouth. Little Gongzi, did you make this thing? Song Jinggong smacked his lips twice and asked in disbelief. It's not me, it's Erniu. Have you harvested enough soybeans? In the future, you will sell this sauce. I will give you a few recipes to use this sauce to cook. You will sell it for at least 50 copper coins per caddy. Zhang Xiaobao also dipped his finger in the sauce and tasted it and said to Song Jinggong. No, it's Little Gongzi. Little Gongzi told me how to make it. It's not me, it's really not me. Erniu really hadn't tasted the sauce properly. After it was done, he brought it over. Seeing the little Gongzi taking the credit for it, he shook his head vigorously to deny it. Song Jinggong saw the expressions of the two people and recalled the taste in his mouth. He said, Little Gongzi, I, Song Jinggong, am convinced today. You don't want to take the credit, and can even make such delicious things. Don't worry, I will sell it for 100 copper coins per caddy. If you really sell it that expensive, you will be cheating me. You can only sell it for 50 copper coins per caddy. Wait until I get the soybean oil and fry it in oil, then you can sell it for 100 copper coins. We are doing business, don't cheat me. Zhang Xiaobao saw Song Jinggong's expression and knew what he was thinking. He immediately rejected the suggestion and looked at Erniu and said, Now I will give you a new task. Put the bean paste into the sauce as well, and split it into 2 different types. Remember to keep it a secret. Little Gongzi, don't worry. I, Erniu, will definitely do it well. I will leave now. Erniu said and turned to leave. Song Jinggong used his hand to scoop out some meat from the sauce and put it on his tongue. He asked, Why does it have a special taste? It seems to be spicy. It's the same as the chicken hatching recipe you bought. You always have to have something better to sell to something worse. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 45. Song Jinggong carefully sized up Zhang Xiaobao, then rolled up another piece of pancake and slowly ate it. He seemed to be savoring it, but it wasn't just the pancake and chili sauce. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't disturb him. They tore off a thin piece of cake, dipped it in the sauce and ate it carefully. The taste is still not good enough. Wang Wan licked her fingers and smacked her lips. Yes, I think so too. Don't fry it. Count it as raw sauce. It'll be good after it's fried. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. We'll fry it later and eat it at noon. Send some to my family too. Last night, my mother came to give us peaches, Wang Wan said after eating the pancake. Zhang Xiaobao just finished eating and nodded. Yes, definitely send it. But there's no soybean oil, so the taste is much worse. Last time when I went to the kitchen, I saw there was still some butter. Let's use that. Think of a way to make sauce with a cow when it dies. We need to keep it for farming. The cows on Zhuangzi are not allowed to fall. It's cheaper to buy an old cow to fall. Wang Wan added. At this moment, Song Jinggong had mixed feelings in his heart. From the words of the manservant who just left, he already knew that the sauce was made by the little boy in front of him. He was really ridiculous at that time. He even wanted to swindle money. Look at him, he could come up with one idea after another when doing business. He didn't lose unjustly at all. They weren't at the same level at all. He was only 1 year old. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a saint? Listening to the words of the two children, they were obviously adults. How were they children who hadn't been weaned yet? No wonder Ying Tao was so proud when she talked about the little master and Miss Cuckoo. If she had such a master, she would be the same. All right, I won't fight in the future. I'll just be an advisor to this little brat. Perhaps I'll be able to see more interesting things by following him. Just when Song Jinggong was thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao asked Xiao Hong to go to the kitchen to get something. She just came back at this time. After thinking about this, Song Jinggong watched Zhang Xiaobao put some shredded onion and cucumber on the cake and spread the sauce. He said to him, "Taste this. Brother Zijin, try this. In the future, I'm going to sell this to various restaurants and snack bars. And I'll only sell the sauce. Even if it's slightly more expensive, people will still be able to accept it. After all, once the soybean oil is squeezed out, only our family will have it. Me and Kaiwan are still young, so we can't eat so much." The cake was small. Song Jinggong didn't feel full after eating 2 pieces. Besides, he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday afternoon. He was hungry. He didn't stand on ceremony. He took the cake and ate it in a few mouthfuls. He sighed happily. He rolled 2 more pieces and said while eating, "Little master, in the future, Zijin will go wherever you say. Please don't close the restaurant. It's small, but it can support 3 families. Zijin, what are you talking about? Naturally, Zijin is in charge of the restaurant. I'm so young. How can I manage so many things? This cake is delicious. In the future, I'll let people set up a small stall to sell it. It's like the spring plate, but I'll add some dishes that haven't been cooked yet." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Song Jinggong. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he said more. He wasn't afraid that someone would lie to him. He didn't lack the ability to control his subordinates. Song Jinggong was still eating. This kind of food was too delicious. It was refreshing and spicy. The more he ate, the more he wanted to eat. He didn't stop until he couldn't eat anymore. He looked at the 2 children in front of him and said, "Okay, I'm full. I'll go and harvest the soybeans." After saying that, Song Jinggong stood up and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Wait, it's raining and cold outside. Zijin, take care of yourself. Xiao Hong, have you warmed the wine with ginger? Bring it to Zijin to drive away the cold. Sorry to trouble Zijin. Cuckoo and I are still too young. There are many things that we can't do. It's all up to Zijin to take care of things outside. Thank you for your hard work. Cuckoo and I thank you." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bowed and thanked Song Jinggong together. They used their small hands to tremble as they brought the wine in front of Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words and looked at her weak little hand. He took the warm wine. Before he even drank, he felt a warmth in his heart. He tilted his head back and drank the wine. He cupped his hands and said, "You treat me like a national hero, I will repay you like a national hero. Goodbye." After saying that, Song Jinggong turned and left. He didn't even open an umbrella. He rushed into the pouring rain. His legs were steady and powerful. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed him to the door. They watched as Song Jinggong's figure disappeared. Only then did they turn back. Suddenly they saw Xiao Hong there. Her eyes were red. They asked in surprise, "Xiao Hong, what happened to you? Did the ginger sting you? Quickly wash it with water." "No, I'm fine. I just feel comfortable in my heart. Young master treats people so well. Whether it's cherries, pomegranate, me, or that young master song, young master treats them all with sincerity. For Xiao Hong to be arranged to be by young master's side is Xiao Hong's fortune. Xiao Hong shook her head. Before she finished speaking, tears flowed down. Although she was young, she knew the fickleness of human nature. The little young master was not only smart, but he also treated people well. Following such a master, she must have accumulated good karma in her previous life. Don't cry, don't cry. The good days are still ahead. There's still some biscuits. Eat it while it's hot. Help me taste what it's missing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and sighed inwardly. The people here were so good. And it's delicious. Young master's food is delicious. I knew it when I smelled it. Xiao Hong rubbed her eyes and nodded fiercely. She helped the two children back to the couch and praised before eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything. Seeing Xiao Hong eat 3 biscuits, they said, Xiao Hong, when the rain stops, you have other things to do. Find someone to dig the low-lying area near the Zhuangzi River. Make a hole in the river and let the water in. Raise more ducks and geese on Zhuangzi. Plant some lotus flowers. When winter comes, there will be a lot of vegetables. And Xiao Hong understands. Little young master, don't worry. There are many people on the farm. As long as we provide them with a meal, they will come to work. We'll start digging tomorrow. Xiao Hong promised. Wang Wan shook her head. Not only do we have to provide them with food, but we also have to pay them. Set a number and go back to get it. In the future, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will open a grocery store in Zhuangzi. It will make it convenient for the people on the farm to buy and exchange goods. It's not for making money, but it will make it easier for the people on Zhuangzi to walk. Xiao Hong thanks you on behalf of my parents, on behalf of Zhuangzi, for your benevolence and righteousness. Xiao Hong was full of energy. Thinking about the future, she felt that the rain outside was so pleasant. The next day, white clouds, bright sun, clear river, and children were playing happily. All the laborers on Zhuangzi were called over by Xiao Hong. They took their tools and started working without caring about the mud after the rain. It was as if they didn't know what fatigue was. At this time, the big pot on the side was set up by Xiao Hong. Fragrant big bones were cooking in it. Some people were kneading the dough and preparing pancakes. The sauce was also put aside. The shredded pork was also fried in oil. They were just waiting to reheat the pot when it was time to eat. Shredded onions were added to the pancakes to make it taste even better. This was what Wang Wan told her. She loved shredded pork with sauce. Brothers and uncles, do your job well. You have to be worthy of little young master's 3 copper coins a day. When noon comes, the pancakes and rolls will be enough to eat. Xiao Hong stood at the side and shouted. She even knew how to boost morale. The people working had already smelled the fragrance in the pot. They swallowed their saliva and dug with all their might. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also stood not far away and watched. This was also a way to rally people's hearts. The future days will be better. Xiaobao, I want to make Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi into a paradise. The old will be taken care of, the young will be educated, and every family will build a new house. Everyone will be able to eat and wear warm clothes. It won't be difficult, right? Wang Wan had a yearning look on her face. It's not difficult for only 2 Zhuangzi, but I plan to make the place bigger in the future. There will be more things to take care of. I need to train some people. What we need to do is to give them hope and confidence. When the time comes, you can train the family servants. Zhang Xiaobao was also calculating. He also wanted to let the people on Zhuangzi live a good life. Little young master, do you still eat toads? Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about the future, a child in the river mustered up the courage to ask. Zhang Xiaobao knew that these children still wanted to exchange for some benefits. He nodded and then shook his head. I want to eat, but not toads. You guys get me some river snails. When it's time to eat, you can also eat with me. You can also take a portion back. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, the children cheered. One by one, they dove into the water and began to feel for river snails. They all knew what was cooking in the pot. There was also the stir-fried shredded meat. They could eat one portion and take another portion back home. It was too easy to just get some river snails. Xiao Bao, there are parasites in river snails. I heard that some people ate them so much that they grew worms in their brains. Wang Wan was a little disgusted by this thing. Don't be afraid. When we go back, put some salt in clear water and blanch it twice. Then mix it with coriander, onion and garlic. Let's eat with my father's wine. I'll also send a portion to your family. We'll drink some soup. That thing is too hot to chew. Zhang Xiaobao had already thought of what to do. Then we'll eat it tomorrow. We'll keep it today and let the river snails expel the things in their stomach. Hurry up and make the cake. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat anything. Wang Wan was depressed when she thought of her age. The children moved quickly. In half an hour, they had found a large basin of river snails. They asked someone to put them in a wooden basin and send them back. They found Xiao Hong and asked her to prepare food for the children at noon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back to train. Niu woke up early in the morning and ate some porridge. He and his brother, Niu, took the small jar of hot sauce and found a car. They went to Sanshui County. Because it was next to a river that was not small, there were many people coming and going. There were also many hotels. Today, Niu was going to sell hot sauce. In order to sell it at a good price, Niu obeyed the little child's instructions and baked some cakes and shredded onions. They hurried all the way and finally arrived at Sanshui County when it was almost noon. Brother, how do you sell it? Do we need to shout? Niu was not as clever as Niu. He was more honest and didn't know what to do when he arrived. No need. The little child has already arranged it. Let's go to the Waterview restaurant over there. His restaurant and the Byway Pavilion beside it are the two biggest restaurants in the county. Both are competing for customers. We're not afraid that they won't buy it. Niu thought of the little child's words. He wanted to find two competing restaurants to sell his chili sauce, so he set his eyes on the two famous restaurants in Sanshui County. When the car stopped in front of the Waterview restaurant, Niu and Niu jumped off the car with their things and walked inside. There was already a waiter at the door who arranged the parking position of the car. He led the two people who he thought were going to eat inside and talked while walking. Two guests, do you want a drink or stay? I heard from the shopkeeper that the head chef of our restaurant learned from the imperial chef. Well, it's good to learn from the imperial chef. Is your boss here? Please find a single room on the second floor. We have something important to discuss with your boss. Niu wore a suit of good clothes today. He was confident and straightened his chest. He talked to the waiter in the most dignified tone he thought. Please go upstairs. I'll ask the shopkeeper to come here. The waiter didn't know what the two were doing. Seeing that they ordered a single room on the second floor, he respectfully invited them upstairs. When the two entered, he asked another waiter to come and serve them. He then ran to find the shopkeeper. The new waiter served tea and waited at the side. Niu and Niu were afraid of spending money, so they didn't order anything. They just sat there and waited. After about 30 minutes, the owner of the Waterview restaurant hurried over. He was not surprised to see the two people waiting for nothing. He politely greeted them. I'm the owner of the Waterview restaurant. May I know what brings you here? Have some tea, have some tea. Niu was a little nervous. After all, this was the first time he met the owner of a big restaurant. He followed the method taught by the little child. He slowly took 2 deep breaths and silently said, I can do it. Only then did he feel better. He put the things on the table with his brother, opened the thin cloth wrapped in it, and took out the jar of sauce. Today, I'm here to ask the shopkeeper to try this. While speaking, Niu put the hot pancake on the table, smeared a layer of chili sauce on it, and put the spring onions inside. He used the chopsticks to roll it up little by little. After finishing this, he made 2 more pancakes. He gave one to his brother and took one for himself. Shopkeeper, please. After saying that, Niu and Niu ate directly, indicating that the shopkeeper didn't have any poison. Besides, they were really hungry. They only had a little porridge since the morning. The shopkeeper looked at the 2 people in front of him eating and then the pancake in front of him. He already knew what they were here for. However, he could make the pancake just by looking at it. There was no need to share the benefits with others. After thinking about it, he took a bite of the pancake. The moment the pancake entered his mouth, The shopkeeper was immediately surprised. What kind of sauce was this? It was delicious and had a fresh, spicy taste. No wonder the two dared to come here to sell things. So that's why. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper put down the pancake in his hand. It's okay. It's edible. Leave the recipe of this sauce. I can give you 200 coins. Erniu and Dainiu were stunned. Thinking of what the little child said when they came out, they admired the little child even more. He could even calculate this. At the moment, Erniu and Dainiu stood up at the same time, put away the unrolled pancake and sauce, and turned around to leave. Erniu said while walking, the shopkeeper really knows the goods. In that case, we'll go to the byway pavilion to eat first. When we come back, we'll tell you the recipe in detail. Wait a minute. Since you two are here, how can you eat elsewhere? Liuzi quickly asked the chef behind to make the signature dishes and send them here. I'll accompany the two distinguished guests to eat. When the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately understood. He was not stupid. Seeing that the two were about to leave, he quickly stepped forward to stop them and invited them back. Today, there is only one chapter with 4,000 words. Tomorrow, there will be another chapter with 3,000 words. That means there will be 3 chapters tomorrow. I need to recommend and collect them. Thank you. Chapter 46. Erniu's negotiation in Waterview Restaurant was very successful. Not only did he sell the chili sauce, but he also made another deal with Waterview Restaurant. That was, some new dishes that required chili sauce would appear in Zhuangzi from time to time. Every time a new dish appeared, Waterview Restaurant would have to spend a sum of money, and they had to find someone to guarantee it. When the manager invited them to eat, the first dish, braised carrots, was decided on the spot. Not only did they have to pay to cook this dish, but they also had to buy the carrots and chili sauce from Zhuangzi, which were not sold anywhere else. The price of the carrots was relatively cheap, 5 copper coins per kilogram. The price of the sauce was slightly more expensive. After all, there was meat in it, 12 copper coins per kilogram. After the negotiation in Waterview Restaurant, Erniu and Dainiu went to Byway Pavilion next door. This time, they didn't even see the manager and were directly sent out by the manager in the lobby. They were not in a hurry, which was in line with the young master's calculation. When the dishes in Waterview Restaurant were sold well, Byway Pavilion would ask for it, and then the price would be different. After the two sold the sauce, they found a small restaurant in Sanshui County that was not well run and directly bought it with money. They didn't drive away the original owner and invited him to take care of the restaurant. When the restaurant was settled, several carts of carrots that were not shipped away that day were sent to the restaurant. The previous dishes were unchanged, but 8 new dishes made of carrots were added. After that, Dainiu and Erniu could finally have some free time. They stayed in the room behind the restaurant and went back in 2 days. This time, dozens of kilograms of chili sauce were shipped, which was enough for Waterview Restaurant to sell for a few days. When they went back, there were new things for them to do. At Tuqiao Village, the construction site of Zhangjia Zhuangzi was in full swing at the moment. The villagers were working hard to dig. After the meal, they rested for less than a quarter of an hour under Zhang Xiaobao's repeated request. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that they would get sick if they ate too much. He rolled up the pancakes with shredded pork and chili sauce and shredded green onions in 2 bites. He scooped out the cooked bones and dipped them in the garlic sauce. It was delicious. He sprinkled some chopped green onions and coriander on the oily soup. He gulped down half a bowl of soup in 1 gulp. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both tempted. In the end, they couldn't help but ask for a big bowl of soup. They broke the pancakes into pieces and soaked them in the soup. The pieces were smaller than their fingernails, and so were the coriander and spring onions. After the soup cooled down, they each drank a mouthful. Because there was soup to drink, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't so worried that the workers couldn't hold on. When the time came, the soup would be directly discharged. Xiaohong also ate at the side. She was responsible for getting the bone marrow for the 2 young masters. She poked out a soft bone marrow with chopsticks and dipped it in a little salt. It was just right for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to eat. It had a little oily taste, a little bone fragrance, and a little fishy taste. It was very comfortable to eat. The most important thing was that they didn't have to worry about their teeth falling out. It's delicious. When there are many people eating, it's more delicious. These bones are also good. Xiaohong, remember, don't throw away the bones that have been eaten. Zhang Xiaobao ate 2 bones and stopped eating. He was afraid that he would be disgusted if he ate too much, so he called Xiaohong again. I know, young master. Let's keep the bones that have been eaten. We can cook them at night. It's impossible to finish digging the pond in one day. Tomorrow at noon, put in some new bones and continue eating. Xiaohong seemed to have experience. When the other people who were eating heard this, they all nodded. Not to mention working on Zhuangzi, it was the same for their own families. They were already satisfied to be able to eat with the young master and cuckoo. That's not what he meant. Wang Wan also stopped eating and said, Xiaobao is saying that we should keep the bones and grind them into powder. They can be used for many things, such as feeding the chickens, fertilizing the ground, raising earthworms, and so on. My Zhuangzi doesn't lack a meal for them, so I'll cook new ones at night. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the villagers on Zhuangzi changed. They didn't expect this young lady and young master to be so kind and righteous. The villagers were all honest and didn't know how to say anything nice. They could only remember the 2 children's words and do well in the future. Xiaohong naturally wouldn't persuade them anymore. The money for the meal came from the young master's own storage. The young master wasn't afraid of spending too much. She was willing to let the villagers eat well. The children who were fishing for river snails also ate with them. The children's stomachs were small, so they couldn't eat as much as the adults. They ate until their stomachs were round and they wanted to eat more, but they couldn't eat any more. They could only look at the food anxiously. If you can't eat, then don't eat. You'll be stuffed. Xiaohong gave the children oiled paper to pack according to their appetite. She thought that the children couldn't eat it at home and gave it to their families. One of the children, called Ertzi, nodded helplessly. I just want to eat more. It's best to eat tomorrow's lunch too. I won't eat tonight. I'll bring it back for my sister. It's okay. Life will be better in the future. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said lightly. Only Wang Wan knew how much determination he had when he said this. The villagers continued to work. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home and started to exercise. The children had soft bones and weren't fully grown yet. They couldn't do vigorous running and jumping movements and could only adapt bit by bit. The only good thing was that the children recovered quickly. If they were so tired that they couldn't speak that day, they would be just as lively the next day. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to exercise rolling. They asked Xiaohong to bring a blanket and spread it on the ground. The 2 of them rolled back and forth on it. This could also help them exercise a lot. It was still too wet outside, so they couldn't go out and walk on the sand. Xiaobao, let's rest for a while. Let's talk about something. We're all in a daze from rolling. Wang Wan turned over and leaned on Zhang Xiaobao's body. What do you want to talk about? Zhang Xiaobao was also sweating. I think the road leading to Zhuangzi is not easy to walk on. Should we take out some money to repair the road? Change always starts from the people around you. Let the people in Zhuangzi feel this and cultivate cohesion. Wang Wan reached out and took a sip of water from Xiaohong. I don't have money. I still need to buy rice and noodles with the little money I earned. There's still a month to go before the wheat harvest. I have to buy more. Whether or not we can keep our family's land and Baihu title depends on this. Zhang Xiaobao refused without thinking. The road could be repaired at any time. It wasn't impossible to buy grain. He had a big operation to exchange for his family's position. When he collected grain, he still needed the cooperation of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Forget it. Tomorrow, I'll ask Cherries to collect some duck and goose eggs. Since we're going to raise them, we have to get some. Wang Wan bypassed this matter and started to plan. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, we have to raise them all, especially the ducks. By next spring, it would be best if we have a few thousand ducks. Let's see who dares to buy our land. Take a bath and sleep. This was the end of the topic for the time being. Little Red had already prepared hot water. She placed the 2 children in the hot water to wash off the sweat on their bodies. Then, she carried them to the couch and covered their navels with a blanket. She could sit at the door and read again. At night, Song Jingong finally came back with a lot of soybeans. As soon as he entered the vicinity of Zhuangzi, he saw people transporting carts of carts. He didn't know where they were going. Curious, he stopped one of them and asked, "Where are you transporting them?" "Xian Ping City." "Store them there. After a few days, there will be people coming here to buy them. We can sell them directly." The driver knew Song Jinggong. After being tricked by the young master, he was willing to work for Zhuangzi. "Oh, how much are you selling them for?" Song Jinggong was not surprised. He just wanted to know the price. 5 coins per caddy. Erniu has already gone to Sanshui County to sell them. It seems like he sold them. Otherwise, Erniu would be in a hurry to come back. "How much? 5 coins per caddy? Does that mean I sold them cheaply?" Song Jinggong was a little dumbfounded. He thought that he had sold them at such a high price to cheat others. He didn't expect that the young master would sell them at such a high price. He actually sold them at such a high price. This was too miraculous. How did he manage to sell them? Before he could figure it out, the driver continued to talk. The young master said that these are not easy to preserve. Keep the slightly better ones and put them in a cellar. In winter, they will be sold for 10 coins per caddy. In winter, there are fewer vegetables. Everyone can eat fresh. Song Jinggong didn't know how he walked back to the courtyard. His heart was filled with piles of copper coins. If he couldn't fit them all, he would exchange them for silk and shiny silver. After all, he had plenty of money. Before he entered, he saw the young master and the young master eating and drinking with a group of villagers. As the villagers had a lot of work, Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that they would suddenly tire themselves out and feel uncomfortable the next day, especially when they stepped on the muddy ground. Some of the puddles were even higher than their feet. It was easy to fall sick if they went back. He specially asked Xiao Hong to prepare some wine. Everyone drank 2 bowls during the meal. The wine had been warmed with ginger. It was good to get rid of the cold and increase blood circulation. This treatment was too good. There was wine and meat. The villagers felt warm in their hearts. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not allowing them to continue working at night, they would have lit the torches and continued digging. How much did this meal cost? All of them didn't want to be paid. "Young master, how did you sell those carrots?" "At first, I thought it was a scam for 1 copper coin per caddy. Could it be that you found someone easy to cheat?" Song Jinggong didn't care whether the others drank or not. He ran over to find out. "Why should I cheat? Carrots are not bad. When you sell them, you just have to teach them how to cook. When everyone knows how to eat them, the food will naturally be more expensive. Besides, carrots are good for the body and taste good." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to change Song Jinggong's mindset of deceiving people whenever they encountered something. Seeing that Song Jinggong had returned, he knew that he must have not eaten dinner yet, so he greeted him again. "Zijin must be tired these 2 days. Quick, eat while it's hot. Xiao Hong, get some meat for Zijin. Dip it in the garlic sauce. It'll go well with the wine." As he spoke, he and Wang Wan moved to the side to make room for Song Jinggong. As for whether Song Jinggong was willing or not, there was no need to consider. If he could eat with the villagers, what could he do? Chapter 47. Summer slowly passed, and autumn came, and it gradually cooled down. The pond on Zhuangzi had been dug, and the water from the river was channeled into it. Cherries collected a lot of duck eggs and goose eggs, and they were all placed on the Kong to hatch. A group of chicks chased and played back and forth in the yard. These days, they didn't need to be fed porridge, and they could eat something hard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the chicks enviously. They couldn't eat things that were too hard now. They had to hold the pancakes in their mouths for a while before they could swallow them. The meat could only be stewed into pieces, but they could eat some fish. Chicks grow faster than people. They can eat sand after a few days out of the shell. Pomegranates things also need to be ground quickly. I thought of something good. Zhang Xiaobao pinched a bug in the flowers next to the yard in his hand and put it on the ground. The chicks immediately came to eat it. The bug was bigger. It was a kind of green insect that was about to form a cocoon. There were many things like eyes on it. After eating for a summer, it had already become fat. The chicks held it in their mouths and shook their heads vigorously. There were also chicks coming over to fight for food. Several chicks eliminated the bug in 2 or 3 seconds. What idea? Wang Wan was not like other girls who were afraid of bugs. She didn't care at all. Instead, she was interested in Zhang Xiaobao's idea. Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to get something for my grandparents and your grandparents to eat. Last night, your family came to my house and kissed me with saliva all over my face. I want to get some bone marrow and grind the bones into powder to make oil tea noodles. I want to put in some walnuts or something. Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's grandparents yesterday. Both of them were not in good health. They stayed there and kept rubbing their legs. It seemed that they were lacking calcium. What's the use of it? Can it be absorbed? Wang Wan was a little grateful to Zhang Xiaobao. After all, it was good to have a predecessor in this life. The elders of both families were still around. This was the greatest happiness. I think so. If it's calcium supplements, it's just calcium and vitamin A. Pure calcium can't be extracted, but there are still other edible things. For example, the oil from fish liver, or the layer on top of milk and goat's milk after it has been boiled. You can just add it in. Alright, let's do that. When our two families are done eating, we'll take it out and sell it. There are so many things in there. Who knows what the formula is? It can even treat night blindness. Eat it first. When I'm free, we'll sell it in bulk. Zhang Xiaobao planned. He squatted down and touched Chick. Chick was not afraid. It tilted its head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao curiously. Let's also drink it. The formula needs to be adjusted. If there's too much calcium, something bad will happen. Remove the walnuts temporarily for adults. It's too oily and easy to cause cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Let them drink more tea at ordinary times. I heard that ginkgo is good. Good things should be used by our own people first. Wang Wan agreed. She and Zhang Xiaobao recently increased the amount of exercise to continue to supplement nutrition, especially high-calorie things. Xiao Hong listened on the side. She didn't understand some of the things that the little child and his wife said every day. She only knew that as long as they talked seriously and helped each other to correct each other, the final thing was definitely something powerful. Chick was full and ran away in the blink of an eye. Ernie hurried back at this time. As soon as he entered the yard, he said excitedly, "Little child, it's good news." Little child, good news? The owner of the Byway Pavilion went to my brother and me yesterday and said that he wanted to buy the chili sauce. I sold it to him for 2 more coins as you told me. And the carrot was the same. When he went back, he drove the steward away and said that he had to pay a lot of money. Little child, the boss of the Byway Pavilion wants to buy 500 don of carrots from us at the price of 7 coins per kilogram. Do you want to sell it? It's a lot of money all of a sudden. It's much more valuable than when we exchanged it. 500 don? His appetite is not small and he is also shrewd. When you go back and tell him that there are not many carrots left, we can sell him 20 don of carrots at most, which is more than 2,000 kilograms. It's enough for him to sell until winter. After a few days, the price will increase. At this time, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to speak. Wang Wan made the decision. She still knew such a simple thing. The boss just wanted to wait for the price to increase in the future. Well, that's it. If you want it, you can help me to transport it. It's too late to go back and forth. Ernie, let Dania do it first. It's the same to sell the sauce. You can prepare in these 2 days. After the autumn harvest, you can collect more food for me. I will give you money, the more the better. In a few days, the grain harvest would begin. Zhang Xiaobao really had no one around him. What's more, he couldn't collect in one place. It was easy to attract the attention of the government. He should have a share, his mother should have a share, and Wang Wan should have a share. Song Jinggong could be sent to a farther place to collect. I understand. Little Gongzi, you can rest assured. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Ernie changed his original clever appearance and pretended to be simple and honest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both laughed. If Ernie was simple and honest, how many clever people would be left? After another 2 days, Pomegranate turned all the things she picked up and the things she bought at a low price into powder. At this time, she couldn't feed them. It was a bit wasteful. She had to wait for the grain to be finished and mix in the coarse bran and wheat bran. Cherries made a connected Kong bed by herself. The Kong bed was full of eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. A batch of chicks had hatched and were taken away by Sangrini. She also sold him some special feed to feed the chickens on the road. On the other side of the earthworm farm, Pomegranate also arranged people to buy rotten firewood and feces from various families and put them there. Below were the earthworms dug by the children. There would be a lot more earthworms next year. Only Little Red had nothing to do. She listened to Zhang Xiaobao and caught some fish that could withstand the cold. She threw them into the pond and left them alone. The ducks and geese were not in position yet. Even though she was envious of others, she knew that she still had to wait. Song Jingong's matter was easy. After all, he used to take care of a lot of things. It was very simple to buy some soybeans and find a reliable person in Zhuangzi to extract the oil. The oil yield was relatively low. It was not 15% as Zhang Xiaobao expected. It would reach 10%, but it was a problem of craftsmanship. After squeezing the oil, the remaining bean cakes were not wasted. They were sent directly to Ernyo's family and asked them to keep them to make chili sauce. Everything was waiting for the next year to play a role. At present, only the chili sauce and carrots could be profitable. The two shops in Sanshui County did not have much income in comparison. Autumn is coming. When the first leaf fell, Zhang Xiaobao stood by the river outside. He looked at the withered yellow in front of him and sighed. Yes, they will harvest tomorrow. Fortunately, it didn't rain. When the golden yellow filled the eyes, I found that not only were the clouds in the sky gone, but also some memories that I was afraid of but didn't want to forget. Wang Wan's eyes stared at the flowing water. Looking at the clouds in the sky, she was a little homesick. At this time, she felt the existence of Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that she would not be so lonely if she had a person to accompany her. She was grateful, or rather, they were together. It should snow in winter. We will make a big snowman then. Even if it melts in spring, there will be snowmen every year. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to comfort Wang Wan. He had no regrets. If it were in that world, he would not have lived until now. Well, let's go back. Set up the swing and exercise the adaptability to the height. Why can't you study science and engineering? There are such talents in prison, right? I also want an electric light. It's too dark at night. Wang Wan pulled on her clothes, turned around and walked back. Some things needed to be adapted to, but still needed to be adapted to. Don't be afraid. We have money this year. Prepare more candles. When the time comes, we will light this. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was not afraid of the dark, but afraid of dreams. Why don't you know how to comfort me more? I am a child now. Wang Wan deliberately said to liven up the atmosphere. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. I have been doing it just like the song I eavesdropped on. It was by the window of a small school. When I went back last year, you had just put on new cotton gowns. When I come to see you today, you have become fat and taller. Do you remember, the lotus in the pond changed into a lotus pod? There are not many flowers, but there is no need to worry about color. I dyed the leaves red. What song? It's so nice. How come I don't remember? Wang Wan asked in surprise. The words of West Wind belong to the elementary school appreciation class. You may not have appreciated it at that time. There are always music teachers who cut corners. When you heard it, you felt it was nice. Later on, when you grew up, you realized that it contained philosophy and hope. Zhang Xiaobao kicked a small stone, scaring the chicken that had grown up a lot and ran away. What's the point of bullying a chicken? Wang Wan's mood improved a lot. I want to bully the old yellow dog, but I am afraid that he will bite me. Zhang Xiaobao said cooperatively. Xiao Hong had been standing beside the little young master and little Miss Cuckoo. When she heard their conversation by the river, she seemed to feel that the little young master and little Miss Cuckoo were very far away from her. Only now did she realize that the two people were back. That feeling was really uncomfortable. The swing had been prepared for a long time, but it had not been set up. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the courtyard, she immediately arranged for people to set up the swing. At this time, the sky was high and the clouds were light, so it was most comfortable to swing. In order to not accidentally fall, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also specially designed something that can be stuck in front, behind, left and right, just like the up and down octopus that they used to play. At the beginning, as long as there was a little force, the two people could swing very high by themselves. They let out a child's laughter in the sky, scaring Xiao Hong to the point that she was very anxious. When the swing finally stopped, Xiao Hong hurriedly asked the little young master and little miss to think about other things. She asked, "Little young master, what are we eating tonight?" "What are we eating?" "Among the chicks that Cherry hatches, it's impossible that all of them are hens. She keeps the roosters somewhere else. There are only 2 here. Go and get one. Tonight, we'll eat virgin chicken." Zhang Xiaobao jumped off the swing and pulled Wang Wan into the house to read a book. Chapter 48. The next day, it was a crisp autumn day. The people from the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi started to harvest the grain in the fields. The adults tied the grain in bundles at the front and transported them to the grain sunning field. The children held a basket and carefully picked up the ears of rice or wheat that were left behind. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families also went over to act as a demonstration. In fact, they didn't need to do it. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. The only difference was that this year's harvesting method was different. In the past, each family collected their own grain and handed it over to Zhuangzi. This year, both Zhuangzi's families provided the meals together. Everyone started from the same field and collected the grain. They piled it up at the place where they received it and made a mark. The advantage of this was that everyone had a competition when they were working, and no one was slacking off. Everyone was watching how much they did. If they really wanted to slack off, they would be too embarrassed to even open their mouths when they were eating. At this time, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also watched from the side. Pieces of rice and wheat were harvested and transported away. Everyone was full of hope. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had a reward of 100 households, so they could pay 100 households less to the higher-ups. Although it was said to be 100 households, it was actually 100 people. Otherwise, if everyone combined into one household, it would be possible to produce 10,000 people. Wang Wan's family didn't have this privilege. They still had to pay what they were supposed to. When the grain is collected, give some of yours to my family. My family has to pay a lot more. Wang Wan felt that it was unfair when she thought of this. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's 100 households were better off than the Wang family's Zhuangzi because they didn't have to pay. It was said that the Zhang family received less every year and kept more. But the 2 Zhuangzis don't have accounts together. I have my own accounts. If you want to give, take both of ours. You can't use my family's. Zhang Xiaobao immediately objected. This kind of thing could not be confused. His family did not touch his money. It was all his own. Then I'll take 200 bolts of silk from our storehouse and send them home, Wang Wan said in a fit of pique. Take it? How much is 200? 1 bolt for 200 copper coins, 2 bolts for 40,000 copper coins, 40 taels of silver. Here you go. Zhang Xiaobao had an indifferent expression on his face. Stingy. What are we going to eat today? Do you want to eat virgin chicken? Wang Wan said a few words. She didn't want to be entangled in this kind of thing. No, there's something even better today. Look at that field. What else is there besides food? There are others, Wang Wan replied. Other than humans, look, they're still flying over there. One is chasing the other, and the other is jumping. Grasshoppers will eat this today. Later, I'll get the children to help me catch them. I'll trade them with soybean oil. When we get back, I'll fry them in oil. It's fragrant and crispy. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the grasshoppers flying back and forth in the field. He swallowed his saliva and said, Well, when we're done cutting, let them catch them. We'll also release the chicks. Cherries hatched so many chicks, they'll be able to gain a lot of meat this time. Wang Wan didn't reject this kind of thing. In the past, when she was training, she ate a lot of them. Not to mention cooked ones, even raw ones would be stuffed into her mouth. When she bit down, a stream of green water would come out of her mouth. When it was time for lunch, there were even more people. It could be said that men and women, old and young, all went to work together. The lunch was relatively simple. There were oil cakes, fried radish slices with meat, and egg and cucumber soup. There was enough to drink. In this way, they were busy for 3 days in a row before they finished harvesting the grain on the 2 Zhuangzi fields. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also continued to eat fried grasshoppers for 3 days. When the chicks were released, There weren't many grasshoppers left in the field before they could harvest the grains. Little young master, it's all thanks to the chicks on the Zhuangzi fields. Otherwise, these grasshoppers would have eaten a lot this year. Don't look down on them because they're small, they can't handle a lot of them. While harvesting the grains, they have to feed the grasshoppers at the same time. Xiaohong also ate 2 meals and felt that the taste was really good. Now, she picked up one and stuffed it into her mouth. She even sighed with emotion. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Wang Wan opened her mouth. Xiaohong, go and call Steward Zhang over. Xiaohong didn't know what the 2 little ancestors were going to do. She ran to the back and called Steward Zhang over. She began to eat again. Little young master, little miss, you 2 are looking for me? The steward was also puzzled. Yes, after crossing the bridge over there, we'll reach Gujia village, right? Their grain hasn't been finished yet, right? Wang Wan pointed in that direction. Yes, they don't have little young master and little miss like us. They don't arrange for people to harvest together. They harvest separately. They're more than a day behind us. Steward Zhang replied. Then I'll give you a task. You drive our chicks on the Zhuangzi fields over there to help. It's not easy for everyone. Let the chicks eat and help them eat some grasshoppers. It's considered good karma. We don't want any benefits and help for free. Go. Zhang Xiaobao continued to speak and put on a compassionate expression. Those who didn't know would really think that he was very kind. Of course, Steward Zhang didn't think so. What kind of people were little young master and little miss? They wouldn't do things that didn't benefit them. As soon as he heard this, he understood. The chicks on the Zhuangzi fields had obviously grown in these 2 days because they ate the grasshoppers. Without hesitation, he called a few people and got 2 old hens to lead the way. A group of chicks rushed over there. Sure enough, when they arrived, they wanted to thank him. They watched the chicks eat the grasshoppers in their fields and kept talking about the kindness and righteousness of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. They weren't worried that the chicks would eat the grains. There were grasshoppers. Who would eat grain? It would be strenuous to use people to catch them. The chicks chased after them as if they didn't know tiredness. Their 2 little legs kept moving, eating and pooping at the same time. They even fattened the ground. The ones who benefited the most were the farmers. The grasshoppers ate the grains, but their masters didn't care. They still had to pay the required amount. Each and every one of them took advantage of the break to thank Steward Zhang and let him have his fill. When Gu Zhuang's grasshoppers were almost finished, he drove the chicks to other Zhuangzi fields. Even if the harvest was good, there were still grasshoppers in the fields. The chicks ate like this for half a month. One by one, they ate until they were fat. Their heads were almost shrunk into their necks. They walked there like small balls. Just as the little chickens were feasting on the food, both the Zhang and Wang families began to move. They went everywhere to collect grain. It was the autumn harvest, and this year's weather was not bad. The price of grain was low. The 2 farms were divided into 4 groups of people. Some were far away, some were near. They bought with money, some with silk, and some with other items. Because of the trust in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the 2 Zhuangzi put in their savings. In the end, even if they didn't make much money, they wouldn't lose money. This kind of trust made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sigh with emotion. Tell me, the grains are almost collected. There are warehouses everywhere in Zhuangzi. What are you going to do with the grains? Wang Wan had been thinking about this for a long time. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm going to give some of them away for free. I'm going to sell some of them at a high price elsewhere. I think there will be some left in the end. Zhang Xiaobao finally said. Where are you going to sell them and where are you going to give them away? East of Taihang Mountain and Hunan area. There are still chickens. When the time comes, I'll send some over to raise them. I'll sell the eggs there. With the money from selling the eggs, I'll buy a large amount of dried sea goods from Linhai in Shandong. Then I'll ship them back. That's another sum of money. Zhang Xiaobao squeezed his way in. You give them something that they will want. You sell it at a high price and they will buy it? The chickens will be big next year. What are they going to eat? Wang Wan also played along with Zhang Xiaobao and asked one question after another. According to the historical records, There was a drought in the third year of the Kaiyuan era of the Tang Dynasty. There was a plague of locusts. This year's harvest should be relatively the same as before. But since there was a drought, there were more locusts. It will show up next year. I'm going to use the grains to exchange for the official reward. Driving the chickens to eat the locusts is considered a merit, right? We have to sell the grains secretly. We can't just give them away for free. Zhang Xiaobao finally explained his plan. Wang Wan nodded. Good calculation. No wonder you're thinking of ways to make money like crazy. It's all for the sake of collecting grains. In the end, it's all for the sake of your family's 100 households reward. I'm impressed. But Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, what's in it for my family? Listen to me. This needs to be done. When the time comes, your family will benefit a lot. Come with me. I'll teach you what to say and what to do. Of course, this is not a lie. There should be a reward for doing good deeds. What's the saying? It's not asking for anything in return for doing good deeds. If that's the case, there will be fewer people doing good deeds. If someone really does ask for something in return, others will criticize him. So, we have to leave a way out for others. Zhang Xiaobao spoke eloquently. Wang Wan curled her lips. Isn't it the story of Confucius? I don't know if there's such a thing. It's just an excuse for yourself to get benefits. I'll believe you this time. Don't tell anyone else, especially my father. If he knows that I'm selling grains at a high price, he might ask me to donate the grains. I don't want to lose money. Zhang Xiaobao looked around like a thief, even though he and Wang Wan were using lip language. Look at how scared you are. You really have a guilty conscience. You know that what you're doing is wrong? But I still support you. Why should we give our things to others for free? They're all obtained through hard work. Wang Wan leaned on Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao's actions just now were too interesting. The two of them discussed for a while and finally decided on this matter. Then they found Song Jinggong and started to arrange other things, like selling the soybean oil. Little young master, how much should we sell the soybean oil? I'm afraid that others won't buy it. Song Jinggong was a little uncertain when he heard this, especially since he didn't want to be cheated. Of course, no one will buy it if we sell it directly. Go to Sanshui County and set up a stall. Mix the dough and then fry it and sell it to others. When others have eaten it, the taste will be different. They will ask you, or you can find someone to ask deliberately. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao guided him a little and Song Jinggong immediately understood. Got it. I'll say it's the oil. Chapter 49. The leaves had all fallen, and the fragrant grass was gone without a trace. The pine and cypress were as green as ever. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already put on new clothes. Xiao Hong had nothing to do, so she got up early to catch up with the ducks and geese hatched by cherries and headed to her own pond. The servant next to her was replaced by the less busy pomegranate. Song Jinggong was addicted to selling soybean oil and only came back to report a few days ago. Daniel was still in charge of selling soy sauce and carrots. Wang Wan was carrying 2 small sandbags in her hands. She gently swung them as she chatted with Zhang Xiaobao. It looks like winter is coming. When it snows, what can we do to make money in winter? I don't know. Anyway, there's a Kong in the village, so we don't have to worry about the cold. Zhang Xiaobao was also carrying 2 sandbags. I'm actually worried about your family's zhuangzi. This year, there's a lot of food everywhere during the autumn harvest, so there's bound to be people thinking about this place. Wang Wan threw the sandbags far away. She was distracted and almost tripped over. Zhang Xiaobao was careful. The sandbags he threw were farther away than Wang Wan's. He trotted over and picked them up. He hesitated and said, "Don't be afraid. There's a way to deal with the people coming this year." Because they were wearing a lot of clothes, the two of them only played for an hour before sweating profusely. Shirlu had already prepared hot water. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, she advised them, "Little master, little miss, it's windy outside. Why don't we play in the house?" The two responded and turned around to go back with pomegranate. At this time, Song Jinggong, who had just returned yesterday, rushed into the courtyard. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, his calm face revealed a worried expression. "Zijin, you're in such a hurry. Did something good happen?" Zhang Xiaobao heard the footsteps and looked back. When he saw Song Jinggong, he asked with a smile. My little ancestor, what good news? Something big has happened. Little young master, the business over there can't be done. Song Jinggong saw that the little young master was still in the mood to joke, and his expression became more bitter. Wang Wan chimed in, is there anything young master Song can't do? Back then, you deceived many people. Why can't you deal with it today? My little ancestor, this time is different from the past. I can't lie to you. Someone in Sanshui County said that something happened after eating the soybean oil sold by Zhuangzi Zhang. They called a doctor to check on him and said that he was poisoned. It's not easy to do business anymore. Song Jinggong had a dejected look on his face as he recounted what had happened in detail. Yesterday, when Song Jinggong returned to Sanshui County, he sold both soybean oil and tofu. He could buy them with money or exchange them with other things, especially soybeans. 1 caddy of soybeans could be exchanged for 2 caddies of tofu. He did this so that no one would know that soybean oil was made from soybeans. That night, when Song Jinggong was about to ask someone to pack up the stall, a group of people came. Song Jinggong knew them. These people were idle and never did anything good. At first, he thought that they were here to force him to pay. When they came closer, he knew that they were here to buy soybean oil, a total of 20 caddies. At that time, Song Jinggong didn't think much about it and sold it to them. Who knew that as soon as he came out of the mindful residence, this morning, those people came to the door, followed by a doctor who testified. They said that they bought oil last night, and when they went back, one of them was sick. The few of them even carried the sick person in front of the stall as a witness. Song Jinggong knew that he was being blackmailed at that time. When he saw the people around him looking at him, he explained. Who knew that the doctor insisted that the person lying there fell sick after eating the soybean oil sold by the stall. His words were so convincing that people had no choice but to believe it. Those people didn't say any threatening words. They just wanted Song Jinggong to take out 50 taels of silver. The people around didn't know who to believe. Listening to the words of those people, it seemed that they wanted more money. But since they fell sick from eating the soybean oil and there was a doctor as a witness, they hesitated for a moment. When Song Jinggong saw this, he knew that he couldn't do business anymore. He hastily packed up the stall and ordered people to send the items back to the mindful house. He told those people to come back the next day and then hurried back to Zhuangzi. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded at the same time, but they didn't show any embarrassed expression. For the purpose of illegal sexual activity, the use of threats or blackmail against the victim to forcibly ask for public or private property. It's for extortion and blackmail. Xiaobao, it's up to you. Wang Wan opened her mouth and said a series of words. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, meaning that she wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would deal with it in the future. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips, as if he didn't want to deal with this matter. He sighed, it seems that I have to spend money again. Little master, are you going to give them money? When Song Jinggong heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he thought that Zhang Xiaobao would choose to give them money. He advised, little master, you can't give them money. If you give them money today, they will come back tomorrow. Besides, there are other ruffians in Sanshui County. When they see that there is profit, they will take turns to go to the paralyzed people. Who said that I'm going to give them money? It's not easy for me to earn money. If I want to spend it, I have to spend it on something useful. When you go back today, find out who is in those ruffians' families. Then use your high scholar status to see the county magistrate of Sanshui County. Bring along the 100 taels of silver, my Zhuangzi's chili sauce and the soybean oil you sell. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't give people money for free. He thought about how Tuqiao village was under Sanshui County's management and could still use it next year. It was better to give them money first than to use it now. Song Jinggong didn't know about this. When he heard the 100 taels of silver, he couldn't help but tremble. He swallowed his saliva and said, little master, those ruffians won't really ask for 50 taels. If they can extort 10 or 8 taels, they will be satisfied. 100 taels? Isn't that more? If you give me 20 taels, I can get the county magistrate to help me. Song Jinggong wasn't wrong. 100 taels of silver was too much. Usually, For small matters, they only need to give 10 or 5 taels of silver and the county magistrate will be flexible. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to speak, Wang Wan opened her mouth and said, "Little Master Song, do as Xiaobao says. Give them money to show their attitude. Let those ruffians know and give them a warning." What's a warning? Song Jinggong really didn't understand. Although he had cheated many people before, he didn't understand. Let him know that 100 taels of silver can be used to find him for a small matter. It can also be sent to his superior to find his fault. If it weren't for the fact that we don't have much money and have changed all of it into food, we can directly give him 200 taels of silver. It will be useful next year. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had a tacit understanding. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about and how to deal with people. Song Jinggong thought for a while and finally understood. He nodded and said, "Little Master and Little Miss are still the best. I will do it now." After talking, Song Jinggong was anxious about the matter and left in a hurry. Pomegranate and the other two continued to walk into the house. "Little Master, when Little Master Song came and said something, I was scared and didn't know what to do. I didn't expect you to solve it so easily. Little Master seems to be not afraid of this kind of thing at all." While Shirlu bathed the two of them, she exclaimed in admiration, "Pomegranate, you have to remember that Xiaobao is not afraid of this kind of thing. This kind of thing may not be easily solved. It's best that the county magistrate doesn't dare to do anything and takes our money. It will be easier to find him to do things in the future." Wang Wan didn't care about this kind of thing. Such a small trick, if it was used on Zhang Xiaobao, he wouldn't even bother to do it. Zhang Xiaobao also echoed and said, "Indeed, I still hope that those people have a higher status. At least there is a powerful person in their family. When they really want to do things, they are not afraid of spending money. They are only afraid that there is no place to send money." Little Master and Little Miss are talking about profound things. Pomegranate doesn't understand at all. Pomegranate listened to the two little masters and felt that she was very stupid. "Pomegranate, don't be sad. Listen more and see more in the future and you will know. You did very well in the things that I asked you to do." Wang Wan was afraid that Pomegranate would lose confidence and quickly comforted her. Song Jinggong left the manor and hurried back. When it was evening, he finally returned to Sanshui County. He took out some silver from the caretaker's inn and bought some bean oil and chili sauce. Without any delay, he went straight to the county yamen. Song Jinggong had met the county magistrate twice. He gave the gatekeeper a few copper coins. After the gatekeeper reported, the gatekeeper said that the county magistrate was inviting him in and let him in. After walking through 2 doors, he came to the study. Song Jinggong directly bowed and said, "Student Song Jinggong greets the county magistrate. You don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat. I heard that Song Jinggong has done a few good deeds for the people of Sanshui County. I have long wanted to meet Song Jinggong, but unfortunately, I have been busy with the county affairs and couldn't find the time. Today, Song Jinggong has fulfilled one of my wishes." The county magistrate Cheng Lingxiang was only able to meet Song Jinggong because of his scholarly achievements, so he also started to be polite. "County magistrate, I am really flattered to be remembered by you. Student Zijin will definitely follow your instructions in the future and work for the people wholeheartedly. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything decent. I only have some vegetable oil and chili sauce. It's too shabby." Song Jinggong didn't pass the things to others and directly brought them to the study. He said respectfully as he slowly placed the big bag on the table. The oil and chili sauce were mostly packed in jars and there was a slight sound coming from them. However, there were 10 ingots and 10 taels of silver. It wasn't easy to get such a large amount of silver. When County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang heard this, his eyes lit up and signaled for Song Jinggong to drink some tea. He seemed to feel that the bag was a bit of a hindrance and used his hand to push it to the side. As he was pushing, his hand grabbed the place where the money was. When he grabbed it, Cheng Lingxiang's expression changed. He roughly estimated how much money it was. So much money? What was Song Jinggong trying to do? Could it be that he killed someone and wanted him to change his sentence? This was difficult to handle. However, since the reason was so big, he could think of a solution. Good, I have heard about this chili sauce long ago. It's a good opportunity to taste it. Zijin is so thoughtful. What has Zijin been busy with recently? Cheng Lingxiang began to think about how to deal with this matter. Replying to Sir, I feel that I have no hope of taking the exam again. A few days ago, I found a good zhuangzi and worked as an assistant. This oil and chili sauce was made by that zhuangzi. Who knew? Sigh, let's not talk about it. Today, I am here to visit Sir. As Song Jinggong spoke, he had a relaxed expression on his face, but as he sighed, his expression turned into one of dejection. Today, there are 2 more chapters. In the next week, there will be 3 chapters a day. I urgently need to collect and recommend. Thank you. Chapter 50. Of course, Cheng Lingxiang didn't think that Song Jinggong didn't want to say anything. He was just waiting for him to ask. Since he had the money, he would ask. Zijin, you are treating me like an outsider. Is there something you are unhappy about? Tell us so that we can discuss it together. It's better than you keeping it in your heart. Since Milord has asked, this student will naturally obey. It's all because this vegetable oil has been selling well these past few days, but in the end, it attracted trouble. This morning, a few hooligans actually came to my oil stall and said that someone had been poisoned by it. They even found a doctor to testify. I have never encountered such a situation. Those people wanted me to take out 50 taels of silver. I am their advisor. Where can I find 50 taels of silver? I am really helpless. If I don't give them the money tomorrow, those people might drag me to see the officials. I sold quite a lot of vegetable oil these few days. Also, the fried food in the morning was made with this oil. If it was really poisonous, why was it that only one person was poisoned and the others were fine? I am really speechless. Song Jinggong shook his head and sighed as he spoke. It really looked like that was the case. Cheng Lingxiang looked at the money on the table. The money there was more than what they asked for. No money? If you don't have money, why did you send it to me? Luckily, it wasn't a big matter. It was just a bunch of hooligans who wanted to extort some money. He didn't expect Song Jinggong to have such a bad temper. He would rather give me more money than those hooligans. Well, at least I got some benefits. It's just that the money was too much. Could it be that he wanted me to throw those people into jail? Then sentence them to a serious crime? I still have to ask. How preposterous. Zijin, don't worry. I will make the decision for you. You will write a complaint today and send it up tomorrow morning. I will teach those people a lesson. You don't have to be so angry. The people of Sanshui County are peaceful under your rule. Only those who don't know their place would dare to do such a thing. There is no need to punish them. I hope you can help me persuade them. Under your rule, I don't think there will be such unreasonable people. Song Jinggong took a step back in order to advance. He praised and ridiculed the county magistrate. It was all up to the county magistrate. Zijin is right. In that case, I'll send someone to bring those people over tomorrow to correct Zijin's reputation. Zijin, you don't have to worry. Oh, it's already late. I think Zijin hasn't eaten yet. Why don't you have a bite here? The county magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, of course, understood that he had to do something about this matter. Fortunately, the other party did not push him too hard. It seemed that he would have to help the other party in the future. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to take so much money. Thank you, sir. Dinner has been prepared at home, and there are people waiting for this student to return. It is inconvenient for me to disturb you. Sir is busy, so please take care of your health. This student will take his leave now. When Song Jinggong saw that things were almost done, and that the other party was beginning to send him off, he stood up and bowed again before respectfully turning around to leave. Behind him, he heard a voice saying, "Send young Master Song off on my behalf." Early the next morning, the county magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, found someone to ask about this matter. In the end, his subordinates all knew about it and told him about it. Cheng Lingxiang suddenly felt a headache. Why did he have to meet this wastrel? If it was someone else, it would be easy to handle. He could only order someone to find Song Jinggong and have a good discussion. Song Jinggong heard the call and hurried over. When he saw the county magistrate, he knew that the matter was difficult to handle. Before he could say anything, Cheng Lingxiang spoke first. Zijin, yesterday I already knew that the leader was the state's Minister of War, Zhou Qiong's nephew, Zhou Shihu. Today, I will look for him to ask. If there is really 50 taels of silver missing, I will give it to him. If not, Zijin, you have to make another plan. Cheng Lingxiang indeed did not have any other ideas. If there was really money, he could just give half of the money to the other party. However, he was afraid that the other party was after something else. If that was the case, it was not something that could be settled with 50 taels of silver. When Song Jinggong heard this, he also knew that he was in trouble. The provincial treasurer Tsang Consigliere was the provincial treasurer Tsang Consigliere. He was in charge of taxation and storage, and even the county magistrate didn't dare to offend him. It seemed that he really had to think of another way after asking clearly. Therefore, he said, "Lord, for telling Zijin the truth, Zijin is very grateful. Zijin will go back and wait for news. If that Zhou Shihu is only asking for 50 taels of silver, Zijin will definitely give it to him. Zijin will need to go back to Zhuangzi to discuss. I hope that Lord can help delay it for one day. At most one day, there will definitely be a result." There will be a solution in one day? Zijin, don't worry. There is no need to be anxious. It is still possible to entrust 3 to 5 people. After all, one day is too short. Zijin will only need time to go and come back. Cheng Lingxiang thought that Song Jinggong had become muddle-headed. After taking the money, he naturally had to help more. There is no need. There will be a way when Zijin returns to the village. You can come back directly. One day is enough. Song Jinggong said firmly. Since that is the case, then Zijin should go back and wait. After I ask Zhou Shihu, I will have someone inform Zijin. I see that Zijin is so sure. Could it be that there is an expert in Zhuangzi? Cheng Lingxiang saw that Song Jinggong's eyes were clear and was curious. When Song Jinggong thought about how he had lost and how he had earned money, a trace of respect appeared on his face. He nodded. That is correct. This matter is extremely difficult for a student. To that person, it is not worth thinking about. When that person does not move, he is like a gentle breeze. When he moves, he is like a violent storm. I was fortunate enough to experience it once. Thus, I went there to be an advisor. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang knew that Song Jinggong had deceived many people before. He did not expect that there would be a time when he lost. This made him feel that it was even more interesting. He asked, could it be that Zijin is afraid of that person? Afraid, really afraid. Just once, I did not even have the chance to make a comeback. Later on, that person let me go. Otherwise, I would be in the county jail right now. There is also a person beside that person. When these two people are together, it is like a combination of a zither and a flute. There is no one else who can compare to them. Song Jinggong thought about the young master and cuckoo on Zhuangzi. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. There was even a trace of pride. If that is the case, then Zijin should go back first. I will do it as soon as possible. Cheng Lingxiang saw that Song Jinggong had described the two people as if they were gods. He did not believe him at all. He could use this matter to ask. He already had a thought in his mind. Zhou Shihu would not lack that bit of money. He definitely had a bigger plan. He wanted to see what the person on Zhuangzi would do. Song Jinggong agreed and went back to wait. Cheng Lingxiang quickly ordered someone to find Zhou Shihu and ask him face to face. Zhou Shihu did not evade and directly said what he wanted. He wanted to get the recipe for the vegetable oil. He had eaten that oil before. These days, he had been eating vegetable oil every meal. The taste was better than other oils. Even if it was used to light a lamp, the smoke would be small. Seeing that this was his intention, Cheng Lingxiang did not say much. He told someone to tell Song Jinggong about this matter. As for what to do, it would depend on the person Song Jinggong mentioned. Once Song Jinggong received the news, he hired a carriage and rushed back. When he entered the courtyard, he did not even drink his saliva. He just looked at the young master and waited. Just as he thought, when the young master and young lady heard this news, they were not worried at all. Not only were they not worried, but they also smiled. Young master, do you have a countermeasure? Song Jinggong saw that the young master and young lady were not worried, so he also relaxed. Xiao Bao, you guessed right again. This is good. We will eat candied haws during the new year, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao also pretended to be reserved and nodded. Then, let Pomegranate take out the thing and give it to Zijin. Zijin, I will tell you what to do. After letting Pomegranate take out the thing and give it to Song Jinggong, Zhang Xiaobao said to Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong's eyes lit up and he nodded. Young master, don't worry. I will definitely do it well. So it is like this. There is no time to lose. I will leave now. Song Jinggong promised and took the clear soup that Pomegranate prepared for him. He turned around and left. He let the carriage drive and rushed to Sanshui County. When Song Jinggong arrived, it was already evening. This time, Song Jinggong still did not rest and came to the yamen. When he saw the county magistrate, he asked, Sir, I am back. Please help me be the middleman. It is dinner time and I want to invite Zhou Shihu to have dinner at Waterview Restaurant. Cheng Lingxiang saw Song Jinggong's happy expression and was shocked. Could it be that there was really a solution? According to the time that Song Jinggong took to come and go, he had just returned and someone had already thought of a solution. How was this possible? Zijin, you have an idea? The expert over there heard your words and thought of a solution in a short time? Cheng Lingxiang asked expectantly. No, as soon as I entered the courtyard and finished explaining the matter, that person gave me the things that he had prepared beforehand and gave me a few instructions. I didn't dare to delay and came back immediately. They seemed to have known about it for a long time. Song Jinggong was so excited that his whole body trembled when he thought of the situation when he returned. The young master was really too scary. Today, he finally saw what it meant to have a perfect plan. Zhuge Xing was just like that. Cheng Lingxiang was also shocked. It seemed that there was really an expert in Zhuangzi. He did not hesitate and sent someone to invite Zhou Shihu while he brought Song Jinggong to Waterview Restaurant. They did not even take the carriage and asked as they walked. Zijin, can you tell me what idea that person came up with? I am very curious. Song Jinggong did not say it directly this time. He smiled apologetically. Sir, please forgive me for not being able to tell you now. When Zhou Shihu arrives, everything will naturally become clear. In that case, let's wait for a while. I heard that the dishes in Waterview Restaurant were also prepared by your Zhuangzi. What does it have to do with that expert? Seeing that Song Jinggong did not say anything, Cheng Lingxiang did not force him. He would find out later anyway. Thinking of the new dishes in Waterview Restaurant, he casually asked, Sir, your eyes are indeed as sharp as a torch. The vegetable oil, chili sauce, and those dishes were all made by that person. Song Jinggong and the county magistrate arrived at Waterview Restaurant while talking. Zhou Shihu had already arrived and asked for a single room. When he saw Song Jinggong, he said, What? Young Master Song, have you thought it through? Chapter 51. Song Jinggong did not pay attention to Zhou Shihu at all. Instead, he respectfully said to County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang, Sir, please take a seat. After waiting for Cheng Lingxiang to nod and sit down with a smile, Song Jinggong then looked at Zhou Shihu, who was standing there with a face full of arrogance. Young Master Zhou, this way please. Zijin is very honored to have the county magistrate accompany me today. Waiter, bring up your restaurant's signature dish. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang felt very comfortable at this moment. Zhou Shihu's attitude just now was as if he did not see him, which made him feel ashamed. He thought to himself that this Zhou Shihu was really unreasonable. So what if your uncle is a rank 6? If I really decide your case, do you think your uncle will dare to reverse the case? Song Jinggong was not bad. He knew who was the boss and gave money happily. He must take care of him in the future. Zhou Shihu also realized that he was too anxious just now and forgot to greet people. His uncle had told him more than once to be respectful in front of the county magistrate. It was all because of this oil seller Song Jinggong. If it were not for him, how could he forget to talk to the county magistrate first? Thinking of this, he looked at Song Jinggong more and more angrily. After pouring tea for the county magistrate, he impatiently asked Song Jinggong, Young Master Song, you know what I want, right? Zhou Shihu, if you still talk to me like this, I will not let you get anything. Song Jinggong's face darkened at this time. You dare to call me by my name and talk to me like this? Don't forget that there is still a patient who ate your oil lying on the bed. Zhou Shihu suddenly stood up. In Sanshui County, he had never seen anyone who dared to talk to him like this. Song Jinggong smiled at Wei Wei. He calmly took out a piece of paper and casually threw it in front of Zhou Shihu. Zhou Shihu was dumbfounded. He did not recognize a single word written on the paper. He did not learn when he was young and did not even memorize the 1,000-character classic. Uncle Cheng, help me take a look. Zhou Shihu had no choice but to hand the paper to County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang. Cheng Lingxiang took the paper and slowly read, I am the person in charge of selling the oil. Because the person who pretended to be poisoned by the oil had a grudge against me, he pretended to be sick and framed me. I knew that things were not going well and I was afraid of being retaliated against, so I had to leave Sanshui County and find another place to survive. Look, Zhou Shihu, the worker I hired at the last minute has a grudge with your person who pretended to be sick. Now, he has been scared away. You said that your brother got sick from eating too much oil, so why didn't your brother's family report it to the authorities? Song Jinggong waited for the county magistrate to finish reading before he slowly spoke. Maybe your partner has a grudge against my brother, so he deliberately poisoned him. Zhou Shihu did not expect Song Jinggong to make such a false accusation, so he could only choose to reason. Well, it's possible. Then let your brother report it to the authorities and let the authorities issue an arrest warrant. That worker was hired at the last minute, so I don't know his background. My oil has already been sold to half of the restaurants and inns in Sanshui County, as well as a few noble people's residences. Zhou Shihu, you continue to find people to pretend to be sick. I will take away all the oil tonight. If those restaurants ask, I will tell them the truth. Sanshui County's Zhou Shihu cannot be offended. I will sell the oil to other provinces. I don't know if your uncle who assists the provincial governor can still control me. Song Jinggong did not even look at Zhou Shihu. He looked at the autumn scenery outside the window and threatened him indirectly. Zhou Shihu was really scared. Not only was he scared, but County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang was also scared. He thought that when the time came, there would be so many restaurants in Sanshui County, plus those noble people who were used to eating oil. If they really questioned him, it would be quite troublesome. Zhou Shihu found that he could not use his strength. He could not report to the authorities and issue an arrest warrant. Even if he did, it would be useless. Song Jinggong had removed himself from the situation. At most, he could be considered to be a bad judge of character. If he really sold the oil to other places, how much tax would the county collect? How is it, Zhou Shihu? Have you thought about it? Song Jinggong asked. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang felt that the person behind Song Jinggong was indeed powerful. With this, Song Jinggong would be fine. He had taken the money, so no matter what, he had to help exonerate himself. From the ink on the paper, it seemed that it had been written long ago. But now was not the time to talk about this. He still had to be a mediator, so it was better to talk about something else. Shihu, it's not that I want to scold you as an uncle. You haven't even figured out whether or not you were poisoned, and you went to find trouble with Zijin. This is not good. If it was someone else, they might have reported you to the yamen. At that time, as an uncle, it would be difficult for me to say anything. Zhou Shihu was worried about the consequences if this matter was known by his uncle. Seeing that the county magistrate was willing to help, he did not dare to find trouble. He was afraid that the county magistrate, who had already retired, would find trouble with him if they could not eat the oil. If it was not because the oil was delicious, why would he come up with such a plan? At this time, the only thing he could do was to not let Song Jinggong sell the oil elsewhere. He forced a smile and said, Brother Zijin, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault that I was cheated. I was thinking so many people eat oil together, why was only one person sick? After Zijin explained it, I understood. Please forgive me, Brother Zijin. Well said, well said. From this matter, I can see that Brother Zhou is also a person who values loyalty. Let's forget about the past. I see that Brother Zhou has an imposing appearance. You are definitely not an ordinary person. I have a prescription that can change the color of the sugar. If Brother Zhou is interested, I am willing to work with Brother Zhou. Song Jinggong saw that the other party had given in. According to the young master's instructions, it was time to give benefits. As he spoke, he took out an oil paper bag from his sleeve, opened it gently and put it on the table. This is sugar? Zhou Shihu looked at the white thing in the paper. He looked at the county magistrate and asked with uncertainty. He stuck out a finger and put it in his mouth. He opened his eyes and said, "It's sweet. It's really sugar. How did you make it like this?" Brother Zhou is right. This is sugar. This kind of sugar has its own merits compared to the kind that I used to eat. In terms of taste, this kind of sugar is better. If you want to use it as medicine, you need to use the original kind. I wonder if Brother Zhou is willing to do this business? Song Jinggong asked with a smile on his face. I am willing, of course I am willing. This is a good business. That prescription I did some? What is it? Brother Zijin is still willing to do business with me? Zhou Shihu obviously knew how much profit he could make by selling this thing. Just as he was about to agree, he remembered that he had to extort Song Jinggong. At this time, would Song Jinggong still do business with him? He regretted it in his heart. Brother Zhou is not right. Brother Zhou also did not know about that matter. You were deceived. I see that Brother Zhou is so righteous. In the future, you will definitely do great things. When that time comes, it will be too late for me to curry favor with you. How can I reject Brother Zhou's good intentions? Song Jinggong said according to the young master's instructions. Zhou Shihu was in a state of excitement. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang was sweating profusely. This was the true means of that person. The suppression at the beginning was just a part of it. He was able to directly attract the attention of a rank 6 official. Even a rank 7 county magistrate like him was used. What a good plan. The most frightening thing was not this. It was that that person already knew that it would be like this. Could it be that when he was selling vegetable oil, he already planned to do this? Otherwise, why didn't he set up a shop? Song Jinggong was in charge of 2 shops here. 100 taels of silver was given away so easily. Why would he lack the money to buy a shop? The smaller the shop, the easier it was to be bullied. What Cheng Lingxiang wanted the most was to see the person behind Song Jinggong. He finally saw with his own eyes what was called strategizing and winning a battle from 1,000 miles away. Moreover, so many things were thought of by that person. That person must be a reclusive old man. When he had nothing to do, he would sit under a tree and sip the tea in his hands. His eyes would look into the distance, unmoving like a mountain, but moving like thunder. Song Jinggong was also thinking about the young master's words. When the time came to show the last item, that person surnamed Zhou would look silly and the county magistrate would be restless. Unexpectedly, the young master had predicted all of this. Zhou Shihu was indeed heartless. He did not think so much. He thought about how he would use this candy to earn big money in the future and get his parents to praise him. Especially his uncle's approval. He felt his whole body was full of energy. He grabbed some more candy and stuffed it into his mouth. Zijin, you tell me, how should we distribute the money? Brother Zhou, you can divide it however you want. Even if you want to monopolize it, I will also give the recipe to you. Zhou Shihu asked quickly and Song Jinggong answered quickly too. Zhou Shihu took 2 deep breaths. Just as he was about to speak, the county magistrate Cheng Lingxiang suddenly interrupted. Shihu, why are you not thanking Zijin? The money from this candy will definitely not be little. Why don't we split it 50-50? If you can't decide, then ask your uncle. Cheng Lingxiang understood Zhou Shihu. He really dared to take the recipe for free and earn all the money himself. If he really did that, he could imagine the consequences. The person behind Song Jinggong would be disappointed and give up on this business. Moreover, he, the county magistrate, was here. They might give up on him too. Yes, give up. Although he was the county magistrate, he was also afraid of being given up by that kind of person. With that kind of person, he could ask for help. If he gave up, who would he ask for help? Song Jinggong laughed. He felt that the biggest decision in his life was to cross that bridge, even if he regretted it. He really did not know what words to use to evaluate the young master. The young master said that even if the person surnamed Zhou did not know the depth of the situation, the county magistrate would speak out to help him. What else could he ask for in life if he followed such a calculative person? Why is Zijin laughing? Cheng Lingxiang wondered. My family's young. That person said that you will definitely do so. At this moment, Song Jinggong seemed to have changed from the inside out. His attitude was reserved and his body was straight. That kind of arrogance had penetrated from his appearance to his bones. Zhou Shihu had no time to think about what they were talking about. He was thinking about how he would become rich in the future. He said to the county magistrate Cheng Lingxiang, "Uncle is right. I will go back now and write to my uncle." After saying that, he turned his head and said, "Brother Zijin, I will go back first today. Tomorrow, I will invite you to the Baiwei Pavilion to drink." After Zhou Shihu left, the dishes were served one after another. Song Jinggong picked up his chopsticks and said, "Sir, since the dishes are here, then eat. If you can't finish them, I will put them in a box and take them away." The person in Zhuangzi hates to order a bunch of dishes and not eat them. Chapter 52. If you want to try to get on the list, you are in urgent need of bookmarks and recommendations. Today, there are 2 more chapters. If you are on the list, as long as you are on the list, you will get 1 more day. For chapters a day, 3,000 words a day. If you are in the top 10, you will get 5 chapters a day. Brothers and sisters, it is not easy for me either. Please understand me and help me. Thank you. At night, it was drizzling. There was a charcoal stove in the room. Pomegranate and the servant girl of the Jiang Wang clan next door took turns to keep watch. They sat on a comfortable chair made by Wang Wan and fell asleep. "Xiao Bao, are you asleep? The charcoal is burning. You are in the room." Wang Wan touched Zhang Xiaobao with her finger. "Even if I was asleep, you woke me up. I am always afraid of being caught, so I can't sleep well. Don't be afraid, the door is open. The possibility of carbon monoxide poisoning is very low. Go to sleep." Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei turned around and glanced at the door. "But I am still cold. There is no air conditioning, no heating, and no geothermal heat in the room. I feel that it is difficult to breathe." Wang Wan said again, "It is normal. I feel the same. Children's bodies are very sensitive. Usually, children of our age will cry at this time. Only when we are in the arms of adults will we feel safe. The loss of body heat will cause the blood circulation to slow down and insufficient blood supply. The nerves in the brain will stimulate the heart, and the pressure will be too great. This happened when you were training before, but adults are stronger than children. I was the same when I was training in the mountains. Sometimes I felt like crying. Tomorrow I will ask them to come over and set up the Kong. Then it will be better." Zhang Xiaobao had learned a lot, so of course he knew what the current situation was. The main thing was that he and Wang Wan would not cry. Although he understood, he also felt uncomfortable. He used self-hypnosis to fall asleep, but he was woken up by Wang Wan again. "I don't care. I don't want to use self-hypnosis. My body will feel uncomfortable if I sleep. Hurry up and think of a solution. I feel empty and helpless now. The psychological pressure is too great. Even if I can bear it, it is not good for my body's growth." Naturally, Wang Wan had experienced this before, but what she needed now was physical relaxation of her body, not mental coercion. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and agreed. He and Wang Wan had tough nerves, but they couldn't guarantee that their bodies would rest properly. This kind of physical fatigue training was still too early. Actually, it's very simple. It's just sleeping beside your mother. That way you'll feel warm and at ease. It has nothing to do with your nervous system. It's your body's muscle control system that resonates with your mother's body. The most obvious manifestation is the pulse. I don't know if my mother has any effect on you. At least I didn't have a problem. As long as I fell asleep, my mother's heartbeat and metabolism would subconsciously synchronize with my heartbeat and metabolism. This was not to say that our heartbeats were the same, but it was some kind of natural adjustment. During this process, even if the child suddenly felt scared, they would take the initiative to seek the mother's embrace. And when the mother encountered danger in the dream, she could still maintain a posture of protecting the child. To give a simple example, when you were having a hard time holding in your pee while sleeping, you would find that the toilet in your dream was either particularly dirty, blocked, or accidentally interrupted when you wanted to go to the toilet until you woke up from your pee. When a mother hugs her child to sleep, there will be the same kind of non-subjective consciousness. Why don't you lie beside my mother for a while? It might have some effect. Zhang Xiaobao said a lot and finally suggested that Wang Wan go to another room. Wang Wan shook her head. I finally understand why some mothers are still so young after giving birth, while others age quickly. The young ones usually don't raise their children by their side and have other people take care of them. As for those who age faster, they usually keep their children by their side. They always protect their children under both subjective and non-subjective subconscious. Both their body and mind are stressed at the same time, resulting in long-term fatigue. I'm not going. Quickly think of a way. You're an international swindler. Don't ruin your reputation. You are too unreasonable. I can't tell whether you mean it in a positive or negative way. Fine, I'll say, don't kick me. Even if you kick me down, you won't be able to sleep. Put the mat against the wall. Lean against the wall of my mother's room. There are 2 doors here. You can lean against the wall, and I will be on your side. Zhang Xiaobao felt that his brain cells were dying faster than when he was swindling people. At least he didn't need to be kicked when he was swindling people. Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion and woke Pomegranate up. She helped to push the mat to the designated position and lay down again. Wang Wan smiled. Awesome, comrade Zhang Xiaobao. No wonder you can deceive so many people. Not to mention other things, you have a good grasp of human nature. Tell me, how many ignorant girls have you deceived before? Push them to the corner. You feel that you can sleep well, right? There is a wall over there, and there are people outside the wall. I'm here. You feel safe, right? It's wrong to burn the bridge after crossing the river, kill the donkey when it has outlived its usefulness, cook the dog when it has outlived its usefulness, and put away the bow when the birds are gone. Why would I deceive girls? I have been working hard to earn money. You only think about yourself. Look at Pomegranate. Don't you feel pity for her? Zhang Xiaobao regretted it. What the hell was this? A woman's theory was self-contained and had nothing to do with age. Wang Wan didn't continue to pester him. Looking at Pomegranate, who was sitting on the chair, she felt uncomfortable in her heart, even though Pomegranate had been eating 3 meals and 1 supper these days. I've decided. We'll find a few more people from the farmstead. We'll work 3 shifts a day, and each person will work 8 hours. The money will come from our shared treasury. Exploitation is not the goal. What's fundamental is to generate more benefits. Wang Wan did as she said. The next morning, she asked people to find a few clever maids from Zhuangzi. These people's loyalty could be trusted. During the day, Pomegranate would still be the one to look after the children. At night, Pomegranate would lie down to sleep. 2 maids would be arranged in the room outside. These 2 maids could talk softly and light an oil lamp that would not go out for the whole night. They only needed to walk around the room with light footsteps every hour. There were also a few more people keeping watch at night in other parts of the courtyard. They received the same treatment, except that there were men in some places. They could drink as much tea as they wanted and eat snacks to make Zhuangzi lively at night. After Jiang Wang clan found out about her daughter-in-law's arrangement, she couldn't understand why she would do this. She would have to spend a lot of money, but since she was using her own money to pay for it, Jiang Wang clan didn't want to interfere. She just let the little girl do what she wanted. In the end, after sleeping for a day, when the people in Zhuangzi woke up in the morning, they found that they had slept very well last night. Everyone was more energetic than before. This surprised Jiang Wang clan. She asked the housekeeper and found out the reason. The people in the courtyard didn't sleep like them. They didn't have someone to wait on them. Sometimes, they had to worry about things happening at night. Usually, they didn't have a good sleep. Before they went to sleep last night, the servants knew about the new arrangement. They knew that there would always be people around them and they could be woken up if something happened. They didn't have to worry anymore. Madam, the young master and young lady are indeed extraordinary. My 6-year-old daughter, who used to have nightmares every day, didn't wake up last night. When she woke up this morning, she told me that she wasn't afraid. She knew that there was always someone protecting her. Housekeeper Zhang didn't expect that such a simple arrangement by Cuckoo would have such great benefits. He praised her from the side. Jiang Wang clan was full of smiles. Yes, housekeeper, go do your work. I'll ask master to take a look at the children. Xiaobao, think quickly. What should we do? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao sat together after waking up in the morning. In front of them was a piece of white sugar. The two of them were preparing to come up with a new type of sugar, but they couldn't think of a way. They could only stare at each other. I think that we should add water and boil it. When the sugar doesn't dissolve, we can just dry it up and make it into a piece. Zhang Xiaobao frowned. He couldn't think of a good idea. Even he himself wasn't sure of what to say. Wang Wan was about to speak when she and Zhang Xiaobao raised their heads at the same time. They saw Jiang Wang clan and Zhang Xiaobao's father approaching together. The two of them were quite alert. When they saw that they were coming, they quickly stood up and greeted them. Their obedient and sensible appearance made people like them even more. My son, what are you doing? Rock sugar? Zhang Xiaobao's father came to the side of the white sugar and asked with a smile. Father, there's rock sugar? Doesn't that mean that there's also white sugar? Oh no, my sugar won't be able to make money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were shocked at the same time. The two of them hadn't eaten any rock sugar and thought that there wasn't any. Zhang Xiaobao's father seemed to know what his son and future daughter-in-law were thinking. He nodded with a smile and then shook his head. My son, don't worry. It's not easy to make white sugar and rock sugar. The price is also high. Furthermore, it's not as delicate as my son's sugar. The sugar cane used to make 1 gene of white sugar can be used to make several times more brown sugar. You just need to put the sugar directly into the pot. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded vigorously. It seems that bookworms can be quite smart sometimes. Why didn't they think of such a simple method? Jiang Wang clan and Zhang Xiaobao's father stayed with the child for an hour before leaving. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were no longer in the mood to make sugar. They planned to leave it to Mr. Zhou to figure out. The training started again. Another autumn rain fell, and the weather was colder than usual. In Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's main hall, Confucius said that if one is rich, one can ask for it. Although I am the one who holds the whip, I am also the one who holds it. If I can't ask for it, I will follow what I like. Confucius said that poems, books, and ceremonies are all elegant. My sons stop first. Zhang Xiaobao was reciting the things he had learned these days when Zhang Xiaobao's father suddenly stopped him. My son, do you still remember the elegant words that I taught you? Poems, books, and ceremonies are all elegant. Zhang Xiaobao's father was not satisfied with his son only knowing how to recite. I know. Elegant words are the official language of the Zhou dynasty. Confucius usually uses the Lu Di language. When he reads poems, books, and ceremonies, he uses the official language of the Zhou dynasty. Zhang Xiaobao had been studying very hard these days. What are poems, books, and ceremonies? Zhang Xiaobao's father jumped from one question to another. It was not the same topic as the Analects of Confucius just now. Poems, books, and ceremonies are contained in the 6 classics. The 6 classics, Book of Songs, Book of Ministers, Ritual, Music, Zhou-yi, Spring and Autumn. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not wait for his father to ask and directly said the 6 classics. The people sitting in the hall were the elders of the Zhang family and Wang family. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao could answer so quickly, they all nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Father Wang also became interested. He had not studied like Zhang Xiaobao's father, so he casually asked Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, do you know why so many people study the 6 classics?" This time, everyone was stunned, especially Father Zhang. He had not taught them yet. Wang Wan did not have time to blame her father for asking blindly. After thinking for a while, she answered, "Rich people don't need to buy fertile land. There are thousands of grains in books. There is no need to build a sorghum. There is a house of gold in books. If a man wants to live his life, he will diligently study the 6 classics in front of the window." Chapter 53. With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's answers, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families began to value the 2 children more and more. Especially after Zhuangzi learned from Zhangzhe Zhuangzi and hired a few more people, he found that the money paid was not much, but the people under him worked harder than before. In the afternoon, the temperature rose. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took pomegranate to the field that had been harvested. At this time, the field was full of short stubble, whether it was rice, wheat, or corn. Xiaobao, can we plant some vegetables in winter? Wang Wan picked up a leaf that was blown by the wind and felt that it was a waste to leave the field empty for winter. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips and looked at the field. After a while, he shook his head and said helplessly, "We can't plant vegetables in these fields. I don't know how much a caddy of cucumbers in winter costs." Pomegranate, how much are cucumbers in winter? Wang Wan turned her head and asked Pomegranate, who was not far away. "Where are the cucumbers?" "In 2 days, the stored cucumbers need to be eaten, otherwise they will go bad. If you want to eat cucumbers, you can dry them in the shade and soak them in water to eat. You can do the same for other vegetables." Pomegranate did not know what the two little guys were thinking. They were expecting to buy cucumbers in winter. "If there are cucumbers that have just been picked, how much are you going to pay for them?" Zhang Xiaobao followed and asked. In reply to the little Gongzi, "I won't buy them. Even if there are, I can't afford them." Pomegranate had nothing to do, so she followed and said something impossible. Wang Wan did not think so. If Zhang Xiaobao did not have a solution, he would not ask. After thinking for a while, she found that she could not make a greenhouse, so she touched Zhang Xiaobao with her hand and asked, "How do you want to plant cucumbers?" "Erniu is free. Let him go to Guzhuang to collect firewood, which is rice, wheat, and corn stalks. These things should be very cheap. 1 copper coin can buy a few bundles. We can plant cucumbers. Let's do the preparation work today and do it tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao began to plan things. Wang Wan still did not understand how to plant cucumbers. Before she asked, Zhang Xiaobao explained to her, "In fact, this is a scam. My subordinates helped me think of it. I didn't think it would work, so I didn't use this method. This method can grow vegetables in winter in the north without any transparent materials. In theory, it is feasible, but in the actual process, it is not as good as transporting from other summer countries. The investment is big, the harvest is small, and the income will not make ends meet. Some of the materials here are cheap, and the labor cost is not included. Plus, there are no cucumbers in winter, so we should be able to make money. Tomorrow, follow me." Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao still did not explain the matter clearly, so she was not in a hurry to ask. She just wanted to see how he was going to prepare for today. Since there was something to do, the three of them did not stay outside for long. They turned back and Zhang Xiaobao began to arrange. He chose a piece of land that was 40 meters by 40 meters in the back. He and Wang Wan measured the rough data together. Every 5 meters by 5 meters, they dug a square trench that was 1.5 meters deep outside. Then, they built a wall that was more than 20 square meters above the trench. The wall was 2 meters high, and there were holes near the top of the wall. The holes were as thick as a child's arm, and they were spaced 1 meter apart. Zhuangzi was not busy now. There were many people, and they could save some of their own food. They all came to help. After the holes on the wall were finished, they made a hole under each of the outer walls, which was slightly bigger. At night, even if they were done, the holes were not dry. Erniu got some firewood and started to roast the wall at night. He connected a stove from the hole below and put the firewood in the stove. The heat moved along the space between the two walls to other places. That night, there were many people making the fire, so it was quite lively. The children in Zhuangzi were so excited that they did not go to sleep and wandered back and forth. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao ordered people to buy the mats. The cheapest ones could be made of straw or reeds. Bamboo was not necessary as it was a bit expensive. He bought countless bamboo poles that were as thick as a child's arm. They were at least 2.5 meters long, which was about 6 feet. Although they were not worth much, they bought everything and spent 100 bolts of silk, which was 20 taels of silver. Zhang Xiaobao, who was watching from the side, felt very distressed. Little young master has been busy these days. It is not easy for him to earn some money. Every time he works, he does not have 20 taels of silver. He only relies on chili sauce and vegetable oil. He even used the money he borrowed 2 days ago. He even used the money he earned from selling carrots. 2 zhuangzi and the money he earned, 3,900 taels of silver have been exchanged for food. This includes young Master Song's share. The chicks have grown a lot, but they are not allowed to be sold. They can only lay eggs next year. After handing in the food to the higher-ups, there is no money left in Zhuangzi. Now, the Zhuangzi's expenses are all supported by little young master's daily income from selling oil and chili sauce. Madam, why don't you persuade little young master? Steward Zhang muttered to Jiang Wang Clan, who was also watching the scene. 20 taels of silver, it was enough to cover the courtyard's expenses for a month. Steward Zhang, Xiaobao wants to do it, and he is using his own money. Don't worry about other people. Xiaobao has his own plans. Jiang Wang Clan did not care at all. She still had 100 strings of money at home. Looking at the small mountain of food, she was not worried at all. Moreover, the vegetable oil was coming in every day. After deducting the 2 Zhuangzi's expenses, there was still money left. At night, a few people were left to light the fire to watch over the place. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also came to take a look. Xiaobao, you want to plant cucumbers in the middle of the bamboo. When the weather is cold, you can light the fire. During the day, you can open the shed and open the bamboo to maintain the temperature inside. When the 2 bamboo poles are put together, it will be just right for the ends of the bamboo poles. At night, you can cover it with a mat. Wang Wan understood. No wonder Zhang Xiaobao said that it was a scammer. If it was in the past, these things would cost a lot of money. It was even more expensive than building a shed. Cucumbers could be found elsewhere and could not be sold for much. How much would it cost to transport them from the south to the north? It is easy to maintain the moisture. You can just cover the mat with water. The mat will consume more water. Fortunately, it is cheap. During winter, the most important thing to consider is the snow. If there is a heavy snowfall, someone will have to get up at night to sweep the ground. The ground is afraid of the cold, so you have to dig a trench. Every few days, you will use the fire to dry the cucumbers. Under this kind of sun, the cucumbers grow slowly. Now, according to the calculation here, in the middle of September, there will be 2.5 months of Chinese New Year. At that time, you can make a lot of money. When you have a good year, you have to keep it a secret during the artificial pollination. These words slowly came out of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. Wang Wan looked at his calm expression and felt that this was the demeanor that the international scammer should have. He was like a parent, leading his subordinates and defeating one enemy after another. His firm and deep appearance made his subordinates always full of confidence and hope. I didn't expect that something that was originally a scam would actually be able to make money here. When the time comes, eating a cucumber would be more expensive than eating a piece of meat. Let's go. Tomorrow morning, young Master Song will be back to deliver the money he earned from collaborating with Zhou Shihu to sell candy. The houses of both our villages need to be repaired, and we still need to get up. We are counting on this money. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand and turned to walk towards their residence. Under the light of the fire, the 2 small figures grew longer and longer. The next morning, Song Jinggong rushed back. He first took out the money from the oil sales yesterday. It was not much, only about 900 copper coins, which was less than 1 tael of silver. It was not light to carry, mainly because many people used other things to exchange for it. According to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, those things that could be preserved were to be sold together. Those that could not be preserved were basically food. For example, 3 caddies of watery spinach were exchanged for 1 caddy of tofu. The spinach was directly taken to the small restaurant where it was bought. At the end of the month, it would be accounted for separately. Little young master, this is the money that Zhou Shihu gave me. I followed your instructions and asked for 30% of the money and 50% of the money. That Zhou Shihu was overjoyed. This is 120 taels of silver. Carrying it on my back and adding the copper coins, it almost crushed me to death. Song Jinggong put the bag on his back in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He opened the knot, revealing the gray-white silver inside. There were 12 ingots, and each ingot was 10 taels of silver. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This money was enough. Song Jinggong saw that the little young master did not have a surprised expression, so he did not want to be so excited. He wanted the little young master to guess, so he asked, "Little young master, why don't you guess how you got 100 taels of silver in such a short time? Is there a need to guess? Zhou Shihu was spoiled since he was young. He is not even 20 years old and can be considered a child. Like me, he wanted to make his family happy. As a result, he used many methods to transport a large amount of brown sugar to make white sugar, and then used his connections to sell it. I reckon that any place that sells sugar in this province will have his white sugar. The money you sent is only the first, and the next money will come soon. Last night, I asked Erniu to go out of this province to buy brown sugar. Before the new year, there will be a big increase. The money that should be earned still needs to be earned. Zhang Xiaobao touched the silver with his hand. While feeling the coolness of the silver, he spoke. Little young master, I will go back first. I will come back tomorrow afternoon and send the second money here. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao's words, the last bit of excitement on Song Jingong's face disappeared. He stood up, threw down a sentence, and left listlessly. He suddenly felt that it was meaningless for him to constantly lie to others. In front of the little young master, he was like a child who had just learned to walk. Whenever he asked a question that he thought was difficult, the little young master would always play it down. He always had a cute smile on his face, but after looking at him for a long time, he felt cold from the inside out. Xiaobao, you scared him. Wang Wan, of course, knew how Song Jingong felt. It was just like when she saw Zhang Xiaobao's information. When facing this kind of genius that you had to admit, you would feel powerless. I didn't scare him. I was giving him confidence. He is a conceited person. He thinks that he is smarter than others. If I firmly suppress him, he will think it through. He is already very powerful, and there is an even more powerful person behind him. Then what is there to be afraid of when he does things? Then he will use all his skills and not think of a way out. This will give him confidence. This is the position that he should be in. Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan an analysis of the motivation theory of human nature and talents. Chapter 54. When the first heavy snow fell on the ground, the surrounding scenery changed. Whether it was the bare tree branches or the still green pine and cypress trees, they all stood there with strips or patches of white. The ducks and geese didn't go to the pond in the morning. It wasn't until noon that they ran to places with water. They left messy footprints on the snow. Xiao Hong followed behind them with a bamboo pole in her hand. The guys in front seemed to be her subordinates. Cherries led a male servant on Zhuangzi to carry chicken feed and called out to the chickens hiding in the nest. In an instant, more than 1,900 hens and 100 roosters flapped their wings and ran out one after another. Ernie checked the brown sugar that was piled up like sand in the storeroom. He turned around and locked the door. Then he helped Pomegranate take care of the earthworms. He lifted the things that were piled up messily on top of the earthworms to take a look. He didn't want these things to smoke. Then he piled the surrounding snow together. Once he was done, he could go find the young master. Pomegranate followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the back to see if any of the houses had been knocked down. The cucumbers in the ground had already started to grow. She would be distressed if one of them died. When they arrived at the place, what entered their eyes was a yellowish-brown color. There was no white snow at all. The villagers didn't need anyone to greet them. They took the initiative to help clean up the snow. The small houses were all standing there in good condition. The snow that fell from the curtains on the houses was also cleaned up. When the villagers saw that the young master and cuckoo had arrived, they all came over to greet them with sincere and respectful smiles on their faces. This had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's identity. Uncle Wang, is there snow leaking from your house? Is it still warm in the house? Wang Wan asked softly when a person greeted her. To answer your question, it's warm. It's really too warm. The house doesn't leak snow either. It's very sturdy. It's all thanks to Zhuangzi who paid for the house and the Kong. Otherwise, we'd be tired again this year. This old man has never seen such a good master. When Uncle Wang talked about his family, his eyes narrowed so much that they almost couldn't be seen. As he spoke, he wanted to pull his son to kneel down and kowtow. Naturally, Pomegranate supported him. That's good. The new year is coming in less than a month. How's the preparation at home? This new year, everyone in Zhuangzi will be given 2 caddies of pork, 1 caddy of vegetable oil, and 6 feet of cloth, so that the villagers can have a good new year. Zhang Xiaobao liked the feeling of being a family and said with a smile, "Young master, we can't accept so many gifts." Uncle Wang didn't know what to say. "I'm buying people's hearts. In the future, there will be some things in Zhuangzi that outsiders can't know about. I'm buying people's hearts to help me keep it a secret." Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. "Little Gongzi, not to mention the human heart, this old man's life is yours. Whatever little Gongzi wants to do, this old man will guard it for you. If anyone wants to break it, this old man will fight with his life." Uncle Wang said excitedly, and the others around him also echoed. Everyone knew that people's hearts were bought. "If you were good to me, I'll be good to you." Except for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's families in Zhuangzi, no other master could buy people's hearts like this. Not only did they build houses and Kong beds, but they also gave people meat for every meal and warm wine to warm their bodies. Now that the new year was coming, they gave people gifts again. People's hearts were made of meat. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. The two of them felt the warmth together. Wang Wan's lips moved on Weiwei. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Wang Wan then said, "Everyone, there are still some chickens left this year. Next year, cherries will hatch more chicks. If you want to raise them, you can come and get them. When the eggs are laid, we'll take them from Zhuangzi. That way, you'll have more money to spend." As soon as these words were spoken, all the villagers became happy. Some even cheered to express the joy in their hearts. The snow did not seem to be that cold anymore. Only a few children who came from Guzhuang didn't feel happy at all. They weren't people from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's families. They didn't know about other things, but they knew about the gifts given during the new year. Each person was given 2 caddies of meat. That meant that their family would get a lot of food. They wanted to make dumplings and pies. There was also vegetable oil. They could fry a lot of food. There was enough cloth to make a new set of clothes. When comparing the two, the children were a little resentful of their parents. Why didn't they come to Zhuangzi and Wang's families? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that there were no problems, they were relieved. They said a few words of encouragement and left under the respectful gazes of the crowd. "Why are you always telling the truth?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao on the way back. "I wanted to talk to them about theory. I also wanted to recite the Analects of Confucius or the 1,000-character classic. Would they understand? The villagers need very simple things. They need to eat well, wear warm clothes, and have a stable residence. They need to show off in front of other villagers. This is the greatest need of spiritual and material civilization. That's right. They are all kind people. If you treat them well, they will remember it for the rest of their lives. I've decided. When it's a little warmer, I'll build a school so that both of us children in Zhuangzi can study." Wang Wan sighed with emotion. "Not only us two Zhuangzi, but also the children of other Zhuangzi nearby. They just need to bring some staple food. I'll pay for everything else." Zhang Xiaobao thought even further. "Are you sick? Do you have medicine? I'm not going to joke with you. I'll let all the children in Zhuangzi come to study here. My reputation will spread. When there's a disaster next year, I'll send food over for free. Let's see who dares to take my family's land. I'll crush them with the hearts of the people. Even now, I still don't understand what kind of person you are. You're doing so much to earn some money, but in the end, it's all for that piece of land and 100 families' food. Is it worth it?" Wang Wan had been trying to figure out Zhang Xiaobao. She wanted to know what was on his mind, but to no avail. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan beside him and smiled. "Don't try to guess what men think. Similarly, I've never thought about what women think. Sometimes, we don't even understand ourselves, let alone understand others. To be honest, I really didn't care. Losing and gaining were nothing in front of me. I was talking about money, but I cared a lot. I knew that my parents and grandparents wanted to support this family business. The only thing I could do was to help them. Material gain is separate from spiritual gain. It's like giving money to a beggar on the street. Even if you don't admit it on the surface, you'll subconsciously think of yourself as a good person. The reason why those animals can't beat people is not only because people know how to use tools, but also because people will pity and sympathize with the weak at some point, and then unite with the weak. Don't tell me this. I don't understand. I know that the world is a place where the strong preys on the weak. I'm learning so many things for my family. It's as simple as giving and receiving. Wang Wan felt that her thoughts were following Zhang Xiaobao, and she was very uncomfortable. Alright, let's not talk about it. Since your family is gone, let's start a new one here. We don't have a powerful ancestor, so let's become the next generation's powerful ancestor. It's snowing. If a cow freezes to death on Zhuangzi, we'll have cow bone marrow to eat. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't want Wang Wan to obey him. Seeing that Wang Wan reacted quickly, he couldn't help but laugh. When did it freeze to death? Why haven't I heard about it? Wang Wan licked her lips with her tongue. She was indeed greedy. There's a cow in Shenhao's house in Zhuangzi. It's too old to work. When it snows, it freezes to death. I'm going to give him 6 strings of cash. He went to report it, and then he can eat the cow. That's not right. I remember that his cow is still alive. It passed by the front of the yard in the morning. Besides, it's not that cold today. When it snows, the temperature rises. Wang Wan frowned and asked. She seemed to be thinking about what happened in the morning. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head sadly. Yeah, he was still fine in the morning. Who knew that he would freeze to death in such a short time? If he wasn't frozen to death, then he was scared to death. When the cow saw the heavy snow, she drank a mouthful of cold water and committed suicide. You're so greedy? Do you have to kill other people's cows to eat? Wang Wan finally understood. Of course, she wouldn't ask why the cow could die from drinking water. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao would definitely ask her, if people can die from drinking water, why can't the cow? This matter couldn't be explained clearly. The 6 strings of cash is enough to buy a calf. I'll give you the money you want to buy a half-grown cow. It can be used during the spring plowing. When we go back, I'll make beef tendons for you. It's tender and chewy. It won't spoil your teeth. Zhang Xiaobao chose to bribe. I want to eat tendons with a little spicy taste. Where does the wind blow and snow fall? White clothes decorate the green hills. The Chinese New Year was getting closer and closer. The price of brown sugar doubled. Erniu obeyed the little lord's order and immediately sold it. The 20 taels of silver became 60 taels of silver. Before the money was warmed up, he received the little lord's order to order a large number of flat bamboo baskets or small bamboo boxes. They had to be woven. When the first batch of bamboo baskets was delivered, the cucumbers in the courtyard of the Zhang family's manor were already 3 inches long. It would be best to eat them in 2 or 3 days. After 3 or 5 days, they would be considered big. Pomegranate, here are 3 cucumbers. The 3 of us will take 1 each. Help us peel the cucumbers. Wang Wan picked 3 relatively large cucumbers and handed them to Pomegranate. Pomegranate took them numbly and nodded. Cucumbers. Cucumbers in winter. They smell good. How much does one cost? A few days ago, they were still seedlings. Now they are all grown up. Don't worry about the price. Just eat. Hurry up. Xiao Bao and I are waiting. Wang Wan hadn't eaten vegetables for more than a month. Seeing Pomegranate was still in a daze, she had to urge her. The pomegranate finally recovered and began to peel the skin. The 3 of them ate to their heart's content. 5 days later, Song Jinggong put the bamboo box with 6 cucumbers with thorns on it on the table in front of County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang. Chapter 55. This is a cucumber? It's a cucumber. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang looked at the 6 cucumbers in front of him and raised his head to ask Song Jinggong. He did not understand why Song Jinggong rushed over to give him cucumbers. Could it be related to the murder case? Evidence? Sir is indeed amazing. You can recognize that this is a cucumber at a glance. That's right. Sir, try it and see if it's delicious. Song Jinggong thought that the county magistrate was frightened and pointed at the cucumbers for him to taste. I have eaten a lot of this. Zijin, you should take it back and eat it yourself. Cheng Lingxiang carefully looked at the cucumbers and did not find anything special about them. This made him unhappy. Song Jinggong finally understood. It turned out that Cheng Lingxiang did not consider what season it was and was only waiting for him to give him benefits. Cucumbers had always been worthless. Thinking of this, Song Jinggong was not angry and smiled slightly. Sir is right. When this student goes back, I will make some chili sauce and warm some wine. While drinking the cucumbers, I will enjoy the scenery outside. It is really a great enjoyment in life." As she spoke, Song Jinggong prepared to get up. Cheng Lingxiang was also thinking about that scenery, but he kept feeling that there was something wrong with that place. It was only when Song Jinggong said goodbye that he reacted and hurriedly called out, "Hold on, Zijin. Where did you get fresh cucumbers in the middle of winter?" After asking this, Cheng Lingxiang looked at the cucumbers in a different light. The thorns on the cucumbers looked better and the flowers were more beautiful. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. He even put his head on the cucumbers and gently smelled them. The unique fragrance of the cucumbers entered his nose and was very comfortable. Song Jinggong saw the county magistrate's actions and was not in a hurry to answer. He just looked at them. Cheng Lingxiang looked at them for a while and stretched out his hand to touch them. The cucumbers were kept warm and were not cold or hot. At this time, the 6 cucumbers were no longer cucumbers in Cheng Lingxiang's eyes, but silver. 6 silver ingots were neatly placed there. They were green and almost the same thickness. The silver ingots were very beautiful. "Sir, how is it? Is it comfortable to eat this kind of cucumbers in the winter?" Song Jinggong found the right time to ask. Cheng Lingxiang nodded his head vigorously. Good stuff. Zijin, you've put in a lot of effort. I didn't expect to be able to eat fresh cucumbers even when it's snowing. I wonder if Zijin only found these 6? In an instant, County Magistrate Chung thought of many things. If he gave this cucumber to the higher-ups would definitely think well of him. He just didn't know how many cucumbers there were. "I don't know if you would like to eat it, so I've brought 6 sticks this time. If you think it's okay, I'll bring you more when I get back. It'll be enough for you to eat for a whole winter." Song Jinggong had actually brought a lot this time and was preparing to sell it, so he deliberately said this. Where did the cucumber come from? Is there a way to keep the cucumbers in summer until now? County Magistrate Ching was most curious about this. Song Jinggong shook his head in Weiwei and replied, "There's no way. The cucumbers in summer can only be kept for 20 days at most, and they can't have thorns on them. Cucumbers are grown. 2 months ago, they were planted by a person on Zhuangzi. They can be eaten today." County Magistrate Ching was sitting there calmly at first, but when he heard that the cucumbers were grown, he immediately stood up and stared into Song Jinggong's eyes, wanting to know if he was lying. Seeing that Song Jinggong's eyes were clear and did not evade at all, he knew that it was probably true. "Zijin, tell me quickly. How did the cucumbers grow? Was it that expert? Good ability. If he taught the method to the people of Tang, wouldn't they be able to eat fresh cucumbers in the winter? Moreover, the cucumbers are in the north and won't occupy other lands in the winter. The people will have another source of income for no reason. Great merit, this is a great merit. Zijin, that person on Zhuangzi will definitely be praised and rewarded. How about this, Zijin will go back tomorrow and bring that person here. I want to submit a memorial." County Magistrate Chung stood up and did not sit back down. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, talking as he walked. He did not notice Song Jinggong's helpless expression at all. After a while, when he saw that Song Jinggong did not speak, he stopped and looked over. Song Jinggong smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, people on Zhuangzi also need to earn money. There are so many people who need to be fed. That person is very good to the villagers. Today, every villager gave a lot of things for free. He was also afraid that the heavy snow would crush the houses, so he specially paid for the houses and the kong beds. Sir, you also know how much the cucumbers are worth in winter. Zhuangzi is waiting for the cucumbers to be sold for good money. Sir, if you ask me to say it, I dare not. If I offend that person, even if I run to the ends of the earth, it will be useless. Sir, you may not know what that person is capable of, but I have already experienced it." "Oh, that's right. The cucumbers are not expensive even if sold for 10 copper coins. Naturally, there will be rich people who will buy them. Moreover, it's almost the new year. To be able to eat a mouthful of refreshing cucumbers on New Year's Eve will definitely make one feel different." After County Magistrate Ching heard Song Jinggong's explanation, he also understood. Who would be willing to tell others such a recipe? Since it could be grown, it would definitely be eaten continuously for several months. How much money could one make in winter? Just thinking about it was frightening. However, if he did not take it out, it would not be good if he was targeted. He knew the value of the cucumbers in winter, but others were not stupid either. What if he offended someone even more powerful? Chen Lingxiang considered this matter and slowly sat down. He looked at Song Jinggong and finally warned, Zijin, these cucumbers are not easy to deal with. It could easily attract a fatal disaster. Why didn't that expert on Zhuangzi think of this? As long as you sell it, people will know. If you are not willing to give up the recipe, I will pretend that I did not see it today. Sir is indeed a good official. You can think of the people under your rule. Sir, rest assured. Before coming here, that person told me that if Sir says so, then I will tell you the solution. If Sir wants to claim credit, then I will immediately go back and uproot the cucumbers. Song Jinggong only had one feeling towards the young master, which was to look up to a tall mountain. You calculated that too? What's the solution? County Magistrate Cheng was also afraid. Was this still a human? He took one step at a time. In reply to Sir, the solution is not difficult. It is to transport the cucumbers here and let Sir help to sell them. Sir, don't be anxious. When the time comes, if someone asks, Sir can say that the cucumbers on Zhuangzi actually bear new fruits. At this time, it is almost the Chinese New Year, so no one will investigate carefully. When the Chinese New Year is over and the money is more or less earned, the Zhuangzi will not continue to sell them. Instead, it will give some to Sir for you to give to others. If someone investigates, they will definitely ask Sir where Zhuangzi is. At that time, the cucumbers will naturally be killed. Song Jinggong told the method. In fact, there was one thing that they did not mention. It could also be said that he was lying. Zhang Xiaobao instructed him to do so. Another thing was that if the county magistrate did not warn him, he would immediately go back and harvest all the cucumbers this time. He would remove the other cucumbers and transport the collected cucumbers far away. He would use another identity to sell them elsewhere and still make a lot of money. This was not what impressed Song Jinggong the most. It was what the young master said, that the county magistrate would help him to think of things to a large extent. The other preparation was just for the unexpected. Of course, Song Jinggong did not know how much psychology the young master had studied. From his several contacts with the county magistrate, he guessed the county magistrate's character. He only thought that the young master was good at prediction. The county magistrate sighed. The person on the Zhuangzi could not make any more comments. Not only did he sell the cucumbers, but he also gave him a credit. It was an auspicious sign. With the cucumbers as evidence, he had no choice but to believe it. The county magistrate asked him to give them to others. Did he need to ask who he could give them to? He could not refuse such a good thing. Once the auspicious sign appeared, no matter what the higher-ups thought, they would want to follow suit. Then his future would be bright. Thinking of this, County Magistrate Cheng nodded and said, Well, since it is before the Chinese New Year, I will pick more cucumbers. 2 days before the Chinese New Year, I will sell them. Zijin, you haven't eaten yet, right? Just right, I will use 3 cucumbers to make 2 dishes. Zijin, let's try it together. County Magistrate Cheng did not cherish it anymore. Since there were more, he would not miss a few cucumbers from his family. He ate 3 cucumbers first and sent the other 3 cucumbers later for his family to try. Song Jinggong was not in a hurry to leave this time. He gladly complied. The cold wind blew from time to time. Even so, it did not make the people on the Zhuangzi side of the Zhang family and Wang family feel anything. The old cow of Chen Hao's family was killed. One of the cows that Zhang Xiaobao had bought some time ago was also killed. This cow really had to be killed. As soon as it died in Chen Hao's family, it fell into a ditch and broke its leg. Once the 2 cows were killed, there was a lot of meat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed for a while and decided to let the 2 people on the Zhuangzi side of the family have a meal together. It could also be considered as promoting the good of the main family. Naturally, they could not just eat the beef. The meat of the 2 cows was really not enough to share. Moreover, they had to leave some for the new year. They could only add some radishes to make a few big pots of beef stewed with radishes. They asked the people on the Zhuangzi side of the family to eat together. They made cornbread with rice flour and added a few salted vegetables. Together with the light stew, it was not bad to eat hot in this winter. In this way, they did not need to kill 2 cows. 1 cow was not considered to have the tendons and other miscellaneous things. Just the meat alone was enough. They added some butter. A pot of stew did not need too much beef. The farmers were not picky. It was fine as long as there was food. The aroma in the few big pots had already drifted out long before the meat was cooked. The adults were better off and could hold it in. The children sniffed their snot and anxiously swallowed their saliva. Some of the braver ones even went to the pot to take a look. In order to not let everyone freeze, a few bonfires were built in the open space outside. The 2 farmers on the Zhuangzi side of the bonfires gathered around, chatting and laughing. They only got up to help when the meat was ready. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also rushed over at this time. They wanted to eat with everyone. Wang Wan was holding a handful of dried coriander in her hand. Zhang Xiaobao was holding a bowl of chili sauce by himself. Chapter 56. Delicious, really delicious. Come, Xiaobao, help me tear this piece of meat open. You take that side. The beef stewed with radishes was cooked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used a bowl to eat. Pomegranate had found the kind of meat without tendons, and the pieces were relatively small. Even so, it was strenuous for the 2 of them to eat. They had to use their hands to tear the meat into small pieces and slowly chew them. Wang Wan found a piece that was relatively large. It was not easy for her to use her small hands, so she called Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao used both his hands, and so did Wang Wan. Only then did they manage to tear the meat open. The meat is obviously not completely rotten, but they actually said it was ready to eat. Why didn't they think about the 2 of us? Zhang Xiaobao dipped the half piece of meat into the spicy sauce, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed vigorously as he complained. People eat meat like this. Why are you biting it when it is already rotten? I don't want to eat meat. It is too strenuous. Drink some soup and eat some radishes. Wang Wan swallowed the meat with difficulty and decided to change her taste. Pomegranate was not willing to eat with so many people at once, so she only served the 2 little ancestors at the side. When she heard Wang Wan's words, she went to the pot and scooped some radishes and soup. She sprinkled some chopped coriander on top. It tasted good to drink a mouthful of the soup. When a child in the village saw that the 2 most precious people in Zhuangzi only ate radishes and did not eat meat, he was immediately moved. He said to his parents beside him, "Dad, Mom, the little master only ate radishes and left the meat for us." The little dog of Guzhuang definitely did not believe what I said, but it is true. His parents were also moved, but it was not because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan drinking soup and eating carrots. They also knew that such a big child would not be able to eat beef at all. What moved them was that the young master and young lady didn't act high and mighty, but ate with them. It was cold outside, and this meal was specially prepared for them. For them to be able to do this at such a young age, it could only mean one thing, and that was that the masters of the main family usually told the children this. With such a master, what was there for him to be dissatisfied with? The 2 of them had rushed back from outside. When they arrived, Guzhuang's people had also encountered them and asked them about it. When they said that the owner of the house was treating them to beef, the look in Guzhuang's eyes could never be forgotten. Xiaobao, look at how happy the villagers are eating. In the future, it would be great if I could often bring the villagers to eat a meal. Unfortunately, there was too little beef. This time, we were fined 12 taels of silver. Why didn't these officials think of us? Wang Wan drank a few mouthfuls of soup and ate too much. She sat there to rest for a while and complained to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to say, "Indeed, there are no good people in the officials, and it's the same in every dynasty." When the words came to his mouth, he changed his mind. He didn't want Wang Wan to think about the past. Everyone was happy, so there was no need to evoke memories. He could only say, after all, cattle are precious. They are used to farm, which shows that they value agriculture. In fact, horses are also good, but they are used to equip troops and pull carriages. I don't know if there are curved plows now. I will ask later. If there are, then forget it. If there aren't, we can make it ourselves. I remember that there are a few beef bones in the pot. Let's eat them. I don't want to eat them. Let's give that to the children. There are still a lot of them at home. Why should we snatch their things? Do you know how to breed cattle? It's the kind that can keep every child and can even have one child every year. When Wang Wan heard that to eat bone marrow, her eyes lit up and dimmed. She wanted to do animal husbandry. Zhang Xiaobao scooped up a piece of butter floating on top of the soup and put it in front of Wang Wan's mouth. No, I didn't learn it at that time. There was a person in prison who was an expert in this field, a real expert. He wrote a paper that was stolen by someone. He wanted to prove that he wrote it, but the other party was powerful and locked him up. At that time, he saw that I was eager to learn and really wanted to teach me. Unfortunately, I didn't have any intention to learn at that time. I just listened to him talk about agriculture and animal husbandry. He talked about the curved plows a lot, so I remembered it. He always praised this kind of plows. I remember that at that time, I was learning things from a burglar next to me. I learned how to pick locks from that person. Not only do you know the principle, you also need to train your ears and feel. Later on, I carried some iron wires of different thicknesses and magnets of different sizes. Magnets? What's the use of magnets? It doesn't seem to be necessary to pick a safe, right? Wang Wan was gradually attracted by Zhang Xiaobao's words. As someone who specialized in catching burglars, she was interested in this field. It's a door lock. Some door locks need magnets. The key itself is magnetic. Some magnets attract and some separate. The magnets I carry not only have to be of different sizes, but also have to have both magnets. It's a technical job. I feel that if I can give a degree, it'll be a master's degree, and the one who teaches me will definitely be a doctor. Zhang Xiaobao poured away the cold soup and let Pomegranate continue to scoop it. He said to Wang Wan as if he was telling a joke. So you know the principle of unlocking? Can you make locks? Wang Wan asked curiously. Of course, if you want to pick locks, you have to know how. Then you can sell locks. Wang Wan suggested. If I don't do it, how can I do it without a spring? Hurry up and eat, then go back to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao directly refused. Wang Wan was just casually asking. Seeing that it was impossible, she didn't say much. She finished the soup and radish and patted her stomach. She was full. After the two of them left, the people here ate faster. Just now, they were all controlling themselves. After the meal, the remaining bones were brought back to the families of the children who were breastfeeding. They could cook the bones twice when they went back. The bone marrow inside could be directly fed to the children or the mother. In Zhuangzi, County Magistrate Qing Lingxiang was also eating. There were a total of 6 dishes, 1 soup, 4 meat dishes, and 2 vegetarian dishes. One of the vegetarian dishes was cold shredded cucumber with mashed garlic. The other dish was scrambled cucumber with eggs, which had a pleasant fragrance. The soup was cucumber and garlic sprout soup, which was salty and mild. Song Jinggong chatted with the county magistrate while drinking wine. The dishes he ate were basically the 4 meat dishes. He basically didn't touch the cucumber. He could eat whatever he wanted when he went back and wouldn't fight with the county magistrate. 1.5 cucumber was cold shredded cucumber, 1 was scrambled eggs, and the other half was boiled in soup. Seeing that the county magistrate was so calculating, how could he dare to eat? County Magistrate Qing Lingxiang didn't think too much about it. With a smile on his face, he said some words about knowledge and made a poem that he thought was quite good on the spot. After receiving Song Jinggong's flattery, he picked up 2 cucumbers and put them in his mouth to taste carefully. Finally, he got to the point. Zijin, your Zhuangzi isn't far from here, right? Yes, sir is right. It's not far. I can go back and forth in a day. Song Jinggong toasted and replied. It's good that it's not far. Since it's not far, ask the expert on your Zhuangzi to come here. I want to meet this person. County Magistrate Qing actually wanted to get an advisor. If he could really recruit that person to his side, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Song Jinggong was so scared that he trembled. Bringing the young master and young lady here on such a cold day, what if they caught a cold? Moreover, they were so young. If he really pushed them out, wouldn't that be harming others? No matter what, he couldn't agree to this. Sir, this won't do. That person has a weird temper. It's only because that Zhuangzi saved his life that he went there. I haven't seen him before. Every time we talk, there's a screen between us. How about this? If you have any instructions, I'll help you pass them on. Song Jinggong, of course, knew what the county magistrate wanted to do. The meaning of his words was also clear. If you, the county magistrate, need help with something, I'll help you ask. When the other party comes up with an idea, I'll come back and tell you. There was a trace of regret on County Magistrate Cheng's face. He nodded and scooped some soup into his bowl. After drinking it in one gulp, he said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble Zijin. Is Zhou Shihu still doing well?" Young Master Zhou is a good person. It's just that there's a shortage of brown sugar in the surrounding areas recently. Sir, why don't you persuade him? It's not easy to sell too much white sugar. After all, the price is high. Oh, I just thought of something. That person said that during the new year, you can bring some grain and oil to the poor people in the county to take a look. After all, you love the people like your own children. You should let the people under your rule feel the favor of the imperial court. Zhuangzi can take out 1,000 dan of grain and 100 dan of oil for you. Song Jinggong followed up with another matter. This was also something that had been instructed beforehand. County Magistrate Cheng's eyes lit up. Of course, he understood the meaning of these words. This was to give him political achievements. If he really did this and sent the cucumbers over, his evaluation this year would definitely be excellent. That expert was really reasonable. It was a pity that he couldn't come over to help. He immediately said, "All right, I understand. The people don't have it easy, especially those who have illnesses in their families. I will remember what your Zhuangzi did. I believe that the people will also be very grateful." After waiting until they were almost done eating, Song Jinggong said goodbye. He promised that after 2 days, a large amount of cucumbers would be sent over, so that County Magistrate Qing Lingxiang could rest assured. The sky gradually darkened. Every household began to prepare for dinner. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy again. They stood in the kitchen and gave instructions. Tonight's staple food had to be prepared according to their wishes. The noodles were rolled into thin slices and then cut into strips to make noodles. There was already something here, so the beef was also cut into slices. The chili sauce and eggs were fried together, and then the beef slices were put into the beef bone soup. A layer of shredded cucumber and coriander was placed on top of the beef fried noodles. A bowl of beef fried noodles was ready. This time, the beef was not so hard. The two of them could eat some of it. Before it was served, they sprinkled sesame oil on it. They could eat comfortably without the need for vegetables. Wang Wan was eating with Zhang Xiaobao's family. She ate a mouthful of noodles and asked with her lips, "Xiaobao, do we need to prepare anything for the Lunar New Year? Make some firecrackers. Make something simple. Make it with a ratio of 1 niter, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. Just listen to the sound. Don't make those 75%, 10%, or 15% firecrackers." Zhang Xiaobao hesitated before saying this idea. Today, he was delayed by some matters and only had 2 chapters left. He would make up for it tomorrow. For every chapter he made up, he would punish himself with 1 chapter. He would update 3 chapters normally and 5 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 57. The sky was dark, the clouds were dark, the snow was flying, and the wind was blowing. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month of the 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era, just 3 days after the Lunar New Year, the 4th snowfall of winter began to fall. This snowfall was heavier than the previous ones, falling like pieces of paper. The county magistrate Qing Lingxiang was the busiest today. He not only had to arrange the affairs of the yamen, but he also had to help sell the cucumbers. The accumulated 5,000 kilograms of cucumbers would be sold in the next few days. These were all delivered by Song Jinggong these days. In addition to these cucumbers to be sold, there were 200 kilograms of cucumbers left for County Magistrate Qing. As for who he gave them to, it was not someone else's business. At noon, Qing Lingxiang put on his official uniform and took a group of people to a warehouse in the county. These people in the yamen still did not know what the county magistrate was going to do. It was the holidays, but he still called them out. As the door of the warehouse opened, Countless baskets made of bamboo appeared in front of them. Cheng Lingxiang knew that these were cucumbers that were processed with some methods to keep them fresh. The older ones were more than 10 days old, and the fresh ones were just delivered this morning. Sir, you called us here just to see these baskets? The deputy county magistrate of Sanshui County, Zhang Mingxing, asked what others were thinking. Cheng Lingxiang shook his head mysteriously and pointed to one of the baskets. Someone come and open the basket. Naturally, someone came forward and carefully opened the basket in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a layer of silk. He looked back at the county magistrate, and under the county magistrate's signal, he lifted the silk and suddenly couldn't help but scream. Under the silk were neatly stacked cucumbers with thorns on the top. Looking back at the snow that was still falling, this person felt that he was not mistaken about the season. It was really winter, but the cucumbers in front of him were not fake. Sir, cucumbers, these are all cucumbers? This person looked back at the county magistrate and stuttered a little. It seemed that he wanted to get confirmation from the county magistrate. Yes, they are cucumbers. These are all cucumbers, more than 5,000 kilograms in total. It is an auspicious sign. There is a farm, and there are cucumbers on the vine that should have died. Last night, I have written a memorial, and I will ask someone to send it out later. This was exactly what Cheng Lingxiang wanted. When he saw cucumbers for the first time, it was also the same when he was clear about the season. It seemed that his surprise back then was not excessive, and it was the same for others. The other people in the yamen also came forward to take a look. They all wanted to touch the cucumber with their hands, but they were afraid that they would remove the thorns and flowers on the cucumber. They all took deep breaths to savor the taste of the cucumber. The deputy district magistrate carefully pinched the end of a cucumber and held it in front of him to take a closer look. He then moved his nose closer to smell it and nodded. Auspicious sign, it's indeed auspicious sign. I just don't know which Zhuangzi is the auspicious sign. Which Zhuangzi? There's no need to rush now. You'll know when the time comes. For now, help this official carry the cucumbers out. We'll sell them on the streets. 30 copper coins per caddy. You can buy at most 5 caddies at a time. If you want to buy more, line up at the back. County Magistrate Qing did not want others to know about the location of Zhangjia Zhuangzi now. There were still cucumbers there. If someone went to investigate now, all the cucumbers would be killed immediately. What a pity. What they had to do now was to help sell the cucumbers. 30 copper coins per caddy was the price set by the expert over there. It was agreed at the beginning that people without money would not enjoy this thing. Even if you sold it for 10 copper coins per caddy, no one would be willing to buy it. The rich people did not care whether it was 10 copper coins or 30 copper coins. This was the price for today. Some people were allowed to buy and try it first. Today, they would only sell the earliest 2,000 caddies. If they did not sell out, the next day it would be 50 copper coins, the day after tomorrow it would be 80 copper coins, and the day after that it would be 100 copper coins. The closer it was to the new year, the higher the price. Sir, it doesn't seem right to do this. We are all officials of the imperial court. If we sell vegetables, we will be impeached. When the deputy district magistrate heard that they had to sell the cucumbers personally, he felt embarrassed and tried to persuade them. How is this selling vegetables? We are selling auspicious signs. Quickly go and get a weight. I want those that can weigh up to 1 copper coin. Carry 2,000 caddies of cucumbers to the entrance of the yamen. I want to promote auspiciousness for the imperial court there. Cheng Lingxiang had thought of this and did not mention anything about selling vegetables. But sir, the price is too high. The deputy district magistrate was still a little hesitant. Cheng Lingxiang stared at him. What do you mean by selling? To you, I am selling. To others, I am not selling. I am giving auspicious signs. Those who pay money are asking for auspicious signs. They can get it for 30 copper coins per caddy. Understood. Everyone else understood. The county magistrate played it beautifully. He had a reputation and money. The deputy district magistrate had to admit that this was indeed a good excuse. He thought of selling, oh no, giving away money again. Sir, I wonder how the money after giving away money? Is it enough to give some to Zhuangzi? When Cheng Lingxiang heard what the deputy district magistrate said, He instinctively took a step back. He was afraid that he would be implicated by the deputy district magistrate. How would he dare to touch the money? He was not afraid of Zhuangzi. He was worried about the master. The money added up to only a few hundred taels. The master was still waiting for the new year. If he really took the money, the consequences would be, when he thought of this, he stared at the deputy district magistrate again and said, "This money has to be given to that Zhuangzi. We are officials. We just want to promote the imperial court's benevolence and have auspicious signs. On the 30th day, all of you still have to follow me out. That Zhuangzi is benevolent and righteous. He will take out 1,000 dan of grain and 100 caddies of vegetable oil for us to help the poor people in the county." "Sir, we understand." The deputy district magistrate finally understood. The district magistrate had already made an agreement with that Zhuangzi. He would help the district magistrate create auspicious signs and give him a chance to gain political achievements. After the matter was settled, the people in the yamen started to move. They moved the baskets of cucumbers out and put them on the carriages outside. Each basket weighed about 50 caddies. A total of 40 baskets were moved out. They did not need to be reminded and consciously became more careful. It was 30 copper coins. One cucumber could be exchanged for a few caddies of rice. The snow outside did not have any signs of stopping. It made the weather less cold. 4 big carriages brought the cucumbers back to the entrance of the yamen. Someone had already taken the cucumbers and was ready to sell them. The people were not worried that they would not be able to sell them. Although the price was scary, eating cucumbers in the winter was unique. There were many rich people. Why would they be afraid that they would not be able to afford it? However, these people were all thinking that since cucumbers were so expensive, they would not be able to bear to buy 1 caddy of cucumbers. They really wanted to eat them. "Well, the people on Zhuangzi said that you have worked hard to manage the people in the county with me. After the sale on the 29th of the 12th lunar month, everyone can bring back 5 caddies of cucumbers home. It's the new year and you can try something new." Cheng Lingxiang seemed to know what his subordinates were thinking and said slowly. At the same time, he was impressed that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi knew how to conduct himself. The last time he gave him money, he was like this. This time he did the same. When the people heard this, they were happy. At the same time, they were surprised by the Zhuangzi's generosity. There were more than 100 people in the yamen and he gave them so many cucumbers. When they knew which Zhuangzi he was in the future, they would help when they needed help. Cheng Lingxiang looked at the expressions of his subordinates with satisfaction and continued, that Zhuangzi also said that it is not enough to just have the vegetables. Everyone should bring back 3 caddies of vegetable oil and 5 caddies of carrots. The carrots have to be fried in oil when we go back. He said that it is good for the body. Don't eat it with other carrots and don't drink it. Everyone nodded. Of course, they knew about the carrots and vegetable oil, especially how to eat carrots. Someone had already told them when they were selling them. Drinking and eating carrots was not a big deal, but they could get sick. Similarly, the price of these 2 things was not cheap, especially the carrots. They cost 20 copper coins per caddy and were sold to the restaurant every day. It seemed that the vegetable oil, cucumber, chili sauce, and carrots were all from the same family, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. This time, they had guessed it, but when they looked at the county magistrate's eyes and the benefits they received this time, they all chose to forget. They were not stupid. They knew that once this matter was spread, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi would not have a good time. If Zhuangzi was in trouble, would they still want to get anything in the future? County Magistrate Qing regretted his words as soon as he finished speaking. He had already told them that he would talk about the carrots and vegetable oil on the last day. In the end, he could not hold it in. When he saw that his subordinates seemed to understand, he could only add, "The people of Zhuangzi don't have it easy either. On the 29th, I will send you the things. When you go home, take them out for your family to try. Friends and relatives can also eat a variety of dishes during meals." His words were very clear. When they went home, they could show off. They could not mention Zhuangzi to their friends and relatives. Naturally, everyone nodded in agreement. After dealing with this, a basket of cucumbers was opened. The yamen runners did not need to be told and directly shouted, "Auspicious, auspicious, auspicious. Cucumbers in winter. Villagers, come and see." You can buy them at home for 30 copper coins per caddy. The Yamen runners were buying cucumbers in the middle of winter. This was a new thing. As soon as they shouted, a lot of people gathered around to watch. Chapter 58. Little girl, what are we making now? It's so dark, why can't we light a lamp? Pomegranate put some powder into the paper and put in the small strips made by the two young masters. She rolled the paper according to the method taught by Wang Wan. She had made nearly 1,000 strips in the morning, and she was still doing it, which made Pomegranate puzzled. It's used to replace firecrackers during the Spring Festival. You don't need to throw it into the fire. Just light it and it will make a crackling sound. Pomegranate, you buy these things. Don't tell others. These things will burn in an instant when they come into contact with a little fire. If we light a lamp, we will all be burned to death. Wang Wan made another strip and gently put it aside. She explained to Pomegranate. She knew more about the fire powder than Zhang Xiaobao. If she wanted, she could make a powerful bomb. Pomegranate knew something, but she still didn't fully understand it. She had never touched it before. She nodded and promised, "Little girl, don't worry. I will never tell others, not even my family. This thing is louder than a firecracker." Louder than a firecracker with salt thrown into the fire. If this thing is big enough, it can kill people. Zhang Xiaobao also made a strip and put it together with Wang Wan's. His face, head, and clothes were stained with the fire powder, but he didn't dare to reach out to pat it, let alone scratch his head with his hand. Xiaobao, do all the farmers send cucumbers? Will they tell others? Wang Wan also felt that this work was too boring. Only she and Zhang Xiaobao would do it. If it were other children, they wouldn't do the same thing for the whole morning. Of course, they have to send it. They already know what is planted there. It's the Spring Festival and they all want to eat something fresh. If they really tell others, how can they wait until now? I think they are all good people. We can use the hearts of the people. Next year, we will work hard together to make their lives better. Zhang Xiaobao was now very envious of the people of this era. Those farmers were really too honest. If they were given a little benefit, they would remember it. If there was a little hope in life, they would do their best to do it. The two Zhuangzi's households did not lock their doors. He really did not know how the two Zhuangzi's people chose before coming here. When Wang Wan saw that she was almost done with the twists, she also stopped to rest. Thinking that there were so many people in the two families, but there was no disagreement, she felt that this was a blessing. Xiaobao, we've already confirmed that the curved plow hasn't been found yet. Are you counting on this thing to increase production efficiency? Think about it some more. Do you have a better idea? Yes. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and finally spat out a word. Then he said, we can ask them to keep the seeds of the single plants that have good yields. This way, after a few generations, there will be high-yielding varieties, which are not stable. Another way is to wait until after the Spring Festival and ask Erniu to take 2 people to Shandong, which is the Hunan province, to buy some stones and put them in the fields. We can also use them for drinking water and bathing. We can also use them for livestock, such as cows and horses. I just don't know if Erniu can find them. What stones? They can be put in the fields and eaten. Wang Wan really did not know what stones had so many functions. I remember 3 places where my fan stone came from, but I can't remember the other places. They are Shandong, Liaoning, and Mongolia. This thing is like normal saline. Don't underestimate the small proportion, but the effect is not small. I know this. So it's this kind of stone. In the past, we used to have this kind of stone for bathing. Also, there are mineral water places. Don't go to Mongolia, it's too dangerous. The Turks occupy it. Let's go to Shandong, what is it called? Hunan province, what's the specific location? Wang Wan heard this name and found it familiar. It was indeed used in many places, so she agreed. I don't know, who knows the specific location? I didn't think of this at first, but I occasionally learned about it. When I was outside, I drank natural soda water, but it didn't taste good. It was not as good as the water in the river behind the orphanage before it was polluted. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly curled his lips. Thinking of that river, he felt a little uncomfortable. It was polluted, and later the factory was closed. Well, it's fine if you don't know. Pomegranate, stop for a while and eat. Today, make more cucumbers, dip them in sauce, and don't forget the meat soup. Wang Wan did not want to continue thinking about these things. After giving the order, she walked out with Zhang Xiaobao. Pomegranate put down the work in her hands and went out last. She locked the door and arranged for people to wash the two young masters. Then she went to the kitchen to arrange things. Cucumbers, cucumbers in winter. I'm auspicious. Everyone, come quickly and go back to eat. It's the new year, eat some fresh cucumbers. In Sanshui County, at the entrance of the yamen runners were still taking turns to shout. At first, no one bought it. The people who came to watch the fun were not rich. When they heard that it was 30 copper coins for a kilogram of cucumbers, they were scared. It was too expensive. In summer, 1 copper coin could buy 3 kilograms of cucumbers. 1 egg could be exchanged for a lot. County Magistrate Cheng and the others were not in a hurry. They did not expect the people to buy it. They just wanted to gather around. When the time came, some servants would naturally know the news. Sure enough, after shouting for an hour, 2 people came over. From their clothes, it could be seen that they were servants of a rich family. The 2 squeezed closer and looked at the cucumbers. They nodded and shook their heads. One of them said, "It's okay. The flowers and thorns are not missing. It's just that it doesn't look so green. 30 copper coins for a kilogram is a bit expensive." As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at the yamen runner who bought the cucumbers. There was something different in his eyes. The yamen runner understood at once. He wanted him to lower the price so that he could keep the money. The yamen runner also had this kind of gaze. Without turning back to ask the county magistrate, the yamen runner said directly, 30 copper coins. You can only buy 5 kilograms at a time. It's auspicious. How can you bargain? The yamen runner did not care about this person's arrogance at all. The others around him were the same. Another yamen runner chimed in, this kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can afford. It's auspicious. Can ordinary people bear it? These words were deliberately belittling the identity of the 2 people. Sure enough, when the 2 people heard these words, their faces changed. It was as if they were being scolded. The person who had not spoken until now spoke. Don't think that you are the yamen. Do you know who we are? For you. If he couldn't afford auspicious sign, who else could he be? This county magistrate has already sent a list of auspicious signs. Not to mention you, anyone can pay the same price. You can only buy 5 kilograms at a time. If you want more, line up. If it was a normal day, the yamen runner would be a little worried. However, there was no need to think about it today. Who would dare to cause trouble at this time? Not to mention other things, the higher-ups would eventually find out. In the 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era, the current emperor was waiting for good news. County Magistrate Qing did not go in. He just stood outside. It was not that it was not cold outside. Since it was auspicious, he had to set an example. At this time he also spoke. How can you bargain with such auspicious signs? It's really obscene. Today, no matter how much money you pay, it won't work. Seeing that the county magistrate did not even ask about their identity, the 2 people were completely discouraged. They originally wanted to get some benefits, but they did not expect it to turn out like this. The 2 of them were not people who specially came out to buy. They just happened to encounter it. When the people in the manor came and bought it back, the master in the manor would definitely reward them. He couldn't let the opportunity slip by so easily. The attitude of the person who spoke first changed, and a smile appeared on his face. Auspicious, it's indeed auspicious. Just now, the 2 of us were just teasing everyone. How could we bargain? 30 copper coins for 5 caddies. Please, please, give us 5 caddies first. Hearing that, the yamen runner did not know whether to sell it or not. He turned back to look at the county magistrate. County Magistrate Qing Lingxiang also thought about it. Just now, he had already said it. It was not good to sell it directly. If he did not sell it, he would really offend people. Moreover, the 2 people were the first to buy it. After thinking for a while, he said, well, since the 2 of you sincerely want to buy it, then stand aside and wait for others to buy it. I'll see if the 2 of you are sincere under the snow. We'll talk about it then. When the 2 men heard this, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They also understood that since they had already made up their minds, they naturally couldn't change it immediately. Letting the two of them stand in the snow was the best way for them and auspicious sign to deal with this matter. They did not dare to say anything more. It was better to be the second to buy it than to give the opportunity to others. They stood aside obediently and let the snow fall on them. Now that someone wanted to buy it, the surrounding people were unwilling to leave. They wanted to see how many people would buy such expensive things, or in other words, please. Just now, there were 2 people who wanted to buy it. Later, someone came to ask for the price. It should be a servant girl. She was actually wearing satin clothes. When she squeezed in, she saw that there was a cucumber for sale. When she heard the price, she threw 1 tael of silver without saying anything. Okay, auspicious signs are good. I'll buy 20 kilograms first. That's all. The surrounding people were amazed. She was really too rich. She actually bought 20 kilograms with 1 tael of silver. The Yamen runner hesitated again. He did not know whether to sell it or not. The county magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, had a way. Miss, this auspicious sign can only be bought 5 kilograms at a time. Miss, you can buy 5 kilograms first. After the others in line have bought it, you can buy it. As he spoke, the Yamen runner had already weighed 5 kilograms. He also weighed 5 kilograms for the 2 people. When the 2 people left, he weighed 5 kilograms for the girl. He also asked if there was anyone else who wanted to buy it. The surrounding people did not answer. This was easy. He continuously weighed 5 kilograms for the girl. She was considered to be in line. After taking the cucumber, the girl, Wei, smiled. Thank you. There are still cucumbers in winter. The county magistrate is really capable. I'll go back and tell Master Yu. At this time, the surrounding people no longer said that the price was too high. There were really people who wanted to buy it. There were even people who paid more. The county magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, gave the Yamen runner a look. The Yamen runner shouted again, auspicious signs in winter, auspicious signs in summer. Chapter 59. It was the night of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying on the Kong bed. Pomegranate was lying next to them. All 3 of them had their eyes open and were wide awake. Xiaobao, tomorrow is the new year. We are 1 year older. Do you have any thoughts about the new year? Wang Wan couldn't sleep. She looked at the ceiling with the help of the light in the room. Nothing. Let's just celebrate the new year. I'm used to it. Come closer to me. Don't touch the wall. It's burning. Zhang Xiaobao didn't sleep either. He was thinking about other things. At noon, the county yamen in Sanshui County sent news that the last batch of cucumbers had been sold for 150 copper coins per caddy. It was estimated that all of them would be sold in the afternoon. They had made a profit. Tomorrow, they would get about 300 taels of silver. They didn't plant the cucumbers in vain. Including the money they invested in the grass curtain, they only got 27 to 28 taels of silver. 10 times the profit. The people in Zhuangzi also sent some cucumbers to other places. It wasn't a small amount. Wang Wan also felt the heat beside her. She moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and said, I didn't ask you to think about the new year. I asked you to think about Zhuangzi next year. You should at least make a conclusion. Yes, I do. This year is a special year. It's a harmonious year. With the efforts of everyone in Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family have achieved good results in the construction of spiritual and material civilization. Following the tradition of Zhuangzi, to be honest. Wang Wan impatiently interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. She had heard too much and was numb to it. It's really too difficult. Without money, how can we survive next year? I have to think of something. Zhang Xiaobao calculated his own money. There were still some carrots that could be sold for 1,008 taels of silver. The soybean oil was almost sold out in the past few days. The chili sauce just happened to be sold out yesterday. It was all bought out by people who wanted to have a good new year. Generally speaking, it was not a small amount to have 1,600 to 700 taels of silver on hand. Many people would not be able to earn that much in their lifetime. However, this was not enough to satisfy him. Next year, he would need to repair the roads, plan the land, and buy a lot of things. Furthermore, he would need to bribe the officials. He heard that someone would be inspecting the land next year. Then, have you thought of one? Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao remove the wound on his neck. Zhang Xiaobao also moved a little. This was the bad thing about the Northwest. In the winter, there was a Kong bed below, and it was hot and scalding. Above, there was a chilly wind, and both sides were suffering. Fortunately, there was a stove in the house, which raised the temperature a little, but he could still feel a gust of wind blowing around him. Tell me, have you thought of a good idea? Wang Wan urged. There is no other way. When everyone is done with their work at the beginning of spring, I plan to set up a market at the small bridge. We have a lot of things in our warehouse. At that time, we will take out some of them every day and put them there for the two people of Zhuangzi to exchange. The things we exchanged can continue to be exchanged. Everything has to be set by the people in our courtyard and exchanged for the same value. Otherwise, we will use other money to make up for it. At that time, there will be people from the nearby Zhuangzi. At that time, you are going to collect taxes? That won't work, right? Wang Wan suddenly interrupted as she listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words. What taxes? As long as the market is set up, we will have the right to set the price. Then, we will be able to get a lot of benefits. We can build a few small warehouses and rent them to store their things. We will provide protection. We can also set up a few small tea stalls or snack bars there. We can earn some money and don't have to worry too much. Zhang Xiaobao's voice gradually weakened. It seemed that he was sleepy. That was enough. Wang Wan seemed to be infected by him. She yawned, tilted her head, and fell asleep while leaning on Xiaobao. The topic was settled. Pomegranate laid there with her clothes on. When she saw that the two young masters had finally fallen asleep, she got up and checked that the stove outside was not smoking. She sprayed some water at the place where it was connected. When she saw that there were no bubbles, she was relieved and turned to leave the room. She went outside to check on the two young masters who were still sitting there reading. She told them to pay more attention to the stove at night. Then, she went back to lie down and slowly fell asleep. Sanshui County, where the county magistrate lived behind the yamen. Cheng Lingxiang hugged the concubine in his arms. He couldn't sleep for a while. He was estimating how much help the cucumbers would get this time. After selling cucumbers for a few days, the news had already spread to the ears of those who wanted to know. However, no one sent anyone to inquire about it. The document that was submitted had also not been replied. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Master, those cucumbers are so delicious. Don't give them to others. Keep them. The concubine in Cheng Lingxiang's arms still had a rosy face after the passion just now. She stretched out one arm and kept moving it on Cheng Lingxiang's body. Cheng Lingxiang frowned. What do women know? If I don't give them, where can I find a future? If you want to eat them, it's easy. Tomorrow I will send someone to deliver money to them. Then, I will ask for some cucumbers back. The concubine became honest and no longer asked about this. Master is still the best. You can sell a cucumbers that are usually worthless at such a price. Yes, Master is also good at other things. With this praise, Cheng Lingxiang touched the concubine's smooth body and was a little restless. He turned over and the passion appeared again. Early the next morning, the people sent by County Magistrate Ching set off with the heavy silver. There were a lot of people on the streets today. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the morning to buy some things that had not been prepared at home. There were also people who had not prepared the couplet at home and were anxious to ask someone to write it for them. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up, the people at home were all busy, especially the cucumbers in the back. The people in the courtyard picked the cucumbers that were still wet with dew and piled them aside. They were ready to send them to the farmers on Zhuangzi later. It's the new year. It's still lively here. I don't know if I should go back or stay at your house. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao no longer drank milk. They could eat porridge and pickled vegetables made with tofu. The nutrients their bodies needed were enough. Thinking of the new year, Wang Wan did not know what to do. According to common sense, you should go back, but there are exceptions to common sense. Didn't they say that we can't be separated from each other when we can open our eyes? Once we are separated, we will cry. You can spend the new year at my house. If you can't, We can go back and forth on the eve of the new year. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan meant. She wanted to spend the new year with him at the same time. It was as if they had completely abandoned the past. He also thought so. Since they came here, they were destined to work hard together. Okay, it's settled. When will Ernie be sent out? It's also grand on the 15th of the new year here. Wang Wan put a piece of bone marrow into her mouth and nodded in agreement. Not on the 15th, it's too late. Let's do it on the 6th of the new year. It's more tiring now, but it will be better in the future. Find a place and bring back the My Fan stone. Let's put it in earlier while the ground is still open and see how the yield is. Zhang Xiaobao decided after finishing the last mouthful of porridge. The new year was naturally different from usual. Jiang Wang clan was busy with work with the housekeeper. They did not have time to come and see their children. Those who still had family in the manor had gone back, so there was obviously less manpower. They were all ordered around in the courtyard. They were so tired that they did not want to leave, but their faces were full of joy. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had eaten, they did not exercise today. They divided the 10 bundles of firecrackers that they had made over the past few days into 5 bundles and asked someone to send them to the Wang family. They also brought pomegranate along with them. Time passed slowly under the anticipation of countless people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan washed their hands that were covered with noodles in the basin. Even if the dumplings were made in advance, they would go to sleep for a while in order to keep watch at night. They had the willpower, but the children's bodies could not bear it. As the night came, every family lit a fire outside their house. They took out the prepared bamboo poles and threw them into the fire, making a crackling sound. The wealthier families even put in some salt to make the sound louder. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also prepared a lot of bamboo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to the Wang family first and then came back. Seeing that someone was throwing bamboo into the fire, they also took out the 5 bundles of firecrackers. They would set off 3 bundles tonight, and 1 at noon and 1 at night tomorrow. They still had to do it then. They would set off 5 bundles of firecrackers on the 5th and 15th day of the new year. Jiang Wang clan, Zhang Xiaobao's father, Old Madam and Old Master Zhang also stood in the courtyard to listen to the sound. They hugged the 2 children in their arms and enjoyed this kind of family affection. When Pomegranate lit the firecrackers and covered her ears to avoid them, the whole family was surprised when there was an even louder sound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not tell anyone that they were making firecrackers because they wanted to give everyone a surprise. In the end, not only was there a surprise, but there was also a shock. It was so loud that everyone was stunned. They only reacted when Pomegranate went to light the 2nd bundle of firecrackers. Xiaobao, what is this? It sounds like there is a lot of noise. Make more of it and sell it. Jiang Wang clan was still quite business-minded. When she saw the firecrackers being lit, she thought of business. Mom, this thing is called firecrackers. It is not easy to make, and there may be accidents. If too many people know about it, the recipe will be leaked. There are many businesses that can make money. Let's not do this first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not want to make firecrackers known to everyone now. They thought that the Wang family's reaction would be the same at this time. My son is right. Let's go. It's time to eat dumplings. Jiang Wang clan thought about it and agreed. She did not think about it anymore and went into the house with her family. The dumplings were already in the pot. There was also a hot pot on the table. The younger generation kowtowed to the older generation to wish them a happy new year. After receiving red packets, they began to eat. Seeing the adults eating in full swing, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only choose some things that could be bitten, such as duck blood, tofu, and small mutton. After a few bites, the 2 put down their chopsticks at almost the same time and said to each other, "It's been 3 years since the Kaiyuan era. Happy New Year." Yesterday, they had said that they would update 5 chapters, but they did not. They did not plan to celebrate their birthday, but their friends came over at night. They drank 3 bottles of beer and then half a liter of white wine and a few bottles of beer. They were drunk and wanted to make up for it today. Chapter 60. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not sleep the entire night. Zhang Xiaobao even went with his family to worship their ancestors. On the morning of the first day of the new year, several villagers from Zhuangzi came over to pay their respects to the main family. Last night, everyone was burning firecrackers. They all heard a different sound coming from the main family's courtyard, so they all casually asked around during their New Year greetings. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao discussed for a while and decided to take out a string of firecrackers for everyone to see. Last night, Pomegranate was the one who lit the firecrackers. Today, she was still the one in charge. Pomegranate finally had a chance to show her face in front of the villagers, so she hurriedly went to get the string of firecrackers. After a while, she came back and hung the string of firecrackers under a tree in the courtyard. She pinched an incense stick and lit the string that was about a foot long. Before anyone else knew what was going on, the crackling sound echoed throughout the entire courtyard. This was incredible. Last night, everyone was also burning bamboo sticks at home. When they heard the sound coming from the main family, it was only consistent and louder. Now that they were standing in front of the firecrackers, they saw one thing after another suddenly fall to the ground and turn into scraps of paper. Their ears were buzzing. Until the string of firecrackers was gone, everyone was still in shock. What exactly were those things? They were so small, but each one was like thunder. The main family was really amazing. Madame Zhang had been frightened once last night. At this time, when she saw the respectful expressions on the faces of the villagers, it was as if these firecrackers were made by him. Hearing the voices of the crowd, and then looking at her son and future daughter-in-law who were facing each other indifferently, she nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Wang Wan's parents came over together. When they heard the sound coming from outside the courtyard, they knew that it was the firecrackers that were sent to their house yesterday. Today, the two of them also came because of this. When they lit the firecrackers yesterday, the whole family was frightened, but then they were happy. With such a big noise, they thought that the evil spirits would not dare to harm them. As soon as they entered the yard, they greeted each other. After a while, Wang Wan's mother held Zhang Wangclan's hand and said, "Miss Wang Wan, elder sister, last night when we lit up these firecrackers in my house, the noise was very loud. This morning, when the farmer came to pay his New Year's greetings, he asked about it. After knowing that it was made by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he hurried over to take a look. Queen Mother of the West sighed at the magic of the firecrackers and was also a little worried. Yesterday, a person who lit the firecrackers did not know the power of the firecrackers. Even though he was told to avoid the firecrackers when they were delivered, he still stood by the side. When the firecrackers crackled, the person who lit the firecrackers was scared silly and stood there in a daze. A firecracker that was blown out flew to his hand and exploded, causing his hand to swell immediately. Early in the morning, the Wang family's housekeeper saw that this person was not very good at his work. After asking, he quickly told the master. Queen Mother of the West was scared. If one of the firecrackers was so powerful, then they made a bunch of them. If there was a spark, then the two children would be blown to bits. At first, Zhang Wangclan was smiling as she listened to her future in-laws. But as she listened, she was also scared. She hurriedly pulled her in-laws to the two children. Without saying anything, she carefully looked at them, touched their faces, and pinched their hands, afraid that something was missing. "Mother, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled by her pinching, so he looked up and asked. "Xiaobao, tell your mother, can those firecrackers kill people or not? Tell me the truth." Zhang Wangclan asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and thought for a while before replying, "Yes, it can. Not only can it kill people, but it can also destroy mountains and split the earth. The ones we made don't have that much power, so we just have to be careful." "What do you mean by be careful?" "Yesterday, someone in the Wang family was injured by the firecrackers. What if something went wrong when you were making those 10 firecrackers? In the future, you are not allowed to fight with Cuckoo." When she heard this, Zhang Wangclan was scared. Her son and daughter-in-law were indeed not ordinary people. Destroying mountains and splitting the earth, wasn't that the work of a god? Both sides lectured the two children, and made them promise not to do such dangerous things in the future. Then they started to chat about their daily lives. As they were chatting, Queen Mother of the West suddenly said to Zhang Wangclan, "Sister, these firecrackers make a lot of noise. If someone is holding a wedding or holding a big event, It will be very lively. Why don't we get people to make more of them and sell them? This is another way to make money. Sister, I don't think we can do this. What if someone learns how to make it and uses it to harm people? Jiang Wang clan had thought about this yesterday and was a little worried. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also listening at the side. When they saw that people would want to make money from it, they sighed and wondered if they should give the recipe away. Xiaobao, it seems that my mother is anxious to see your family's life getting better and better. What do you think we should do? Wang Wan couldn't make up her mind. Zhang Xiaobao was also hesitating. He wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Wang Wan's mother would be unhappy. He wanted to agree, but was also worried that the recipe would be leaked. Sister, I have a way to prevent the recipe from leaking out. Sister, you can prepare the ingredients here, and I will find people to transport them back. When the time comes, we will make them at the Wang family's zhuangzi. It will be divided into 2 parts, and the person making it won't even know the recipe. Madame Wang was eager to earn money, so she came up with this idea on a whim. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes lit up. At first, the 2 of them were thinking about the consequences of leaking the information, so they didn't think about this. Madame Zhang also agreed in her heart. She called Shirlu, who was at the side, to the front and instructed Shirlu to specially prepare the contents of the firecrackers in the future and send them to the Wang family's farmstead. This matter was settled. The Wang family would send people over to learn how to make firecrackers, and Pomegranate would be in charge of the ingredients alone. On the same day, the people from the Wang family came. The process of making firecrackers was simple, but the most important thing was safety. Pomegranate emphasized the various details over and over again, and asked people to follow the requirements without any mistakes. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the Wang family's zhuangzi went from house to house to deliver firecrackers to the villagers of the 2 zhuangzi. Each one hung 100 firecrackers, unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. When they gave firecrackers to one house, they told the other house to pay attention to the place, to be careful not to hurt people and to prevent fire. The villagers accepted the firecrackers one by one, and were happy and grateful to their masters. Their thoughts were simple. When they set off firecrackers in their own houses, it would cause a big commotion, and those bad people wouldn't dare to come to their houses. Night came while they were looking forward to it. Usually, there was no need to burn firecrackers on New Year's Day, but the people of the 2 zhuangzi still lit the firecrackers. Several households set them off together, one after another. For an hour, the sounds of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang zhuangzi never stopped. The people of the 2 zhuangzi families were happy, but the people of Gujia village were worried. When they heard the sounds from the other side of the river, they were all on tenterhooks. They didn't know what was going on, and it was as if there was heavenly thunder. The children were lying on their beds, covering their heads, and didn't dare to show their faces. On the morning of the 6th day of the new year, when Ernio led 2 people to leave with the young master's expectations, the people of Zhuangzi couldn't help but come over to pay their New Year's greetings. Although they said they wanted to pay their New Year's greetings, they actually wanted to ask about what happened yesterday. As a result, the villagers of Zhuangzi and Zhang Xiaobao began to talk. They said that the master of Zhuangzi gave them New Year's gifts, and even gave them these firecrackers to set off. They wanted to chase away the dirty things that were hiding in the dark. This made the people of Zhuangzi feel envious and jealous. At the same time, they were scared. If the 2 zhuangzi chased away the dirty things, wouldn't that mean that they ran over to their side? No matter what, they had to get some firecrackers to get rid of the bad luck. After asking around, they finally found out that the 2 zhuangzi families had set up a grocery store 2 months ago that sold firecrackers. They all rushed over there. When they arrived, they found that the store really did sell firecrackers. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao had discussed earlier. If they wanted to sell firecrackers, they had to let more people know about it. Therefore, they gave one to each family in Zhuangzi. The people of Zhuangzi asked about the price. 100 firecrackers cost 3 copper coins, 500 firecrackers cost 12 copper coins, and 1,000 firecrackers cost 22 copper coins. They could be bought with cash or exchanged with other things. When the price was set, Wang Wan's mother had a hard time breathing. Pomegranate had said that 100 firecrackers cost less than 1 copper coin. As for the wages of the workers, they were all bought from Zhuangzi. They also had to work on a daily basis. It was already good enough that they could add some oil to the food when they were eating. When the people of Zhuangzi saw the price, they hesitated. They were reluctant to spend 3 copper coins to hear such a loud sound. However, when they thought about how the firecrackers could chase away the dirty things, they felt that it wasn't expensive. Since they could make such a loud noise, they thought that the cost of making the firecrackers wasn't low. Among them, there were 2 people who lived well at home. They gritted their teeth and went home to take a few pickled eggs. They went to the grocery store to exchange for a string of firecrackers and prepared to release them at night. With someone taking the lead, the others also felt that the money was well spent. They went home to take their things. They usually came to the grocery store to exchange for things. They knew that the grocery store accepted everything and the price was fair. It made things more convenient for them. The grocery store was specially prepared for the villagers by the 2 main families. When they compared themselves to the main family in Zhuangzi, they couldn't do anything but sigh. One after another, people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi came to exchange for things. They didn't buy with money. Some exchanged with rice grains, some with bacon, some with some staples that were steamed during the new year, and some with a large cart of rice and wheat stalks. The grocery store didn't refuse anything. The rice and wheat stalks were used as firewood, dung, or sent to the Wang family in Zhuangzi to raise earthworms. As long as the food didn't spoil, the servants in the 2 main families could eat it. There were also some handicrafts that were collected and shipped out to be sold. The prices in prosperous places were higher. The frequent movements of the Gu family in Zhuangzi attracted the attention of the main family. The head of this generation was the eldest son of the Gu family, named Guingxi. He stood at the door and saw that the villagers were carrying things to the other side of the river. He couldn't help but stop someone and ask, "Wu family's 3rd son, where are you going?" "Master, I'm going to the grocery store over there to exchange for something new. It's a firecracker that can chase away the dirty things. The sound of that firecracker is like thunder. Because I want to make up for what I did yesterday, there will be at least 6 chapters today." I realized something. I'm almost on the 1st page of the newcomer rankings. I'm currently 13th. If I move forward, I'll be on the 1st page. The gap isn't big. Everyone, help me recommend me. Chapter 61. Firecrackers? Guangxi was puzzled. "Yes, master. Didn't you hear the noises from the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi last night? It's the sound of firecrackers. Once they make a sound, those dirty things won't dare to stay there. Won't they all come to our side? I want to change some too." The Wu family's 3rd son was in a hurry to leave, but he did not dare to offend the master. He could only speak as fast as he could. Guangxi nodded. "They sell firecrackers in the grocery store?" "Yes, there are quite a few. There are 100, 500, and 1,000. They sell firecrackers as many as 1 string." The Wu family's 3rd son continued to answer. Guangxi did not say anything this time. He waved his hand and let the Wu family's 3rd son leave. He stood there and stared at the river, lost in thought. The Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi used to be about the same as his Gu family village. The Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was slightly better. After all, they collected enough food for 100 people and did not need to hand it over. But in recent months, something had happened to them. There were flocks of chickens and ducks in Zhuangzi. During the autumn harvest, they even came over to help him eat the grasshoppers. Later on, chili sauce was produced. He also asked someone to buy some from the grocery store. It was really good. Later on, he brought back so many carrots. It was said that the price of carrots was now 20 copper coins per caddy. There was still demand but no market. Then vegetable oil was produced. It was cheaper than meat oil. It was really good. With all these transactions, his life became much better. He looked at the villagers in Zhuangzi and looked at the villagers in Zhuangzi. There was no comparison at all. When the villagers in his village mentioned the Zhang family and Wang family village, they were all envious. He also wanted to make Zhuangzi better, but he did not have the ability. Look at the 2 masters. They built things called Kong beds for the villagers. It was warm to sleep on them. They also helped to repair the houses and gave gifts during the new year. He also wanted to, but he did not have the money. There were a few Kong beds in the courtyard. It was really comfortable to sleep on. As Gu Ingshi thought about this, he felt a sense of helplessness. When he saw people walking towards the grocery store, he felt even more uncomfortable. He was a farmer in Zhuangzi, yet he had to buy the things he needed from someone else's grocery store. In the past, everyone was more or less the same, so it didn't seem like much. But now, the two Zhuangzi over there were very good to the other Zhuangzi. Now that there was a comparison, the Zhuangzi on his side felt uneasy. No, if this continued, the Zhuangzi would be finished. He had to think of a solution. Gu Ingshi felt a sense of urgency. He turned around and returned to the courtyard. He was going to find someone to discuss this matter. He was also preparing to come up with a new business. When the time came, he would treat the villager better. The villagers of Gujia village did not know that the main family wanted them to have a better life, so they were thinking of a way. Now, they were all holding things and lining up in front of the grocery store, waiting to exchange for firecrackers. Among them, there were some who were quick-witted. They looked at the price and found that the more firecrackers they bought, the cheaper it would be. The one with 1,000 heads only cost 22 copper coins. If it was the one with 100 heads, it would cost 30 copper coins. That was 8 copper coins less. The man thought of something and nudged the person beside him. Wu family Xiao-san, which one do you want? Sigo, why do you want to buy it too? I want to buy the one with 100 heads. The Wu family Xiao-san was still complaining in his heart that he was stopped by the master of the main family just now. When he arrived at the grocery store, he would need to line up for a period of time. From time to time, there would be people from the Zhang family and Wang family entering the store. They did not need to line up. After all, this grocery store was specially opened for them. Just as he was lamenting, he heard a reply from the person beside him. Yes, I also want to buy the one with 100 heads. Why don't we ask the people next to us? If there are 10 people who want to buy the one with 100 heads, we can buy the one with 1,000 heads together. It will be cheaper. When the time comes, we can split up and buy the one with 100 heads each. The man called Sigo and the Wu family's Xiao-san discussed. When the Wu family's Xiao-san heard this, he also felt that it was a good deal. He nodded and began to ask the people around him. In the end, after a few words, the people around him understood. The dozens of people formed groups of 10 and handed the items to the person in front of them. After that, they would divide the goods among themselves. In this way, not only was it cheaper, the lines were also shorter, and the speed was several times faster. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also strolling around accompanied by Pomegranate and a manservant. They just happened to come to the grocery store. Seeing the scene in front of them, the two of them looked at each other in surprise. These people were smart and knew how to get the biggest profit. Huzi, go and ask what's going on over there. Why do they want to buy the firecrackers like this? Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and ordered the manservant. Huzi immediately went over. After a while, he understood the situation and came back to report. Little young master, there is a man called Sigo over there. It was his idea. In this way, there will be fewer people in the line, and they can save some money. Each family can save about 1 copper coin. Now they can buy 1 egg. When the chickens lay eggs, they can save 2 eggs. Little young master, do you want to raise the price of the 500 and 1,000 firecrackers? Good, he's a talent. There's no need to raise the price. Just sell it like this. Our firecrackers are mainly sold not to the people of Gujia village, but to some big buyers. You go and call Sigo for me. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. Although it was just a simple idea, if it was him and Wang Wan, they could think of it immediately. So many villagers did not think of it, but the man called Sigo thought of it. It had to be said that it was a little special. Sigo had just bought the firecrackers and was dividing them. There were also things from each family. The value was different, so they had to be properly exchanged. After dividing the firecrackers to 2 families, Huzi came over and said to Sigo, Sigo, right? My little young master wants you to come over. Who is your little young master? I'm busy. If there's something, let him come over. Sigo was patiently counting the number of firecrackers. When he heard the voice, he did not raise his head and said unhappily. The people next to him raised their heads and saw that they all knew this person. He was one of the people in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's courtyard. They pondered over his words and looked in another direction. Sure enough, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's little young master and Wang family's Zhuangzi's little young lady were there. Someone next to him quickly touched Sigo and said to him, "Sigo, hurry up. The Zhang family's little young master wants you. Hurry up, don't let him wait." Everyone in Guzhuang knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family had an arranged marriage. This was not a big deal. After all, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was powerful and could not control the people in Guzhuang. However, they all heard that the benefits given to the Zhuangzi were all from these two children. Just by hearing the name of the grocery store, they knew that it was the Baowan grocery store. They also often heard from the two Zhuangzi's little young master and little young lady's good deeds. When they met people outside, they would greet them politely and kindly. This made them respect them, so they urged Sigo. When Sigo heard that it was the little young master of the Zhang family, he immediately stood up and smiled apologetically at Huzi. Without saying anything, he walked toward Zhang Xiaobao. Before he could get close, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came forward holding hands. As soon as they met, before Sigo could speak, Zhang Xiaobao spoke first. "You're still busy over there, so I'll send someone over to disturb you. Please forgive me if I've offended you." As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed to the four dogs. Wang Wan also followed suit and bowed. Sigo, who was flattered, felt that his nose was sore. He blinked his eyes hard and felt better. He quickly wanted to kneel down, but was supported by Huzi. The corner of Sigo's mouth moved. He didn't know what to say. When had he ever been treated like this? Moreover, the two in front of him were two little ancestors on Zhuangzi. No wonder when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's farmers mentioned these two people, they were so respectful. Hearing these words and seeing them bow, Sigo actually felt warm on this cold winter day. Many people in Guzhuang were also watching. When they saw the two children acting like this, they all sighed in their hearts. Look at them, they were so sensible at such a young age. This was what Zhang Xiaobao's parents taught him. Then they looked at the little young master on Zhuangzi. He was already 6 years old this year, but when he met the farmers he acted like he was superior and ordered them around as if they were animals. While the people in Guzhuang were sighing, Zhang Xiaobao spoke again. "See, do you have a name?" In reply to the little young master, "This lowly Sigo has a lowly life. How could I have a name? I didn't know what my surname was since I was young." The person in charge of household registration gave this lowly one the surname Su. The little young master will call this lowly one Sigo. A lowly name is easy to raise. Sigo finally recovered a little. When he spoke, his voice was still a little shaky like Wei Wei. "Oh, then I'll call you Su Si. What kind of contract did you sign in Gujia village?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. There were 2 types of contracts, and each type had 2 types of contracts. They were divided into 2 types, the adult contract and the land contract. The 2 types were the life contract and the death contract. The life contract allowed the owner to leave when the time came, but before the time came, they had to compensate the owner. The death contract lasted for a lifetime, and it was very rare for the owner to leave. In reply to the little young master, this lowly one signed a life contract to rent land for 5 years. "Today is the last year, so I have to sign a new one." Sigo replied. His attitude became more and more respectful. When he called him Su Si, he had the urge to cry. "If you leave now, how much do you have to compensate? I need someone to do things for me, so I want to ask you to come over and help." Zhang Xiaobao began to rope him in. Really? Little young master, you really want this lowly one to do things for you? If I leave now, this lowly one will have to compensate 1 tael of silver, or 160 kilograms of grain. When Sigo heard that the little young master of the Zhang family wanted him to go over, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He quickly told him the amount of money he had to compensate. This amount of money was too much for him, and he couldn't afford it. "Huzi, go to the grocery store and see if there's any cash. Take 2 taels of silver and give it to Su Si. Tell him to return the contract. As for the rest of the money, Su Si, you can spend it on whatever you want. When you're done, come to Zhuangzi to find me." Zhang Xiaobao instructed Huzi and Su Si. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he turned around and left with Wang Wan. After Huzi took the money, he handed it to Sigo and left as well. Sigo was left standing there, holding the money without saying anything. Other people in Guzhuang who heard about this matter looked at him with envy. Chapter 62. It was spring, and the streets were bustling with activity. It was winter, and people were busy coming and going in a hurry. It was noisy in the middle of the day. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, Sanshui County was bustling with activity. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang licked the corner of his mouth. He had accidentally smeared the cucumber with chili sauce when he was eating earlier. He savored the fragrance of the chili sauce for a moment before he brought along 2 yamen runners and strolled leisurely on the streets. In order to be close to the people and not disturb them, he did not wear his official uniform. He wore casual clothes and stood in front of the stalls for a while with his not too big belly. He did not mention his identity to show that he was a good official. He thought that if something happened, he could solve it in time. 2 fully armed yamen runners followed him and called him County Magistrate. Cheng Lingxiang walked very slowly and was immersed in the spontaneous greetings of the people. He always had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was thinking that the expert's idea was really good. With a good reputation, he could show his face in the county as much as possible and let everyone know which county magistrate did not care about his rest and sent grain and oil to the poor families. 1,000 dawn of food was not a small amount. Half a dawn of food was enough for one family to eat for a month. 2,000 families had received the food, but he did not leave a single grain. It was the same for the oil. When he first sent it, each family was deeply grateful, which made him feel very comfortable. It was all thanks to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Otherwise, how could he have such a good reputation? He heard from his subordinates that many people were praising the county magistrate. If this continued, it would not be difficult for him to be promoted. County Magistrate Cheng thought as he walked. From time to time, he would return the greetings of the people. His image of being close to the people increased greatly. As he walked, he came to the busiest street in the county. There were many shops on both sides and pedestrians on the street. Bustling, this is what I am looking forward to. County Magistrate Cheng sighed. The 2 yamen runners behind him immediately came up to flatter him. The 3 of them complimented each other. While they were walking, there was a sudden deafening crackling sound in front of them, which startled County Magistrate Cheng and the people on the street. Once the sound started, it seemed to go on, making people's ears ring non-stop. Let's go. Follow me to the front to see who is causing such a commotion. County Magistrate Cheng was really bold. He didn't go back to the yamen to ask for help when he heard the sound. Instead, he walked quickly with 2 yamen runners. When they arrived at their destination, the noise had not yet stopped. There were already many people who had stopped to watch. Some people were still shouting something, trying to compete with the continuous noise. Where is this? Tell me. County Magistrate Cheng pointed to a 3-story building in front of him and asked the 2 yamen runners beside him. Sir, what did you say? The yamen runner didn't hear him clearly. I'm asking you, what is this place? County Magistrate Cheng shouted. It should be the opening of a restaurant. Yesterday, I heard that someone bought a piece of land and is going to open a restaurant called Thousand Taste Town's Water Residence. The yamen runner heard clearly this time and replied loudly. What's going on? I don't know. Sir, I saw young Master Song standing there as well. I'll bring him here. The yamen runner didn't know either. He shouted and saw Song Jinggong standing at the entrance. He hurriedly ran over and pulled Song Jinggong to the side of the county magistrate. At this time, the noise finally stopped. Although it was gone, it caused quite a stir. Many people were talking about what made the noise. It was so loud that it was really shocking. Zijin is also here. Is this restaurant opened by Zijin? County Magistrate Cheng's ears were still ringing, so he still shouted when he spoke. Sir, this restaurant is not opened by a student. It's owned by someone from elsewhere. You can tell from the name that it's Thousand Taste Town's Water Residence. They want to suppress the Byway Pavilion and the Waterview Tower. Song Jinggong also pressed his ears. He was close to that place just now, so his ears were still ringing. Oh, Zijin, do you know what that noise was? County Magistrate Cheng saw that someone was opening a restaurant and nothing had happened. He didn't want to find trouble with them. Instead, he was interested in the noise. Song Jinggong nodded and said, "Yes, that's firecrackers. A student gave them 100,000 times to open a restaurant." "What's a firecracker?" County Magistrate Chung felt that the surroundings were noisy now. He pulled Song Jinggong to a place where there were fewer people and asked. His voice was not as loud as before. "Zhangzhe Zhuangzi made something for some festive occasion. It's lively and can help to spread a little." Song Jinggong was also more comfortable than before. The ringing in his ears was not as loud as before. "Zhangzhe Zhuangzi again? Zijin, this 100,000 times firecracker was given by you. How much did it cost?" Originally, County Magistrate Ching was curious. When he heard that it was Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, he first thought of a person. With that person, everything was reasonable. He was a little surprised by that person's generosity. So many firecrackers. How much did it cost? "Sir, it's not much. It's only 2 taels of silver. This thing is cheap. It's a good deal to spend 2 taels of silver on opening a restaurant. This time, a student gave it to you for free. This way, others will know about it and it will be easier to buy it." Song Jinggong explained. This was the idea of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If they sold it directly, others might not buy it. First, they would give out some of it. When the effect was seen, others would buy it. The selling price was 2 taels of silver. The cost was not much. After explaining this, Song Jinggong saw County Magistrate Ching nodding in agreement. He continued, "Also, this thing can ward off evil spirits. It's like the firecrackers used during the New Year. This year, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi used this." "There's such a use?" "That's right, firecrackers. These things are even louder than firecrackers and can ward off evil spirits." Indeed, it can ward off evil spirits. There are auspicious signs in the front and evil spirits in the back. That person is really amazing. Since that's the case, Zijin, sell some to the yamen as well. County Magistrate Chung thought that this way, it would be more lively. 200,000 times, 5 taels of silver would be enough. It was worth it to make such a big noise. "Sir, you don't have to pay for it. Zhuangzi has asked many people to work on it. They will send it to you the day after tomorrow." Song Jinggong did not need to ask the little child about this kind of thing. He knew what to do. A few taels of silver from the yamen were not worth it. It was good to use this thing as a gift. County Magistrate Chung thought for a while and did not continue to rush to pay. The farmstead had given them a lot of things, so they did not lack this little bit of money. Just the 1,000 dan of grain alone cost more than 100 taels of silver. The farmstead was really generous in doing things. With the firecrackers, County Magistrate Ching was in a better mood. He did not continue to shop. After a few words with Song Jinggong, he went back with 2 yamen runners. He wanted to arrange how to spend the New Year's Eve. This year, it was not just a matter of a lantern. County Magistrate Ching returned to the yamen in a good mood. He thought that there was nothing to do. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, the Deputy County Magistrate, Zhang Mingxing, hurried to find him. "Sir, we sent an urgent document saying that we have reported the auspicious signs. In order to find out whether it is true or not, we will send an army officer to Sanshui County on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Today is already the 10th day of the Lunar New Year and they just sent someone here. It will be 5 days later. The cucumbers are all gone and they remember the auspicious signs. Come just in time. In 2 days, Song Jinggong will come to the yamen to send the firecrackers. I will tell him and let him handle it. The cucumbers should have grown a lot. Eat as much as you can and when they come, they will be gone." After hearing what the Deputy County Magistrate said, County Magistrate Chung took the document and read it again. He was a little dissatisfied with the people above. At this time, they thought of using the urgent document. What did they do earlier? He did not know whether the cucumbers sent to them were eaten by them or given to others. "Sir, do you have to kill those cucumbers? Can you transfer some of them away? It is just the beginning of spring and there is still a long time before there are any cucumbers." The Deputy County Magistrate, Zhang Mingxing, was a little reluctant. He had an old mother at home and her body was not very good. She liked to eat light food. He gave all the cucumbers he got to his mother. Seeing that his mother could eat more rice, he was happy. If the cucumbers were suddenly gone, what would his mother eat? If there was no other way, he could ask Song Jinggong for some carrots. Those things were good to eat. County Magistrate Cheng also thought so, but he had no other choice. He could not sell the Zhang family's farmstead. With Zhang Wuji's ability, he might be able to produce better things in the future. Besides, with the help of the two masters, he might have to ask Zhang Wuji for help. At this time, when he heard what the deputy county magistrate said, he had an idea. He felt that it was possible. When people came, he would get some fresh cucumbers for them to see. When they went to see the cucumbers, he would move some of them away. Some of them should be able to survive and he could eat them by then. Thinking of this, he did not wait for Song Jinggong to come. He asked someone to go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to report. In order to make people believe, he even asked someone to bring the documents that were passed down from the higher-ups and told them his idea. The person who went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi was the Yamen runner who went there before. When he heard that he was going to Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he immediately became happy. The last time he went there, they treated him well. When he came back, he even got some money. This time, he had another chance. Without any delay, he rode a horse and rushed there. The speed of the horse was very fast. Usually, it would take half a day to get there, but on a fast horse, he arrived at the destination in less than 4 hours. People who did not know saw such a fast horse and thought that it was an urgent report from 600 miles away. When the bailiffs arrived at the manor, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were studying with their father. The two of them really admired their father. When it came to learning, he would take out a sentence and within it, there would be a story. Within the story, there would be a sentence, and within the sentence, there would be a story. This was because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If it were other children, they would have been scared to tears by so many things. Father Zhang was very satisfied. If he could teach students so easily, then he would have become a teacher long ago. These two children only needed to be taught once. After a few days, they would ask a few questions. When he told them, then they would know what to teach. Chapter 63. Just as Father Zhang was talking happily, a bailiff rushed in with a head full of sweat. It was really hard for him in this warm weather. As soon as he entered the door, he handed over the document and described it according to the county magistrate's instructions. The bailiff was sent away. Father Zhang looked at the document and thought that the two children did not understand, so he explained it to them. The class could only be stopped. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their room to think about how to deal with it. Xiaobao, the county magistrate, said that we should move some of the cucumbers away. What do you think? Wang Wan thought about the consequences of moving the cucumbers away. It seemed that the cucumbers that were moved away were not easy to live. I agree. Move them away. Move the cucumbers away from one of the houses and move them to someone else's cucumber field in summer. Do it today. Don't pick the cucumbers and just leave them there. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. They will be frozen to death. Yes, let the cucumbers freeze to death. That is an auspicious sign. We can continue to eat the rest. We can still eat them for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan and said, "Smart. People who can be liars are indeed different. If we want to let people see the house, we need to tear it down. The project is too big. If we move the cucumbers away, we will lose a lot of money. Now is the time when we are short of money." Wang Wan understood and reached out to pinch Zhang Xiaobao's face and praised him. Zhang Xiaobao did not move at all. His face was expressionless as he was pinched. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Tell all the villagers at the farmstead not to spread the news. For example, if anyone tries to goad them into action, threaten them, or tempt them into action. You'll be in charge of this." Okay, but that day the child in Guzhuang was there. What should we do? Wang Wan was indeed familiar with these things. Suddenly, she thought of the people in Guzhuang that day. Zhang Xiaobao also slapped his forehead regretfully. He had made a mistake. He had not thought of so many things. That child would definitely tell others when he went back, and the adults in the family would know. What if the people who came to investigate had nothing better to do and went to ask Guzhuang's people? This was all very possible. What should we do? Wang Wan couldn't think of a solution. Yeah, what can we do? How should they deal with it? Bribe Guzhuang? It's not easy. Well, The cucumber seedlings have been brought to the county yamen by the county magistrate in advance and are being planted there. Let's do it. Zhang Xiaobao's small hand kept bouncing on his leg. This was a habit of his. He would do this whenever he encountered a difficult problem. In the end, he finally came up with a solution. Wang Wan also nodded in agreement. By the county magistrate? Okay, I understand. Then let's do it this way. Move the whole house over there and get 2 more carriages. Now that the snow has started to melt in some places, let the county magistrate find a good piece of land and pick the cucumbers. Pay attention to keeping them warm. When the people above come, it will be even better if the cucumbers are still alive. Everything has nothing to do with Zhuangzi. If someone really comes to Zhuangzi to look, I will burn it all. This method can't be leaked out no matter what, unless it can be exchanged for benefits that will tempt us. This method can't be used to plant cucumbers. The 2 of them made a decision. They asked someone to find the yamen runner and told him not to treat him to a meal today. They gave him 2 taels of silver and told him to go back and tell the county magistrate immediately and let the county magistrate arrange everything. The yamen runner also knew that this matter was not easy to handle. He took the money, drank a bellyful of water, rode the horse that had not fully recovered, and hurried back. After the yamen runner left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also began to get busy. This kind of thing could not be estimated, especially when Zhang Xiaobao did not have any understanding of the people from Zhuangzhou. Bundles of firewood were piled up at the back of the house. As long as there was any bad news, these firewood would be lit. Some people had already put some wood on the wall, and when the time came, the wall would be pushed down. By the time everything was ready, it was already dark. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both sighed in relief. They lay on the Kong bed and did not read anymore. They went to bed early. At the yamen in Sanshui County, County Magistrate Chung also learned of the situation. After thinking about it, he finally circled a piece of land by the river. First, he had people remove the snow, then dig up the soil below and use a torch to melt the frozen soil at the bottom. The excavated soil was treated slightly and then filled back in. Everything was done. The next day, all the farmers at the Zhang family's farmstead began to work. They carefully dug out the cucumber vines from the soil. There was soil at the bottom, and the shelves at the top were set up again. They placed them on the carts and covered the carts with cloth. Carts after carts began to be transported to the county. The things on the cart were precious, so the speed of the cart was very slow. In the end, they did not arrive at their destination for an entire day. When night fell, they had to look around to see if there was anyone around and light some fires to keep the cucumbers on the cart warm. During this operation, Song Jinggong and the Wang family's housekeeper were personally in charge. The 2 of them did not dare to sleep and could only sit by the fire to keep watch. Housekeeper Wang, are you thirsty? Eat a cucumber. Song Jinggong plucked 2 large cucumbers from one of the carts. Without washing them, he rubbed them with his hands to remove the thorns. He opened his mouth and took a bite, chewing noisily. Housekeeper Wang took the cucumbers and looked worriedly at the cart that Song Jinggong had just opened. He thought for a moment and asked, "Young Master Song, will the cold wind enter the cart? Who cares if it will or not? In fact, when these things are transported there, don't expect to be transported back. It's just to deal with some people. As long as there are a few alive, it's fine." Song Jinggong said indifferently as he chewed on the cucumber. If one did not listen carefully, they would not be able to hear him clearly. Housekeeper Wang thought for a moment and nodded. Young Master Song is right. We won't be able to take them back. That's good. Each driver will get one. The cart that Song Jinggong had just opened was opened again. The driver used the fastest speed to find the bigger cucumbers, plucked them, and distributed them one by one. These people sat around the fire, eating and chatting. When the horses were almost rested, they put them on again and drove the carts forward. They arrived at their destination in the middle of the night. Song Jinggong and housekeeper Wang thought that they would have to stay outside for the night and wait until the next morning. However, as soon as the carts arrived, people from the yamen came to pick them up. They lit up the torches and headed directly to the circled land by the river. There were already people waiting there. County Magistrate Chung also came in person. He had not seen the cucumber seedlings. These days, he had eaten a lot of cucumbers. When he saw the carts coming, he ordered people to guard the surrounding area and not allow anyone to come close. As the cloth on the carts was rolled up, the cucumber seedlings appeared in front of them. Eating cucumbers and seeing the seedlings with cucumbers were two different things. When they saw so many seedlings with cucumbers hanging on them, except for the people who sent them here, the others, including County Magistrate Cheng, were all surprised. They are indeed extraordinary. They make people feel comfortable just by looking at them. I can't wait to pluck one and taste it myself. County Magistrate Cheng sighed. The Yamen runners and Deputy County Magistrate nodded their heads, especially the Deputy County Magistrate. He had already decided that he would bring his mother here to have a look tomorrow morning. The vigorous vitality in the snow was really shocking. Following the County Magistrate's order, the Yamen runners began to put the seedlings into the pit that had been dug. They poured a little water that was not so cold from the house on top of the seedlings. Then, they used the cloth from the carts to wrap the seedlings in a circle to cover the top of the seedlings. After doing all this, they lit a circle of fire outside the cloth and arranged a guard every 5 steps. They could not let the fire burn the cloth. "Sir, we have finished here. It is very cold at night. You'd better go back and rest." The Deputy County Magistrate found 2 thick clothes and wrapped himself up. He decided to stay here and persuade County Magistrate Cheng to go back. Cheng Lingxiang nodded his head and prepared to leave. After a few steps, he came back. "Forget it. I can't sleep even if I go back. I will ask someone to get some food and drink. I will stay here and wait." Cheng Lingxiang was really worried. It was only the 11th day of the month and there were still 4 days left. The most worrying thing was the first night. If they could survive, then everything would be fine. They could do the same thing tomorrow. If they could not survive, then it would be troublesome when the higher-ups came. Song Jinggong and the rest did not care. They each found a place to rest. They had been on the road for a long time and were tired. The next day, when the dazzling but not warm sun rose, County Magistrate Cheng rubbed his red eyes and peeked inside through a gap in the cloth. After a few glances, he still couldn't figure out whether it was successful or not. He had no choice but to call for someone who knew farming. This person had a rough idea with just one glance. "My lord, I estimate that 30% of the seedlings will die in about 3 days. It's hard to say what will happen to the rest. I estimate that 20% of them will be able to survive for 10 days. After careful consideration, this person said to County Magistrate Cheng, Good, that's good. 30% of the seedlings will die. When the time comes, pick all the cucumbers on the seedlings. Keep the big ones for cooking and pickle the small ones." Cheng Lingxiang was completely relieved when he heard that there were seedlings that could survive for a long time. He narrowed his eyes and asked someone to send the seedlings back to the residence behind the government office. The rest of the matters were left to the Deputy County Magistrate. The Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing saw that he was the most senior official here. He was relieved and took a nap for a while. When the sun was higher, he asked someone to fetch his mother. After a while, Mother Zhang came. The old lady was not old. She was not in her 60s and was not in good health. She was helped down from the carriage by the Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing. She looked around and asked, "My son, why did you ask me to come here? Did you get into trouble?" "Don't worry. I'm here. I will help you. If it doesn't work, I will go and beg your uncle." From these 2 sentences, Song Jinggong, who had already come over, knew that this old lady was from a scholarly family. Thinking that he did not have any relatives, he could not help but sigh. If his mother was here, she would definitely protect him like this. "Mother, I didn't get into trouble. It is a good thing. Mother, come with me. I will show you something good." The Deputy County Magistrate helped his mother to the place covered by the cloth. He gently opened a gap and let his mother look inside. "Cucumbers, so many cucumbers. My son, is this true? Who is so capable to grow cucumbers in this season? It is the blessing of our Tang Empire." Mother Zhang looked inside, and her originally cloudy eyes immediately brightened up a lot. She said excitedly, Chapter 64. "Mother, this is not made by a powerful person. It is an auspicious sign. There is a family who planted cucumbers in summer, and in winter, they bear cucumbers. The county magistrate has already reported it. On the 15th, someone will come down to check. Mother, which cucumbers do you think are good? Pick them and eat them. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing was afraid that his mother would expose this matter. If that was the case, he would not be able to eat cucumbers in the future. Other benefits would also be lost. Wouldn't the people of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi hate him to death? Mother Zhang was stunned. She looked at the cucumbers carefully and then turned to look at her son. She reached out her hand and touched her son's head. She said, "Oh, I was wondering why there are so many cucumbers. So it is an auspicious sign. My son, don't worry. I understand. I understand. This is an auspicious sign. It is not easy for the people to live. In the future, you must remember not to do things that cut off people's livelihood. When the auspicious signs in Sanshui are almost there, other places in Tang will also have auspicious signs." Song Jinggong was frightened when he heard this. This old lady was not simple. She actually understood everything from the deputy county magistrate's simple words. Fortunately, the old lady was a good person. She knew to help him hide the truth. He was relieved. The deputy county magistrate also knew that he could not lie to his mother. He helped his mother into the house and said while walking, "Mother is right. I will remember mother's teachings. I will never do things that harm people's money. Moreover, my mother likes to eat cucumbers." Mother Zhang laughed. "You know how to make your mother happy. Pick a few more cucumbers and bring them back. I will dip them in the chili sauce and eat less. I am not afraid of spiciness." Mother Zhang really walked in. It seemed that she also understood that as long as the people who came down to check saw the cucumbers alive, it would be the biggest success. As for the future, these cucumbers would be useless. She would eat a lot of cucumbers herself. Seeing the two of them go in, Song Jinggong's task was completed. He had to go back early. He did not know what things were going to be busy over there, especially the firecrackers. It seemed that he was going to be sold again. He was also a high scholar. It was fine if he was an advisor, but he still had to do business outside. Song Jinggong and Steward Wang led the caravan back. Some of the carriages were borrowed, but they didn't lend the people. The drivers were all farmers from the Zhang and Wang family who knew how to drive the carriages. In a small courtyard belonging to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, the two of them were practicing military boxing. Every move they made looked pretty good, but there wasn't much strength behind them. In less than an hour, the two of them were sweating profusely. He was afraid that he would catch a cold from the cold wind outside, so he stopped there for the time being. He returned to the house to change his clothes and wipe his sweat. It was time for snacks again. He ate fried carrots as chips and cucumbers as fruit. There was also a bowl of egg soup beside him. The two of them put the food into their mouths and slowly chewed. They tried their best to chew the food into small pieces so that their bodies could absorb it. Now, the two of them basically ate 7 or 8 times a day to replenish their energy. Compared to children of the same age, the two of them were obviously taller and stronger. This was the result of training and eating. Erniu has been out for a few days. I don't know if he can find the wheat rice stone. It will be spring plowing in a few days. The wheat has been planted long ago and will be coming out soon. Do you think we will have a drought this year? We have to prepare in advance. I've asked around. There are already tankers. A few of them are enough to supply water for 2 zhuangzi. Wang Wan ate 2 carrots and drank a mouthful of soup. She leaned back on the chair she had made and lay down comfortably as she asked casually. "It's not hard to find. I've already told him what it looks like. When the time comes, he can ask someone to draw it and spend some money. Many people will help him find it. I don't remember there being a drought this year. In Shandong, there seems to be no rain this year. It's still the same in spring and summer. The current prime minister seems to be surnamed Yao. He was a very powerful person, but he was demoted. He handled the drought very well, and the locust plague was the same. If we go, it's just to find some benefits for ourselves. If they can't do it, I'll give the method of planting cucumbers to the imperial court." Zhang Xiaobao was still eating cucumbers. In this short while, he had eaten 2 of them. He only stopped to drink the soup when he felt that his mouth was dry. He was making judgments and choices. Wang Wan didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing with Zhang Xiaobao's decision. If it were her, she also didn't have a better idea. In fact, she also knew that with Zhang Xiaobao's brain, it wouldn't be a problem if he wanted to get more land. However, he didn't want to give up the 100 households' food. This was not only a matter of money, but also a matter of status. She and Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this status, but the old master couldn't. There was also the old master. Once he lost this status, the old master's health was very likely to be affected. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao definitely didn't want to see happen. Zhang Xiaobao drank the last mouthful of soup, patted his stomach, and also closed his eyes for a while. When he felt that it was about time, he opened his eyes and said, "It's time to arrange a job for Su Si. Let's see how capable he is first, then we'll assign him a position according to his performance. And there's also a new person you found. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. These 2 days, he has been recuperating on Zhuangzi. He should be a little fatter, but he was a little too thin. He didn't give the impression that he was a reliable person. What are you going to arrange for him? There doesn't seem to be much to do on Zhuangzi." Wang Wan also opened her eyes. If Zhang Xiaobao didn't mention it, she would have almost forgotten about Su Si. "Yes, I will hand over the matters of the market to him, especially the pricing. This position is very important. If he does well, I plan to set up a business group next year and let him be in charge of it. We will be able to remove ourselves from this position. In the future, I will take the imperial examinations. In this world, it's not good to be weak, especially when it comes to power. What do you plan to do in the future? Tell me, and I will give you some advice. I usually don't do this kind of thing for others." Zhang Xiaobao didn't forget to tease Wang Wan. "I will also be an official. When the time comes, let's see who gets promoted faster. There are female officials here, right?" Wang Wan didn't care about Zhang Xiaobao's teasing and said proudly. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned when he heard this. "Forget it. What kind of work do female officials do? You are not suitable. Now is not the same as before. There are no longer women in power. Li Longji even got rid of his aunt. You still want to stand out? How about this, I will hand over the matters of the family to you. You just have to take care of the family. I don't want to stay at home all day. I want to have my own career." Wang Wan obviously didn't agree. "Do you think that it is so easy to take care of the family? In the future, there will be more and more people in my family. You will have to understand all the relationships and interests. Don't you want to train people? When the time comes, there will be more people for you to train. Let's not talk about this for now. It is still too early to talk about it. Let's go and meet Su Si." Zhang Xiaobao saw that he couldn't persuade Wang Wan, so he gave up. He got off the chair and waited for Wang Wan to get off the chair. Then they walked out together. These 2 days, Su Si had been doing well. He ate as much as he could every day. This was what Zhang Xiaobao had told him. He was too thin and needed to eat more. This way, he would be able to do more things in the future. He didn't want to tire himself out during crucial times. Su Si didn't object and really ate as much as he could. He slept for at least 10 hours every day. He wanted to make himself fatter. After a few days, there were some results. His face had obviously become rounder. Today, he woke up very late. Just as he finished eating and didn't have time to think about what to do, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came together. "Little Gongzi, are you going to find something for me to do?" Su Si became excited when he saw the little Gongzi. He had been waiting for him to arrange something for him to do. He also felt uncomfortable if he was always like this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan said, "Yes, you have something to do. Can you read?" Replying to "Miss, I can't read," Su Si couldn't do anything about this. He felt that the little Gongzi and Wang Wan needed someone who could read, but he couldn't lie. "And it's okay if you can't read. You can slowly learn in the future. You should know what the farmers around here need, right?" Wang Wan was a little disappointed, but she still encouraged him. Su Si nodded vigorously this time. "I know, of course I know. Don't tell me you want me to guard that grocery store? I will definitely guard it well." "Why guard that grocery store? That small place isn't suitable for you. After the 15th, you will set up a market on this side of the bridge. You need to buy the things that the farmers need now. You will go outside and negotiate the price. In the future, you will be responsible for setting the price for all the goods that the farmers bring. You can also keep the things that you can't exchange here. When the time comes, you can sell them to the other bigger cities. From now on, you will do everything by yourself. Tell Shirlu what kind of things you want to buy and how much you want. Take the money from her and go buy them. The others won't care. Zhang Xiaobao also spoke at this time. Su Si almost fainted when he heard this. He had never done these things before. Today, he was the only one in charge. He wanted to refuse, but he knew that if he really didn't accept this task, he would no longer be able to follow the little Gongzi in the future. Su Si gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Okay, little Gongzi, don't worry. I will definitely take care of this matter. I will think about it and find pomegranate when the time comes. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say anything else. They turned around and left. It didn't matter if they lost or gained. The main thing was that they wanted to see Su Si's ability. When the time came, they would be able to adjust their positions. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the 15th of the first lunar month. Everyone was busy again. The firecrackers from Zhuangzi were sent everywhere. In the past few days, the number of people had increased by several times. The person in charge of selling firecrackers was Song Jinggong. On the same day, County Magistrate Qing Lingxiang of Sanshui County led a group of people to make preparations. They were ready to welcome the people who came to check and verify the auspicious signs. He actually made it into the top 10 of the newcomer list. If he is still here tomorrow, there will be 5 more chapters. Chapter 65. As the sun rose, the new lanterns were hung up. Early in the morning, some children hurriedly hung up the lanterns in their houses. They usually hung up the lanterns for 3 days. As long as the family still had some spare money, they would not casually extinguish the lanterns. Those with better craftsmanship would make their own lanterns. They would make them into various shapes, with colored paper pasted on the outside and oil lamps or candles inside. When night fell, they would hang them under the eaves or hold them in their hands. They would flow with the waves like stars entering the water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had changed into new clothes today. They got up early to cooperate with the family. The two of them had already spent 100 taels of silver today to make an iron bucket. Xiao Hong, have the clothes we asked the tailor shop to make been delivered? In front of Wang Wan was a large piece of paper that outlined the general layout of the Zhang family and Wang family. Wang Wan held a thin brush in her hand and pointed at the option next to it. The word clothes was written there. Xiao Hong, pomegranate, and cherries had already handed over the trivial matters to others. They all stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. 60% has been delivered. The remaining 40% will be delivered in 2 hours. All the servants of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi have a total of 763 people. 763 sets of clothes and shoes are tailor-made. Not one person is missing. Xiao Hong was already used to the rules of the 2 young masters, so she took a step forward and answered. When they were taking measurements, they used the identities of the 2 village heads of the Zhang family and Wang family. They did not say that they were going to make clothes and shoes for the people in the village. These things were usually made at home. It was rare to order them from outside. Wang Wan used the brush to make a check mark behind the word clothes, and then asked Cherries, "Cherries, have you prepared a lantern and a roasted chicken for each family?" Cherries also took a step forward. There are a total of 234 households in the 2 villages. 234 lanterns and the same roasted chicken have been prepared and can be sent out at any time. In addition, each household's lantern can last for 3 days, and all the candles have been prepared. Wang Wan tapped on the back of the lantern. "Pomegranate, how long will it take to wrap the meat dumplings?" Replying to the young lady, "Each person has 10 big meat dumplings. Just now, we were short of 400 dumplings. Now, we have almost enough. 3,000 firecrackers for each household are in the storeroom." Pomegranate also stood out and replied. Thinking of the little young master and the little lady's spending today, she was so excited that her face was bright red. Wang Wan also tapped on this item. There was only one manservant left in the room, Huzi. Without waiting for Wang Wan to ask, Huzi began to speak. The two Zhuangzi have already dug pits to ensure that the torches will not fall down and cause a fire. There are a total of 790 pits and 790 torches. Everyone in the two Zhuangzi will have one each. The oil that has been mixed will ensure that the flames will not go out overnight. Good, everyone go and prepare. In the afternoon, distribute the items. Plug in the torches and light them up as soon as it gets dark. Wang Wan instructed, and the four of them left one after another. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were left in the room. They still had to wait for Su Si to come back. The 100 taels of silver were not only spent on clothes, food and other things that could be used, but also on Su Si's side. I heard that the person who came down this time has a bad relationship with Zhou Shihu's uncle. If he deliberately wants to cause trouble, have you thought of a way to deal with it? Wang Wan put down the pen and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was also holding a pen and writing by himself. Zhang Xiaobao was a little dissatisfied with his handwriting. It was much worse than Wang Wan's. After all, Wang Wan had been learning since she was young. In addition to the normal things that she learned in class, she also learned dancing, calligraphy, musical instruments, and other miscellaneous things. This was the gap between the rich and the poor. Even poor families had talented children. Every time one of them appeared, there would be a lot of news reports. It was as if these children were the most amazing. But in the end, the proportion of people who had a dominant position in society was still those who had been nurtured from a young age with knowledge in various fields. After a slight sigh, Zhang Xiaobao also put down the pen and rubbed his wrist. He gave Wang Wan a reassuring smile. It's good that there are conflicts. The person who came down has to go back. There will be a time limit. If the relationship is good, they will help to hide it. If the relationship is not good, it will be the most difficult. That way, they will do things impartially. If the relationship is not good, it will be simple. That Sikong adjunct will verify the auspicious signs while looking for trouble with nephew Sitsong. Then let him look for trouble. He has no choice but to look for trouble. Force him to focus his energy on suppressing Zhou Shihu and the county magistrate, and send a bunch of troublesome little problems to him. That's it? That's it? Then what if he wants to go to Zhuangzi on a whim while looking for problems? Wang Wan always felt that this was a little unreliable. This did not seem to be the action of an international swindler like Zhang Xiaobao. She was in charge of the logistics of the 15th, and Zhang Xiaobao was assigned to deal with the people who came. When did he only have one idea? I haven't finished yet. I'm thinking about the details. Oh, that's more like it. Like I said, you are not Zhang Xiaobao if you only come up with one idea that is not guaranteed. Wang Wan was relieved. Zhang Xiaobao's hand flicked on his leg a few times. Song Jinggong has something to do. According to the information, military advisor Qin Yong and Qin Jinian like to pretend to be cultured. There are 3 big restaurants in Sanshui County. There is also a Luoshui River in the north. That river does not belong to our county, but it belongs to Luoshui County. A normal journey would take half a day. Let's think of poems from the later part of this era and write them down for Song Jinggong. Then, we'll take out some things that we don't have here and some new recipes. Let Song Jinggong hold Qin Yong back at the 3 restaurants and the Luoshui River so that he won't be willing to leave the brothels. You are so bad. Tell me, how many people did you corrupt in the past? Wang Wan understood as soon as she heard it. It was a simple and practical method. When she thought about how many high-ranking officials helped to cover up after they were cheated, she understood why. A fly never bites a flawless egg. Apart from this, we also need to fork out some money to let some people stop and cry out for justice. We need County Magistrate Cheng's cooperation. These are all trivial matters. Let Qin Yong enjoy the thrill of making decisions for the people. After he is satisfied, let the people send him gifts like silk banners. Invite him to the farmer's house to eat some farmer's food and enjoy the pleasure of being close to the people. If these are not enough, we will make him sick. I don't believe that he will have the time to care about us. Zhang Xiaobao said slowly. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao as she listened. Bad, he was full of bad ideas. It was good that he was bad. With such a bad person, it would be much easier to live together in the future. Little young master, little miss, I am back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished discussing how to scheme against people when Su Si rushed in from outside. Usually, he would not be able to enter the courtyard as he pleased, but today was special. It's good that you are back. How did the matter go? Wang Wan was in charge of everything today, so Wang Wan opened her mouth to ask. It's done. This lowly one has already found the lion dancers. This time, there will be 50 of them. They will dance at the bridge. It will be lively for the whole night. This lowly one has also prepared some goods that are commonly used. There are also a few types of snacks that will be displayed at the bridge when the time comes. I am thinking that the goods tonight will not make a profit. As long as I can keep my capital, it will be fine. I did not discuss this with little miss and little young master. If it is not possible, I will raise the price. Su Si had been very busy these past 2 days. The market was originally supposed to be held after the 15th day of the lunar month, but he unexpectedly held it until the evening of the 15th day. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao only asked him to find people to perform the lion dance. When they heard Su Si's words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not unhappy. Instead, they smiled. Su Si saw the 2 children with innocent smiles. He felt that they were cute, but he was also a little scared. He was worried that he had done something wrong. Zhang Xiaobao said one word. Wang Wan also said one word. Su Si did not know what to do. Little young master and Wang Wan's expressions and words were a little wrong. Su Si, don't worry, it is indeed good. Since we have handed the market over to you, we will not care what you do. In a while, you can go to Xiaobao's and my warehouse and choose something worth about 20 taels of silver. There are also a few snacks in the courtyard. If you can't eat them outside, you can go to the kitchen and find someone to make them. I want to make it on the 15th day of the lunar month so that everyone will remember it. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were very satisfied with Su Si. Su Si had an unusual talent for understanding business opportunities and consumer psychology. As long as he had the capital to do business for a few days, the market would naturally open. They would guide him more in the future as it would be of great use to him in the future. After receiving praise and authorization, Su Si gratefully left. The fatigue from the past few days seemed to disappear in the blink of an eye. Su Si finally had a day where he could do big things. In the past, he had looked for the head of the Gu family to talk to him and give him some ideas. In the end, he was chased out. From then on, he was discouraged and obediently worked in the fields. Who would have thought that I, Su Si, would finally find a good head? This is what it means to have trust. I heard that there was a powerful person in the past. What's his name again? I can't remember. He said that he would not doubt the people he used. Yes, I must make the market well and let the Gu family see that I, Su Si, am not the Go of the past. Su Si thought about this in his heart and clenched his fists tightly. Just as he left the small courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he stopped and turned to face Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's house and knelt down. He continuously kowtowed 3 times before he stood up and walked away with his head held high. Old man, look at that good grandson and granddaughter-in-law of yours. What do you think of their management methods? In another courtyard diagonally opposite Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard, old Madame Fu smiled and asked old Master Zhang, who had also seen what Su Si did when he left. Old Master Weiwei nodded. Yes, our Zhang family's generation is successful. Xiao is a good daughter-in-law. She controlled the family well and even gave birth to a good grandson for us. In the future, we will enjoy a good life. Chapter 66. County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshui County was not as relaxed as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He had been waiting outside with a group of people for 3.5 hours. The snow had not melted yet, and the breeze outside made people feel cold from the inside out. County Magistrate Cheng knew that the person who came this time was Qin Yong, the military advisor. He did not get along well with his colleague, Zhou Qiong. He was closer to Zhou Qiong because his nephew was here. They said that they would arrive around 7:15 a.m., but it was almost noon. Judging from the situation, they did it on purpose. County Magistrate Cheng suppressed his anger and could only continue to wait here. There was a difference of 1 rank between them, and they were here for a specific purpose. If he really neglected them, They might report that they had neglected the auspicious signs. Sir, why don't you enter the carriage to warm up? I'll wait here. It won't be too late for you to come down when they arrive. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing saw that County Magistrate Cheng's expression was not good, so he softly persuaded him. County Magistrate Cheng wanted to go in and warm himself up, but when he saw Zhao Xiang next to him, he suppressed this thought. Zhao Xiang was the head of the department, so he still had some restrictions on him. Usually, the two of them had an average relationship, neither close nor distant. Fortunately, Zhao Xiang had never done anything bad. Usually, the registrar was very businesslike. Who knew if he would impeach him if he entered the carriage at this time? He stood so straight and did not speak, as if the weather was not cold. It was almost noon. Except for Zhao Xiang, who still had no expression on his face, the others were a little impatient. They stamped their feet one after another. Their feet were cold. From time to time, people passed by and knew that they were waiting for someone. Some people guessed that something auspicious had happened in Sanshui County. If it was on a normal day, they would watch from the side. However, today was the 15th day of the month, so they were all busy with tonight's matters. None of them stayed and left after seeing. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, a group of people finally appeared in the distance. There were people in the front with flags, and behind them was a carriage. This time they were right. They were here. The people of Sanshui County were moving around. They had to greet them later. As the group got closer, County Magistrate Cheng gave up waiting and led people to greet them. When the two sides met, County Magistrate Cheng opened his mouth first. The County Magistrate of Sanshui County, Cheng Lingxiang, respectfully welcomes Lord Auspicious Sign Patrol Inspector and Commander Si Gong, Qin Yong. After a while, the door to the carriage was opened and a person walked out. It was none other than Qin Jinian, the Prefectural Minister of Merit, Qin Yong. When Qin Yong came out, there was no expression on his face. Wei Wei nodded. County Magistrate Cheng, we were ordered to investigate the auspicious sign. The weather was bad on the way, so we were delayed. We will go and take a look. I heard that the auspicious sign came from Zhuangzi. Let's set off now. Hearing this, County Magistrate Cheng cursed in his heart. What bad weather. The 15th of August last year was a sunny day, so it should be the same on the 15th of January this year. You want to go to Zhuangzi? Dream on. There are cucumbers in Zhuangzi. Do you think I'll let you go? Although he thought so, he put on a humble smile and said, Lord Chen, the auspicious sign is no longer in Zhuangzi. It has been moved to a place on the bank of the Luoshui River. If you want to see the auspicious sign, why don't you go there? Chen Yong, the Prefectural Minister of Merit, was stunned when he heard County Magistrate Cheng's words. He didn't expect the people here to move the cucumbers so quickly. He originally planned to go to Zhuangzi. After all, Zhuangzi was full of ordinary people. As long as he didn't follow the etiquette well, he could impeach County Magistrate Cheng and say that he neglected the auspicious sign. But now that the cucumbers were moved here, he couldn't go to Zhuangzi. Otherwise, County Magistrate Cheng could submit a report and ask him whether he came to see the auspicious sign or Zhuangzi. Okay, then take me there. Seeing that he didn't use his first preparation, Qin Yong didn't say much. He nodded and agreed. They didn't even prepare to eat and went there. Although it was called the Luoshui River, it was actually a tributary. It was different from the tributary where the carrots stopped. Ordinary people called it Little Luoshui. People like County Magistrate Cheng didn't like to be called Little Luoshui. Little Luoshui was not as far away as the real Luoshui, but it wasn't close either. After walking for more than an hour, they arrived at the place. They stopped and saw the place that was surrounded by cloth. This is the auspicious sign, the cucumbers? Qin Yong pointed and asked with a sullen face. Yes, Lord. Please take a closer look. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing answered at this time and led them to open the cloth. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang, do you admit to your crime? Qin Yong didn't answer Deputy County Magistrate but stared at him and asked. What crime does Lord Chen want to convict me of? County Magistrate Cheng didn't smile at this time. You are here to find fault. What crime? Did you eat less cucumbers? The purpose of Qin Yong's visit was very clear. He wanted to leave the benefits of the auspicious sign to the county and find fault with the county magistrate. It would be fine if he didn't get punished, but he wouldn't get the benefits. Therefore, he had to convict Cheng Lingxiang of a crime so that his merits could offset his demerits. Hearing Cheng Lingxiang's question, he snorted and pointed to the river in front and said, "Spring is coming and the snow melts. The river is rising. What is your intention to move the auspicious sign here? Do you want the river to wash away the auspicious sign and weaken the luck of our country?" What he said was serious. If he really investigated, he would be beheaded. If it was someone else, he would have to admit that he didn't do enough. County Magistrate Ching didn't care at all. Since they had offended each other, then let's face it. He also snorted. "Qin Yong, you are the Deputy County Magistrate, not the Deputy County Magistrate. Do you know more about water conservancy? Could it be that there is no county magistrate in Sanshui County and you don't know how to control the flood? If you ask about water conservancy, you seem to have overstepped your authority. Do you want to be the provincial governor? Yes, then you can ask about everything. You don't have to slander me." Qin Yong was more frightened than he was just now. He had convicted County Magistrate Cheng, and the higher-ups wouldn't agree. He just wanted County Magistrate Cheng to take a step back. Now, County Magistrate Cheng accused him of a crime, which was even less serious. He just asked a question, but there were many people around him. If someone heard it and passed it to the provincial governor, he could imagine what would happen to him in the future. Moreover, not only would the provincial governor be unhappy, but the other 5 departments would also dislike him, especially the deputy county magistrate. If he got angry and said that he wanted him to be the deputy county magistrate, he would be in big trouble. While Qin Yong was still thinking about the consequences, County Magistrate Cheng said, "Since Deputy County Magistrate Cheng wants to help manage the water conservancy, we will naturally help. We will send a report to the higher-ups and let Deputy County Magistrate Cheng take on the position of Deputy County Magistrate. I will have to trouble all of you to be a witness." The all of you he was talking about were the people who followed Qin Yong here. These people were not all in a group. They all had their own supporters and factions, and there were definitely people who opposed Qin Yong. "County Magistrate Cheng, Brother and Ran, it's just a joke. I know that there is an auspicious sign in the land under Brother and Ran's jurisdiction. I am happy for Brother and Ran, but I am afraid that Brother and Ran will be negligent and disappoint the emperor, so I am joking to remind Brother and Ran." Qin Yong didn't care about his face anymore. If he really let County Magistrate Cheng submit the form, the first one to suffer would be him. He had no choice but to give in. He even called out County Magistrate Cheng's name and called him Brother and Ran. A smile appeared on his face. As for what others thought, he couldn't care less. As Brother Genian said, "It's just a joke. Brother Genian, please come in and take a look at the auspicious sign first." County Magistrate Cheng had to take a step back at this moment. He had to confirm the auspicious sign first. He was also worried about how to stop this person who deliberately came to find trouble from going to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. This was really difficult to handle. If Qin Yong couldn't find fault here and insisted on going to the place where the auspicious sign was, what excuse could he use to stop him? "Hey, Brother and Ran, please." Qin Yong needed to be patient and agreed with a smile. The crowd came closer and ordered people to roll up this piece of cloth. Immediately, a green color appeared in front of them. Many people ate the cucumbers sent by County Magistrate Cheng. When they ate the cucumbers, they had a different feeling. Now that they saw the cucumbers on the stalks, they had a different feeling. The weather was so cold and the cucumbers were hanging on the stalks. Just looking at them made them feel festive. No wonder they were said to be auspicious signs. The crowd was looking at them. Just like the people in the county, they all wanted to pick one of the cucumbers themselves. They didn't even wash it. They rubbed it and took a bite. The taste was definitely different. "Everyone, please take a look. These are the cucumbers that didn't bear cucumbers. But a few days ago, some of them had already borne cucumbers and withered. Some of them are still growing. This one, when I came to see it yesterday, it was only 2 inches long. Today, it has grown to 3 inches. Our dynasty's new policy, so the auspicious sign appeared." County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang introduced it to the crowd. The crowd quickly nodded and said yes. No one dared to say anything. According to County Magistrate Cheng, the auspicious sign appeared in the second year of Kaiyuan. Of course, it was the new policy. Chen Yong originally wanted to find fault with it, but after hearing County Magistrate Cheng's words, he had to give up. Now that the auspicious sign had appeared, even if it was decided, someone had suggested to take some away. County Magistrate Cheng had also agreed. When the time came, who knew how many of them would still be alive? Who cared who wanted to use this to seek an official career? It was fine as long as they could protect themselves. Since the matter had been decided, it was time to eat. Everyone was hungry. County Magistrate Cheng originally wanted to arrange for them to stay at the Waterview restaurant, but before he could say anything, Song Jinggong ran over, panting. He had just arrived on a horse. Just now, he had gone to contact Thousand Tasting Town's water restaurant. That restaurant was opened by someone from elsewhere. Not only was he willing to arrange a place for them, he didn't even want a single copper coin. Zijin, why are you in such a hurry? County Magistrate Cheng saw that Song Jinggong was in such a hurry, and his heart tightened. Sir, this student will listen to your instructions. I have already booked a place at Thousand Tasting Town's water restaurant, Song Jinggong replied respectfully. Oh right, it's like that? If Zijin hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Everyone, the place to eat has been chosen. Why don't we go together? County Magistrate Cheng heaved a sigh of relief and called everyone to Thousand Tasting Town's water restaurant. Chapter 67. County Magistrate Cheng took the lead and led the way. At the same time, he gave Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing a look. Zhang Mingxing and Wei Wei nodded to show that they understood. They followed behind the group and found Song Jinggong. Young Master Song, is there any change? Zhang Mingxing was not in a hurry. He felt that since Song Jinggong had arranged the place, it meant that he was prepared. He pulled Song Jinggong behind him and asked softly. This time, no matter what, we have to keep them here. When the time comes, they will leave, Song Jinggong said softly. But how do we do that? I think that Chen Yong did not come with good intentions. It's simple. You just have to do this. Song Jinggong told them all the methods that Zhang Xiaobao had taught him. He was also impressed. His young master was really amazing. Zhang Mingxing did not have much contact with Song Jinggong. Occasionally, he heard that there was a master guiding Song Jinggong. Since Song Jinggong was here today, Zhang Mingxing felt that he must have something to do with that master. He listened carefully and wanted to know what that master had come up with. The more Zhang Mingxing listened, the more surprised he became. In the end, he opened his mouth and did not even care about the cold wind pouring into his stomach. When he finished listening, Song Jinggong hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Only then did Zhang Mingxing react. He thought to himself, it is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the county magistrate said that he would protect the manor's recipe no matter what. It turns out that he was not afraid that the recipe would be leaked, but was afraid that the master would be angry. Thinking of this, he looked with pity at Chen Yong, who was still walking in front of him and chatting cheerfully with the county magistrate. He shook his head and followed them. He wanted to find an opportunity to tell the county magistrate about this matter. After all, this involved some of the county magistrate's circumstances. For example, the county magistrate had to be prepared for some of these things. The group of people did not take a carriage. They just walked slowly. It was as if they were competing for patience and determination. It was also as if they were using this time to think about their future. When the crowd arrived at the entrance of Thousand Tinge Town's water tavern, 50,000 firecrackers were set off. Chen Yong and the others who did not know what was going on were so scared that they did not even dare to take a step forward. Even after the firecrackers were set off, everyone's ears were still ringing. County Magistrate Cheng, what is this? Why is there such a big commotion? Could it be that someone wants to harm auspicious sign? Chen Yong shouted at County Magistrate Cheng with all his might. In fact, he was asking if anyone would harm him. Don't worry, sir. These are called firecrackers. They were made by a businessman for festive occasions. They can also be used to guard houses, just like the firecrackers that were set off on the 30th, County Magistrate Cheng explained tactfully. The people led by Chen Yong immediately understood. It turned out that this thing had so many benefits. Before Qin Yong could open his mouth, a person beside him interrupted and asked, "County Magistrate Qing, could it be that firecrackers are only found in your county? I have never heard of them anywhere else. They are indeed extraordinary. Just the sound alone is much louder than that of firecrackers." "That's right. This item is only available in this county. If you want to take some back, this official will prepare for it." County Magistrate Qing knew that the other side did not care if the news of the firecrackers spread. They were still counting on this to make money. The more people who knew about it, the better. However, he still did not say who it was. He only said that it was a businessman. He was afraid that these people would want to see it. After hearing what he said, Qin Yong and the others were also tempted. They were not doing it for festive occasions but for other purposes. Qin Yong also spoke. "County Magistrate Qing, how much are these things worth? If they are too expensive, we can't accept them. It's a waste of money and manpower." "Don't worry, sir. These firecrackers are cheap. The one we heard just now was 50,000 sounds. This county has prepared 200,000 sounds this year. We will set them off today. The 15th of this year will be a full moon. At that time, I hope all of you can enjoy the lanterns and enjoy with the people." County Magistrate Qing replied. He still did not say how much the firecrackers were. He did not know how much the Zhangjia Zhuangzi wanted to sell them. He was afraid that if he set the price, they would not be able to sell them at a high price. Qin Yong and the others did not ask any more. If the county magistrate said that it was cheap, then it was cheap. If it was expensive, then it would be cheap. However, these people had set a high price for the firecrackers in their hearts. They thought that the 50,000 sounds they had just burned would cost at least a few taels of silver. Under the invitation of the restaurant owner, they went up to the 3rd floor. The tea was served first. Without them saying anything, the restaurant started to serve the dishes. First, 8 cold plates were served. The wine could be drunk once it was warm. Among them, there was a dish of cucumber mixed with shredded mushrooms. The main reason was that the restaurant could not find the golden mushroom. While they were eating, the hot dishes were served one by one. There were 3 dishes of cucumber alone. They were stir-fried dried bamboo shoots with cucumber, fried river snails with cucumber, fried egg with cucumber, and cucumber soup with cucumber. Apart from cucumber, there were also quite a lot of carrots. There were a total of 4 dishes, 2 of which were meat and 2 of which were vegetables. The rest of the dishes were made with dried vegetables. There was not a single meat dish on the table. This was what Zhang Xiaobao had instructed before Song Jinggong came. After the new year, everyone was only eating meat. No one wanted to continue eating. Only light dishes were delicious. In fact, this was also the case. Everyone sat at a few tables. Before the hot dishes were served, the first thing they ate was the cucumber. After a mouthful of cucumber and shredded mushrooms, the cucumber was smooth and refreshing. There was a delicate fragrance in the mouth. It was better than the cucumber they ate. This was freshly picked cucumber. When the hot dishes and carrots were served, everyone was stunned. None of them dared to eat. What was this? County Magistrate Qing had no choice but to introduce them. "My lords, this is called carrots. It is the food of the Fan gang. It tastes good and is good for the body. I still have some left. My lords can take some back to taste." After that, County Magistrate Qing ate a piece of carrot first to prove that there was nothing wrong with it. With him taking the lead, the others were naturally relieved. One by one, they began to eat freely. Seeing that they were about to be unable to eat anymore, another waiter removed the other dishes and replaced them with some dried fruits. Most importantly, there was also a large plate of sliced cucumber strips. In front of everyone was a plate with something that smelled fresh on it. County Magistrate Qing had never seen this thing before. He glanced at the waiter. This waiter was also smart. He whispered in County Magistrate Qing's ear, "This was brought by Child Song just now. It is called shrimp sauce. My lords, dip it into the cucumber and eat it. In a while, the chili sauce will be served. There are 2 kinds of sauces and 2 flavors." County Magistrate Qing nodded. He was satisfied with the waiter's cleverness. When the waiter left, he picked up a cucumber and dipped it into the plate in front of him. When he raised it to his mouth, he said, "My lords, this is shrimp sauce. It is specially dipped into auspicious cucumber. It is fresh and delicious. Why don't you try it? After someone demonstrated, the others followed suit. It was not that they were afraid of being poisoned, but they were afraid that they did not know how to eat it and would be seen as a joke. When they ate it one by one, they found that it was indeed different. The taste was good. Those who were originally full had an appetite again. They sipped the wine and ate at the same time, saying something that would not cause any conflict between them. This was also arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. In order to stall them, Zhang Xiaobao had taken all the details into consideration. The alcohol content of the wine here was not high, but it took up a lot of space. After drinking it, their stomachs were full. In fact, they were not full at all. In this case, they had to give them time to digest and expel the water. Good, this auspicious shrimp sauce is delicious. It doesn't smell fishy just by smelling it. But after dipping it into the auspicious sauce, a salty and fishy smell will come out as soon as it enters the mouth. This feeling will disappear in a flash, and then it will be refreshing and delicious. It is better than just smelling the shrimp sauce. What do you think? After one person finished eating the cucumber with shrimp sauce, he praised it. The others only thought that it was delicious, but after hearing what he said, they all agreed. Then the chili sauce was served. This chili sauce was also brought by Song Jinggong. It was specially made and was more spicy. Once it was spicy, it felt good. A large plate of cucumber was served, but it still did not last long and was eaten up. They also drank a lot of wine. The water could be expelled. Usually, if there was nothing wrong with a person's body, the wine would not be expelled. Instead, it would enter the blood and slowly accumulate. At that time, there would not be many people who could still think about doing things. This meal was deliberately chatting for 4 hours. They could not do anything else. They just wanted to sober up a little and see how Sanshui County's New Year's Eve would be. While County Magistrate Cheng and the people who came down were eating, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's side was also eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's bodies could no longer rely on breast milk. The two of them took the initiative to stop breastfeeding. They ate the main meal together. The most they ate was chicken cakes and some cooked meat porridge. Everyone in the courtyard knew that the two little ancestors had a big appetite and were often hungry. There were people in the kitchen 24 hours a day. Before lunch, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each ate 3 lambs made with eggs. They walked outside for half an hour and then came back to eat lunch. The thick rice porridge, the chopped pork knuckles, and some cucumber and garlic sauce were the two people's lunch. This time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate slowly, especially the meat. They had to chew more. If they were just growing up, they would not eat so much. The protein content was too high. But the two of them were calculating all day. Not to mention learning, they also had to manage their own money. Their brain power was very high. Xiaobao, everything is ready. When it's you sure, should we send the things personally or ask someone to do it? Wang Wan drank the entire bowl of porridge in front of her. She was a little full, so she leaned against the table and asked, "Let my mother do it. It's not suitable for us to do it. I don't know how County Magistrate Cheng is doing. It's the 15th day of the first lunar month. It's so tiring." Zhang Xiaobao was also full and complained. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, some children felt that time was passing too slowly. Some felt that it was too fast. Seeing that it was Yusher, Zhang Wang clan personally led a group of people outside. These people all had a lot of things in their hands. Recommend a book, Wang Daoji's Model Hegemony. A very good book. Don't give it to him. Give it to me. Chapter 68. The people in Zhangwang and Zhuangzi were busy with their own matters. Just like how they were unaware of the Zhang family's matters, the people in the Zhang family's courtyard were also unaware of the matters that they were busy with. The Zhangwang clan led her people and prepared to go to the house of the oldest Zhang Sheng, who was the closest to them. Old Zhang Sheng was 65 years old today. He had a son and 2 daughters at home. His wife passed away early, and he had a 9-year-old grandson. The Zhangwang clan wanted to go to his house first to give him the things he wanted. However, before she could reach the house, a group of people appeared in front of her. The Zhangwang clan was not afraid. It was not easy to hurt her in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. She waited for the group of people in front of her to come closer. When they saw who it was, the people around the Zhang Wang clan heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, they almost shouted at the whole of Zhuangzi. As long as they shouted, there would be people coming to help. The person in front of them was actually the person that the Zhang Wang clan wanted to see first, Zhang Sheng. There were many people behind him, and each of them was holding a lantern. It looked like there were many of them. The lanterns were all covered with red paper. When the two parties met, before the Zhang Wang clan could say that she wanted to go to Zhang Sheng's house, old Zhang Sheng waved his hand, and the people behind him all came forward with lanterns. "Madam, where are you going?" Zhang Sheng asked with a hunched back. "I'm going to visit the village. I originally wanted to go to Uncle Zhang's house first." "Uncle Zhang, what are you?" The Zhang Wang clan was confused. Why were all these people gathered together? "Madam, we are all indebted to the main family, and we don't have much money to repay them. It's the 15th day of the first lunar month, and we have 106 people in Zhuangzi who do some work, so each of us made a lantern for the main family. I made 2 more lanterns, so the total is 108 yuan. It's auspicious, and it's just the right time to give it to the main family." Hearing this, Zhang Wangshi stood there and did not speak for a long time. It was not until the people next to her softly called her that she took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Zhang, it just so happens that my yard still lacks lanterns. Thank you, fellow villagers. The things you gave to the village have been accepted by the village. Now, I also want to give something to the villagers." As the Zhang Wang clan spoke, she waved her hand, and the people in the yard came forward with the items in their hands. She gave the items to the 100 people first, and then the rest of them went to each house to deliver. "Uncle Zhang, these are the clothes and shoes for your family of 6. This is a chicken, and I picked the biggest one for you. These are the lanterns and candles, and these are the yuan shao and firecrackers. There are so many things and you can't carry them all. Let us deliver them to you." This time, Xiao Hong followed the madam out and asked the people who were pushing the wheelbarrow to come forward and give the items to Zhang Sheng. After a while, they realized that Zhang Sheng couldn't carry them all, even if the lanterns were made of foldable silk cloth. These things, madam, are you giving these things to me?" Zhang Sheng had lived for so many years, and he was quite knowledgeable. When he saw the people in the main house carrying things and pushing the wheelbarrow, and the things piled up on the wheelbarrow like a small mountain, he immediately understood. It's not a gift. It's a festival, and everyone wants to be happy. At the bridge, there will be a lion dance and some things will be sold. Those things are cheap, and when the time comes, everyone will go and watch the show. Originally, I wanted to tell them one by one. The Zhang Wang clan tried hard to control herself, and tried to make her tone as calm as possible. She had never seen a village take the initiative to send things to the main house. Other than handing over grain, if you want the village to do anything, you need someone to find them. Looking at the 108 lanterns in front of her, the Zhang Wang clan felt that her heart was lit up. The surrounding villagers were also listening. When they heard that there was a lion dance, they knew that it was the main house who paid for it. Otherwise, why would there be a lion dance here? The roasted chicken, the silk lanterns, the clothes, and so on, how much money did the main house spend? The people on both sides didn't know what to say, and they were all stunned. Pomegranate, who was following behind, calmed down under the guidance of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She said, "Madam, why don't we go to each house together? 2 hours is enough." The Zhang Wang clan looked at Pomegranate and nodded her head approvingly. She said, "That's even better. Villagers, accompany me to each house first, and then we'll send the lanterns to the main house." Under the guidance of the Zhang Wang clan, the crowd walked to Zhang Sheng's house, put down the things, and then went to the next house. She also told the villagers to go to the bridge, and the villagers all knelt down and kowtowed. To be able to follow such a master, their lives were worth it. After sending the lanterns to the last house, the Zhang Wang clan returned to the main house with the 108 lanterns. She emotionally told the old madam and the old master about what happened today. Naturally, the old madam of the Wang clan went to Zhuangzi. At the same time, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's cherries and Huzi also followed. These two Zhuangzi villagers seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and the Wang clan's Zhuangzi villagers also sent the 108 lanterns, which made the old madam of the Wang clan cry a lot. When the time came, everyone in the two Zhuangzi villages came out. Each family carried a silk lantern, and everyone was wearing new clothes. As long as it was a woman, no matter if it was a child or an old lady, they all wore light green clothes, while the men wore gray. The servants of the two courtyards also changed their clothes. The women were all dressed in red, while the men were all dressed in white. It was very eye-catching. Before the villagers arrived at the bridge, the torches buried in the Zhuangzi villages were all lit up. The two Zhuangzi villages were brightly lit, and together with the full moon in the sky, they shone like stars. Some of the villagers even counted the number of torches. When they finally finished counting, they found that the torches were the total number of torches in the two Zhuangzi villages, 790 torches. When these people arrived at the bridge, they saw that the bridge was also brightly lit, dancing with the wind. Many stalls were set up there, and the lion dancers were already prepared. This made the place lively. The villagers in new clothes looked around and picked what they needed. The sound of firecrackers could be heard. These firecrackers were paid for by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were distributed to each family, and they would set them off when they returned home. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi villages were making such a big commotion on the other side of the river, so it was impossible for the Gu village's Zhuangzi village not to know. Those people also wanted to come out at night with their lanterns, but they saw that the other side of the river was as bright as day, and the sound of gongs and drums was non-stop. Gu village's people curiously walked towards the bridge. When they arrived, they did not know what to say. Lion dance. There was actually lion dance. How many years had it been since they last saw it? When they looked at the people on the two Zhuangzi villages, they were actually wearing the same clothes, and the lanterns were made of silk. Xiao-san, do you see that? That is the Zhuangzi of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi. It seems that other than the gifts given by the two families during the New Year, they also gave them the same gifts on the 15th. New clothes, new shoes, silk lanterns, and torches on the Zhuangzi. Sigh. A person said to the child next to him, and in the end, he could only sigh. Xiao-san nodded obediently. I know. Their lives are better than ours. Isn't Sigo just over there? Other families can just buy it with money. When will we be able to do the same on the Zhuangzi? The others looked at the other end of the bridge enviously. They only looked, but did not dare to go over. It could be said that they had mixed feelings. Wu family's boy, seventh aunt, since you are all here, hurry up and come over. I have set up a market here. The things are cheap. These days we are not making money. Just buy whatever you like. There is also a lion dance. At this time, Sigo of the Gu family came out. He was wearing white silk clothes and a stone crown on his head. His waist was not as bent as before. From his face, one could see that he was a bit chubbier. His smile never changed. He pulled a few people's hands and led them to the other side of the bridge while talking. These people did not want to go over, but they could not resist the lively atmosphere and Sigo's enthusiasm. They followed Sigo to the other side of the bridge. After a while, they got used to it. They watched the various performances while looking at the stalls to see if there was anything they wanted. They randomly picked up an item and asked. The price was really too low. With someone taking the lead, the other people of the Gu family also came over and looked around. Suddenly, they saw the heads of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family all come out. They were laughing and laughing with the other villagers. The old lady from the Zhang family was sitting with an old lady from a village. She was watching the lively scene in front of her and chatting. From time to time, she would laugh a few times, revealing her two missing teeth, which didn't make people feel that she was ugly at all. The commotion of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family was so big that it naturally alarmed the main family of the Gu family in Zhuangzi. Guangxi heard the noise outside and was puzzled. He was enjoying the moon and drinking with his family. He ordered someone beside him, Ergo, go over there and take a look. What is going on? Ergo, who had been waiting on people, obeyed the order and went out. He was also curious. When he got to a place where he could see the situation, his mouth opened wider and wider. It was so lively over there. He pinched himself hard to see if he was dreaming. The pain made him understand that everything was real. Was this still the most remote Zhuangzi in Sanshui County? Perhaps the county of Sanshui County was also like this. Ergo's legs seemed to not be controlled by his body and moved forward little by little. When he saw that there were people on Zhuangzi on the other side of the bridge, his legs moved even faster. Ergo, you are here too? Come over here, I have prepared delicious food. Look, today, everywhere that has the signboard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, you can eat as much as you want. Come, let's drink a bowl together. You have to pay for the wine yourself. I will pay for it. Ergo knew Ergo. He was usually quite good. When he saw that Ergo had come, he quickly came over to pull him over. Ergo could not control himself and was pulled to a small table by Su Si in a daze. 2 stools were placed on the table and he was pressed to sit down by Su Si. 2 dishes were placed on the table. He did not know that these 2 dishes were called spicy pig ears and dried black sea phoenix skin. Chapter 69. He watched as Si Go poured him a bowl of wine and toasted him. Su Si followed suit and downed half of the wine in one gulp. After the wine entered his stomach, he finally woke up. He remembered that his master was still waiting for him, so he didn't dare to eat the food on the table. He stood up and prepared to leave, but after hesitating for a moment, he turned back and downed half of the wine in the bowl before running away. During the entire process, Dog 4 didn't say a word. However, Dog 4 could see gratitude and envy in Dog 2's eyes. He knew Dog 4. When they were begging and wandering together, the only difference was that he had signed a land deed, while Dog 2 had signed a life deed. After some thought, Fourth Hound decided to go to Zhang Xiaobao's place. When he saw the young master and the young lady obediently keeping their family company, he was a little scared and didn't dare to approach them. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he seemed to see the look in Ergo's eyes when he left again. He turned around, drank another bowl of wine, and once again went to the main house. With a plop sound, Su Si didn't say anything and knelt down in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Su Si, what happened to you? Did you drink too much? If you can't drink, then drink less. Remember not to drink so much in the future. It's a waste of time. Huzi, help him up. Zhang Xiaobao was about to say to his parents, thousands of flowers blossom in the night of the east wind. Thousands of trees. Thousands of people looking for it. When he was interrupted by Su Si. He looked at Su Si, who was kneeling in front of him, and couldn't understand what was wrong with him. He thought that he might have drunk too much. It wasn't strange for drunk people to do anything, so there was no need to blame them. Young master, I didn't drink too much. Su Si said as he blocked Huzi, who was helping him up. I know. That's what people usually say when they drink too much. Which mental patient would say that they are not in good spirits? Zhang Xiaobao muttered in a low voice. Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao was saying from his lips. She glanced over and said to Su Si, Su Si, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be like this. Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. Let's have some fun together. Thank you, young lady. This little one has something to ask of the young master and young lady. Su Si felt that he was being a little too unreasonable, but he had to say it. What's the matter? Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Get up first. Huzi, can't you even help a person up? Don't you agree, Xiaobao? Wang Wan didn't like others to treat her this way. She asked about Huzi and then asked Zhang Xiaobao. Get up and speak. Everyone is happy today. You, Su Si, are doing things for Zhuangzi. Your matter is Zhuangzi's matter. Hurry up and get up. Zhang Xiaobao also spoke. Huzi couldn't keep his face anymore. He used his hands to lift Su Si up. Huzi was a guard, so Su Si wasn't a match for him at all. Speak. What happened? Did you lose money or were you cheated? Forget it if you lost money. Remember this lesson in the future. If you are cheated, tell me who cheated you and I will make him regret it for the rest of his life. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Su Si seemed to have suffered some kind of psychological damage. Words came out of his mouth one by one. His words were only understood by his family and the people in the courtyard. The person who believed in these words the most was Wang Wan. If someone really cheated Su Si, he should pray to all the gods in the east and west. Su Si calmed down a little. When he heard the little lord's words, he lowered his head and said, "Little lord, I beg of you. Please get Guzhuang's ergo out. I know ergo. He is obedient, sensible, and loyal. When I was begging for food, ergo helped me a lot." "Gu family? Ergo? Su Si, who are you talking about?" Wang Wan was puzzled. Su Si didn't come here for her. Replying to the little miss, "It's a person who signed a death contract with the Gu family. He came over just now. This little one invited him to drink, but he left in a hurry. This little one knows that he came from the Gu family to see the situation here. Maybe it was because Su Si and Ergo had been together for a long time and understood each other. When Ergo came, Su Si knew why he came." Wang Wan nodded and didn't say anything. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't know how to get a death contract. He looked at Su Si and asked, "How do you get your brother out?" Su Si hesitated for a while, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. At this time, Zhang Wang Clan, who was holding Zhang Xiaobao, said, "If you want to redeem the person who signed the death contract, you first have to compensate him for all the expenses he spent in that place. You also have to give him the money he earned from selling himself. It's calculated on a monthly basis." "Oh, thank you, mother. So it's like this. If it can be solved with money, then it's simple. Su Si, how much does it cost to get your brother Ergo out?" Zhang Xiaobao thought that it would be troublesome, but he didn't expect that it could be solved with money. Wang Wan was also not anxious. She knew what kind of person Zhang Xiaobao was. As long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, it was not a problem. Su Si was worried about the money. It was too much. When he heard the young master's question, he cowardly replied, "About 70 to 80 taels of silver. At that time, there were 3 of us. One of us died of illness. Ergo wanted to bury his brother, so he sold himself. It might be more than that. Young master, I am willing to sign a death contract with you. I don't want a single copper coin. You can write as much as you want on the death contract." As Su Si spoke, he actually started to cry. "Why are you crying? Isn't it just a small amount of money? Su Si, take 100 taels of silver tomorrow and send it to the Gu family. Buy your brother out. Don't cry in front of me. First, settle this market for me. In the future, I will let you do other things. Remember to learn how to write and calculate." Many villagers were looking at them. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. He had to let people know that he was willing to pay any price for his people. In fact, even if there was no one else, Zhang Xiaobao would still do the same. Talent was hard to come by. This Su Si's brain was good enough. Wasn't it just 100 taels of silver? If he wanted to earn it back, he could earn it back. Some talents could not be cultivated. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Su Si was stunned. The surrounding villagers were also stunned. Even the relatives of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family did not know what to say. The only one who was not moved was Wang Wan. Seeing that the surrounding people were silent, Wang Wan opened her mouth and said, "Su Si, did you not hear Xiaobao's words? If you want to repay him, you have to do more things in the future." Plop. Su Si knelt down again. No one knew where he got his strength from, but he forced Huzi to take a few steps back. "Little lord, in the future, Ergo and I will be your cows and horses. If you want to beat us, you can beat us. If you want to scold us, you can scold us. Even if you want to beat us to death, we will not hide." Su Si really did not know how he could repay the little lord. This time, Zhang Xiaobao jumped down from his mother's arms and walked in front of Su Si. He reached out his hand to support Su Si and said, "Su Si, quickly get up. I found you. Just like the villagers in Zhuangzi, you are Xiaobao's family. If my family is in trouble, how can I, Xiaobao, not help? In the future, when I, Xiaobao, am in trouble, I will also wait for my family to help." Su Si did not dare to argue with the little lord. With Zhang Xiaobao's help, Su Si stood up and looked at the child in front of him. He wiped his eyes and said, "Little lord, don't worry. If anyone wants to hurt you, I will protect you even if I have to die." "Me too," a villager suddenly shouted. The surrounding villagers who knew about the situation also shouted. For a moment, the scene was shocking. Zhang Xiaobao pacified them for a while before they continued to look for fun. "Impressive, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao. You've bought these people's hearts. I think you should change your name to Napoleon. You're able to get so many people to work for you with just your charisma, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with her lips when she saw that everyone had gone back to their own business. Napoleon? I know who he is. Zhang Xiaobao was like this to my brother. My grandpa Dean said, I am a human, not a beast. I can't abandon everything for profit. Can a person without a soul still be considered a human? Zhang Xiaobao's heart was different from some people. When he heard Wang Wan's words, his face sank and he replied. Wang Wan did not expect Zhang Xiaobao's reaction to be so extreme. Thinking back to when he used her to exchange for the child, she had to admit that they could imprison Zhang Xiaobao, but they could not molest him. He might not be a good person in many people's eyes, but he was definitely not a bad person. Xiaobao, I was just saying it casually. Don't be angry. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still communicating with their lips. Well, I won't accept your apology unless you let me kiss you, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Zhang Xiaobao, you're a hooligan. Be careful that I don't crush your lower part when you sleep at night. Wang Wan's small hands pressed against each other, making a pa-pa sound. Su Si had someone to rely on, so he went to other places to make arrangements. The other villagers were talking to each other in the two zhuangzi. For a servant's wish, they were willing to spend 100 taels of silver. These were the two little ancestors of the Zhang family and Wang family. They wore new clothes, wore new shoes, held silk lanterns, and had meat dumplings, roasted chicken, and so on. All of this was because the Zhang family and Wang family had a new generation. All of the villagers realized that their lives would never be the same as before. What they saw and felt was the real life. They had to protect their young master and young lady. Master, I've asked around. The Zhang and Wang families found a lion dancer for the villagers on the 15th day of the first lunar month this year. They also gave them a lot of things, including clothes, shoes, lanterns made of silk, dumplings stuffed with meat. Ergo, who didn't know that he had been ransomed by his brothers, reported to Gu Yingxi as soon as he returned to Zhuangzi. What? The two families gave so many things to the villagers on Zhuangzi? Gu Yingxi, who was sitting calmly, stood up in shock when he heard Ergo's words. He looked in the direction of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi and exclaimed, Yes, master. Not only that, all the people from the Zhang family and Wang family came out to celebrate with the villagers. Most of the people from our Gu family village also went over, Ergo continued. What? My people from Gu family village also went over? No, this definitely can't happen. Ergo, immediately call all the guards on Zhuangzi together. I will personally go and get them back. Gu Yingxi panicked when he heard that his people had also gone over. He was afraid that after the people from Gu family village found out about what happened over there, they would leave him. Chapter 70. Gu Yingxi panicked and let Ergo go first. He also went out and looked at the moon outside. He sighed. He originally planned to enjoy the moon and drink wine, but he didn't expect to be busy with this kind of thing. After walking 2 steps, Gu Yingxi saw that the other side of the bridge was brightly lit. If it wasn't for the fact that his village was there, he would have liked to enjoy the scenery. Beautiful, really beautiful. This time, the Zhang family and Wang family must have spent a lot of money. After walking for a while, Gu Yingxi finally arrived at the other side of the bridge. He thought that Ergo had already called everyone here and was waiting for him. He didn't expect that there was no one here. On the other hand, the other side of the bridge was very lively. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Gu Yingxi took a few steps forward. From time to time, the sounds of laughter, hawking, and shouting reached his ears. A special atmosphere appeared here, making him feel better unconsciously. Village Chief Gu, you also came. Quick, this way please. Gu Yingxi was looking around to see what his villagers were doing when Su Si came up to him. He was in charge of the market, so he naturally had to greet the villagers first. These 3 small zhuangzi all had a village chief. Normally, this identity wouldn't be used. Gu Yingxi was stunned when he saw the person in front of him. He was about to politely greet him when he realized that the person in front of him was Ergo, who had just left a few days ago. Gu Yingxi's face immediately sank. Ergo, what are you doing here? Village Chief Gu, This Su is now working for Zhangjia Zhuangzi and is in charge of the market. Village Chief Ge, why don't you take a look around? Today, everything in the market is sold at the same price. In a few days, the price will increase. When Su Si heard Ge Yingxi call him by his nickname, he was less respectful. Ge Yingxi heard the change and was about to ask when he suddenly remembered that Ergo was no longer one of his villagers. He could only suppress his anger. What good things are here? Does my Ge family village lack such ordinary things? Village Chief Ji's words are reasonable. The Ge family's Zhuangzi are much wealthier than normal people, especially as the main family. Village Chief Ge, please take a look. This Su will go back and report to the master. Su Si still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have time to accompany other people. Moreover, his status was slightly lower, whether it was as the head of the family or as the village chief given by the government. After Su Si left, Ge Yingxi felt even angrier. He didn't wait for someone from the Zhang family and Wang family to come. He went straight to the bustling area in front of him. He wanted to find Ergo first and ask him what was going on. Along the way, he hadn't found Ergo yet, but he did see a lot of villagers buying and exchanging things. All of them had joyous expressions on their faces. Normally, he would be happy to see villagers like this, but today he wasn't happy at all. Wu family Xiao-san, what are you doing? Ge Yingxi finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He happened to see a farmer squatting there, talking and laughing with the stall owner. He took 2 steps forward and asked in a deep voice. Master, you're also here. I'm exchanging some things here. Look, I just exchanged for a thimble. The one in my family can't be used anymore. Today, the things here are cheap, so I used a salted duck egg to exchange for a thimble and 2 rolls of thread, 1 black and 1 white. Look, that's it. When I go back, I'll mend the clothes that I accidentally tore. Those clothes are my best ones, so they look decent. Wu family's Xiao-san didn't seem to feel the anger of the head of the family. He raised the things in his hands and spoke happily. When he glanced at the Zhang family and Wang family's villagers, he revealed a trace of envy. They were all wearing new clothes, and the cloth was much better than what he was wearing. It was a gift from the head of the family, and it was tailor-made. Ge Yingxi was stunned. With the help of the surrounding lights, he saw the expression in Wu family's Xiao-san's eyes. He originally wanted to scold him, but in the end he didn't say anything. He looked at the villagers of the Zhang family and Wang family. Their clean and tidy clothes were eye-catching. Then he looked at the lanterns made of silk cloth. There was an invisible kind of oppressive aura. When he compared his own villagers to these people, the difference was not just a little bit. Village head Ge, I didn't expect you to have the time to come here. How is it? This market is not bad, right? In a few days, when the goods are ready, it will be convenient for the surrounding Zhuangzi to come here to buy and sell things. At that time, it will be even more lively. Just as Ge Yingxi was comparing, a voice suddenly sounded. Ge Yingxi looked carefully. It was the head of the Wang family in Zhuangzi. He couldn't treat him like how he treated Sigo, so he forced a smile. So it's Village Head Wang. Village Head Wang and Village Head Zhang are very generous. I heard that this time, the 2 villagers of Zhuangzi received a lot of things from you. But if you want to collect taxes in this market, you have to report it to the government. It's not easy to deal with the government. Collect taxes? What taxes? Father Wang was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. Village Head Ge misunderstood. I don't want to collect any taxes. With this market, it will be more convenient for everyone to buy and sell things. I also want to build a few houses here and set up some sheds. When the time comes, we can cook some food. People who come from afar can also rest here. The money earned from these things can be used to repair the surrounding areas. When summer comes, when there is a lot of rain, the river will flood. We can use this money to repair it. Also, the roads are the same. Village Head Ge, why don't you join in? Oh, since Village Head Wang has plans, then let's do it first. My road is still okay, so I'm not in a hurry. Village Head Wang also found a lion dancer for the villagers. In total, you must have spent a lot of money, right? There are many torches in the village, so it will be easy to go back at night. Ge Yingxi didn't want to work with the 2 Zhuangzi. He would have to listen to them when the time comes. He tactfully refused and talked about other things. Father Wang didn't continue to talk about this matter. He followed Gu Yingshi's words and said, "It didn't cost much, only 180 taels of silver. It has been a year, and it hasn't been easy for the villagers. Let's be happy together. The torches are still okay. There are 790 torches, no more, no less. It's just the number of people from the Zhang family and Wang family. When the moon is full, people should be together. When the stars are dark, let the torches that represent the people from the Zhang family and Zhuangzi family light up the night sky together." After these words were said, the surrounding villagers who heard it quietened down. Some of the villagers from the Zhang family and Wang family felt a lump in their throat, and their eyes turned red. So this was the meaning of the torches. The main family was treating them as family. Yes, together. The gazes of the people from the Gu family's manner dimmed. In the past, everyone was the same and it was nothing much. Now that the Zhang and Wang families' manners were rich, they started to treat the villagers better. They celebrated the 15th day of the month together, laughed together, and lit up the night sky together. If it were them, they would be content with their lives. Gu Yingshi was also silent. He didn't have the courage to call the villagers from his village back. He was afraid that if he did, the villagers wouldn't have the energy for this year's spring planting. He felt that he was inferior to village Wang, and the bustle here seemed to be far away from him. He thought for a while and said, "Village Wang, your village is really good. I'm also happy. You are busy. I still have things to do at home, so I'll take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the other party to say anything and turned to leave. There was a trace of sadness between his eyebrows. But before he reached the bridge, Ergu came looking for him. "Master, I have something to discuss with you." "Ergu, where did you go? What is it? Say it." Gu Yingshi was not in the mood to scold Ergu, so his voice was much lower. "Master, this lowly one wants to redeem myself." Just now, this lowly one ran back from a small path and asked the housekeeper. The housekeeper said that this lowly one needs to take out 92 taels of silver. "Do you agree?" Ergo asked carefully. Gu Yingshi was scared. At the same time, he knew why he couldn't find Ergu. He stared at Ergu and said, "Yes, the housekeeper said so. It's definitely true. Do you have 92 taels of silver?" Gu Yingshi smiled as he said this. "Is Ergu sick? It's a death contract." He dared to ask for 92 taels of silver. Ergu's face was full of joy. He took out a package from his bulging arms. After thinking for a while, he ran away again without even saying goodbye. This made Gu Yingshi, who wanted to leave, stay and wait for him. After a while, Ergo ran back, opened the package, and held it in front of Gu Yingshi. "Master, here are 92 taels of silver. Take a look. If you count correctly, can you return the deed to me?" Gu Yingshi looked at the heavy gray silver and his eyes widened. He only came back to his senses when Ergu asked again. "Ergu, where did you get the money?" "Sigo gave it to me. Sigo and I have been together since we were young. He is now in charge of the market of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi. He wants me to go and help." "Then where did he get the money?" "The master gave it to me. I heard Sigo say that he went to the master of the Zhang family and asked for 100 taels of silver. The master said, 'Yes, Sigo is worth it. He has a good eye for money. 100 taels of silver is not much.' I also think so. This market was built by Sigo in just a few days. Master, take this money and return my contract to me. I will work hard here in the future. I will not lose face for you." Sigo asked me to help him set the price. Ergu said and pushed the silver forward. He had just exchanged 10 taels of silver for 2 taels of silver. Who knew that the master would give him the remaining 8 taels of silver? "You said that Sigo built the market by himself? And set the price? Good. Don't blame others but me. 100 taels of silver. It's worth it. It's really worth it. It's such a big stall. No wonder there is a price. Why didn't I think Sigo was so capable?" He was let go for just 1 tael of silver. Gu Yingshi's eyes were full of confusion. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. He lowered his head and bent his back. He knew how much work was needed to run such a big stall. He also knew how much benefit the Zhang family and the Wang family could get from setting the price. These were all done by Sigo, who he used to look down on. Forget it. Let's go. Let's all go. Ergu, come back with me. I will give you the contract. If there is a chance in the future, take care of Gu Zhuang's family. Gu Yingxi felt so tired that he didn't even want to walk. He told Ergu and walked back step by step. Chapter 71. While the Zhang family and the Wang family were enjoying the lion dance in Zhuangzi, the county town of Sanshui County was livelier. Chen Yong, the military attaché, was still having a headache when he was awakened by the noise outside. He was invited by County Magistrate Cheng to join in the fun. When they came out, the streets were already crowded with people. Countless lanterns lit up the county town like it was daytime. County Magistrate Cheng divided the 200,000 sounds of firecrackers into several portions and set them off once in a while, making the county town even noisier. There were also several lion dance groups and various acrobats, causing exclamations from time to time. Chen Yong and the others didn't want to participate in the fun at all. Listening to the various sounds, they only felt a splitting headache, but they had to grit their teeth and persevere. When the cold wind blew, their stomachs convulsed and they retched a few times. Their noses and eyes were uncomfortable. Sir, look, isn't this auspicious place more lively than usual? County Magistrate Chung looked at these people and knew that they were forcing themselves to persevere. Even so, they didn't plan to let them go and asked at the side to consume their energy. Chen Yong forced a smile on his face and said, County Magistrate Cheng is right. The people are so happy because of the emperor. Oh, County Magistrate Cheng, you've done a lot. Sir Chen, you flatter me. It's my duty to govern the county and make the people live a good life. Come, set off another 50,000 sounds of firecrackers. County Magistrate Cheng said modestly and called someone to set off the firecrackers. The crackling sounds rang in everyone's ears. Those who drank too much felt that they were about to vomit. At the critical moment, someone handed over a cucumber. Everyone hurriedly took a bite and finally felt comfortable. But before they could calm down, someone else presented wine. County Magistrate Cheng picked up a bowl and bowed in the direction of the capital city. He said, My lords, the people are so happy today because of His Majesty's great kindness. I would like to propose a toast to His Majesty. As soon as his voice fell, he was the first to finish the bowl. When the others saw this, they didn't want to drink, but they didn't dare. They could only raise their heads and drink. After this bowl of wine entered their stomachs, they all gritted their teeth and didn't let the food in their stomachs come out. This wine was for the emperor. What did it mean to vomit? Someone served a cucumber and dipped it in some chili sauce. It made them feel better after eating it. County Magistrate Cheng waited for everyone to calm down before raising his bowl again. My lords, today is the full moon. I wish the people of my dynasty a happy family reunion. He drank it. Qin Yong and the rest hated him to death. They took 2 deep breaths and raised their heads again to drink the wine. They resisted the urge to vomit and looked at County Magistrate Cheng, afraid that he would pick up the wine again. Fortunately, County Magistrate Cheng did not pick up the wine this time. Instead, he began to chat with the crowd. After chatting for a quarter of an hour, just as Qin Yong was about to suggest that they go in, a few people came out from the happy crowd. Some were holding bowls, while others were holding wine jars. When they came closer, an old man with white hair and beard walked out. He ordered people to pour the wine and held a bowl in front of the crowd. I am an ordinary person in Sanshui County. Everyone says that it is thanks to all of you that this place is stable. I, on behalf of the people of Sanshui County, propose a toast to all of you. After he finished speaking, he drank the wine. County Magistrate Chung took a bowl of wine and drank it without thinking. When the others saw this, they knew that County Magistrate Ching knew this person. The wine was not poisonous. Otherwise, County Magistrate Ching would definitely not drink it. Since it was a toast from the people, they should drink it. Therefore, at this time, 3 bowls of wine were poured into their stomachs. Seeing that it was about time, County Magistrate Chung let them go. He suggested that they return to the yamen to enjoy the moon or rest. The group of people turned around as if they had been granted amnesty. When they returned to the yamen, they all declined County Magistrate Cheng's invitation to drink and enjoy the moon. They went back to their rooms and fell asleep. The people in the Yamen followed County Magistrate Cheng's instructions and lit a lot of incense in each person's room. The doors and windows were tightly shut. These people who had drunk too much were not sleeping well. Their stomachs were churning. When the incense was lit, it did not take long for them to start vomiting. Once they started vomiting, they could not control it. Someone helped them drink water. After drinking, they vomited again. Even after they had vomited everything in their stomachs, they were still vomiting. County Magistrate Cheng was not feeling well either. When he returned, he also vomited everything. However, after vomiting, he did not lie down immediately. He had someone boil a bucket of hot water and soak in it. Someone even rubbed his head. He drank the hot soup mouthful by mouthful. After sweating and urinating a few times, he finally felt better. Only then did he fall asleep while others massaged his back and legs. From time to time, someone would wipe his face with a warm towel. On the 16th day of the first month, County Magistrate Cheng woke up in the morning. He shook his head but did not feel a headache. He drank some millet porridge, ate some cucumber pickles, and 2 meat buns. Knowing that Chin Yong and the others were still unconscious, he went back to sleep for an hour. At noon, he ordered someone to prepare the carriage and personally went to wake them up one by one. After a night of hangover and starvation, these people from the provincial center felt as if their heads were about to split open when they opened their eyes. They wiped their faces with hot towels and followed County Magistrate Cheng to the Waterview Pavilion in a daze. After getting off the carriage and seeing this place, they knew that it was time to eat. Originally, they did not want to eat, but they could not resist the hunger. They also knew that the more they did not eat, the more uncomfortable they would feel. As they waited for the dishes to be served, they realized that today they were eating a chicken banquet. All 16 dishes were chicken cooked in various ways. County Magistrate Chung urged them to drink again. He had recovered. This time they ate less. Originally, they did not want to drink anymore. However, they could not resist the situation and drank bit by bit. When they ate the chicken, they realized that it was sweet and greasy. They still hadn't recovered from yesterday's drunkenness. A few of them drank more as they drank. They ate the dishes and drank the wine. They even looked at the others and offered a toast to those who drank less. The meal lasted for nearly 4 hours. Other than the people in the Yamen who were accompanying them, everyone else collapsed. County Magistrate Cheng did not send them to the Yamen. Instead, he put them on the carriage and drove them to the real Luoshui River. The ice there had almost melted and a boat had been prepared. Sitting in the carriage and bumping, these people continued to vomit. After tossing and turning like this until midnight, they finally reached the river. One by one, they were dragged onto the boat and the night passed. Song Jinggong also followed them. He memorized the poem that the young master had written for him and prepared to start another round of hospitality tomorrow. On the 20th of the first lunar month, the spring thunder roared and the first spring rain fell. It's been 5 days. It seems that County Magistrate Ching has delayed those people. In a few days they should leave, right? Wang Wan listened to the sound of rain hitting the window and said in a relaxed manner, "Almost. Didn't the news say that the people there are drunk every day? Song Jinggong should be famous now. That's good. In the future, when he has a reputation, it will be easier to do things. The rain outside is not heavy. Maybe there will be a drought here. When it stops, we should go out and see if there is a suitable place to dig holes in Zhuangzi and store more water. This year, the east of Taihang Mountains and Hunan are full of locusts and drought. It will be troublesome if we are like that." Zhang Xiaobao was still worried. That was what was written in the history books. But who could guarantee that the people who wrote it really wrote it out? The real situation could only be known by experiencing it for oneself. Well, even if it is not a drought, we can keep some water to store things. I have a map here. I drew it according to what they said. I don't know if it is accurate or not. When the weather is warm, you can walk around Zhuangzi with me. I am good at drawing. Come and take a look." Wang Wan said and took out her map. She had drawn it for the purpose of inserting a torch. She looked at it and pointed at a place. "Here it is. My house is not far from the river. We can dig a ditch and draw it there. Let's take advantage of the melting snow." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the side and nodded. It was settled. As for whether it was suitable, he had to go there personally to see it. On the 25th of the first lunar month, the weather was clear and the spring breeze was gentle. The district magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, was still waving his hand at the group that was moving away. He only put down his hand when they were out of sight. He heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to look at the people in the yamen. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body swayed and he almost fell. He had finally completed his task. He had dragged the people here until they left. It had been 10 days. These 10 days felt like 10 months. Every day, he had to arrange new things, eat, drink, and play. Only the district magistrate was left in the yamen to deal with the government affairs. During this period, military attaché Qin Yong and the rest had mentioned several times that they wanted to go to Zhuangzi to take a look at the auspicious sign. He had thought of ways to delay them. In the end, they drank too much and forgot about it. The only person that he did not expect was the registrar, Zhao Xiang. At first, he was worried that Zhao Xiang would do his job impartially and bring people to Zhuangzi. He did not expect that when he drank too much on the 6th day and could not get up, Zhao Xiang would help him entertain people. Zhao Xiang had a high tolerance for alcohol. He drank all the alcohol and acted like nothing had happened. He had never heard that Zhao Xiang could drink, nor had he ever seen him drink. Jifeng, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, they would have gone there. I really want to know why you helped me. County Magistrate Cheng felt weak all over, but he still forced himself to ask the registrar, Zhao Xiang. When Zhao Xiang heard the district magistrate call him by his courtesy name, he frowned uncomfortably. However, he did not say anything about his name. He said, "Sir, I also want to eat cucumber." After saying this, he did not say anything else. He turned around and walked back first. The others were stunned. This Zhao Xiang, who had always been rigid, actually knew how to joke today. The crowd also walked back. Zhao Xiang walked in front, but he knew in his heart why he did not expose the Zhuangzi. He had a younger daughter and 2 sons. His younger daughter was 5 years old and had a weak body. When she was born, they ate poorly, which caused her to fall ill. He always wanted her to eat more, but his daughter was very picky. In winter, there was nothing to eat. However, after eating the cucumber, his younger daughter ate half a bowl more than usual every meal. This made him feel grateful to the Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Of course, this was not the only reason. The most important reason was that he thought that if that place leaked the recipe and no new things were produced in the future, it would be a great loss to Sanshui County. These days, that place had produced a lot of things. Since that was the case, he wanted to help. Chapter 72. On both sides of the river, new buds sprouted, and flowers bloomed on a small path. The ice and snow slowly disappeared, and the spring breeze gently brushed across the cheeks. The floating clouds flipped, and the sun shone high. The running water set off the cliffs several times. Yesterday, it rained. Tomorrow, it was busy. After 2 consecutive rains, the people of Tuqiao village finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the end of the year until now, if it wasn't for the rain last night, there wouldn't have been enough water before the spring plowing. In the Zhang family's courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the villagers outside who were busy preparing for the spring plowing. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Drought. It looks like there will be a drought this year. Fortunately, we dug a pond 2 days ago, so we can hold on for a while. Should the chickens, ducks, and geese be sent there now? If we really go there, we will have to eat a lot of food along the way. Wang Wan held half a steamed bun in her hand and said to Zhang Xiaobao worriedly. Zhang Xiaobao held a bowl of milk and took a sip unhurriedly. He then said, "There's no rush. Wait for it to get bigger. It's just a drought and the grasshoppers haven't come out yet. Even if we want to go, we can't let our 2 Zhuangzi take the lead. Let's go to Sanshui City first to find County Magistrate Cheng. This is also a merit, and we can also inquire about the matter of the investigation of the fields." That's good. The plows were sent the day before yesterday. Pomegranate, arrange for people to send them to our 2 villagers. Also, arrange for the cows and horses that were collected. Do it like last year's autumn harvest. Wang Wan responded to Zhang Xiaobao and turned to give orders to Pomegranate. Pomegranate responded and turned to leave. She naturally knew what the two young masters were talking about last year's autumn harvest. The two Zhuangzi villagers didn't harvest their own fields separately, but worked together to harvest all the fields of the two villages at the same time. This was the spring plowing. In addition to this, the servants in the two villages also had to help. Usually, it was the men who were sent out. He walked to the place where the young master's curved plow was placed. He called out, and two male servants immediately came over. Find a cart to transport the things that young master and young lady Kaiwan made, and send them to the manor with me. As the young master's maidservant, Pomegranate also put on airs. As the two of them prepared the carriage, they curiously looked at the pile of things. It looked like a plow, but they had never seen one before. When the carriage arrived, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Sister Pomegranate, what is this thing? Could it be used for plowing?" Pomegranate snorted with her nose and then said, "That is natural." The young master felt that the plowing process was a little slow, so he came up with a new plow that is several times faster than the previous one. In fact, Pomegranate didn't know whether this was true or not. She just had more confidence in the young master and his maidservant. Anything that the young master and his maidservant made was good. The two male servants nodded as well. The position of the young master and young lady Cuckoo in their hearts had already reached a level that others could not compare to. If not for the two manners' order to keep their mouths shut, they would have already bragged to others. One by one, the plows were carried onto the cart by the two of them. After filling up the cart, they rushed out. Shirlu sat on the shaft of the cart, her eyes looking forward. She guessed that this thing that the little Gongzi had named curved plows would be very useful. The male servant driving the cart turned his head and asked, "Sister Pomegranate, did the young master pay for this plow?" "Of course." Pomegranate replied with 2 words. "I think so too." Speaking of which, ever since the young master and Miss Cuckoo learned how to talk, the villagers' lives have been much better than other places. Perhaps there hasn't been such a master in the entire Tang Empire. Speaking of this, the 2 male servants were proud. The cart traveled on the muddy road. When it reached the fields, both wheels were covered in mud. The villagers were using the old plow to plow the fields. When they saw the cart and Pomegranate sitting on it, the people nearby thought that there was something to do in Zhuangzi. They immediately put down their work and went forward to welcome them. Before the villagers could ask, Pomegranate spoke first. "Fellow villagers, this is a newly made plow in Zhuangzi. Take a look and see if it's better than the one you're using now. Also, Zhuangzi has bought some cows and horses from outside. The master has instructed us to cultivate them together according to last year's autumn harvest." When the villagers heard that the cart had a new plow, they were all curious. In the past few months, every item that the master had brought out had brought them many benefits. This plow seemed to be of good quality. What made them the happiest were the last 2 things that Pomegranate mentioned. With cows and horses and a joint cultivation, it would be much easier. The spring harvest would be ahead of the other families. At that moment, these farmers called out to the other people who were still busy. Everyone rushed over and helped unload the new plow from the cart. Each and every one of them used their hands to gently touch it. In their hearts, they were all deeply moved. The main family had even thought of this. Some impatient people had already put the new plow on the cows. They were not used to the first few steps, but after a few more steps, they couldn't help but cheer. Look at this speed. It's amazing, simply amazing. Using this plow is several times faster than before. Hurry, quickly put it on. Miss Pomegranate, this plow? This is called a curved shaft plow. Fellow villagers, don't worry about using it. There will be more later. The cows and horses will be sent over soon. They are all strong and healthy. When Pomegranate saw that someone had agreed, she was also happy. When everyone saw the speed of the previous person, they could no longer maintain their original steadiness. They began to unload the original plow and put on the new one. Fellow villagers, don't be in a hurry to start. I heard this old man say that this curved shaft plow was given to us by the master of Zhuangzi. Don't let others learn it. An old man who was also farming saw the new plow and loudly shouted to the surrounding people. When the surrounding people heard this, they nodded in agreement. They didn't want the master's good things to be learned by others. With the addition of the curved plow, the cows and horses were also brought along. Everyone began to work together according to the situation of the autumn harvest, regardless of whether it was you or me. In the evening, everyone discovered that this day's harvest was comparable to the previous few days' harvest. Seeing this situation, everyone didn't seem to feel tired at all. One by one, they put away their tools and prepared to go home. At this moment, Pomegranate appeared in front of everyone again and said to everyone, "Fellow villagers, the Zhang family and the Wang family's courtyards have already set up pots to cook. The ground is cold in spring and there is also some wine. Split up in Zhuangzi and go to your respective master's courtyard to eat." When the villagers heard this, they cheered and went to their respective master's courtyard. As the sun set, the people of Guzhuang also returned home after a busy day. The people who were near the river casually glanced at the Zhuangzi courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. Suddenly, their eyes widened. Previously, the people of Guzhuang didn't know that the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi was plowed from the inside to the outside instead of the inside of the river. When night fell, the land was actually plowed to this side. In the past, it was also like this. Usually, it would take at least 3 days before plowing. They didn't expect to see a piece of land that had already been plowed today. The shocked people didn't rush home. They hurriedly ran across the bridge to the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi to take a closer look. What they saw was amazing. The Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi had actually been plowed in a day that would normally take several days to plow. Driven by curiosity, this person stopped a villager from the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi. "Brother Qiushu, did you all plow in a day? Did you find people from other places?" This villager from the Gu family stopped the person and wanted to ask for clarification. The person who was called Brother Qiushu puffed out his chest and smiled. "So it's Brother Sunday. Are you done with your work? Quickly go back and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. We are the ones who plow this area. There are many people and we work quickly. We didn't find people from other places. Who has the time? Spring plowing is busy. I'm going to eat now. The master's courtyard has already prepared the food." Once the master's courtyard is mentioned, we don't know what to say. The master's courtyard is afraid that the land will get cold in spring and even prepared wine. "I'll go first. Brother Sun, you continue with your work." As he spoke, Brother Qiushu shook off the dirt on his feet and hurried back to the master's courtyard. Seeing him walk away, the villager from the Gu family's courtyard of Zhuangzi still stared in that direction in a daze. Only when a gust of wind carrying the smell of dirt blew by did he shiver. He tightened his clothes and slowly turned around. His head was lowered and his waist was bent. From time to time, he would sigh from his mouth. That night, the news of the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi's courtyard of Zhuangzi spread throughout the Gu family's courtyard of Zhuangzi. At first, the people from the Gu family didn't believe it. Who would be so nosy? They lit torches in the middle of the night and went to take a look. They waited until they saw it with their own eyes and came back to report it. This caused a huge commotion. Guingxi also heard about this at night. He also didn't believe it and ordered the steward to clarify the matter. The next morning, the villagers woke up again. Guingxi and the steward also ate breakfast and went out. When they came to the side of the small bridge that belonged to their courtyard, they stopped and looked around. After looking, they were shocked. He didn't know where the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi got so many cows and horses. He still had many people in Zhuangzi to pull the plow. "Master, the people from the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi don't seem to be working separately. It's the same as during the autumn harvest. Also, look at the plow over there. Why do I feel that it's different from the ones we usually use?" Guzhuang's steward pointed over there and said to Guingxi. Guingxi's eyes weren't as good as the steward's. When he looked over there, he couldn't see what the plow looked like. He was clear about the methods of working together. After thinking for a while, he said to the steward, "In a moment, tell Guzhuang to learn from the other side and work together. I'll go and take a look at the plow." The steward accepted the order and left. Guingxi strolled across the small bridge as if he was looking at the scenery. He stared at the plow, wanting to see it more clearly as he got closer. Before he could understand what was going on, a person came over and greeted him from afar. "Village Chief Gu, Why are you here today? Chapter 73. Gu Yingxi heard the voice and looked at the person. He recognized him as the Wang family's housekeeper on Zhuangzi. He smiled and said, "Yes, housekeeper Wang is busy? It's fine. I'm just walking around." He was about to walk closer when Steward Wang took a step to the side and stood in front of Gu Yingxi. He said, "Brother Gu Yingxi, village head Gu, the fields are muddy during spring plowing. Why don't you walk around the river? The scenery there is much better than here. Besides, the villagers have never seen such a scene before. If you walk over, they will be scared." Gu Yingxi saw this and could only stop. He smiled awkwardly. Seeing that housekeeper Wang wanted to follow him to the river, he hesitated for a moment and followed housekeeper Wang. "Housekeeper Wang, your village on Zhuangzi is much faster than mine. I don't see more people than before. What method did you use on Zhuangzi?" It's not easy for the Gu family to be Zhuangzi's villagers. Gu Yingxi asked as he walked. Whenever he spoke, he would sigh. He wanted to find out something. Housekeeper Wang knew what Gu Yingxi wanted to know, but he would never tell him. How could he let outsiders know what the young master and young lady did? He continued Gu Yingxi's words. "It's not just the Wang family's farmstead, the Zhang family's farmstead is also like this. There's no good way, but if there's one, then there's one thing. Treat the farmstead better, and the farmstead will naturally work hard. Just like last night, the master will prepare some food and wine for the farmstead, and that will be enough." Gu Yingxi was a little embarrassed. Housekeeper Wang was clearly saying that he did not treat the villagers well, but he couldn't do anything. The Zhang family and Wang family were rich, but Gu Zhuang couldn't afford to give them. He also admitted that if he treated the villagers better, they would work harder. Especially the land that was not rented out, the master would take care of it. But if that was the case, he would not believe that the villagers could do as much work as usual. Well, the problem must be with the plow. Otherwise, why didn't housekeeper Wang let him take a look over there? Gu Yingxi thought about the plow and looked in that direction as he walked along the river. This time, he finally saw the difference. The plow on Zhuangzi was definitely not as fast as the one on this side. "Steward Wang, is that really all? Is there anything else?" Gu Yingxi couldn't care less if Steward Wang was happy to hear him asking about this matter. Steward Wang smiled and said, "Village head Gu really has sharp eyes. To tell you the truth, there are indeed other differences. Apart from these, there is another thing. Since last summer, the two Zhuangzi people have been buying and exchanging cows and horses. Look, there are no longer any human-drawn plows in Zhuangzi." Gu Yingxi nodded and stopped talking about this matter. He clearly knew that the problem lay with Li. Since he did not want to talk about it, he did not want to continue asking. He wanted to find a chance to clarify this matter. After a few casual words, he turned around and walked back. Steward Wang walked Gu Yingxi to the small bridge. Seeing Gu Yingxi gradually walking away, he heaved a sigh of relief and continued to watch. In the midst of the busy work, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, the two Zhuangzi families had plowed all the land. The Gu family next to them still had to work for another half a month before they could finish. This kind of speed made the people of the Gu family envious. This made the people of the two Zhuangzi families very confident. Some of the farmers saw that there was still a lot of time left. After some discussion, they found the master and told him that they would first fertilize the land, let it dry for 2 days, and then plow the land again. Since the farmers were willing to work more, the master would of course not stop them. It was just a matter of making more food for the farmers. This winter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had earned a lot of money. Just a little bit of it would be enough. Pomegranate, dig out the earthworms and change the place. The soil where the earthworms used to be and the rotting things above them, put them into the ground with the manure. Wait a minute, let's not do this first. First, let Xiao Hong chase the chickens into the ground. After turning over the ground, many pupae are exposed. Let the chickens eat them. Zhang Xiaobao instructed Pomegranate, but there was a trace of sadness on his face. After hearing this, Pomegranate left. Wang Wan sighed at the side. It's been so many days. Why is there still no news from Erniu? It's fine if we can't get the rice stone. We can't let anything happen to him. That's right. The communication here is really bad, and the road is not easy to travel. It takes a long time to go there. In the future, we really need to secretly recruit more servants. If someone is far away, we can send them out to follow him. These days, the Gu family's Zhuangzi has been constantly sending people over. They are either preparing to peak or trying to find out from our farmers. While Zhang Xiaobao was worried about Erniu, he was also a little dissatisfied with the Gu family's Zhuangzi. However, he couldn't say anything. Who didn't want to live a good life? However, this kind of technical thing couldn't be casually taken out. Don't worry. The farmers have already told them. No one will say anything. Yesterday, didn't a farmer come back with 1 tael of silver and say that someone wanted to bribe him? The person who gave him the money was a farmer from the Gu family. There's no need to ask. Other than Guingxi, there's no one else. Wang Wan didn't care. She was very satisfied with the person who came over yesterday. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The secret of this curved plow can't be kept. Let Song Jinggong send one to County Magistrate Cheng. At the same time, send one to Zhou Shihu. Let him find someone to learn how to make it. When the time comes to sell it, we can make a profit first. We have to be fast. Don't wait until the spring plowing is over before selling it." "Why? It's fine as long as no one says anything." "Don't say anything? How can it be that simple? Our Tuqiao village is called one village, but there are 3 village heads. If Guingxi can't find out by himself, won't he report it to the village head? Won't he report it to the elders in the village? Won't he report it to the county head? When those people hear that there's something that can speed up the spring plowing, won't they come to take a look? A higher-ranking official can oppress people to death. It's better to take the initiative and share the benefits one by one. In the future, they will have to return the favor. Last time, the people who came to check the auspicious signs were held back. This is society. They are constantly exchanging benefits with others. Zhang Xiaobao thought clearly. That Guingxi's brain was not very good. If it were him, he would have done it long ago. Wang Wan was a little helpless, but she also knew that without the ability to set up a game, she had to follow the rules of the game. Well, this year we plowed the fields twice, and there are so many good fertilizers. No matter what, the yield can be increased. A part of it is rice, a part of it is wheat, and a part of it is millet. How do we plant the rice? Throw the seedlings or transplant them? Throw the seedlings. It's just a matter of natural selection. Let's get some fish seedlings and raise them. There are so many fields. Fish are not valuable here, but we can still earn more. Even if we don't sell them, we can still make salted fish for the farmers. The only thing I'm worried about is that once we throw the seedlings, the higher-ups will come and check. They will think that the yield is low and force us to change it. In this era of power, where can we go? We will have to trouble County Magistrate Cheng. Zhang Xiaobao lay down on the Kong bed and looked up at the ceiling as he slowly explained. After the 2 of them discussed for a while, they finally decided on this matter. They found Song Jinggong and told him about this matter. Song Jinggong also agreed to do this. He hurriedly went out and brought 2 sets of curved shaft plows. County Magistrate Cheng and Zhou Shihu would send 1 set each. Zhou Shihu's side was considered a partnership, so he could get some money. Hurry up. We will be there soon. When we reach, everyone will get an extra 20 coins. Less than 4 hours after Song Jinggong left, a group of large carts came from afar. The carts were loaded with stones. The people sitting on the first cart kept shouting at the carts behind. The carts were actually worried about the horses. If they were to rush like this, they would get tired easily and would not be able to work for a few days. But when they heard this person called Ernia say that they would get an extra 20 coins, all of them did not care about the horses. If they were tired, they would rest for a few days. They might not be able to earn 20 coins in those few days. Furthermore, they were given a lot of money in the beginning. The shouts and whips were mixed together, and the group moved faster. Ernia left Zhuangzi on the 6th day of the new year. After so many days, he was a little nervous. He kept drinking water to calm his breathing. When he passed by a few Zhuangzi, he knew that the spring plowing had begun. He just did not know how things were going on Zhuangzi. When the group arrived at Zhuangzi, Ernia was a little surprised by the speed of the plowing. Gu family's Zhuangzi was fast this year. They were actually imitating his family's zhuangzi during last year's autumn harvest. Everyone was working together. Wu family Xiao-san, it looks like you are doing well this year. When autumn comes, there will definitely be a good harvest. I didn't expect you to plow so much land in just a few days. When Ernie passed by a field, he shouted at the people working there. Wu Xiao-san was pulling the plow. When he heard the voice, he looked over. When he saw that it was Ernie, he thought that he did it on purpose. Later, he saw that Ernie seemed to have come back from outside. Only then did he understand that Ernie did not know about his work on zhuangzi. He straightened his back and shouted at Ernie. Ernie, stop talking. Why are you so fast? Go back to your zhuangzi and have a look. Yesterday, all the land was plowed. Looking at the situation, we might have to plow again with manure. There is no comparison. There is no comparison. Xiao-san, really? You are not lying to me? When Ernie heard this, he was happy and asked again. Wu Xiao-san still had to work. Gu Zhuang did not have so many cows and horses for them to use. He nodded as a confirmation and bent down to continue plowing forward. At this time, Ernie wished that he could grow wings and fly back. He urged them again. When the motorcade arrived at the small bridge, he stood on the carriage and looked over there. Wasn't that right? The fields had been plowed, and there were many chickens pecking at things in the fields. This must be the young master's idea. Good, the insects in the field are finished. Ernie said to the people who went out with him. The two people nodded in agreement and were happy. If they really plowed again with manure, they could forget about the autumn harvest. As soon as the caravan crossed the small bridge, Ernie could not help but shout, I am back. Quickly find someone to help move the stones. This is the last day of the week for this book. A new week is coming. This book will continue to be on the list. Tomorrow it will be 2 chapters. If it is not on the list, it will be 8 chapters. If it is on the list, it will be 14 chapters on the 25th. Chapter 74. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the happiest about Ernie's return. When they heard the announcement coming from outside, they ran out hand in hand. When they reached the gate of the outermost courtyard, Ernie was surrounded by people. The curious villagers kept asking Ernie where the 3 of them went. What was so strange about them? When Ernie left, other than a few people in Zhuangzi, no one else knew. Ernie, who was anxious to see the little lord, didn't say anything. He walked faster and faster until he reached the gate of the main house. When he saw the little lord and Cuckoo coming out to greet him, he shouted again, Little lord, I'm back. It's good that you're back. Don't say anything. Come in and rest. Zhang Xiaowu and Zhang Xiaolu, don't stand outside. Get someone to help unload the things in the carriage. Just pile them up at the gate. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Ernie was so excited that he couldn't control his mouth. He was afraid that he would say something, so he quickly interrupted him and called him and the other 2 people to the courtyard. When the villagers saw that they had gone in, they did not disturb them. They turned around and helped to unload the stones from the cart. As they unloaded, they pondered. It seemed that Ernie had been arranged by the master to do something. Why did he come back with so many stones? These stones didn't look good. They couldn't be used to build a house. Ernie didn't feel tired now. He stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and asked excitedly, Little lord, did you see that? I brought back the stones you wanted. Those are all stones. Little lord, what do you want those stones for? Good job. Ernie, did you tell anyone about this? Zhang Xiaobao had seen the stone just now, and it was indeed a wheat rice stone. He was finally relieved. This year's production should be able to increase by a lot. He was also worried that this matter would be accidentally leaked by Ernie and the other 2, so he asked while looking at the other 2. Ernie shook his head and took the water handed over by Shirlu. He raised his head and drank the water in the bowl. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and replied, Young master, don't worry. No one knows what the 3 of us want the stone for. We changed carriages several times along the way. The last carriage driver definitely doesn't know where the stone came from. Also, little lord, we spent all the money this time, but we didn't spend any money on the stones. We can just pick the stones and save a lot. Little lord, you and Cuckoo don't worry. We all know that little lord is going to use the stones for something big. We won't say anything even if we die. As Ernio spoke, Zhang Xiaowu and Zhang Xiaolu also nodded at the side. They felt that it was an honor to be able to keep a secret for the young master. Good. You haven't eaten yet, right? The cucumber seedlings have been plucked. There are only a few cucumbers left. They will go bad tomorrow or the day after. It's time to eat. You will know the use of the stones in the future. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the three people's travel-worn appearance and sighed in his heart. They were all useful people. He quickly arranged for them to eat. When the three of them heard that there were still cucumbers to eat, their eyes lit up. There was nothing that made them miss more than the cucumbers from the farmstead in winter. Even though it was spring now, there were still not many vegetables to be had. On the contrary, the vegetables for the winter were almost finished. Seeing that there were cucumbers to eat, Ernio suddenly thought of something. He reached into his chest and took out a paper bag. It was the size of a medium-sized bowl. He bent down and handed the paper bag to Zhang Xiaobao. He slowly opened the bag and revealed some gray things. Little Lord, I bought this wood ear over there. Coincidentally, a family was preparing to dry it outside and I saw it. I exchanged it with the salted cucumbers you brought for us to eat on the road. 3 jars of salted cucumbers were exchanged for this little bit. After soaking it in water, there will be more. As Ernio spoke, he licked his lips with his tongue. It was unknown whether it was because he was craving for the wood ear or because he didn't get to eat the salted cucumber. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the wood ear in Ernio's hand and were stunned. He actually needed 3 jars of salted cucumbers to exchange for this little bit of wood ear? The salted cucumber was green and not brown. It was made last autumn. As the two of them couldn't eat much food in the beginning, they didn't have many requirements for food. Now that they thought about it, they really hadn't eaten wood ear before. Using the wood ear to make a little braising sauce and putting some diced meat in it would make for a good tofu pudding. Ernio, were you cheated? 3 jars of salted cucumbers in exchange for this little bit of food. You didn't eat it yourselves? All of them exchanged. The first thought that came to Wang Wan's mind was that the usually clever Ernio had also been cheated, so she asked. Ernio, Zhang Xiaobao, and Pomegranate all stared blankly at Wang Wan. After a while, Ernio said, Little girl, if you and little young master were to exchange, of course, it would be cheaper. But the 3 of us really don't have that ability. Fortunately, there aren't such green cucumbers in the current season. Otherwise, not to mention 3 jars, even if there were 30 jars, they wouldn't exchange. Huh? Is this wood ear really that expensive? Wang Wan couldn't understand for a moment. When Ernio and the other 3 heard this, they felt that little young master and little girl really didn't understand this aspect. They thought that it was normal. After all, they were children. This time, there was no need for Ernio to say anything. Pomegranate explained, Little young master, little girl, wood ear isn't something that ordinary people can eat. The 2 of us didn't eat it during the new year in Zhuangzi. Yes, they didn't eat it. Zhang Xiaobao affirmed this point. At the same time, he rolled his eyes. Wang Wan's little mouth opened way. She looked at the wood ear in Ernio's hand and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression. As if she had encountered something good, she smiled sweetly. It's good that you didn't eat it. Our family can't even eat it. Ernio, you guys have worked hard. Quickly go eat. Pomegranate, follow us in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan called Ernio and the other 2 to eat. They then led Pomegranate, who had a puzzled expression, into the innermost room. Do you know how to plant wood ear? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao as soon as they entered the room. I have a general understanding of the situation, but the specific details are vague. I just need to try a few kinds of wood at the same time. After all, wood isn't valuable. Zhang Xiaobao appeared to have a well-thought-out plan. You know quite a lot. Wang Wan muttered. Of course. Don't you know what we do? Our profession doesn't require us to be skilled, but we need to know more. Zhang Xiaobao also muttered. He then called Pomegranate, who had just followed them in, to the front of him. Pomegranate, I have a very important task for you. Within a day, find the wood of the linden tree and cut it into sawdust and wheat bran. Take these dried wood ear and use them. Soak them and put them to temperature. That's not the temperature. You estimate that it's slightly lower than the temperature of your body. Use a tin bucket to steam the sawdust and wheat bran. When the soaked wood ear grows hair, you have to remove the hair. How to do it? I'll tell you. Put the hairy wood ear into a bag made of gauze and knead it with cold water. The water that comes out is what we need to use. After you're done with this, you'll need to chisel small holes in the rest of the wood. As for the sterilization, you'll need to buy some lime, put some into a bowl, fill it with water, and use the water to brush the wood. That's about it, do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to recall the things that he had occasionally glanced at in the past. He explained the content in a way that Pomegranate could understand. However, he ended up speaking incoherently. Pomegranate listened carefully and repeated the general steps. Zhang Xiaobao explained in detail the parts that she didn't understand. Pomegranate finally understood how to do it. However, she didn't know the purpose of her young master. Young master, don't you want to eat the wood ear? Do you want to take it all for me? Why don't you leave some for the masters of the two families? I can't bear to eat it. Where can I find it after eating it? It's so precious. Even my family, who is rich, can't eat it. If I eat a little now, it will be a little less. When the time comes, I don't know which method is better. What will I do if it's gone? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wood ear in his hand and felt that it wasn't gray. It was gray, white, and golden. You can explain it to Pomegranate. Pomegranate, I'll tell you. If we follow Xiaobao's method, we can grow our own wood ear. When we have enough, we can eat it however we want. We can't let others know about this. Wang Wan interrupted and explained to Pomegranate. Pomegranate opened her mouth as wide as possible. She looked at the two young masters and the dried wood ear and nodded mechanically. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground and pointed one hand to the sky and the other hand to the ground. I, Pomegranate, swear that I will never let a fourth person know about this method except for the young master, the young lady, and myself. If I tell anyone, I will let the heavens strike me with lightning and turn me into ashes. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could react and help her, Pomegranate stood up and took the wood ear. She gasped for breath and turned around and ran away. We're really rich this time. Xiaobao, do you know how to grow mushrooms? Wang Wan asked Xiaobao excitedly. She thought about how she and Zhang Xiaobao would have large plots of land in the future, and how many farmers would happily farm on those plots of land. More or less. Mushrooms can be eaten normally. There are many in the mountains and they aren't worth much. What's the point of growing them? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about the money. He had long been used to it. Not much. Most people pick mushrooms in the mountains and sell them. They don't eat much at home. Mushrooms are usually cooked with meat. If they want to eat a meal, it will take them 10 days to half a month. Eating mushrooms is good for the body. If we make them for the farmers, they aren't worth much. We make baskets of them. Wang Wan was determined to create a large and warm manor so that the farmers could grow healthily. Zhang Xiaobao could only cooperate. With a stable background, they could avoid a lot of trouble. He nodded. Okay, when the wood ear is successful, we will grow mushrooms. Pine mushrooms and hazel mushrooms don't seem to work. When the time comes, we will choose one. This one is more difficult than the wood ear. That's not urgent. We can wait a few days. Let's go and see how big our garlic sprouts are. If they are edible, we will make garlic soup for the farmers tonight. Wang Wan didn't urge them for the time being. She remembered that a few days ago, a farmer sent some garlic sprouts for the master to eat. She and Zhang Xiaobao also made a lot. This thing was good and could be eaten several times. It tasted better than leeks. Chapter 75. Zhang Xiaobao didn't like to eat garlic, but Wang Wan liked to eat it. Later, the two of them found out that the people here all liked to eat garlic. Some people even went to the restaurant and asked if there was any garlic. If there was, they would stay and eat it. If there wasn't, they would turn around and leave. During the New Year, Wang Wan roasted some garlic. After roasting it, it was soft and slightly spicy in the mouth, but it was more of a delicate fragrance. For the sake of health, Zhang Xiaobao also ate some garlic under Wang Wan's persuasion. After eating it, he found that he still didn't like to eat it. Zhang Xiaobao felt much better about the garlic sprouts. He was willing to eat fried garlic sprouts, boil soup, and even make some raw ones to grind his teeth. Under Wang Wan's suggestion, the two of them came to the small courtyard at the back. There was a place covered with cloth. The cloth was sent to protect auspicious sign last time. They didn't throw it away after they used it. They asked Song Jinggong to bring it back. It just so happened that they could continue to use it. This was the place to plant garlic. The garlic was peeled off and not planted in the soil. Instead, it was placed in a shallow groove made of wooden planks. A little fine sand was placed under the groove, and the garlic was placed in a row. A blocking rod, which was the outer layer of the sorghum stalk, was used to pierce through it. Then, water was put in. A few days ago, the garlic sprouts were done. A stove was placed in the middle of the circle, and the garlic sprouts grew a lot in a day. Okay, they can eat it. 1/10 of it is enough for the farmers to drink soup at night. Add some eggs and more ginger, and it can also help to get rid of the cold. These people really don't want to live. The water is so cold, but they just mix it with fertilizer and plow back and forth in the field. If they don't take good care of themselves, they will be sick when they are old. Wang Wan touched the garlic sprouts with her hand and said with emotion. She was very satisfied with these farmers. When there was work to be done in the farmstead, they rushed to do it. Today, more than 6,000 chickens were let out, and the farmers followed behind them. When the chickens finished eating the eggs buried in the soil, the farmers immediately used some water and fertilizer to get them into the fields and continued plowing. Thinking of the chickens, Wang Wan felt very happy. Those chickens were finally able to eat something good. There was no need to worry that the eggs would not be discovered if they were buried in the soil. One by one, they used their claws to dig the soil. Not only were the chickens fed well, but there were also fewer eggs. The soil was also loosened, and each of them grew bigger than usual. In the winter, there were no insects to eat, and the earthworms were still breeding. These chickens ate the fish and shrimp that Pomegranate brought back, the powder from the bones, and some other coarse grains. It seemed that in another month, they would lay eggs much earlier than the usual 6 months. When the time came, the eggs would be given to cherries to choose from, and the chickens would be hatched for the farmers to raise. When autumn came, there would be no need to worry about eggs, and more chicken would appear on the table of the farmers. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's words, he fell into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's a pity that we don't have the technology to deal with oil, and we can't find rubber trees here. Otherwise, we could make some water boots for them to wear, which would be very useful. When we eat tonight, we can tell them not to stop working on the Kong bed. At night, when they go back, they should use hot water to warm their feet. Ask someone to invite a doctor to take a look at them. If they are not in good health, they should be treated as soon as possible. And I think it's okay. We can find 2 doctors and let them stay in Zhuangzi. One will be responsible for treating people, and the other will be responsible for treating animals. When the cows give birth, we can secretly raise them and not report it. When the time comes, we can eat beef." Wang Wan chimed in and made an extension of it. After the two finished their discussion, one of them took a small pair of scissors and began to cut the garlic sprouts. After a while, they cut out the vegetables that were going to be eaten today. They carried them out and asked the servants to send them to the kitchen. Next, they had to deal with the wheat rice stones. After calling Erniu and the other 2 who had finished eating, Zhang Xiaobao instructed, "Erniu, since the stones were brought back by you, then I'll leave them to you. Smash the stones for me, pick out the good ones, and pile the rest together. When you're done, tell us." "Little young master, don't worry about this. We will definitely do it for you." Erniu nodded in agreement, even though he still did not understand why the stones were brought back. After Erniu and the other 2 left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to exercise. Dusk was slowly approaching. The sun in the west hid under the mountains, leaving only the red clouds that filled the sky, changing with the wind. In a workshop in Sanshui County, Song Jinggong and Zhou Shihu were waiting for the curved plows to be made one by one. When the quantity was almost enough, Song Jinggong would go to the county yamen to find the county magistrate. This was a very important time. If they delivered the plows too early, they would not be able to make much money. If they delivered the plows too late, they would only be able to use them next year after the spring plowing. Hurry up. The more plows you can make, the more money you will get. If you can make 2,000 sets of plows before midnight today, this young master will treat you to supper tonight. Zhou Shihu shouted at the more than 200 people who were still busy. Among these people, there were blacksmiths and carpenters, all of whom he found from various places. The number of masters was small, and even these people's disciples were pulled in to do the work. This made the people who were plowing in the surrounding villages gnash their teeth in hatred. He pulled people over, and if other people's plows broke, they would not be able to find people to fix it. This was also an idea that Zhou Shihu thought was not bad. It was to make those farmers lack plows. Otherwise, who would he sell the plows to? Every time he thought of this matter, he would proudly tell Song Jinggong about it. These craftsmen also knew what kind of person young Master Zhou was. Seeing that there was more money to be earned and that they could not offend this young master, all of them worked hard. They were very clear about what they were making. The apprentices only knew about the new plows, but they did not know how much better they were compared to the usual plows. It was just that one of the plows was curved, while the other was straight. However, the old craftsmen were not like this. They had made many things, so they could understand the benefits of new things with just a glance. When they were making the plows, they were still lamenting about who was so smart to make this kind of plows. When the plows were used, the farmers would have an easier time. These old craftsmen saw that their apprentices did not understand the benefits of the plows, so they explained to their apprentices as they worked. It could be considered as teaching their apprentices. They explained the structure of each place and what kind of use this arrangement would have. The disciples all opened their eyes wide as they listened. Their hands were not slow either. In the end, they all understood that the curved plow actually had so many benefits. They all began to worship the person who made this plow. Some could not even suppress the curiosity in their hearts and turned to ask Zhou Shihu. If it was a normal day, Zhou Shihu would definitely not answer this kind of question. However, Zhou Shihu was very happy today as he had another business. When others asked, he would answer. However, no matter how he answered, he would not say Zhangjia Zhuangzi. This was what Song Jinggong reminded him. Of course, Zhou Shihu did not know who made these things. When it was midnight, these craftsmen really finished 2,000 sets. Zhou Shihu did not say anything and immediately ordered people to prepare wine and dishes. He wanted to properly entertain the craftsmen. At this time, Song Jinggong bid farewell and left. He brought another plow that was originally made to the yamen. He knocked on the door of the backyard and asked the gatekeeper to go in and report. The gatekeeper was dozing off. When he saw someone coming in the middle of the night, he wanted to refuse. However, when he saw that it was Song Jinggong, he did not say anything and ran to report. The magistrate had ordered that no matter what time this young Master Song came, he was to be informed. When Song Jinggong entered the living room, County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang had already put on his clothes and was sitting there waiting with his sleepy eyes open. Someone had also prepared tea for him. When he saw Song Jinggong dragging a heavy thing over, he yawned and asked curiously, "Zijin, why did you bring this thing here in the middle of the night? Come, sit down and drink some tea." It seems that Zijin has not slept yet. County Magistrate Cheng let Song Jinggong sit on a chair beside the table. Song Jinggong had taught him how to make this chair. Originally, he was either sitting on a bench or sitting on a cushion. It was far less comfortable than this chair. "Magistrate, your eyes are as sharp as torches. As soon as I arrived, I knew that I came for the thing in my hand. Magistrate, this is a type of plow used for farming. Because the shaft is curved, I call it the curved shaft plow. Using this plow to farm is much faster than using a straight shaft plow. It also makes people feel more relaxed. Even if it is pulled by people, it is not much worse than a straight shaft plow pulled by animals." Song Jinggong knew that this was not the time to be modest. Whether or not Zhuangzi could avoid the danger of being confiscated and whether or not he could obtain more benefits, the curved shaft plow would play a significant role. He believed that County Magistrate Cheng would understand how much this plow could bring him. Sure enough, as soon as Song Jinggong finished speaking, County Magistrate Cheng, who was still sitting there, suddenly stood up. He stared at the plow that he had never seen before and asked with a trembling voice, "Zijin, are you serious? Aren't you just trying to make me happy? Good heavens, a person pulling a plow is not much slower than an animal. This is a great achievement." "This achievement?" Magistrate, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Ever since the auspicious signs appeared in Sanshui County, you have been thinking day and night about how to obtain more benefits for the people of Sanshui County. You want to let the farmers of Sanshui County have a good harvest. You can't drink tea well and can't eat well. You've become so tired. Heaven is strong, and a gentleman should constantly strive to improve himself. Because of your hard work, you finally realize that if you want to have a good harvest in autumn, you need to do well in spring plowing. You know that it is too late to work on the seeds, so you can only find some improvements in the farmland. Heaven does not let down those who work hard. Magistrate's hair has turned white. You finally realized that if you want to understand the matters of the farmland, you need to find someone who works on the ground. So, Magistrate, you found a Zhuangzi. Under your guidance, the Zhuangzi farmer suddenly became enlightened. After a few days of pondering, he finally made the curved shaft plow that Magistrate wanted. After testing it in the field, the farmers all praised Magistrate for being awesome. At the request of the farmer, I brought one to Magistrate. Magistrate, take a look. Is there anything else that needs to be improved? Song Jinggong said a bunch of nonsense and then looked at County Magistrate Ching with a smile. Chapter 76. County Magistrate Ching looked at the plow and listened to Song Jinggong. At first, he was happy, but then he felt that his face was a little hot. In the end, he opened his mouth in surprise. After Song Jinggong finished speaking, County Magistrate Ching recovered from his surprise and shock. He looked away from the plow and at Song Jinggong's face. Zijin, did you say that? Sir, it was the farmers in Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family who said it. Sir, you are a good official. The farmers will remember it in their hearts, Song Jinggong said with certainty. County Magistrate Ching understood immediately. That person was willing to give him the biggest credit. If the plow was really as Song Jinggong said, and with the auspicious sign last time, his position would be improved after the examination. As if he knew what he was thinking, Song Jinggong continued, Sir, the spring plowing is busy. What we need is time. Why don't you let me accompany you tomorrow morning to test the plow? We can make it early and give it to the farmers. No, we can't do it tomorrow. Tomorrow will be one day later. We have to leave now. Servants, bring a carriage and find the nearest Zhuangzi to have a look. At this time, County Magistrate Cheng's mind was full of his future career. How could he waste one night in vain? He called the people in the mansion and turned to Song Jinggong and said, Zijin, Zhangjia Zhuangzi, who cooperated with me, also made a big contribution this time. I don't know if there is anything I can help with. I will make the decision for the people. Darren, speaking of difficulties, there is indeed one. I heard that the current emperor wants to take back all the farmland in the world. Sanshui County is close to the capital, so it is inevitable that the 100 households of the Zhang family's farmstead and the 1,000 mu of farmland will be taken back. Song Jinggong received the young master's order and told him everything. County Magistrate Ching was in a dilemma and sighed. If that is the case, then the plow's contribution will be, that's right, milord, you have to take the first credit. Without milord, there would be no curved yuan plow. Song Jinggong affirmed again. County Magistrate Ching was moved. If that Zhuangzi had taken all the credit, even if they found out that something had happened, it would be considered as nothing had happened. The Ziyuan plow was a good thing for the country and the people. Perhaps not only would he not accept the original reward, but he would also be rewarded more. However, this great merit would be pushed to him. After thinking for a while, the carriage was ready. County Magistrate Ching had no choice but to walk to the carriage with Song Jinggong as he said to him, Zijin, I don't have the ability to fake it. Do you know who the person on the carriage is? Prime Minister Yao Chong. Even if I can hide it from the provincial governor, I can't hide it from that iron-faced Yao Chong. Darren, there is no need to hide it. The villagers have all said that Darren only needs to help delay the time. For example, during the summer or autumn season, the investigation in the county has to be done first and foremost. Tuqiao village is located at a far distance away, and there is not enough manpower for the investigation, so it can only be done last. What do you think, Darren? Song Jinggong at the side was half a hint. County Magistrate Ching nodded. He also felt that it was very easy to do this kind of thing. However, even if it was delayed until the winter, would Zhuangzi have a solution? Zijin, could it be that Zhuangzi has other plans? County Magistrate Qing wanted to know what the two masters were hiding. Right now, he didn't just admire the expert in the manner. He really wanted to meet him, or even worship him as a disciple. He had taken out so many things without making things difficult for him at all. He had even given him merits in such a casual manner. They helped him so much and were so old. It was not too much to ask him to become their disciple. How many people's teachers could take care of their own students like the masters? Darren, I don't know what you are asking. Maybe during the summer or autumn season I will know. Song Jinggong did not know that County Magistrate Qing had already thought of the two little ancestors in his family as old men and even had the idea of becoming their disciple. He shook his head and said, "Oh, that's good. I will handle the matter on Zhuangzi properly." County Magistrate Qing saw that Song Jinggong also did not know, so he did not ask any more. He was thinking about whether this curved plow was as good as he said. After traveling for 2 hours, they finally found a place on Zhuangzi. The people on the farm had already gone to bed. County Magistrate Qing asked someone to call a farmer and said to him, "I have a new plow here. Why don't you try it?" The farmer was still sleeping when he was called. At first, he was a little unwilling. However, when he heard that the county magistrate had come personally, he quickly dressed and was brought here. When he heard that the county magistrate wanted him to try a new plow, he was puzzled but did not dare to ask too much. He just agreed. "Darren, since you want me to try it, I will try it." "Darren, should I wake up my child and let him pull the plow?" "No need. I have already prepared a horse for you. Put it on and use it." County Magistrate Qing had already considered this when he came, so he brought an extra horse to follow behind. It was just right for him to use it now. The old man quickly put the plow on the horse and put it in the field. He urged the horse and the horse slowly moved forward. The old man who was used to using a straight plow was not used to it at first. However, after 2 steps, the speed became faster and faster. He shouted happily as he plowed. "It's so fast. It's so fast. It's so fast. It's so good. I have never seen such a good plow in my life. Darren, you are really a good person. Darren, you can even think of trying a new plow in the middle of the night. I don't know who made this plow. If I had a plow like this, I would not have to worry about this spring." Of course it was the county magistrate who thought of it. He found a Zhuangzi and asked the farmer there to help him make it. The county magistrate has been thinking about how to make the spring plowing faster these days. He is so anxious that his hair has turned white. Song Jinggong stood on the edge of the field. When he heard the old man shouting, he also shouted, as if he was afraid that others did not know. His voice was so loud that it woke up some farmers. County Magistrate Qing was not familiar with farming and did not know how good the new plow was. Now that he heard the old man shouting, he was happy. As for Song Jinggong's words, he did not refute and said with a smile, "It's so good that it's good. I will give this plow to you. Zijin, when you go back, bring a curved plow from Zhuangzi. I have decided to find a craftsman to make it or teach them how to make it. While there are still some days left, let's plow the field first. It will be difficult for our county not to have a good harvest this year." "Darren, you are right. With you working so hard, even God will be on your side." "Darren, I don't need to go back to Zhuangzi to get it. Young Master Zhou has 2,000 sets now. If I go back now, he may have made more. When I came here, young Master Zhou said that I can ask some people to buy it from him. He doesn't charge much, only 10% more than the normal straight plow." Song Jinggong smiled and told him about the inventory on the other side. County Magistrate Qing blinked twice and nodded. As expected, he won't just hand over the plow. He must get some benefits from it. Since that is the case, I will ask people to put up notices in the county early in the morning and ask people to go to Zhou Shihu to buy it. County Magistrate Qing did not understand why such a powerful expert liked to make money. However, his ability to make money was not ordinary. After the discussion, before the county magistrate and the others went back, some of the other villagers who were woken up also got up and went out to see what was going on. When the villagers went out, they saw a person plowing in the field with the help of the moonlight. Everyone was puzzled. who was so powerful that he could work in the middle of the night without sleeping. When they got closer, they recognized him. It was the bald old man in the village. When they saw him, someone immediately shouted, "Bald old man, what are you doing? Could it be that he's suffering from psychosis? So it's the little donkey. You also came out. Quickly go and greet the county magistrate." The county magistrate gave me a new set of plow called the curved shaft plow. When plowing, one can do the work of several people. The old man's voice was also heard. When they heard this, everyone realized that the county magistrate was among the group of people standing there. This was a high position. When they were frightened, they trembled and went forward to greet him. County Magistrate Cheng was naturally polite. Song Jinggong, who was beside him, told them about how the county magistrate did things for the people. County Magistrate Cheng received a lot of praise. Since he said that the new plow was good, the villagers naturally went to check it out. One by one, they ran over and saw the speed at which the bald old man plowed. With the new plow, the villagers all wanted to try it. Plowing took a few steps, but before they could get addicted to it, it was snatched away by someone else. County Magistrate Cheng was not in a hurry to leave. The villagers were also the people under his rule. When he saw that they were happy, he was happy as well. As a result, all the people in Zhuangzi got up and spread the news. When they knew that the county magistrate had personally come and brought a very useful new plow, they were envious of the bald old man and were also thinking about whether they should get a new plow. County Magistrate Chung told everyone where to buy a new plow on the spot. He also told them the approximate price. After encouraging them, he got on the carriage and left. The villagers spontaneously followed behind to see him off. After walking for 5 or 6 li, they could not keep up with the slow carriage. They stopped and watched the carriage go away. This feeling is really good. County Magistrate Chung leaned against the carriage and thought about the words of the people just now. He also thought about the long journey of seeing him off. He sighed with emotion. Song Jinggong also heard it, but did not say anything. At this time, it was better to let the county magistrate feel the happiness of the people. It took him 2 hours to leave and 3 hours to return. The sky was beginning to brighten. Those who had woken up early to do business also began to appear on the streets. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang had just gotten off the carriage with a happy mood when someone from the yamen came to report, "Sir, you are back." Just now, the village chief of Tuqiao village came and said that he has something important to tell you. The village chief also came with him and is now waiting in the hall. Because I had to maintain a kind of passion after writing, I did not see some of the wrong words. If anyone saw them, tell me and I will correct them together tonight. Remember which chapter. Thank you. Chapter 77. When County Magistrate Cheng heard what the servant said, he frowned and turned to look at Song Jinggong, who was also confused. He asked the servant, "Do you know why those 2 people are here?" This lowly one doesn't know. The 2 of them didn't tell this lowly one. Presumably, something big must have happened for the 2 of them to set off yesterday and rush over here. Okay. County Magistrate Cheng nodded and didn't say anything else. She led Song Jinggong into the mansion. Song Jinggong didn't say much either. He could guess why Qi Zheng and Elder Qian were here. It was probably because the young master asked them to tell him. Ge Yingxi couldn't find anything, so he reported the situation of Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. These 2 people didn't have any rank and were similar to the village. They were just coordinating some things in the village. Unfortunately, the young master had already thought of it and arranged everything. He didn't have to worry about being schemed against. County Magistrate Chung slept for less than 4 hours, but he didn't feel tired at all. He was still excited about being praised by the people. He asked Song Jinggong to rest in the side room and came to the main hall. The village chief and Elder Qian, who had been drinking tea 3 times, saw the county magistrate and quickly stood up and bowed. They didn't sleep for long, so they were as energetic as the county magistrate. So it's Qi Lijing and Elder Feng. I wonder if something big happened in the county this early in the morning? County Magistrate Cheng was also very polite to the 2 of them, especially the elder whose surname was Feng. He used to work in the yamen and retired from the position of county deputy. Because of his high status in the village, he was regarded as an elder by others and could not be neglected. Qi Lijing and Senior Feng looked at each other. In the end, Qi Lijing said, "County Magistrate, the two of us do have something important to tell you." "No hurry. You haven't eaten anything yet, right? Wait for someone to bring snacks. We'll talk after eating." "I'm the same. I've been busy for so long and my stomach is empty." County Magistrate Ching saw that these two people seemed to be happy, so he wasn't in a hurry. He asked someone to bring snacks and sat there to eat with them. Qi Lijing and Old Feng were indeed hungry, especially Old Feng. He was old and rushed here overnight. He needed to eat something and rest. The three of them drank tea and ate without talking. Qi Lijing was relatively younger. He was thinking about how to tell the good news to the county magistrate. By then, he would have made a great contribution to the county magistrate. As he ate, he thought about it. Last night, Ge Yingxi, the village chief of Zhuangzi, came looking for him and told him about the spring plowing of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. At first, he did not believe it, but when someone lit a fire and went over to investigate, he understood that the second plowing had already begun. This was something extraordinary. Other families hadn't even finished plowing once. Zhang family and Wang family didn't have many people in Zhuangzi, but they plowed very quickly. There were only a few people on night watch in the fields. After questioning them, he didn't get anything. If Ge Yingxi didn't say that the plows used here were different from other places, he would have been fooled by the night watch of Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. They had such a good thing, but they didn't take it out and didn't report it to him. If it was something else, it would be fine. However, this was something that could speed up the spring plowing. He couldn't let it go. Since that was the case, he had to give it a push. After going through the matter in his mind, Qi Lijing drank tea from time to time. He stopped to look at the county magistrate and Old Feng. He thought that his prestige could be further improved in the future. He felt that the tea was better than usual. Old Feng was also suppressing the excitement in his heart as he ate. Last night, Ge Yingxi and Qi Lijing came together. He also went to take a look. After showing his identity, they didn't ask the person in charge to come over. They said that they had to wait until tomorrow morning. As a deputy county magistrate of 2 realms, he knew that the plows that could speed up the plowing process was very beneficial to the entire Tang Empire. Even if Zhang family and Wang family didn't seem to want to take it out in Zhuangzi, he had to report it. The snack lasted for half an hour. County Magistrate Cheng took another sip of tea and asked, "Qi Lijing and Old Feng, do you feel that your stomachs don't feel so uncomfortable anymore?" The two of them answered in unison. This time, Qi Lijing started again. "Sir, we came here because we have something important to report. This matter is beneficial to the country and the people." "What matter is beneficial to the country and the people? Tell me quickly." County Magistrate Ching pretended to be anxious. Just now, he asked them to accompany him to eat. However, he was really not anxious. Beneficial to the country and the people? What matter was more important than the new plows that he had just made? Qi Lijing coughed softly and tried to calm himself down. He said, "Sir, we found a place where the spring plowing process was several times faster than other places. I heard that there was a new type of plows that was different from other places. Old Feng and I checked that night. When we went there to have a look, it was true. Other places had not finished plowing the first time, but that place had already started plowing the second time. When we went there to have a look, that place had already plowed a lot of the second time. The fertilizer had already been turned into the soil. When the time comes, people will step on it. Old Feng and I wanted to see the person in charge of Zhuangzi. Who would have thought that no one would come out even after we asked them to call? They insisted that we should wait until tomorrow. Old Feng was afraid that a long night would cause trouble. At that time, they would not admit that there was a new plows. That was why we came here overnight." County Magistrate Ching listened. At first, he thought that there was something else. But after listening for a while, he understood that it was because of the curved plows. Then there was nothing strange. He thought that the two of them had not seen the plows and yet they came here looking for him. He was not as anxious as the two of them when he personally sent the plows to others. So it was this matter. I understand." County Magistrate Ching waited for Qi Lijing to finish speaking. Then, he nodded casually and picked up the teacup to drink. Sir, you should quickly send people to check and find the two people in charge of Zhuangzi. Then, you should ask them to present the plows. When Qi Lijing saw that County Magistrate Cheng was not happy, he became anxious and urged him. After he finished speaking, he was worried that County Magistrate Cheng would blame him. He sat there anxiously and did not know what to do. When Old Feng saw this, he also said, Sir, Qi Lijing is right. What if the people there do not want to present the plows and secretly destroy them? Then, our dynasty will lose a good item. Since Old Feng said so, then I will let Old Feng and Qi Lijing be at ease. County Magistrate Cheng said as he called a servant and whispered a few words into his ear. The servant turned around and left. County Magistrate Cheng continued to invite the two people to drink tea. Qi Lijing and Old Feng thought that County Magistrate Cheng was going to send them to Zhuangzi. Thus, they calmed down. After about 15 minutes, the servant who left just now returned to the hall. He was carrying a set of plows behind him. Qi Lijing and Old Feng, take a look. Is this the type of plows? It is different from normal plows. The shaft of this plows is curved. County Magistrate Cheng took another sip of tea and said to the two people with a smile. The plows were just taken from Zhou Shihu. Qi Lijing and Old Feng had never seen the plows used by the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi. They only heard from the housekeeper of Guzhuang that the new plows were different from the old ones. When they saw it and heard what County Magistrate Cheng said, they were stunned. The two of them also knew that no matter how fast a horse was, it would not be able to go back and forth from the county to the village in such a short time. This meant that the County Magistrate Cheng already had the plows. Sir, where did you get this plows? Qi Lijing asked again. In a family in the county. I already know why Qi Lijing and Old Feng are here. Don't worry. When the sun rises today, I will ask people to put up a notice in the county and ask the people who are plowing to go there to buy the plows. This morning, I came back from outside just to test this new plows. County Magistrate Cheng put on an unfathomable expression and said to Qi Lijing and Old Feng with a smile. This. Qi Lijing wanted to say something, but he did not know where to start. Sir, since you already knew, why didn't you ask people to make more plows at the beginning of the spring plowing? Old Feng asked. It's not that I didn't want to, but I couldn't. Once the new plows are made, we don't know if they are good. We have to find someone to use them first. The Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi also thought the same. Now it seems that they are good. County Magistrate Cheng said and glanced at the servant. The servant followed the county magistrate to Zhuangzi last night to test the plows, so he naturally understood what the county magistrate meant. He immediately said, Qi Lijing and Old Feng may not know, but this new plows are called curved plows. Our county magistrate thought hard and found a farmer in Zhangzhou Zhuangzi to make them. After the Zhang family and the Wang family used them and sent someone to deliver the new plows, our county magistrate did not care about his tiredness. He ordered people to make the new plows first and then personally went to a nearby farmer to test it. These days, our county magistrate has not been eating and drinking, and he has lost a lot of weight. The servant started to wipe his tears as he spoke. It seemed that he really felt sorry for the county magistrate. Qi Lijing and Old Feng were dumbfounded. They looked at County Magistrate Cheng and did not realize that he had lost weight. The two of them originally thought that they would be praised, but they did not expect that the county magistrate already knew about it. Moreover, the new plows were made by the county magistrate. Qi Lijing did not doubt it, but Old Feng, who used to be the deputy county magistrate, knew the knack of it. It seemed that the Zhang family and the Wang family had found County Magistrate Cheng. No wonder he did not care about Qi Lijing and him going there. The most important thing was that he had thought about this aspect. Qi Lijing and Qi Lijing went there overnight and did not get anything in the end. So it is the new plows made by County Magistrate. I really do not know what to say. County Magistrate is really a good official. You think about the people. County Magistrate should rest more. Don't tire yourself out. The people in the county cannot lose a good official like you. Other than saying this, Old Feng could not find anything else to say. After he finished speaking, he was about to stand up and leave. County Magistrate Cheng quickly said, Qi Lijing and Old Feng, you don't have to leave in a hurry. Rest for a while and come with me to the place where the plows are sold. Chapter 78. Birds chirped in the branches, dogs barked in the countryside, and chickens crowed. Early in the morning, Ernio brought Zhang Xiaowu and Zhang Xiaolu to smash big rocks one by one until the small rocks were only the size of a fingernail. Only then did they meet the requirements. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came down from the Kong, washed up, and sat at the table to eat. The two of them had grown a few more teeth. They had always paid attention to training their teeth, so now they could eat hard things. They had fried big bones, which were deep-fried dough sticks. In front of them was a bowl of soy milk, a plate of fermented bean curd, and a large amount of braised pork on the largest plate. There was no one to serve them at this time. Xiao Hong saw that the weather was warm, so she hurriedly ate something in the morning and drove the ducks and geese to the pond to test the water. She hadn't returned yet, but it seemed that the test was successful. Cherries was taking care of more than 6,000 chickens, so she couldn't come back at all. Pomegranate was busy with the fungus. When she woke up in the morning, she ate a big bun and went to the pond to observe. Originally, Jiang Wang clan wanted to send someone over for the two children, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan refused. Everyone was busy, so the two of them didn't need to waste any manpower. This morning it wasn't only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who ate deep-fried dough sticks. Everyone else also ate. If they wanted to eat buns, they would eat buns. If they wanted to eat deep-fried dough sticks, they would eat deep-fried dough sticks. There were also steamed buns and a few kinds of pickles. They could eat as much as they wanted. The deep-fried dough sticks could be said to be invented by the two of them, as well as the braised pork. When they woke up in the morning, they should eat something light. Everyone else did, except for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They asked someone to send a big plate of food over. Today, the two of them were preparing to help out in the fields. When they were growing up, nutrition couldn't be lacking. Only carbohydrates couldn't satisfy the needs of the two of them. Xiao Bao, later on, should we push the cart over there or carry a bag of stones? Wang Wan picked up a piece of red braised pork that had a large proportion of fat and threw it into her mouth. While chewing, she talked to Zhang Xiaobao. I don't want to die from exhaustion. Let's wait over there later and help look after the chickens. Zhang Xiaobao also picked up a piece of fatty meat. All right then. Actually, why don't we go to the river and see if we can get some fish? I think that with our current physical condition, we can still fight with the small fish with tools. Don't always be fat and thin. Who's going to eat the rest? Wang Wan said as she picked up a piece of lean red braised pork for Zhang Xiaobao. The people here like to eat fatty meat because it was oily. She and Zhang Xiaobao originally liked to eat fatty meat, but in the end, they didn't eat it because they were too thin. All right, then I'll eat more protein. Don't count on the river. If we want to go there, we need to find someone to accompany us. When Erniu and the others have chosen the wheat meal stone, we can use it. We can also use it in drinking water, cooking, and bathing. Yes, we can't let Erniu and the others smash all the stones. We have to leave a few big ones and let someone hollow out the middle to make cups. When the time comes, we can use it to make tea for our two families. The effect should be better. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a toothpick and used it to check the teeth that were stuffed when he ate the lean meat just now. His two front teeth were relatively neat, so the meat was stuffed in the middle. All right, don't look like that. You've eaten too much, right? You can stuff your teeth with meat. Stupid, it's easy to look after chickens. First, let the craftsman in the farmstead make 2 smaller slingshots for you to practice your strength and accuracy. It would be great if you had a gun. Do you know how to shoot? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's slightly protesting eyes. She twisted her words and changed the topic again. Do you think I know how to shoot? At that time, I was abroad. I could spend a little money and I could have a place to practice. I don't have the ability to make guns. This difficult and glorious task will be handed to you. Zhang Xiaobao drank a big mouthful of soy milk and said to Wang Wan, I don't know how to shoot either. I learned how to command. Alright, I'm full. When we go later, bring some pork floss and carrot sugar juice. Wang Wan put down the chopsticks, threw down a sentence, and stood up to rinse her mouth. Zhang Xiaobao quickly ate a few more mouthfuls and followed her. When the two of them arrived at the fields in Zhuangzi, Erniu had already sent half a wheelbarrow full of stones. None of them were big. Zhang Xiaobao immediately asked people to mix these small stones with the fertilizer and turn them over to the fields. Little young master, what are these stones for? A farmer followed Zhang Xiaobao's instructions and asked. I don't know. My mother told me to ask her when I go back tonight. She will tell you tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't say that this thing was for increasing the production. Since it's the madam's order, then it's done. Little young master, you don't need to trouble the madam anymore. The farmer didn't want to ask about this matter, even if he felt that if the stones were turned over, they would cut his feet when transplanting the seedlings. My mother said that we don't need to transplant seedlings this year. Just throw the seedlings in directly. At that time, we will give everyone an extra pair of shoes. Don't walk barefoot in the water. Zhang Xiaobao certainly knew what the farmer was worried about. He could see it from his undisguised gaze. When the farmer heard that they didn't need to plant seedlings and just threw them casually, he immediately became anxious. Little young master, this won't do. You have to go back and persuade the madam. If we don't plant seedlings, how can we harvest in autumn? I will do as my mother says. I heard that this is a secret recipe that my mother obtained. It's very useful. Otherwise, why wouldn't my mother be worried about her own family's land? Zhang Xiaobao explained. When he saw the farmer's doubtful look, he didn't say anything more and went to look at the chickens with Wang Wan. If he wasn't worried about the people above investigating, he wouldn't have turned over the stubble on the ground last autumn after cutting the rice. He would wait until spring when the rice seedlings were planted, then throw the straw in. That would be more effective. But if he really did that, he would definitely be caught and questioned. Even if the land was his family's, if he really did something bad, he could still be convicted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each had a small slingshot. They could only hit the pebbles that were the size of soybeans. They aimed at the chickens and hit them one by one. Even if they hit them, they didn't have much strength. The chickens that were hit cooed twice and moved slightly to continue looking for food. At noon, the farmers stopped and started to prepare for lunch. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally didn't care about lunch. They only cared about dinner. Later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that it was a waste of a lot of manpower to go back and forth. Now that the plow was easy to use and the women could help with the plowing, they finally decided to take care of lunch as well. They quickly finished the spring plowing and let these idle people go up the mountain to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables. There was still an empty slope behind the two families. When the time came, they could plant more trees. The soil on the ground wasn't very good, so they had to transport some soil elsewhere. When the time came, they could plant fruit trees. This required people to do it. While they were eating, County Magistrate Qing sent someone to deliver a message to the housekeeper. He told the housekeeper that Guingxi had found Qi Lijing and Old Feng and reported this matter to the county magistrate. While waiting for the people to be arranged to eat, Zhang Xiaobao learned about this matter from the housekeeper. He and Wang Wan found the housekeeper of the Wang family and said to him, "Housekeeper Wang, after lunch, go and call the steward of the Gu family in Zhuangzi. Give him a pair of curved plows and ask him to do the same." "Young master, why do you do this? Why should we let others know about our good things?" Housekeeper Wang didn't know that such things had been sent to the county magistrate and that many of them had been made. Leave the recipe or leave the brains. County Magistrate Qing has already arranged for people to start buying. Wang Wan felt that this housekeeper's brain was a little slow. It was such a simple principle, but he couldn't understand it. After hearing Wang Wan's words, the housekeeper thought for a while and finally nodded. "I understand. I will go in a while." After housekeeper Wang left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a tree stump that had sprouted new buds and sat down to rest. They were tired. After shooting slingshots for the whole morning, their arms were sore. "This Guingxi is really anxious." Wang Wan drank a mouthful of carrot juice and looked in the direction of the Gu family in Zhuangzi and said, "Yes, in fact, it's not easy for him. After being cheated by our two families, that farmer doesn't have the energy to work. The small river between him and us is not bad. We can use it in the future, especially the wide area below. When the time comes, we can ask him if he is willing to cooperate. If he is willing, we can work together." When Zhang Xiaobao thought of Guingxi's sad face all day, he felt that it was interesting. He also sympathized with Guingxi. If it was anyone else, They would be afraid of comparing themselves with others. Wang Wan turned her head and saw Zhang Xiaobao's hand moving on his leg again. She knew that he was thinking of ideas again. When Zhang Xiaobao's hand stopped moving, she asked, "What good idea have you thought of to make a fortune? You can even bring the Gu family in?" "It's not up to us to decide whether to bring his family or not. It depends on whether they are sensible or not. Last time, I wanted to help them at the market, but he refused. This is the second chance. If he misses it again, he can't blame others." If Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to see the three Zhuangzis so close together and want to be neighbors, he wouldn't care whether Gu Yingxi was worried or not. That's right. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't know how to grasp it, then you don't deserve to be pitied. Tell me the idea. Wang Wan asked. Well, the idea is to build a dam at the bottom. When the water level is high, we can raise fish in it. Raise big fish. What kind of fish is big? Sea fish. That's settled. When the time comes, we can get a whale here. When we have nothing to do, we can watch the whale breathe and spray water. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at that side with his hand, looking like he was giving advice. Wang Wan listened and put her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's forehead. Are you sick? No, I know that sea fish are not easy to raise, but can't we just sprinkle salt in it? Zhang Xiaobao added confidently. Seriously ill? Wang Wan put her other hand on Zhang Xiaobao's forehead. Chapter 79. I'm not sick, I'm really not sick. I'm just kidding. I'm planning to build a restaurant there. A 2-story restaurant will do. It will be directly above the water, and it won't be just a simple one. The restaurant in the middle must be empty. You can sit and eat in the restaurant, and you can see the scenery outside as well as inside. The lowest empty area will be surrounded by a net, and the fish can be raised in it. Those who want to see the scenery can go to the second floor, and those who want to fish can go to the first floor. You can fish in both the inner and outer circles. There are fields and mountains here. Usually, when you wake up in the morning, there will be a feeling of clouds and mist. Coupled with the water vapor in the river, it will definitely be comfortable to eat and rest up there. I've even thought of a name. It will be called Between the Clouds and the Water. Zhang Xiaobao finally got down to business and told Wang Wan his plan. Why does this idea sound so familiar? I remember there was a scam like this before. They said that they wanted to put a city on the water. You're not lying, right? Wang Wan thought of a case as she listened. That was to cheat the bank for a loan. Who would I cheat? We're the ones paying for it. Gu Yingxi is already so poor. Why would I cheat him? Liars also have morals. Of course, when the restaurant is built, there may not be people coming. It's a long journey. First, there are no gambling houses. Second, there are no brothels. Who would be willing to come? Zhang Xiaobao also pointed out the shortcomings of his plan. Wang Wan blinked. Since you know, why do you still want to build it? We can have other things, such as food. After all, the food now can't be compared to the food of our time. There are also many lost dishes that we can't compare to. It doesn't matter. We can just find a chef who knows how to cook. As long as we write down the dishes that we have eaten and change the seasonings, we can make many dishes that people here haven't eaten before. Song Jinggong's reputation has been made, so I asked him to find a group of literati and literati to come here to play. After these people eat and sing well, they will go back and help us spread the word. More people will come here. Plus, there is a market here. Those smart businessmen will see a business opportunity. We can build more shops and rent them out. The government will send people over to collect taxes. Let County Magistrate Chung talk to them and use the money to repair the roads. When the roads are repaired, the villagers will be raising chickens and pigs. Our 2 villages will work together and set the prices. We don't have to send the goods out to sell. Someone will send the goods to us when we buy. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the villager who had started to work again and described with a firm gaze. And then? Go on, I like to hear this kind of thing. Wang Wan also had a look of yearning. Also, our business is still too small. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Rich people won't care about a small place like ours at all. At the same time, there will be many people who will copy what we do and compete with us for customers. Driven by profit, all kinds of troubles will come one after another. Zhang Xiaobao's tone changed as he spoke. He sounded a little helpless and a little indifferent. Wang Wan also understood that this was unavoidable. If you want to live a good life, you have to face all kinds of problems. Running away won't solve the problems. Let's go and practice with the slingshot. We can talk about the future later. Let's take it one step at a time. The two of them picked up some small stones and began to bully the chickens again. Guingxi also followed the housekeeper here. Originally, housekeeper Wang only asked someone to find housekeeper Go, but Guingxi insisted on coming after knowing. He just wanted to see what that secret thing looked like. Villager Go is also here. Housekeeper Go, this is the new plow on Zhuangzi. We call it the curved shaft plow. A few days ago, we wanted to see if this plow was good, so we didn't let Villager Go know. If it wasn't good, wouldn't the Go family's Zhuangzi be harmed? When housekeeper Wang, who was waiting here, saw someone crossing the bridge, he immediately went to greet them. As he walked back, he asked someone to bring the plow for them to see. No normal person would believe what he said. Guingxi and the housekeeper squatted down and looked at the plow carefully. At the same time, Guingxi said to housekeeper Wang, "Housekeeper Wang is very thoughtful. So this plow can be used? Do you want to find village chief? This will be a great achievement." Guingxi's tone was sour when he said this. He thought he found someone to make the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family compromise in Zhuangzi. There's no need for that. In fact, the county magistrate was the one who asked us to make this plow. There should be many similar plows on sale in the county right now. I'll give this to village head Go. It's not too late to take it back and make the same. When housekeeper Wang looked at Guingxi, he felt that this person was a little pitiful. He spent so much effort, but the result didn't change, but the process was different. He thought that Guingxi must be very upset. The county magistrate already knew? That's good. So the county magistrate wants to increase the income of the people, so he made this plow. It's really not ordinary. Guingxi was indeed uncomfortable. He didn't believe that the county magistrate already knew, but when he heard that the county already had this kind of plow, he understood that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family thought about it before him. He felt that he was using all his strength to catch a chicken on the ground, but in the end, he caught nothing. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were really too deceitful. Thinking this in his heart, he still had to say some good words. He asked the housekeeper to go back and find someone to take the plow back. He said to housekeeper Wang, "Thank you very much, housekeeper Wang. First, you let your own villagers use it, which shows that your courage is unusual. After using it well, you let us use it to learn. This is not a small favor. With the new plow, we can plant the seedlings earlier this year. If we can make it in time for 2 rainy days, then we won't have to worry about autumn." Well said. Who asked our 2 families to be so close to Zhuangzi? As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. If we can help each other, of course we should help each other. Who hasn't met with difficulties? If one day the Wang family is in trouble in Zhuangzi, I think village manager Gu will also be in the same situation. Housekeeper Wang put on a sincere expression and replied, Yes, we should help each other. Zhuangzi still has some things to do. Housekeeper Wang, you can go do it." Since he got what he wanted, Guingxi didn't want to say more. After saying a few words of courtesy, he turned around and left. With the new plow, it was much better than the previous one. It was sold in the county town. The news seemed to have wings. In just half a day, it spread throughout the county town. Some people had already started to buy it. This was a notice issued by the county magistrate, so he wouldn't lie to them. County Magistrate Cheng was also busy. After resting for a while, he suddenly remembered that he forgot the most important thing. He got up and went to the study room. He wrote a petition and asked someone to send it out quickly. After the messenger left, he asked someone to bring 2 sets of curved plow and send it to the county town as fast as possible. This was the time to show off his merit, so he couldn't be late. After finishing all these, he couldn't sleep anymore. He asked someone to wake up Qi Lijing and Senior Feng. Then, he walked to Zhou Shihu with these 2 people who obviously didn't have enough sleep. He wanted to stay there in person so that more people who were still hesitating would make up their minds to buy the plow. When the 3 of them arrived with a few yamen runners, there was already a sea of people. The villagers who received the news all came to ask how much the plow cost and how it was used. As soon as County Magistrate Cheng arrived, The people immediately made way for him. Seeing the county magistrate walk over with a smile on his face, they all showed respect in their eyes. When they came, they had already heard that this kind of plow was much faster than before, and it was all the county magistrate's idea. They also heard that the county magistrate's hair turned white and he lost weight because of thinking about these things. It took him a lot of energy to make the plow. In the middle of the night, he even went out to check if the plow was good. He was a good official. During the new year, he even gave gifts to the villagers. Thinking of this, some people began to shout, "Good." The others were also affected and shouted, making County Magistrate Cheng's prestige unparalleled. At this time, the head of the department, Zhao Xiang, was also writing a petition in the study. He knew what was going on, but he couldn't write the truth. He could only write according to what everyone said. After writing 2 full pages, he finally understood the situation. Many of them talked about how County Magistrate Cheng was anxious about the spring plowing. After drying the ink, he put the letter into an envelope, stamped it with a lacquer seal, and asked someone to send it away. He sat there in a daze, thinking about the Zhang family's farmstead. He wondered what kind of person was so capable that he could make so many things. Not only did he make a lot of money, but he also knew when to advance and retreat. He gave up all the benefits and made connections with the county magistrate. It seems that I was right to help him back then. Otherwise, this curved plow might not appear again. The food in that small shop in the county tasted pretty good, and the price was cheap. I brought my daughter there several times and could eat a lot each time. It seems that they still have some tricks up their sleeves. I heard that the land there is going to be taken back. Since they are willing to give such a big credit to the county magistrate, it means that they have other ways to help Zhuangzi increase his reputation. Zhao Xiang sat there, thinking and muttering to himself. Then he closed his eyes and hummed a local tune. Compared to the head of the department, Zhao Xiang, who was leisurely, County Magistrate Cheng was much more tired. With him around, more and more people came to buy the plow. All the people who came over had to greet him, and he also had to reply. After a while, he was thirsty from talking, and drinking a bowl of tea didn't make him feel better. "Shihu, this time, not only did you make money, when the higher-ups give you a reward, you will also get a share. If you didn't arrange for people to make so many plows, the people wouldn't be able to use the new plow. Don't slack off these 2 days. Make more. It would be best if all the villagers in the county can use the new plow." County Magistrate Cheng looked at Zhou Shihu, who was standing there with a face full of smiles. He walked over and said earnestly, "Uncle Cheng is right. Shihu will definitely ask people to make more of these plows so that all the villagers in the county can enjoy the benefits." Zhou Shihu also expressed his attitude. In fact, he was thinking that with so many plows sold, the money won't be small. "Once the 200,000 words count is reached, I will come down immediately. I am prepared, but everyone must continue to vote. There is also a recommendation list. Thank you." Chapter 80. Time flew by quickly. 6 days had passed since the spring equinox, but there was still no reward. Not even a sentence had been delivered, let alone a physical object. Bureaucracy, this is bureaucracy. Everyone knows that the plow is useful, but they are entangled with it for their own benefits. I heard that in the other counties of this prefecture, people started to make curved plows in less than 2 days after County Magistrate Cheng sent in the memorials. This means that they got the job done, but left the benefits to be shared equally. Wang Wan sat on a stool and rested her chin on her hands as she complained to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also knew about this matter, but he didn't care. His face was calm, and he was more concerned about the fact that there wasn't even a single rain these days. The small amount of water that rose when the snow melted had receded. Based on this, even if they built between the clouds and the water on the other side of the river this year, it would be useless. When the water dried up, where would they go to enjoy the fun? Xiaobao, think of a way. If the people in the prefecture take the credit and only give County Magistrate Cheng a little, won't we have no credit at all? Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, think of a way. This kind of thing is actually not that difficult. Ask Erniu to come here. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan wanted him to solve this problem, so he had to put the matter of the restaurant aside for the time being. Erniu led 2 people. After a few days of hard work, They finally finished all the stones. Except for the one that Zhang Xiaobao deliberately left behind, there wasn't a single complete stone left. He didn't have anything to do these 2 days, so he helped make the sauce at home. Just as he finished making the sauce base, someone came to find him, saying that the young master had something to do. Erniu didn't dare to delay, so he put down the work in his hands and hurried to Zhuangzi. After being instructed by Zhang Xiaobao, he came out again and disappeared from the sight of the villagers. After dealing with this matter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to Cherry's place. Yesterday, a chicken laid eggs. Today, it seemed that more chickens would lay eggs. The eggs that had just hatched were still small, so they couldn't be used to hatch them. These eggs could be sold for money. Originally, they should be put in the market here, but everyone was busy and didn't have time to go to the market. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to see if the eggs were really small. If they were really small, they could be temporarily used for other business. Cherry's was now in a separate courtyard, which was full of chicken coops. Cherry's didn't care about trivial matters. The chores were done by other people. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked in, they heard a chaotic sound from outside. It was the kind of sound that came after eggs were laid. It seemed that there were many chickens laying eggs today. Standing outside the courtyard, the smell wasn't as strong as imagined, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still frowned at the same time. They felt that this hygiene was a bit difficult to handle. "Young master, young lady, why are you here? The smell here is strong. Go back quickly. What if you get smelly?" When Cherry's was checking the eggs, a gatekeeper came to report to her that the young master and his wife were here. She quickly put down the work in her hands and came out to persuade Zhang Xiaobao and his wife to go back. "It's okay, Cherry's. Did you get the cesspool that I specially asked you to get? Why is there still a little smell?" Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand indifferently and asked Cherry's. "It's built, it's all built. Well, according to young master's instructions, we wash it with water every day. But the chickens always need to eat, so they have to be discharged. There's no good way." Cherry's also didn't know what to do. With so many chickens, it was a mess to manage. Not to mention the inside of the chicken coops. Even when they were outside, there were more than 6,000 chickens. Eating and pooping along the way, there was chicken feces everywhere. Now she didn't know where to put it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also began to think of a way. More than 6,000 chickens, normally speaking, wasn't too many. Why was it so difficult to get? Can't we use sand to pave the ground? Wang Wan thought of something first. It can be done, but the problem is where to put them. We can't keep them in the chicken coops all day. Where should we put them? Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was a good choice to pave the ground with sand, but he was worried about where to put them. Wang Wan thought about it again, and her eyes lit up. She said, "Why don't we put them on the mountain, cut the wings of the chickens, choose a good place on the mountain, and surround it with a fish net? I used to see how they raised stupid chickens like this. And it's settled. Cherry's, buy some fish nets in a while and enclose a large area on the mountain. Send the chickens there during the day and bring them back at night. If it doesn't work, just directly build some chicken coops there." Cherry's nodded and noted it down. This was indeed a good idea. Zhang Xiaobao also said at this time, "Also, go buy some lime and sprinkle some on the mountain every day. This way, the chickens won't get sick easily. Bring a few eggs over and let's see." Cherry's also noted this point down. She turned back and brought a basin with some eggs in it. "It's really small. There are at least 11 of these eggs per gene. Good. After 2 days, when we have more eggs, we'll arrange for people to go to the county to see." Wang Wan looked at the small eggs that still had blood on them and nodded with satisfaction. Cherry's didn't know what the young lady and young master wanted to do with these eggs. Usually, no one was willing to buy such small eggs. There were so many of them per gene, and just the shell alone took up a lot of weight. She originally planned to make these small eggs salted and sell them at a cheaper price in the market. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't explain to Cherry's. After they finished looking, they went elsewhere. This year, not only did they have to raise chickens, but they also had to let the farmers raise more pigs. The lotus flowers in the pond were planted, and the fish were also put in. They all bought the 3-inch fish. If they were too small, they would be eaten by the ducks and geese. When the pigs were raised, the feces could be used to feed the fish. At the end of the year, the fish would be fished out. After cleaning the bottom would become the fertilizer for the next spring plowing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't understand the matter of catching pigs, so they had to let the farmers figure it out by themselves. When they needed money, the owners would pay first. When they killed the pigs and sold them for money during the new year, in addition to the owner's capital, they would also pay some interest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't refuse, but they lowered the interest very low. When the two of them passed by the small river in front of the courtyard, they found that the water level had dropped again. This time, the two of them became nervous and didn't have time to think about anything else. They found people to continue digging the pond and even destroyed a piece of land. A few days later, in the county town of Sanshui County, a few women and children appeared on the streets with a small cart. They looked for places with a lot of people and didn't block the shops behind them. They stopped the cart, got the underlings to start a fire, and began to hawk their wares. Jianbing fruit, 2 copper coins for 1 jianbing fruit. Buying soybeans and charcoal. This kind of hawking began to appear in Sanshui County town, and there were so many of them. This made the common people curious. What were these things? It seemed to be food, and the price wasn't expensive. Those who had spare money on them took out their money to buy one to try. The woman first scooped a spoonful of noodle soup and poured it on top of a jianbing fruit. She swept it with a small bamboo slice, and a jianbing fruit came out. Then she cracked an egg on top, flipped it over, and smeared the chili sauce on top. She put 2 youtiao inside, rolled it up, and wrapped it in a piece of oil paper. Even if it was ready, she could add some more for those who were willing to eat chopped green onions and coriander. That person received it in his hand, and it was still warm. He took a bite, and it was crispy, spicy, salty, and sweet. All kinds of flavors were in his mouth. After a while, he finished it, and still wanted more. He asked for another one. Since someone started, the others also bought one to try something new. In the end, all the noodles and eggs on the small cart were sold. Other than money, they also exchanged a lot of charcoal and soybeans. The women were overjoyed. They had actually earned more than 20 copper coins in one day. The charcoal they collected could be used to light the stove when they continued to sell pancakes the next day. As for the soybeans, they had collected enough to send to a warehouse beside the yamen. The rest of the money was theirs. County Magistrate Cheng was also paying attention to this matter today. He casually stopped a person selling jianbing fruit and asked him a few questions. After asking clearly, he let the person go. He then said to the deputy county magistrate beside him, "Zhangzhe Zhuangzi has done us a big favor this time. These women usually don't have much work to do at home. Now that they have an additional income, the county's tax revenue will be increased by a lot." Milord is right. The chickens in their farmstead have just laid eggs, and they are all small eggs. It is the most cost-effective to sell them. When the commoners live better lives, there will be fewer troubles. The Zhang family's farmstead has also made a lot of profit this time. To sell pancakes, we have to use that thing called youtiao. If we want youtiao, we have to buy vegetable oil from them. We also have to buy eggs from them. With the harvested soybeans, we have to pay back the money for the carts and pots bit by bit. After we pay back the money, we have to repay the debt. The deputy county magistrate also praised. This ability was not ordinary. It seemed that they had given away the profits, but in fact, they had found a bunch of people to help Zhuangzi earn money. As long as they sold jianbing fruit and made money, Zhuangzi would also make money. The more people there were, the more money Zhuangzi would make. It's good to make money, and it also helped us solve a lot of problems. This year's tax revenue is much higher than previous years. I don't believe that the higher-ups will be able to take away this credit. As they were talking, County Magistrate Chung talked about the credit. The people in the province had already spread the manufacturing method of the curved plow to the entire province. They also reported to the higher-ups and returned the 2 official orders sent by Sanshui County to them. They asked them to rewrite them. Although they did not say why they had to rewrite them, the county magistrate and the chief registrar knew that it was to give credit to the higher-ups. The people in the county did not want to give credit. This kind of credit would be gone if they were given credit. Therefore, this matter was delayed, and the higher-ups were not in a hurry. "Milord, don't worry. Those in the imperial court will naturally know. The people in the province can't hide it even if they want to. When the imperial court sends people down, we will tell them." The deputy county magistrate comforted County Magistrate Cheng. He said it casually, but he knew in his heart that this matter was not so simple. Chapter 81. Coo 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 coo. On a mountain behind Zhangjia Zhuangzi, Cherries and a few people were calling the chickens to come over and eat. Cherries found that since the chickens were moved to the mountain, they needed less food every day. Some of the chickens could find food anywhere on the mountain. What's more, some unlucky insects would be accidentally eaten by the chickens. The chickens grew better than before. Thinking of this, Ying Tao admired the young master and the young lady once again. Even though she had admired them for a long time, she still admired them for saving food. Another thing was that the young master and the young lady actually sold the small eggs at a higher price than the big eggs. They would buy at least 50 jin of eggs each time, which would cost the buyer 12 copper coins more. The most important thing was that people would rush to buy at such a high price. Their ability to make money was really amazing. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that the young master and his wife couldn't do. The more Cherries thought about it, the happier she was, especially now that she was in charge of so many chickens. The young master said that each place would keep the accounts separately. At the end of the year, whoever earned more would get more rewards. The most important thing was not the rewards, but the young master said that whoever got more rewards would be more capable. In the future, the young master could give more important things to this person to do. As long as she worked hard to raise the chickens, the young master and his wife Cuckoo would arrange to sell them. At that time, she would definitely be better than others. Who said that girls were inferior to boys? Parents always praised the younger brother. Let's see who they praised this time. Cherries thought about it and laughed. A girl beside her touched her curiously. "Sister Cherries, what are you laughing at?" I'm laughing. I'm laughing. In the future, when the eggs are ready to be hatched, I'll hatch more and give them to the farmers in Zhuangzi. At that time, every family can live a good life and their children can grow white and fat. Cherries laughed again. Yes, they can live a good life. This is all because of Sister Cherries. The young master is really good at judging people. The people around him have so many things to do and they can do them well. The young master and his wife are really immortals. The girl said again. Don't always mention this. In fact, the young master and his wife also have times when they are worried. But every time they are worried, they can think of a good solution. In fact, we are all taught by the young master. It's the same who is with the young master. Ying Tao glared at the girl and modestly said, "This young lady was also from the inner courtyard." If it was an outsider who said such things, Ying Tao would have investigated who leaked the information. The girl stuck out her tongue in fear. "Sister Cherries, I swear that I will bury this matter in my heart and won't tell anyone. Without the young master and his wife, our good days will come to an end. We won't be able to find a master who is so good to us." Hurry up and feed the chickens. These chickens eat so much all day. When the time comes, we can kill them to eat. I heard the young master and his wife say that when we have more money, we will build a school so that the 2 children in Zhuangzi can read and write. Cherries poured down half a bucket of feed and thought about the future in Zhuangzi. The girl also nodded. Yes, it's very good now. They found 2 doctors who stayed in Zhuangzi. One specializes in treating people, and the other is in treating livestock. The day before yesterday, I felt a little dizzy, so I went there and got a prescription. When I came back, I drank it. I didn't spend a penny. They said it was the young master's money. Everyone in the inner courtyard is like this. The farmers seem to have to spend some money themselves. I heard from the housekeeper that the farmers don't need to spend money in the future, but they have to pay a part of the annual harvest. This part of the money is used to take care of everything. They will treat the sick, bury the dead, and even build houses in the future. Then you have to do things properly in the future. If you really make a mistake, others won't be able to protect you even if they want to. In a while, send these eggs to the warehouse and sell them to those people. Cherry said seriously as he carried the empty bucket back. Today's meal was more or less over. Chizhou, Linyu County. People came and went on the streets. The restaurants and inns were very noisy. On this day, 3 people came here carrying a heavy thing and directly found a blacksmith shop. "Shopkeeper, do you still care about carpentry?" one of the 3 people asked. "Yes, my son specializes in carpentry." "Are the 3 of you going to make something?" One of the blacksmiths stopped what he was doing and wiped away the sweat on his forehead with his hand and asked with a smile. "Yes, make something like this for us." The 3 people said and took out the thing wrapped in cloth and showed it to the blacksmith. Is this a plow? Why have I never seen it before?" The blacksmith was puzzled. No wonder the 3 people wanted carpentry. This plow was made of iron and wood. "Yes, it is a plow. This plow is called a curved shaft plow. It was made by our Sanshue County magistrate. It works very fast and is several times faster than a normal plow. It is even faster when people pull it than when animals pull it. The plow is also very deep. I have 2 relatives here who bought one in Sanshue County and made another one here. In this way, 1 or 2 of my relatives have one. When I came here, I saw a lot of fields that haven't been plowed. It's too slow. Sanshue County has already done it. Some of them have been plowed twice. Our county magistrate is awesome, right?" The man continued talking. When he talked about the county magistrate, he straightened his back and raised his head as if the county magistrate was his father. "Really? Which county magistrate is your county magistrate? He cares about this kind of thing?" The blacksmith was attracted by the man's words. Thinking that he also had relatives whose fields hadn't been plowed, he thought he could make one for them. "How can it be fake? Our county magistrate's surname is Cheng, his name is Ling Xiang, and his courtesy name is Anren. He is a good county magistrate. Let me tell you, in order to let us do the spring plowing well, the county magistrate doesn't eat or drink." The man didn't stop talking about the county magistrate. He started from the auspicious signs and then talked about the county magistrate sending food and oil to the poor people during the new year. Then he talked about the curved shaft plow. He perfected Song Jingong's words and exaggerated them even more. As he talked, more and more people gathered around. The other 2 men who came with him were afraid that some people didn't hear everything, so they went to the side and talked to a group of people. As they talked, they made gestures and pushed the curved shaft plow in front of the crowd to let them have a good look. They also introduced the benefits of the plow over and over again. After the people around remembered it, they handed it to the blacksmith and said that they would come to pick it up at night. It was a total of 60 coins. They paid on the spot. After leaving the plow, the 3 of them each found a restaurant to eat. When they arrived at the restaurant, they joined in the crowd. After a few words, they began to talk about the curved shaft plow and talked about the county magistrate. They also pointed out which blacksmith shop was making it. After eating in the restaurant, they didn't waste any time and went to the tea house to drink tea. They didn't even drink the free tea in the restaurant. They drank the tea from the tea house set up by the roadside. The same words were said by the 3 of them again. However, before night fell, different versions of the story began to appear in Chizhou's Linyu County. Some said that the county magistrate of Sanshue County only came up with the plow after his hair turned white overnight. Some said that the county magistrate of Sanshue County was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He was so touched that he told the story in a dream. The story of the curved shaft plow was also amazing. Some said that a person could pull it faster than 2 oxen. Some said that as long as the plow was put on the ground, it could plow by itself. No matter which one it was, they all connected the plow with County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshue County. When the plow was mentioned, people would think of County Magistrate Cheng. When people talked about County Magistrate Cheng, people would talk about the curved shaft plow. When night fell, the 3 of them came to the blacksmith shop again. The blacksmith was already waiting there. He handed the plow to the 3 of them and watched them walk away. The blacksmith closed the door, pulled his son, and carried his 2 large curved shaft plow to his relative's house. The 3 of them didn't take the curved shaft plow to their relative's house. Instead, they turned around and left for the next county. The blacksmith and his son each sent the 2 plows to their relative's house. They also told their relative what they had heard during the day. When the relative heard it, he couldn't help it. He didn't care that it was already late and took the curved shaft plow to the fields. Some curious neighbors also followed behind. The blacksmith's son pulled at the front while the relative controlled the plow from behind. After walking a few steps, he got used to the plow's speed. The blacksmith's relative was very happy. On the way back, he asked people to send food and wine to his house. He said that he wanted to have a good drink with the blacksmith. The neighbors couldn't stay still. They wanted to share what they had seen with everyone they knew. Early the next morning, people who heard the news came to the blacksmith's relative's house. When they heard that they had gone to the fields early in the morning, they hurriedly went to the fields. When they arrived, they saw that there were already many people watching. There were even people who exclaimed from time to time. Just like this, a few days later, people in the counties around Sanshui County knew that there was a new type of plow called the curved shaft plow. They also knew that this plow was made by County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshui County. Many of the farmers in the counties who had late spring plowing began to make this type of plow. When the county magistrates of the counties saw that this plow had such a great effect, they also paid attention to it. Many memorials were sent to their superiors. When the people in the counties saw that this plow didn't belong to their county, they didn't want to fight for the credit. They also reported this situation to the capital. The officials of Feng County originally wanted to drag it out with County Magistrate Cheng until he couldn't hold on any longer and gave up the credit. They didn't expect that this matter would suddenly spread to the capital's land administration and the Ministry of Works. The officials of the two ministries even told each other, causing all the departments to know about this big matter. Chapter 82. The people of Feng Prefecture hated the people of the surrounding prefectures to the bone. They thought to themselves, "Why are you so troublesome? It's fine if you use the curved plow and submit a memorial, but don't say a lot of good things about the county magistrate of Sanshui County in your memorial. You even mention the auspicious signs and the gifts to the people of the county." When the auspicious signs were mentioned in Feng Prefecture, they only mentioned the auspicious signs of the prefecture, but the gifts on New Year's Eve were not mentioned at all. Now, the report from the higher-ups had already been sent to the prefecture. The wording was not harsh at all, but it was constantly scolding from all aspects. Why didn't Feng Prefecture report this kind of thing and let other prefectures report it? It was because the wording was not harsh that the people in the prefecture were afraid. If the wording was harsh, it meant that the higher-ups had a close relationship with you. This kind of bland questioning was the most frightening. If one did not do well, it was easy to lose one's position, or even be locked in prison to suffer. While everyone was busy with the spring plowing, the people in the prefecture were discussing how to deal with this matter. No one dared to continue suppressing the credit of the county magistrate of Sanshui County. In desperation, everyone discussed a solution. The sky was gloomy, as if it could fall at any time. The wind also cheered. At this time, the villagers in various places looked up at the sky, waiting for the rain to fall. The people of Sanshui County were the same. However, the sky was gloomy for a few hours, and in the afternoon, the clouds disappeared and the wind stopped. When all the villagers saw this situation, their hearts sank. Today was the grain rain, which should be the time to sow seeds. If it didn't rain, who would dare to sow seeds? Especially some old people who knew how to look at the sky, their eyes were full of panic. It's over, there won't be rain for a few days. County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshui County was also sitting in the yamen, staring blankly at the sky. After a while, he turned his head and asked the person beside him, "Little Luo Shui, how's the water?" This time, he finally called the person by his full name. "Sir, the water is very shallow. It hasn't rained for a few days, and the melted snow has already flowed away." The person beside him answered carefully, "It's over, hurry. Immediately send people to this official. This official wants to dig a well." County Magistrate Chung trembled as he stood up. He anxiously called for all the people in the yamen to come over and arrange for them to dig the well according to the surrounding areas. However, he was also worried that there would not be enough manpower as everyone was waiting to sow the seeds. After everyone left, County Magistrate Chung stood alone at the entrance of the yamen. From time to time, commoners would pass by and greet him. He was not in the mood to respond to them one by one. The commoners seemed to be able to understand the difficulty of the county magistrate. It had not rained for the past few days, even when it was Guyu. Furthermore, it seemed that there would not be any rain for the next few days. In the evening, there was good news. However, this news was nothing to be happy about for County Magistrate Cheng. The people from the state sent a token, which meant that they recognized his contribution and would report it to the imperial court. However, the reason why the state didn't report it before was because he didn't want people from the state to report it. "Sir, you don't have to share your credit with others anymore," said the deputy district magistrate. He wanted to cheer the district magistrate up. "Merit, merit, what merit is there left? If this drought is not handled properly, I will be at fault. Have all the people I sent returned? How is the situation?" County Magistrate Cheng was listless. He sat on the chair and leaned his entire body against the back of the chair. Even so, he was still slipping down. Most of the people have returned. Chiang village is experiencing drought and the villagers are fighting for water. A few of them are injured and the water they snatched is barely enough to sow the grains. However, if it still doesn't rain in a few days, we will have to think of other solutions. Shiha village is still all right. There is still some water in the river that can last for half a month. Now they have blocked the river. However, Dongha village is finished. News after news came out from the deputy district magistrate's mouth. Usually, there was no water. When it was not used, there was always water. However, when it was used, they realized that there was not enough water at all. The places that had water could not last for long. Is there no good news? All of them are like this? Yes, there is one place that I haven't mentioned. Zhangjia Zhuangzi over at Tuqiao village. How is he doing over there? County Magistrate Cheng suddenly remembered that the people over there had not returned yet. "Sir, there is a river over there. However, that river is formed by the convergence of 4 small rivers. 3 of the rivers are not enough for the village and they have diverted the river water away. The remaining river is usually waist deep and is completely useless. The main thing is that it has been like this for the past few years. It looks like a drought, but in fact, it will rain continuously before and after the grain rain. The people and we are all used to it." The deputy district magistrate sighed. Zhangjia Zhuangzi had given the yamen too many surprises. However, this time, no one could escape. "Reporting, sir, I am back. I am back from Zhangjia Zhuangzi." Just as the deputy district magistrate finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. Following that, a person ran in. Looking at his travel-worn appearance, one could tell that he had rushed all the way. This person was carrying a large bag on his back. He didn't look heavy, but when he entered the courtyard and stopped, he couldn't say a word. He just stood there, pant. "If you're back, then so be it. Find a place to rest." "What are you carrying? Asking for things from Zhangjia Zhuangzi again? It's fine if you want it during normal times, but they are also suffering from drought now. How can you?" County Magistrate Cheng was so angry that he couldn't finish his sentence. "Your Excellency, we didn't take it. It's the things that they, Zhuangzi brought back to your Excellency's yamen. Good stuff. Wood ears. 10 caddies. Dry. The yamen runner stammered. "What? 10 caddies of dried wood ear? How dare you accept such a valuable thing? The drought is so bad. These wood ears can be exchanged for a lot of money. Digging a well requires money. Buying food from outside also requires money. Send them back. We can't accept these things." County Magistrate Cheng and Deputy District Magistrate were shocked. Where did Zhangjia Zhuangzi get so many dried wood ears? The yamen runner was still panting. He was anxious. In the end, he picked up the bowl of tea from the county magistrate's table and drank the tea in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and finally felt comfortable. He opened the bag and said, "Your Excellency, these wood ears were planted by them. They said that they would bring them back to share with the people in the yamen. Originally, they wanted to give 20 caddies, but I didn't dare to accept it. I only brought back 10 caddies. After they are brewed, the people in the yamen will be able to share some and eat fresh." Planted? Wood ears can be planted? The county magistrate and deputy district magistrate were shocked again. They even stood up from their chairs. Both of them did not know how to locate Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Cucumbers could be grown in the winter. There was vegetable oil. They bought carrots that others did not want and made a lot of money. They also found a very simple method of turning brown sugar into white sugar and made chili sauce. A few days ago, they had a curved shaft plow. Now they could even plant wood ears. Was there anything in this world that they could not do? Well, since they can plant wood ears, they have made a fortune again. Even if there is a drought, they are not afraid. How about his side? Did he not plant anything? County Magistrate Ching was relieved. Wood ears were precious. If they wanted to eat them, they could go to the mountains or some trees to find them. They could also be found at the place where firewood was transported. This was money. Your Excellency, they have all been planted. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, Wang Zhuangzi and Gu Zhuangzi have all been planted. The Gu Zhuangzi borrowed water from the Zhang and Wang Zhuangzi. They have all been planted? Borrowed water? If the Gu family does not have water in Zhuangzi, could it be that the Zhang and Wang Zhuangzi have water? The county magistrate felt a little dizzy. At this time, the Zhang and Wang Zhuangzi did not have water. Even if they had water, how could they lend it to others? He suspected that the Yamen runner was lying, so his face darkened. It's true, my lord. This lowly one doesn't dare to lie. You don't know, but the Zhang and Wang family's farmstead have dug 6 large ponds, and they are all filled with water. There are still some small streams in the small river, and they are all led to the 6 ponds. When this lowly one arrived, there were already 7 wells there, and 3 more were being dug. The Gu family's manor had just been dug up. The well water was sweet and cold. It was delicious. When I got there, I drank 3 big bowls in one go, and the horse I was riding also drank it. The horse drank it too. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You said that there are 6 ponds full of water in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi? And there are 7 wells that have already been dug? County Magistrate Ching interrupted the Yamen runner's useless words and found the key point to ask again. That's right, my lord. This lowly one saw it with his own eyes. There were even children from 3 farmsteads playing in the pond. There were more than 1,000 ducks and geese swimming in the pond. There were even people carrying water up the mountain. This lowly one even helped. There were more than 6,000 chickens laying eggs on the mountain, and the farmsteads even caught pigs. Other than that, I also saw grains moved from other places. Because they needed land during the spring plowing season, they moved the grains to the 2 main families of Zhuangzi. There were open spaces there, and each one was like a mountain. That was why I dared to bring back 10 caddies of wood ear. I know that they are not poor. The Yamen runner's eyes lit up when he talked about Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. He explained everything from the beginning to the end of the Zhuangzi and pointed to the 10 caddies of wood ear. County Magistrate Cheng and Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingxing sat back in their chairs. To be exact, they fell back. 2 pairs of eyes stared straight at the wood ear. Suddenly, they said at the same time, if I had known, I would have brought back 20 caddies of wood ear. Your Excellency, if you really want it, I will go again. I'm not afraid of being tired. I will change to another horse. The Yamen runner was also an honest person. He turned to leave after saying that. Stop, are you crazy from being poor? Do you have any shame? They gave it to you. What are you doing asking for it? This Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is evil. They raised so many things. They dug 6 big ponds and 7 wells in advance. No wonder the Gu family wanted to borrow water from them. Gu Yingxi is considered to have a good neighbor. A few days ago, he was playing tricks behind their backs. In the end, he did not do anything to them. The people of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi knew about it, and they even lent water to Gu family. If he becomes an official, he will be a good official who brings good fortune to the people. County Magistrate Chung stopped the Yamen runner and evaluated him. Your Excellency is also a good official. The Deputy County Magistrate said. Chapter 83. Many people were unprepared for the drought. In Sanshui County, only a few villages were still holding on. These villages were all next to larger tributary rivers. The only one that survived without being next to a large tributary river was Tuqiao village. It's really a drought. I don't know what I'm feeling at this time. I don't want a drought or locusts. That way, the people can live a better life. But I hope that the drought and locusts will be more serious. That way, the chickens, ducks, and geese we raise at home will be put to good use. We can also send the prepared food over. Your family's Baihu village can be saved, or even improved. Don't you think it's very contradictory? I mainly can't bear to see people fleeing with their families. That right Prime Minister you mentioned, he cured the locusts in the end, right? Then are the animals we raise still useful? Wang Wan stood by the river and said to Zhang Xiaobao next to her. The river in front of them had long run out of water. It couldn't be said that there was no water. There were locusts swimming back and forth in the river. The whole river was full of puddles. Never study human nature. Just do as you think. Otherwise, you will find that in the end, you will only feel that life is meaningless. Then you will commit suicide. If suicide is successful, then there will be no future. If suicide is not successful, then you will be like me, no longer studying. The meaning of life is to choose. Only those who have the opportunity to choose are happy people. Zhang Xiaobao pulled the slingshot in his hand and released it. A locust fish was knocked over. Its body twisted a few times and then stopped moving. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's slingshots were made by others. After it was done, they used a lot of strength to rework it based on the principle of leverage. The power was much stronger. Look, the loach is dead, and the other loaches around it can't do anything. I don't know if they would have saved their own kind when they found out they were in danger. After all, I'm not a loach. But I know that this loach told its companions before it died. Otherwise, the other loaches wouldn't have tried so hard to burrow into the ground. We are actually equivalent to a loach, but we are also higher than a loach. At the very least, we are giving water to the Zhuangzi of the Gu family. At the very least, you can sacrifice yourself when you make the choice and live up to your title. At the very least, I can risk my life in exchange. When I made the choice, I didn't think much. I made the choice, so I feel that I am lucky. So today, I'm still making a choice. I've chosen my family. So, let the drought come, let the locusts come. I'm ready. For my family, for my family. Why do I feel like what you said today doesn't sound like you? You should always maintain that kind of calmness. Even when exchanging hostages, you still have a smile on your face. Wang Wan tilted her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Is it the truth or a lie? Let's listen to the lie first. Wang Wan smiled. I want to comfort you and tell you not to think so much, so I'm going to argue more. What about the truth? I'm the same as you. I'm also conflicted. I'm waiting for others to be sad so that I can find an opportunity. This is the determination I made when I came here and heard Grandpa's words. I'm also struggling. Is the happiness of a few people more important? Or the happiness of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people more important? But one person is also one of these people. Dictatorship or truth? Bruno was burned to death. When Zhang Xiaobao said these words, his brows were constantly frowning. Wang Wan was also thinking about this kind of too profound thing. Little Gongzi, I caught a fish. I'll make soup for you. At this time, a child who was playing in the water ran over. He tried to hold a fish with both hands. The fish was still swaying, trying to break free. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and looked at the child in front of him who was 6 or 7 years older than him. Little Gongzi, what did you say? The child was stunned for a moment. He put the fish on a straw stick by the shore and put it on the ground. Nothing. You go and play. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Okay, I'm going to play. Little Gongzi, this fish has a lot of bones. You and Cuckoo have to be careful when you eat. The child ran to the pond again and turned back to tell the fish had a lot of bones. I understand. I'll be good to whoever is good to me. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said in unison. You don't need to say any more. I know all these, but I can't do that. How can I deliberately hurt people who are good to me? In the courtyard of the Gu family's main house in Zhuangzi, Gu Yingxi said to the housekeeper who was persuading him. Housekeeper Gu found that the rice of the Zhang family and the Wang family was not inserted into the ground. Instead, they were casually thrown into the ground. He felt that if he planted them like this, the harvest would be poor, so he asked the head of the family, Gu Yingxi, to report it to the yamen. At first, Gu Yingxi tried to persuade the housekeeper, but in the end he became impatient and said what he thought. Yes, the other party gave him the water. Last time, he tried to hurt the other party but failed. County Magistrate Cheng had a good relationship with the Zhang family, so how could the other party not know? But at the critical moment, before he could say anything, the other party said, "It's just water. Take it and use it." The other party said it casually and gave him the water casually, but Guangxi knew that the other party didn't give him water, but a life. At this time, he didn't want to make trouble for the other party. Even if he wanted to, he didn't dare to. If the villagers of Gujia village knew about this, what would the consequences be? "Master, I think this is the last chance. If you miss it this time, you won't have another chance in the future. Those two Zhuangzi are evil. It's not impossible to make a Zhuangzi good, but it won't be so fast. How long has it been? Look at the life on Zhuangzi, it seems to change every day. I'm guessing that there must be a monstrous expert behind them. If we don't act now, our manner will be finished. Old master, think about it carefully, don't you agree?" The steward was still trying to persuade him. Bullshit, what future? If they want to destroy Gujia village, do they need a future? It's fine as long as the water is cut off. Do you dare to steal the water? They have already put the water into the pond, but the river doesn't flow past Zhuangzi. It flows directly into the river under the bridge. Tell me, do you dare to bring people to steal the water? If you dare, I will go to the prefecture and report him. Tell me, do you dare? Guangxi stared into housekeeper Ji's eyes and asked. "Master, I don't dare. He has two people from Zhuangzi. We only have one Zhuangzi. We are much worse." Housekeeper Gu shook his head. "Then I will find you some people who are similar to them. Do you dare?" Guangxi asked again. Housekeeper Gu shook his head again. This time, he shook his head even more. "I don't dare. We can't beat those two people from Zhuangzi. Those villagers have long worshipped the master like a god. Our people's hearts are about to fall apart. Not to mention other things, as long as those villagers wear the same clothes as the 15th day of the first month and stand there, our villagers won't dare to take a step forward. That's right. Those two people from Zhuangzi are on the same boat. On the 15th day, the master made so many torches. Didn't they say that they want to light up the night sky? The county magistrate is one of their people and the villagers are loyal. You want me to report him? Am I looking for death? Do you think you can just go to the prefecture? What kind of person is Zhou Shihu? His uncle is a 6th-rank official in the prefecture. He helps the provincial governor deal with things. I don't understand. Why do you have to treat him as an opponent? Why do you want him to collapse? You were the one who came up with the idea last time. What happened in the end? Now that you know there is a master in charge, don't find trouble with him. Guangxi really had no other choice. He could only use this method to dispel the housekeeper's jealousy. He already felt that the other party had never treated him as an opponent. They were not even on the same level. Not to mention other things, just look at Sigo in the past and look at the current Sigo. He really chose people accurately. He didn't find anything good about Sigo in the past. He sold him for 1 tael of silver. Now, even if he had 1,000 taels of silver, he still wouldn't be able to buy him back. He wanted to buy people, but the other party changed his heart. He gave away 100 taels of silver just like that. Guangxi didn't dare to think about it anymore. He said to the housekeeper, "Let's go. Come with me." "Master, where are you going?" The housekeeper asked doubtfully. "Where else can I go?" "Of course, I am going to the Wang family's Zhuangzi. Put away your little thoughts. If it wasn't for the fact that several generations of your family have been the housekeepers of Zhuangzi, I would really suspect that you want to destroy Zhuangzi. Look at the housekeepers of the Zhang family and Wang family. Look at the people in the inner courtyard." Guangxi didn't dare to compare anymore. The Zhuangzi couldn't be compared to the other party. The housekeeper was also the same. He, as the master of the house, was not much better. Housekeeper Gu was also afraid now. He was afraid that if he was kicked out by the master, not only would he lose his position, but he would also be angered to death by his father. "Then master, what are we going to do?" "Nothing. We can just chat. I remember that last time, they asked me to set up the market together. Today we will go and take a look. If they still agree, then the Gu family will also be part of it. I just realized that as long as we follow them, there will be no problems. Those 6 ponds were built before the drought. Also, the wells were dug long ago. I'm now wondering if the person behind those two zhuangzi is Zhuge Zisher. Gu Yingxi said helplessly as he stood up and walked out. The two of them crossed the bridge and arrived at the Wang family's zhuangzi. Housekeeper Wang appeared again as if he knew they were coming. Village Mayor Gu, Housekeeper Gu, the two of you are here. Did something happen to the water? Housekeeper Wang asked sincerely. No, I am asking if the market can still be added to it. Housekeeper Gu said. This can't be, but there is another market that can be operated jointly with the Gu family. Housekeeper Wang first refused, then changed the topic and proposed a new matter. Chapter 84. Gu Yingxi and Steward Gu were shocked when they heard Steward Wang's words. They thought that they would never get another chance. Who knew that Steward Wang would say that there were other aspects? What aspects? Steward Gu asked anxiously. This made Gu Yingxi disappointed once again. There was no comparison between two housekeepers. Housekeeper Wang didn't seem to be like this in the past. Why did he seem to have become a different person in just a few months? Gu Yingxi did not know that this was because of economic power. Back then, the Zhang family, Wang family, and Gu family were about the same, so they all stood in the same position. Now it was different. Zhang family and Wang family were rich, so of course, their attitude would change. Steward Wang did not care about the Gu family's urgent question. He slowly said, "There is a river between our two families." The downstream of the river suddenly becomes flat. The main family of Zhang family and Wang family wants to build a restaurant there. It will have 2 floors and it will be empty inside, so you can see the water. We will find some people to drink and write poems there. If the Gu family is interested in joining, then pay a share. When the time comes, we will earn a share. It is just right that there is a drought now, so it will be easier to build a restaurant. What if we lose money? Steward Gu was straightforward. Without waiting for Steward Wang to speak, Gu Yingxi said, "Of course we will lose money together. Steward Wang, I don't know when the restaurant will be built. When the time comes, you must include my share." Gu Yingxi finally did not dare to go against Zhang family and Wang family. Now that there was an opportunity, he felt that even if he did not make money or even lost a little, it would be worth it if he could build a relationship with the two zhuangzi. Okay, don't worry. When the spring plowing is over, when the construction starts, we will not leave the Gu family behind. After all, it is safer for the 3 families to work together. Steward Wang's answer was very appropriate. After that, he saw that the 2 people had no intention of leaving, so he continued to invite them. Village Mayor Gu, Steward Gu, why don't you go to the pond over there to take a look? I don't know how long this drought will last. That's good. Gu Yingxi agreed without even thinking about it. He really wanted to go and take a look. After all, the water from the Zhang family and Wang family was carried in large wooden buckets or jars. He would be worried if he didn't take a look. It would be best if the buckets were always full. That way, even if there was still a drought in summer and autumn, he wouldn't have to worry. The 3 of them walked towards a pond. Along the way, they saw Gu family's zhuangzi farmers transporting water. Not only water for watering the fields, but also water for cooking. The well in Gu family's zhuangzi had not been dug yet. Standing beside a pond, Gu Yingxi finally felt relieved. The pond was still full. Although there was less water in the river, it was still flowing. When there was no more water, they would have to rely on the well water. After chatting for a while, Gu Yingxi said goodbye to Steward Gu and left. He had put down his worries. This time, there was a partnership. He thought that if anything happened in the future, the Zhang family and the Wang family would think about him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still standing by the river and watching the farmers busying themselves. The 2 of them realized that the number of loach fish in the river was extraordinary. If there were only 1 or 2 loach fish, it would be fine. But with so many loach fish, if they didn't catch them to eat, they would probably die in the mud. It was really a pity. How do we catch them? Wang Wan looked eager to try. Let others help catch them. Watch me. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the children playing in the pond and shouted loudly, "Come over here. It's time to catch loach." A child's voice had a strong penetrating power. As soon as he shouted, those children climbed out of the pond one after another and ran over. "Help me catch loach. I'll use tofu in exchange." 10 loach for 1 big piece of tofu. When we get home, you can eat loach drill tofu. Catch 20 loach and I'll exchange it for 1 tael of vegetable oil. Now, everything is ready. Do you want to do it? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao abandoned his identity as a young master and started to discuss with the children. The children originally had nothing to do, so they all went to play in the water. When they heard that they could exchange for so many things, one by one, they all jumped into the river. They didn't care that the mud was already up to their calves. One by one, they grabbed the mud and threw it out one by one. Those who threw it counted by themselves. At this time, no one lied and cheated. From time to time, a child would jump out of the mud, shouting as he used his hands to slap his leg. There was a leech biting on his leg, and after a few slaps, the leech would shrink out of the person's body and curl up into a ball. Some of the children were very vengeful. They found a small wooden stick and rubbed the leech twice on the ground. Then, they used the stick to poke the leech's head. The whole leech would flip from the inside out. Then, they stuck the stick on the shore and let the sun dry it. When it dried, the leech would die. It wouldn't live even if it was put in the water. So this is how they kill leeches. Wang Wan looked at the increasing number of sticks on the shore. She felt that these children were too fierce. She wasn't afraid, but she never did such things. Yes, this is considered slow. In the past, I would catch leeches and put them on the railway. Once the train passed, nothing would be left. If I didn't put the leeches, I would find a nail and put it there. When the train passed, the nail would become Xiaobao's sword. Zhang Xiaobao recalled the days when he was a vagrant. Back then, he followed the other children and learned many things. Actually, if you sprinkle some salt, the leeches will naturally shrink together. Wang Wan felt that this method of slapping would hurt the children. She wanted Zhang Xiaobao to call someone back to get the salt. Zhang Xiaobao didn't move at all. Even if you bring the salt, they will still use their hands to slap the leeches. It's not that the salt is expensive, but they feel that hitting the leeches with their hands is the most reliable method. This is the attacking consciousness. It can also be placed together with the controlling consciousness. For example, Wang Wan asked, children like to play with guns since young. If they don't have a gun, they will play with it. If they put a gun and a knife together, most children will choose the gun. Guns give them a sense of security and can be used to attack from a distance. It's the same for remote-controlled cars. There are some that have wires and some that are wireless. Most of them choose the wireless. Even if the wires can be 100 meters long, the wireless control range is 50 meters. This is because the wireless control is more flexible and there are no worries. This is the safest way. And this sense of security is controlled by the person playing with it. They can attack and retreat as they wish. Zhang Xiaobao gave an example. I understand now. For example, when I was in school, the boys liked to play the road and the sea game. They drew 2 big traps together. The innermost one is the land, the middle one is the sea, and the outer one is the sky. They would play rock, paper, scissors to choose. Many children would choose the sky. The last one they want to choose is the sea. It's like that. I remember the last time we had people patrolling in the middle of the night and lighting up lights. But I feel that it's not enough. When there are more servants in the future, I want to divide them into open sentries, hidden sentries, fixed sentries, and mobile sentries. That way, the whole of Zhuangzi will be safer. Those who sleep better and those who keep watch better. Wang Wan talked about the future security work. At this time, the children were almost done catching. They climbed up one after another and used branches to string up the loaches that everyone had thrown on the shore. They placed them in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Everyone began to report how many loaches they had caught. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't count them. They directly asked people to go back and get tofu and vegetable oil. With so many loaches, they could make several dishes that could last for 2 to 3 days. After the children exchanged for the items, they happily ran back to their own homes. They put the items away and came back again. This time, they jumped into the water again to eat the loaches and tofu for their own home. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also began to walk back. Naturally, there were people helping to carry the loaches. Even if the 2 of them could carry them, others wouldn't let them. As soon as the 2 of them entered the courtyard, they saw Song Jinggong, who wasn't supposed to come back today, waiting there. Little young master, it's not good. Someone is buying a lot of soybeans. After I got my share from Zhou Shihu today, I wanted to buy some soybeans. But when I went to a few grain stores, they said that they were all sold out. I didn't believe it and went to take a look. The shop assistant told me that some people came to the store and directly asked how many soybeans there were. As long as there were soybeans, no matter how much they were, they would buy them all. I walked around for half a day and didn't buy a jean of soybeans. Our vegetable oil depends on soybeans. Now, all the soybeans in the county have probably been bought by those people. They are waiting for the next shipment. Then, the price won't be as low as it is now. I think that someone has found out that our vegetable oil is made from soybeans. As soon as Song Jinggong saw Zhang Xiaobao, he said the matter with an anxious expression. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "The vegetable oil has a kind of bean smell. If we keep buying soybeans, people will understand. I think these people are targeting us. But we have already stopped selling the vegetable oil. Why did those people only start now? Is it because of the drought? Maybe. They want to stockpile the soybeans and wait for the price of soybeans to rise. Then they will find us to sell them. That way, they will make a lot of money. But I always feel that this matter is not so simple." Intuition. Wang Wan helped to analyze. What have we done recently? Don't be in a hurry. Let's go back to the house and make a list. Let's see our main income and new output during this period. We will make a judgment when the time comes. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't figure out what those people were thinking. If they want to buy soybeans, then so be it. At most, they won't sell soybean oil. They don't know how to make soybean oil with soybeans. Generally, rapeseed oil is made from frying, and so is meat oil. Song Jinggong went to find a place to rest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to the house and began to calculate the main source of income during this period. After calculating, they found that there wasn't much difference from before. Then what was left was the new output. Chapter 85. Xiaobao. Our old businesses haven't changed at all recently. From this, I'm guessing that the new businesses have affected others. So now there are only 3 new businesses. The Tsuyuan plow is new, but it's not under our management, so we exclude it. The fungus is not in business yet, so we exclude it. Eggs, the hens have just laid eggs, and there are quite a lot of new eggs. Now, they are all sold to the people we have supported. At the same time, the people selling the pancakes are also helping us to buy soybeans. I estimate that our egg business is in conflict with other people's egg business. They may have estimated the number of hens we have by looking at the number of eggs and feel that we are a threat to them. So, they are buying soybeans and destroying one of our businesses as a warning. It is also in line with the current profit plan of the drought. At this time, Wang Wan no longer looked like a child. She stood there with her chest out and her eyes shining. Even the tone of her voice was different. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with admiration and nodded. This is the temperament of a major case handling department. China's overlord flower should have. Precise and capable. I am talking to you about serious matters. Be more serious. Wang Wan's eyes widened. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's childish appearance, she suddenly laughed. She walked up to Zhang Xiaobao and reached out to pinch his face, moving it up and down, left and right. Why do you look so funny? Now it's your turn. I am done with my analysis. Hurry up, they are bullying us. Let me see how international swindlers play. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao raised his arm to wipe off the saliva on the corner of his mouth that was pinched by Wang Wan. He used his head to break free from Wang Wan's hand and smiled contemptuously. Buying soybeans? I guess it is useless even if I send people to other counties to buy soybeans. These people are killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The price of soybeans will increase during the drought, and they can also destroy one of our businesses. Don't they have money? I'll ask him to buy it. Pomegranate, come in. I have something for you to do. Young master, are you looking for me? Pomegranate heard Zhang Xiaobao calling from behind. She came in from outside and waited for instructions. Well, I'll teach you how to make something delicious. Some people call it liangpi, while others call it mianpi. We call it liangpi. Mianpi is too easy to guess. You can tell at a glance that it's made of noodles. Noodles are good. Not only can you make liangpi, but you can also make starch without further processing. Who said that only corn and sweet potatoes can make starch? Zhang Xiaobao pointed a finger at his own face and said with a smile. Those who knew him before knew that Zhang Xiaobao was terrifying at this time. Someone was definitely going to be unlucky, and it was not a simple kind of unlucky. If things went wrong, that person would die. Pomegranate did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had this habit. She only felt that the young master now looked better. He could dress up a little and be treated like a girl. Young master, tell me what to do. I don't need to take care of the black fungus often. I just need to look at it a few times a day. How do you make liangpi? Well, I'll tell you what to do. Take 5 kilograms of white flour, a few big empty basins, and a few buckets of water. Erniu is back, right? Call him over for me. Zhang Xiaobao's finger kept pointing at his face as he spoke. Pomegranate resisted the urge to kiss the young master and turned around to leave. After a while, everything was prepared. Erniu also came in at this time. Young master, you called for me? Yes. Do you still have the chili pepper seedlings? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Young master, last year's chili pepper seedlings are gone. This year's chili pepper seedlings are already out. Everyone is busy with the spring plowing. Only a few children helped me pick some. Young master, do you want this thing? Erniu quickly said. Yes, when you go back, use vegetable oil to fry the chili pepper seedlings for me. Once the chili pepper seedlings are fried, throw some more into the oil and fry them. When you taste the oil and feel that it's spicy enough to drink water, stop. First, fry 20 liters of oil for me. Zhang Xiaobao instructed Erniu. Erniu nodded and turned around to leave. He still had to pick more chili pepper seedlings, otherwise it would not be enough. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Pomegranate who was waiting there. Knead the flour into dough. This is the first step. Pomegranate did not ask more. She poured some water and began to knead the dough. After a while, the dough was done. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, Now let's go and see the wood ear. Last time, we picked 30 caddies. We had to give 20 caddies to the yamen, but they asked for 10 caddies. How many do we have now? It's still the same. The new wood ear hasn't grown yet. It will take a few more days. This time we have more. I estimate that we can produce more than 300 caddies at a time. Pomegranate was happy when she mentioned the wood ear. She did not expect that such a precious wood ear would be grown by her own hands. Unfortunately, she could not tell others how she grew it. This secret was only known by 3 people until now. So many? Okay, fry some for dinner. Add carrots and stir-fry meat slices. It's a pity that we don't have fresh cucumbers. Let's get some dried cucumbers and soak them in. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips. He was hungry. He had not eaten any wood ear until now. Wang Wan also nodded. The 3 of them went to the place where the wood ear was planted to look. It was not bad. Some wood ear had grown on the wood, but they were too small. They would be ready in 2 days. This thing grew quickly. After walking around outside, the 3 of them returned to the house. This time, the dough was much better than before. Put water in this basin and then knead. When the water turns white, stop. Zhang Xiaobao instructed Pomegranate to carry out the next step. Pomegranate did not understand why the dough was so good. She did not think about it. She took the water and did as Zhang Xiaobao said. After kneading this time, she changed the water and continued kneading. After kneading a few times, the water no longer changed color. Then she stopped. Zhang Xiaobao continued to instruct Pomegranate to pour the water into a basin and put it in a place where no one could touch it. He began to deal with the rest of the things that could not be kneaded. He put them into the pot and steamed them. After steaming, he took them out. Wang Wan said first, This is the gluten. I know. Where is the dough skin? You kneaded it until it is gone. It's all in the water. You can get the starch out by drying it now. You can make vermicelli. I don't know the specific steps. Let's make the dough skin tomorrow morning. The night passed. The next morning, Pomegranate came over and poured away the top of the water in the basin, leaving the bottom. Then she took out a thin iron pan and began to pour the sticky stuff into it. After pouring a layer, she put it in the pot of boiling water. She took it out and put it in the cold water. She gently uncovered it and a sheet of liangpi came out. Pomegranate continued to work very quickly. When a pile of liangpi was done, Erniu also brought over 20 kilograms of chili oil. Erniu, don't go yet? Eat some together. You have never eaten this before. Zhang Xiaobao called out to Erniu, who was about to leave. He taught Pomegranate how to mix the liangpi. Vinegar, salt, garlic, chili oil, these were enough. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao liked to eat the kind with cold noodle soup. Add some sugar in mine. I don't like to eat things that are too sour. Add some coriander and cucumber. Forget it, we don't have any now. Wang Wan adjusted her taste. In less than 15 minutes, 4 servings of liangpi were done. Erniu had the most, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the least. Zhang Xiaobao also added some sesame paste for Pomegranate. Pomegranate had always liked this. The 4 people began to eat. After a few mouthfuls, Erniu said first, "It's delicious. Little young master's food is really different. It's so spicy. Who asked you to put so much chili oil? You deserve it." Pomegranate was still thinking about Erniu, who put so much chili oil just now. If you have shredded cucumber, you can use fruits to cook the cold noodle soup. Even if it's spicy, you can drink the soup. In fact, the soup is also spicy. It's just that it's cold, so you can't feel it. The more spicy it is, the more you want to eat it. Zhang Xiaobao had a deep understanding of this. Wang Wan also nodded with half of the dough in her mouth. "Little young master, the dough doesn't need so much chili oil." Pomegranate reminded. "Who said that? Call Xiao Hong and cherries over tonight. The 3 of you will make 300 caddies of dough and send it to those who make Chinese crepes. Sell it for 3 copper coins per serving. Leave half for them and the rest for us. At the same time, let them exchange the dough for white flour." Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and stuck out his tongue. It was spicy. He said to Pomegranate. On the morning of the 3rd day, all the dough was ready. Zhang Xiaobao also cooked some cold noodle soup. In order to enhance the taste, he poured a bowl of yellow wine into each big bowl of cold noodle soup and asked someone to send it to Sanshui County. "What's your purpose for doing this?" Wang Wan still couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do. Of course, it's to have a new source of income. Can't they buy it? Do they want to buy it? If they do, I will make seafood and boiled rice. Do they want to buy rice? Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. There was no need to say anything else. Wang Wan understood. Those people dared to buy soybeans at this time, but they definitely wouldn't dare to buy rice and white flour. They could choose not to eat soybeans, but rice, white flour, millet, and sorghum were staples. During a drought, if these people bought soybeans like that, the consequences, let's do this first. If they don't want to buy it, I have other ways to make them lower the price of their soybeans. Unless they are willing to hold back their money. Holding back their money and circulating currency are different. Let's see how it works first. Zhang Xiaobao tapped his face with his finger again. In the afternoon, a new food appeared on the Chinese crepe stalls in Sanshui County. It was liangpi, which could be bought with money or exchanged with charcoal and white flour. This time, there were still people who tried it. They spent 3 copper coins and bought a serving of liangpi. When they ate it, the first feeling was that it was cool and delicious. Then they felt that it was burning hot. They breathed out as they ate. Liangpi once again set off a buying frenzy. Chapter 86. After the fruit pancake, liangpi became popular again, but the supply of vegetable oil was stopped. "My lord, please try it. I just realized that eating the hot jianbing fruit and the refreshing liangpi together is so delicious. You can eat both for only 5 copper coins. It's so cheap. After eating both, you'll be full immediately." The yamen runner who often went to Zhangjie Zhuangzi was holding the steaming hot fruit pancake in one hand and a basin in the other. There was a deposit for the basin. If he didn't send it back, the deposit would be gone. He handed the basin to County Magistrate Cheng and praised it. "Liangpi? When did this liangpi appear? Isn't it fruit pancake? What is it made of? It's even transparent." County Magistrate Cheng put down the brush in his hand and looked at the new thing. He asked curiously. He was no longer afraid of being investigated by the higher-ups for the drought. With so many places experiencing drought, it was impossible for humans to handle. Therefore, he wouldn't be punished by the higher-ups. Of course, he didn't say that. It was a provincial governor of a certain province who said that. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to say that. After all, he had the Zhang family and the Wang family. These two Zhuangzi couldn't be judged by common sense. Anything could happen there. What did he mean by impossible? It was because he didn't prepare well. Zhangjia Zhuangzi was also experiencing drought, but the other three Zhuangzi didn't have any delays. County Magistrate Qing didn't know what the expert in Zhuangzi couldn't calculate. He could make money from all kinds of things. If the previous transactions were legitimate businesses, then what about fungus? Could fungus be planted? With this ability, he could probably plant a group of people just by burying one person. The most puzzling thing was, how did they know that there would be a drought? How did they prepare for it? If they had known before, they would have gone to ask that expert for advice. If they had prepared earlier, the county would not be in such a state. Sir? Eat it while it's hot. Take a bite of the fruit pancake and a bite of the liangbi. I ate it like that just now. Unfortunately, I ate it in a hurry and can't eat it now. The Yamen runner saw that the county magistrate didn't respond and called out again. Oh, okay, I'll eat it. Sigh, this liangbi is so delicious. If I add some cucumber, the taste. County Magistrate Qing tasted a bite of the liangbi. It wasn't very spicy. He didn't know that it was slightly spicy. The Yamen runner smiled and said, Sir, you're right. The person who sold the liangbi also said that the people in Zhuangzi were thinking the same. They don't have any cucumber now. Just now, I met the person who gave the liangbi to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He said that there aren't many vegetables left in Zhuangzi. Other than radishes, carrots, and garlic sprouts, there are only fungus left. They have been eating fungus for the past 2 days. County Magistrate Qing looked at the Yamen runner's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said, Zhangjia Zhuangzi will be your place in the future. Don't always treat Zhangjia Zhuangzi the same way you treat normal Zhuangzi. It's different there. There's probably only one such person in the whole Tang Empire. Keep your mouth shut. Don't say what you shouldn't say and ask what you shouldn't ask, understand? Understood. Don't listen to what you shouldn't hear. I understand. The master behind the Zhang family's farmstead, a powerful figure, can kill me as easily as killing an ant. Moreover, I don't even know who killed me. The Yamen runner understood the situation and made a promise. It's not that scary. You don't even know who killed him? You should keep an eye on the other Yamen runners. I don't care if there are 1 or 2 more people in prison. County Magistrate Qing decided to protect Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He felt that Zhuangzi was mysterious. Yes, I will pay attention to this. In fact, our brothers have all benefited from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. No one will say anything. Otherwise, we won't spare him even if you don't do anything. But sir, Zhangjia Zhuangzi really killed someone. That person doesn't even know who killed him. The Yamen runner promised again. At the same time, he wanted to remind the county magistrate. Why do you say so? County Magistrate Qing swallowed a mouthful of Chinese crepe and felt a little puzzled. Sir, do you know why the prefectures gave all the credit to you this time? It's because the other prefectures and counties reported to you. Do you know why they reported to you? The Yamen runner tried hard to control his voice and not let it tremble. Why? What other reason could it be? Zhangjia Zhuangzi sent 3 people to the surrounding prefectures and counties to spread the news about how good you are. They told everyone about all the good things you did. They also spread the news about the curved yuan plow. I know someone in the other counties and happened to see it. When he mentioned it, I remembered that the leader was Erniu from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. The Yamen runner finally couldn't control his voice and trembled as he spoke. What? All of this was done by Zhangjia Zhuangzi behind the scenes? County Magistrate Qing couldn't hold the Chinese crepe anymore and it fell onto the table. He was stunned and didn't say anything for a long time. Chen Lingxiang didn't expect that Zhangjia Zhuangzi would be so fast and nimble. When he thought of all that Zhangjia Zhuangzi had done for him, he felt like crying. He had long regarded the 2 masters as his masters. They always helped and protected him in every way. When his credit was stolen, they could turn the situation around with a clever move. If they insisted that they wanted to use the little bit of food he left behind, he wouldn't believe it. Why would they care about a mere county magistrate with such means? It could be said that they took every conceivable possibility into account. They could do whatever they wanted. No, he had to do something. He couldn't just wait for his masters to help him. Sir, the food will get cold if you don't eat it. Just when County Magistrate Ching wanted to do something for his masters, the Yamen runner's voice sounded again. Okay, I'll eat it now. You can leave first and find the Deputy County Magistrate. County Magistrate Ching was woken up. His face was not right, but he tried to squeeze out a smile. After the Yamen runner left, County Magistrate Ching pondered again. His biggest wish now was to see his masters. Even if his masters didn't recognize him as a disciple, he would try his best. However, he was afraid that his masters were testing him. He didn't want to see them now. If he really went and made his masters angry, what would he do if he left Sanshui County? Sir, are you looking for me? The Deputy County Magistrate, Zhang Mingxing, came in a hurry. When he saw the county magistrate sitting there without eating or drinking, he raised his voice slightly. Oh, you're here. Take a seat. There's only one portion of this. If you want to eat it, you can buy it yourself. It's cheap. You can eat it for 5 copper coins. The taste is not bad. This is a new product from the Zhang family's farmstead. It's called liangpi. County Magistrate Cheng was in a daze today. After a while, he would continue to be in a daze. The Deputy County Magistrate, Zhang Mingxing, looked at the things on the table and nodded. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is really extraordinary. They stopped selling vegetable oil these days. I asked around and found out that someone bought all the soybeans at this time. It seems that vegetable oil is soybean oil. The day before yesterday, there were no soybeans for sale in the county. Today, liangpi came out. This time, those people are buying flour. From this, we can know that liangpi must have something to do with flour. I just don't know if those people will continue to buy flour. They are coming for Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. How dare they? It's a drought now. What do they want to do with flour? So that was how it was. It turned out that the soybeans had been taken away. The Zhang family's farmstead had one less customer and another one immediately appeared. It seemed that those people who bought the soybeans would definitely regret it. They had thought well and cut off the vegetable oil. Unfortunately, they were facing the Zhang family's farmstead. I can imagine that even if the flour is bought away, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi will not waver. They will continue to come up with a new product. Do you know who bought the soybeans? County Magistrate Ching now had unlimited trust in Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. In his heart, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was not afraid of anything. Even if he led the army there, the result might be unexpected. I don't know. It seems to be from the province. I heard from someone that he seems to have seen one of them. He specializes in selling eggs. Sir, you asked me to come here for this matter. Then let me go back and check carefully. The Deputy County Magistrate was quite well informed. He told him what he knew. County Magistrate Cheng picked up the Chinese crepe that fell on the table and took a bite. He said, "No, it's about why the province gave all the credit to me. I heard from Qin Dong." County Magistrate Ching repeated the words of the Yamen runner to the Deputy County Magistrate. When he finished, he did not say anything. He looked at the Deputy County Magistrate and waited for him to continue. I see. Sir, the people under your rule are so powerful. What rule? What people? Even if the 2 masters Zhangzhe Zhuangzi become my teachers, I am not worthy of them. County Magistrate Ching did not want to lower the position of his teachers. Sir, you are right. If the 2 masters become my teachers, I am not worthy of them. The Deputy County Magistrate quickly changed his words. At this moment, he understood that the County Magistrate wanted to be their teacher. County Magistrate Ching waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about how we can give Zhangzhe Zhuangzi more benefits." Benefits? The benefits are just some taxes. With Zhangzhe Zhuangzi's ability to do business, he won't care about these. Sir, why don't you ask Qindong to go and ask what Zhangzhe Zhuangzi needs? We will think of a way then. The Deputy County Magistrate had no other choice. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi seemed to have no other desires except to keep the food. However, the County Magistrate could not suppress the food. Moreover, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi already had a plan to deal with it. He could not help even if he wanted to. Then what should we do? How about this? For the next few days, arrange for people to guard every grain store. If anyone dares to buy all of the flour again, arrest them and interrogate them. How dare they hoard in the middle of a great disaster? What are they thinking? County Magistrate Cheng's words confirmed the grain issue. That's good. Even if they offend someone more powerful, that person won't dare to say anything. Our emperor's new policy will not tolerate such things. The deputy county magistrate echoed. Chapter 87. Once Sanshui County's ready-made liangpi was introduced, those people who wanted to buy soybeans didn't dare to continue. They continued to buy the white flour, neither too much nor too little. Because of the addition of liangpi, the jianbing fruits sold even better. One hot and one cold, when eaten together, would cost 5 copper coins. If they ate these things in the past, 5 copper coins would be too expensive. However, in the county, 5 copper coins was only the price of a bowl of noodles at a noodle house. Whether it was the taste or the quantity, it couldn't compare to a jianbing fruit and liangpi. All of a sudden, the two kinds of food in Sanshui County were selling like hotcakes. Many people from neighboring counties came to taste them. There were even more people who wanted to learn how to make them. However, they found that they could not make the spicy taste of the food in Sanshui County. The people chosen by County Magistrate Cheng were all from poor families. If they wanted to get this kind of raw material, they had to bring their household registration to the county government of Sanshui County. Naturally, they didn't care about the other counties. As the people said, you should go to whoever is your parent official. In this way, County Magistrate Cheng's reputation was even greater, even if the drought in Sanshui County was out of control. Xiaobao, those people didn't do anything, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a little disappointment in Zhangjia Zhuangzi. That means they don't have a strong background. I know what to do. Tomorrow, we'll make all the tofu dregs into tofu and sell them in the surrounding counties. When we reach the counties, we'll make them again. 1 copper coin for 3 caddies. Call Erniu over. This time, let him disguise himself and help me do something. Zhang Xiaobao first used the liangpi to warn those people, then he began to retaliate. No one had ever dared to make such a threat in front of him. Those who dared to threaten him prayed that they would never make any mistakes and would always maintain a high status. After Erniu came and left, everything returned to normal. Xiaobao, you're too radical, Wang Wan said worriedly after listening to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions to Erniu. Then what should I do? It's just an organization that sells eggs without any backing. Do I need to back down? I can give in to Zhou Shihu. After all, his uncle is a 6th-rank official. If there is a provincial governor's son in this organization, so what if I give him all the chickens? This world is so realistic. If you don't have the ability, don't make a move. I want to seek stability, but that means I have to compromise with these people. The chickens we raise are not under our control. Do they really think that they are an underground family and can control everything? Without 6,000 chickens, how am I going to eat locusts? Zhang Xiaobao had no intention of forgiving those people. If those people had come to talk to him first, he might have taken a compromise. But those people actually wanted to buy soybeans. This was a threat, and a threat without the support of the government. 5 days later, the price of tofu in various places suddenly dropped. Zhangjia Zhuangzi took out all the bean cakes that were stored to feed livestock and specialized in making tofu. Other people's tofu cost 1 copper coin per kilogram. Tofu made from bean cakes cost 1 copper coin per kilogram, but tofu made from bean cakes cost 1 copper coin per kilogram. The tofu made from bean cakes did not taste good, but it was cheap. For a time, tofu was not easy to sell. The purchase of soybeans also decreased. The price of soybeans dropped a little. This was not a lot, but it was a big loss for those who bought in large quantities. At this time, Erniu also found his position. Soybeans originally cost 2 copper coins per kilogram. 1 kilogram of soybeans could make about 2 kilograms of tofu. Selling tofu for 1 copper coin per kilogram was not a lot of profit. Erniu found some people in other counties to buy soybeans for 1 copper coin per kilogram. If someone asked, they would buy them to feed livestock. Many people did not accept this, but Erniu did not care. He also spent money to bribe some people to spread the news in restaurants and tea houses. Do you eat tofu? Do you? Then you have to be careful. Some people use beans that do not sprout to make tofu. They are the ones in the rabbit's mouth. Tofu made from this kind of beans will end one's life after eating it. You have to ask clearly when you buy it. Do you usually eat beans at home? Do you feel uncomfortable after drinking water after eating them? This is because the yin qi in the beans is too strong. Otherwise, why does it smell so fishy? Do you buy beans? I will sell them to you at a low price. Really, I will sell you 5 kilograms for 1 copper coin. Really? Don't run. My beans will definitely not get sick. One after another, rumors spread in various counties in the prefecture. This was not a big deal. Everyone ate what they were supposed to. Some people even sneered at the rumors. On the 5th day after the rumors spread, a person came to the yamen of Sanshui County to complain. He found someone to write a complaint against a person who sold soybeans on the street. He said that his father ate the soybeans and died. The county magistrate ordered people to arrest the criminal, but they could not find him at all. It seemed that the person had not come back since he appeared. It was written clearly on the complaint that the person sold them 2 kilograms of soybeans for 1 copper coin, many of which were rabbit's mouth. In the end, he bought them for his family, but his father did not survive the night. The county magistrate sent people to check. The yamen runner who went to report that the old man's body was swollen when he died. At the same time, the couple also said that they did not have children. They usually ate soybeans and tofu, which was cheap. The county magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, was furious. He immediately issued an arrest warrant for the person who sold soybeans. The whole prefecture and the neighboring prefectures were shocked. The price of soybeans plummeted. Erniu immediately offered to buy 5 kilograms of soybeans for 1 copper coin. There were also rumors that the soybeans in Feng Prefecture were like this, and that the soybeans in other places were fine. Moreover, it was the soybeans in the last 2 years that killed people. See? Because of your anger, the people here don't dare to eat soybeans anymore. How many people have you harmed by doing this? In Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, Wang Wan complained to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not care. He still had a backup plan. He said to Wang Wan, "The power of public opinion is still very strong. When the time comes, we can just find an excuse to turn it around." Didn't those tofu sellers teach them to make dan dan noodles? In the whole prefecture, how many tofu sellers are there in total? How did the old man die? Did you kill him? Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had made arrangements, so she changed the topic and continued to ask. How could I kill him? How could I cause him to get tuberculosis? Didn't you hear what the people in the yamen said? The old man kept vomiting blood. It was too late to beat Remy Feng. Zhang Xiaobao was really helpless. Wasn't it just a slightly inferior method? Who asked that time was tight? The business world was like a battlefield. What kind of methods could not be used? Then, how will you let people eat soybeans again in the future? Didn't I say that only the soybeans from last year and the year before can be eaten? The rest of the time is fine. Then what about the end of the family line? The woman of the couple is already pregnant. That's how I found it. When the time comes, I will say that someone deliberately spread rumors. Once the child is born, the rumors will be dispelled. Anyway, your method is not very honorable. I want to be honorable. It's not impossible. Do I have time? It's a drought. The higher-ups will send people to check the land so that they can reduce the land tax. They will be here soon. You are so reasonable. Wang Wan realized that she could not find fault in the details. She still felt uncomfortable. At least, many people would not be able to eat tofu during this period. I know what you are thinking. This is simple. We will pay for it and let County Magistrate Ching say that he found those bad people in our province. He will burn them. Won't they be relieved then? Zhang Xiaobao continued to add. When Wang Wan heard that they were going to burn all the soybeans, she knew that this money was coming from her side. Her face was a little sad. It's a pity to burn all the soybeans. It will cost about 800 to 800 taels of silver, right? More or less, but it's not a pity. After the soybeans are burned, we will gather the ashes and make soy sauce. At most, we will sell more soy sauce in the future. In the past, Grandpa Principal used to make soy sauce. Back then, Grandpa used to fry the soybeans. He stir-fried the soybeans and turned them into powder. After adding salt, it became soy sauce. Zhang Xiaobao added again. We didn't eat that kind of soy sauce in the past, right? Wang Wan was a little doubtful. Yes, in the past, we couldn't even bear to put soybeans in it. We just put in the coloring. Think about it, the retail price is only 1 yuan per bag of soybeans. That bag is 1 caddy. How much does soybeans cost per caddy? How much does the better bottled soybeans cost? Look at what's in it. Then I won't eat soy sauce in the future. Wang Wan was really a little scared. How can you not eat it? There's so much to burn. You also need to consume some of it. The farmers will send it to each family. When the time comes, each family will be given 50 caddies to try. Zhang Xiaobao said jokingly. A crisis that belonged to a quasi-family was finally over. Zhang Xiaobao had arranged everything. From the beginning to the end, there was no mistake. The people who bought the soybeans in Fengzhou were different. They found that the soybeans could no longer be sold. They wanted to transport them elsewhere, but the people there were already on guard. When they saw that the soybeans were from Fengzhou, they directly drove them away. The person who proposed to buy the soybeans now regretted it. He knew that all this was done by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He wanted to refute, but found that the county magistrate of Sanshui County was actually behind Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He wanted to find other people in Fengzhou, but those people couldn't wait to hide. What should we do? We can't even sell 10 caddies of soybeans for 1 yuan. The people here don't eat them. The people who originally sold tofu have changed to selling that called dan dan noodles. The money they earn every day is actually more than selling tofu. A person in this temporarily united organization was the first to complain. He couldn't afford to waste time and was prepared to sell the soybeans at a high price during the drought. Now, he didn't want anything. How Zhugua, can you not say such discouraging words? If we can't sell the soybeans, we can make them into dried tofu and transport them away. Who will be able to find out? Another person was a little dissatisfied with the previous person's depressed look and proposed a new idea. When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. They felt that this idea was feasible. Chapter 88. While these people were thinking about how long it would take to make so many soybeans into dried tofu, the dispute between Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao was not over yet. The reason was that Wang Wan wanted to eat tofu. She wanted to invite the farmers in Zhuangzi to eat tofu as well. She and Zhang Xiaobao had so many soybeans. Even if the tofu they made was not as good, it was still edible. In the end, although the villagers ate it, it was as though they had eaten poison. They felt like they were sacrificing themselves. When Wang Wan was moved, she felt that if her villagers were like this, then what about the people in the prefecture? How long would it take to correct the soybeans? At first, Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it. Later, he realized that there was not much to eat at this time of the year. It was good to be able to eat some soy products. It could be considered as continuing to make up for the mistakes he made when attacking the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao sold all the black fungus to other provinces. After he got the money, he bought soybeans from those provinces. Since he was the one who started the rumor and decided to take responsibility, he could only use this method. I didn't expect you to be so soft-hearted. Actually, I also admit that your way of doing things is not wrong. Isn't it just some people who can't eat soy products? How many people have cheated an entire country and countless people for their own sake? In the end, everyone still praises them. Tell me, why are you soft-hearted again? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's quick actions and how he could make money in the process of making up for his mistakes. She said to Zhang Xiaobao in admiration, I have never been that kind of heartless person. Some things are an exception. For example, I know about those people who touched the funds of the orphanage. You were really smart. You bought a large amount of soybeans at once, and the price was lowered by you. The most amazing thing was that you sold the wood ears to those who had soybeans and asked them to bargain before you gave them the money. This time, we actually made more than 400 taels of silver. Wang Wan did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish and continued his words. Sage. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have anything else to say. Originally, according to his method of operation, he could have earned an extra 1,000 taels of silver. That black fungus would definitely have helped him achieve his goal. He didn't expect that he would have to lose 600 taels of silver just to make up for it in advance. In fact, if he had taken action a few days later, he would have been able to solve this problem. Who asked the farmer to reveal an expression as if he was unafraid of death when he was taking advantage of the tofu. But, are you regretting it? Wang Wan asked with a smile. There's no such thing as regret in life. Do the villagers have any mental illness? I didn't expect the people of this era to have such a strong belief in this kind of thing. No, the main family has sent people to check on them. They are fine, and some even cried for those who didn't believe the main family at that time. This is really good. We know what kind of people the farmers are. Now I'm not jealous of Napoleon. Why don't you let me handle the new soybean? Wang Wan was touched when she thought of how the farmers were taking advantage of the tofu that day. They all thought that tofu would kill people, but they still ate it. She would treat them better in the future. Don't do it. I know that you want to make those beans into finished products and sell them. That won't do. Just sell them to those who used to make tofu at a normal price. If someone doesn't want to make bean products anymore and wants to make money from Dan Dan noodles, there's no need to rush. The number of merchants depends on the demand of the market. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was thinking when he saw her expression. He immediately rejected the idea. You're really a good person. Wang Wan's smile became even brighter. What good person? That's derogatory. I can only say that I'm not a bad person. The soybeans will be delivered tomorrow, and then everything will be fine. No, I can't let people who provoke me go so easily. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned those people again. You still don't want to let them go? You've affected a lot of people. Wang Wan felt that the current Zhang Xiaobao was a little scary. He was too persistent. I'll take responsibility for the people who were affected by me. I'll make it up to them. But what about them? At least I don't have the idea of making money from a national disaster. They think that they're smart and have calculated a lot of things. I don't represent justice, but I represent myself to take revenge. That's fine, right? The more Zhang Xiaobao thought about this matter, the more frustrated he felt. He didn't expect that the rumors from back then could cause such a big impact. Psychology seemed to be limited by the era. After going around in circles, he couldn't get over his conscience. He couldn't even hold on for a few days. He clearly knew that everything would be solved after a few days, but he still sold the fungus. Wang Wan took out a handful of meat floss from nowhere and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. Then have you thought of how to take revenge? Will you do it yourself, or will you let County Magistrate Qing do it? It's not bad. What are you smelling? Could it be that you were infected by the farmers when they were eating tofu? No, I won't do it this time. I'm still young. It's not suitable for County Magistrate Qing to do it. He's under too much pressure. Let the provincial government do it. There are so many soybeans. If they want to get them out, they'll have to turn them into finished products. I think they're doing it now. It's a good opportunity to get something on them. Zhang Xiaobao said with the meat floss in his mouth. Then how do you want the provincial government to do it? Wang Wan smiled and stuffed another handful of meat floss into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. Give them benefits. What else can we do? We just need to create an auspicious sign. Auspicious sign? What do you want to plant this time? What's the use of planting during a drought? What do you need during a drought? Water. As long as there's water coming out of a dry well, it's an auspicious sign. Tomorrow, get someone to check and see if there's a dry well in this county. You can plant some yao yao. Zhang Xiaobao was now determined to deal with those people no matter what. As long as the soybeans were investigated and they were locked up for 2 days, they would definitely spend a lot of money. Wang Wan understood. Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to blow up the wells. Many dry wells could continue to produce water after digging a little. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you." "All right, leave the matter of the fertilizer to me. Actually, I'm quite angry as well. We raised some chickens just to help them eat some locusts and let the villagers live a better life. In the end, they came looking for us. Sometimes, the beginning and the end of a battle are not something you can control. Since they came to fight, then let's fight to the end." 2 days later, clear water suddenly came out of a dry well in Sanshui County. At the same time, there was a loud noise in the middle of the night. The people who woke up in the morning found the place where the noise came from yesterday and saw that the dry well that had been dry for 30 years was producing water. This news quickly spread in the county. County Magistrate Chung even wrote a memorial, claiming that this was an auspicious sign from the heavens after the people in the county got rid of those people who hid the soybeans. He also pointed out the possible hiding places of those people. When the people in the county saw that there was an auspicious sign and the county magistrate directly sent this merit to the higher-ups, they immediately sent people to search for the locations that County Magistrate Chung pointed out. In just half a day, those people who hid the soybeans and their people were found. The people sent by the county didn't care how much these people wanted to bribe and directly arrested them. They listed a lot of crimes, such as hoarding during a major disaster, wanting to make poisonous soybeans into dried tofu and sell it to harm people, etc. Among those who were arrested, there were even people who were willing to pay 3,000 taels of silver to protect themselves. The arresters didn't even want to take the money. What was the situation now? It was a drought. At this time, there was actually water coming out of a dry well that had been dry for many years. This was the most important thing, more important than cucumbers in winter. These people were finally locked up. As for what kind of treatment they would receive in prison and how much money they would spend, it was not Zhang Xiaobao's concern. He was now busy arranging for people to help the county magistrate burn all the local soybeans. Some firewood was spread on the ground with soybeans on top. Some soybeans were piled up with another layer of firewood. Many people in the county came to see in person. When the fire started, these people cheered. Now they could eat soy products with ease. County Magistrate Cheng's reputation was promoted to another level. There was no other good official in the Tang Empire who made decisions for the people. Otherwise, there wouldn't be another auspicious sign in Sanshui County. When County Magistrate Cheng saw so many soybeans being burned, he felt a little distressed. However, when he remembered that these soybeans were all paid for by others, he felt a little better. The dead old man was also reconfirmed to have contracted tuberculosis. It was said that even a woman who was not pregnant was pregnant. After 9 days, the trouble caused by Zhang Xiaobao's revenge was all solved. The people didn't care whether the soybeans were poisonous or not. Anyway, they had been burned. It was better if there was no poison. Even if there was poison, they were not afraid. After Zhang Xiaobao heard the news, he also let out a long breath. Wang Wan's mood also improved. Xiaobao, have the burned soybeans been transported back? We have made a lot of money this time. How much soy sauce can we make? It's still early. There are so many beans and firewood. We might not be able to finish burning them in 2 days. County Magistrate Cheng has already promised us that the last thing will be ours. Those innocent people have suffered. They didn't dare to eat any bean products for 6 days. Fortunately, the beans we bought from outside 3 days ago were sold. The burnt beans can't be used to extract oil. In the future, when we cook, we will put soy sauce in every meal. Zhang Xiaobao lay down on the chair and fell asleep in a while. Wang Wan also yawned and fell asleep. 2 days later, all the soybeans were burned. They were transported to Zhangjia Zhuangzi in carts. Black piles of soybeans were placed there. People who didn't know the situation wouldn't be able to guess that these were the poisonous soybeans. How is it? Have you seen it? This is the power of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. They put the people who threatened them in jail. County Magistrate Cheng said to Chen Dong, who had just returned from delivering the soybeans. Yes, my lord. This lowly one knows that the Zhang family's manner is not ordinary. But this lowly one doesn't understand. How did water come out of that dry well? It sounds like firecrackers, but firecrackers aren't that loud. It's possible to make hundreds of thousands of firecrackers, but the well can't be filled. I also didn't see so many firecrackers. Chen Dong said in confusion. Chapter 89. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it blindly. You just need to remember that it is an auspicious sign. County Magistrate Cheng warned Chen Dong. In fact, he also didn't understand why there was water. If he didn't know that it was Zhangjia Zhuangzi's doing, he would also believe what others said. That is, it was a big thunder from God to let the dry well be reborn. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. In the end, he could only tell that it was an auspicious sign and not think about it blindly. Xiao Bao, come over quickly. They are starting to work over there. In a few days, we will be able to eat and fish up there. Wang Wan pulled up Zhang Xiaobao, who was still wondering if he could use the burnt beans as fodder, and walked towards the small bridge. Everyone else was busy, except for Huzi. Today, he followed behind the two little brats and looked around vigilantly. Xiaobao, look over there. The river is dry. They are laying the foundation there. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the bridge. She held the edge of the bridge and tiptoed to look over there. She was very excited, mainly because some of the layout was designed by her. It was the room closest to the bridge. She had designed it in a pink tone. There were many short places to hang clothes in the room. She had asked someone to make a big pillow that was bigger than her. Flowers were to be placed in the room all year round. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything when he saw her design. He felt that Wang Wan didn't design for others. That place was tailor-made for her. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a short hanger. That thing might grow taller with age. Anything was possible. Xiaobao, say something. Do you think that place is beautiful? Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, so she asked again. It's beautiful. It gives people a kind of abstract beauty, just like the paintings of Van Gogh or Picasso. There's a hint of hidden meaning in the chaos. It reminds me of the unmarked graves on the mountain behind the orphanage when I was young. During the day, you didn't feel anything. It was monotonous and boring. If you wanted to fully understand that place, you had to go at night. It would make your heart beat faster and cause your nerves to undergo some kind of mutation. Occasionally, when there was a sound that wasn't made by you, you would involuntarily resonate with it. At that time, you will truly understand that high pitch is not an obstacle for you. It will develop your intelligence and allow you to evolve from a narrow sense of science that does not have the existence of ghosts to a broad sense of science that studies all existence and the unknown, including hallucinations, until you lose consciousness. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the messy pile of construction materials and finally said these words. When Huzi heard this, he had the same feeling as when Zhang Xiaobao said that he saw Picasso's painting. He didn't care so much as long as the two little ancestors didn't fall down. Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, please don't insult Van Gogh and Picasso. Wang Wan took a deep breath and protested to Zhang Xiaobao. No, Comrade Wang Wan, don't worry. I definitely didn't have that kind of thought. I was insulting the unmarked graves. I was insulting it as much as I could, making it bare in the dark. If you want to draw it, you need to borrow the pale moonlight. Let's go back and look at it again when the construction is done. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't have the mood to look at the pile of construction materials. He was thinking about who the higher-ups would send to check on the drought. Yesterday, County Magistrate Ching sent someone to inform him that the higher-ups would arrive in 2 days, which was tomorrow. The most important thing was how to deal with this person. I knew you wouldn't appreciate it. You always see the beauty of the result, but you don't know that it's already beautiful before the result. Wang Wan muttered and followed Zhang Xiaobao back. She wanted to see how much the fish in the pond had grown. The higher-ups will be here tomorrow, and I still want to appreciate the result. What I'm thinking about now is how to nip this in the bud. Zhang Xiaobao followed her. When they reached the pond, there were small piles of ducks and geese floating in it. Xiao Hong stood at the side with a long stick in her hand. Her mouth was moving non-stop, as if she was talking to the ducks and geese. Little Master and Little Madam are here. Look, the most beautiful goose in the middle is called Hongrong. It's the smartest. It knows how to chase some slightly bigger fish to the shore and then call the other geese to bring the fish to the shore. When Xiao Hong saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she happily greeted them and pointed to a goose in the water and introduced it. As soon as she finished speaking, the goose really called the other geese to bring a fish that was more than a foot long to the shore. The fish seemed to be unwilling and jumped back and forth. A fish. The fish that was put in the pond hasn't grown up yet, but they got it out. Wang Wan didn't consider whether the goose was smart or not. She came to see the fish. Zhang Xiaobao praised, it's smart. Later, we'll put it in Ernio's grilled fish oven and see if it will open the oven door from the inside. Little Master, you can't kill it. I still want it to bring the other geese back obediently. Xiao Hong was frightened when she heard that. This goose was the most obedient and could control the other geese. She just needed to control this goose every day and didn't have to worry about anything else. Then we'll change to another pond. There are 6 ponds in total, and only one has fish in it. Why do we have to put it here? Zhang Xiaobao was a little helpless. The pond in front of them was not the biggest, nor was it the best. Okay, I'll change the pond now. You can't kill Hongrong. Hongrong, come here quickly, or you'll be roasted. Xiao Hong agreed and called the goose in the pond. The goose really did come over, followed by a group of geese. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fascinated by it. Let's go back and exercise. Uzi, pick up the fish and make soup. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan back. He didn't plan to put the fish back. In the Yamen of Sanshui County, County Magistrate Cheng was also restless. He was guessing who would come this time. If it was a serious and responsible person, it would be over when Zhangjia Zhuangzi was found. He had promised to delay it until summer or autumn. Sir, you just had lunch. You'd better take a rest first. If someone complains, you still have to deal with it. The deputy county magistrate persuaded him. During lunch, the county magistrate didn't eat much and just drank. County Magistrate Cheng slowly closed his eyes. Okay, I'll take a nap. Remember to call me if there's anything. The deputy county magistrate nodded and left. County Magistrate Cheng closed his eyes, but he couldn't fall asleep. As long as he lowered his head slightly, he would see the scene of the people in Zhangjia Zhuangzi being taken away. Even if he knew that even if the place didn't follow the rules, nothing would happen to the people in the village. After several failed attempts to fall asleep, County Magistrate Cheng sat up and looked at the ground, thinking about how to deal with the person who came. It would be best if the person didn't come for a long time, only a few days. In that case, the whole county wouldn't be able to visit. Or the person who came was lazy and only looked at the documents prepared by the Yamen and then went on to do other things. Uncle Cheng, I'm here to see you. While County Magistrate Cheng was guessing, Zhou Shihu's voice came from outside. Shihu, come in. County Magistrate Cheng called out, but he didn't move. He just sat there and waited. When he reached the door silently, the door was pulled open. Zhou Shihu, who looked refreshed, walked in happily. Shihu, why are you here? You must have made a lot of money from the last 2 transactions. Now you can answer to your uncle. Looking at Zhou Shihu, who seemed to be a different person, County Magistrate Cheng was quite satisfied. Uncle Cheng, actually I didn't make much money. It's just a small amount of money. Uncle Cheng, guess who came this time? Zhou Shihu touched the jade pendant hanging on his waist and asked happily. I can't guess. Do you know who it is? County Magistrate Cheng shook his head and suddenly realized that if Zhou Shihu didn't know the situation, he would definitely not come here. Zhou Shihu puffed out his chest and nodded vigorously. That's right. I just know. The person who came from the province accompanied the person from the imperial court. It's probably just a formality. After all, the person from the imperial court has to investigate the entire province. It's impossible for him to check every place. Uncle Cheng, you know who it is this time, right? I don't know. County Magistrate Cheng had been thinking about this for the past 2 days. His mind was in a mess and he couldn't figure it out at all. Oh, it's my uncle. He's in charge of the province's granary and is in charge of taxation. When Uncle came back last time, he said that I don't know anything and always cause trouble. This time I want to show Uncle. Seeing that County Magistrate Cheng couldn't figure it out, Zhou Shihu could only say it himself. Really? Your uncle is here? Don't worry. County Magistrate Cheng felt that his whole body was aching at this moment. He couldn't wait to lie down and sleep. Uncle Cheng, don't worry this time. Once Uncle sees me, he will help Zhangjia Zhuangzi no matter what. I don't know. He's in the business of blackmailing and stealing other people's things to make money. Zhou Shihu wanted to show off in front of his family. He was so excited that his face turned red. County Magistrate Cheng looked at Zhou Shihu and felt a little helpless. This child still didn't know some things. Making money from business depended on what kind of business it was. The 2 deals that Zhangjia Zhuangzi gave him were both unique. That's right. Zhangjia Zhuangzi still doesn't know about this. Quick, call Qindong over. Tell him to go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi and tell him to bring back a caddy of black fungus so that I can treat people well. County Magistrate Cheng just remembered that he had to tell Zhuangzi such good news. He ordered a servant who was guarding outside the door. When Chen Dong arrived at Zhangjia Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were practicing shooting with the slingshot. The housekeepers served Chen Dong and then came in to tell them what had happened. Hearing the news, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both breathed a sigh of relief. They also asked someone to prepare a caddy of black fungus. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "It's good that people are here. We can use this opportunity to invite Zhou Shihu's uncle here. We can only invite him. There's no need for the imperial court to come. Thank you for trusting me." Chapter 90. The sky was blue and the clouds were floating in the sky. The wind blew and the rain gathered and stopped. The mist was at the source. One of the ponds has lost 1/3 of its water. It's only been 3 days. 6 ponds only take 18 days. Think of a solution quickly. After waking up in the morning and washing up, Wang Wan dragged Zhang Xiaobao to inspect the 6 ponds on Zhuangzi. Plowing in spring required a lot of water. Seeing that one of the ponds had lost 1/3 of its water, Wang Wan was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaobao watched from the side. The people from Zhuangzi kept carrying the water back. He also knew that the farmers from Zhuangzi were afraid of the drought. The water in the fields had been given to them, but they actually dug holes in front of their houses and put boards on top of them. Then, they carried water from the ponds of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and poured it in. Say something. Just watch them carry the water away. Once the water enters the holes, half of it will seep out every day. The surrounding area is dry. Wang Wan was a little unhappy when she saw the farmers from Zhuangzi scrambling to get the water back. Her own household water could be put into the tanks. It was simply a waste to do this. Just let them carry it away. Do you want to stop them? How about this? From tomorrow onwards, let a few people from Guzhuang come over. We will take care of their meals. Arrange them next to the well. As long as someone comes to fetch water, let them help. Seal the ponds. If they want to use water, let steward go come over and provide it all at once. At first, Zhang Xiaobao thought that it was not a big deal for these people to carry some water. Wasn't it just digging a hole? When the water around the hole was saturated, the hole would be full. But he suddenly realized that after the hole was full, these people were likely to dig another hole. Then, the water would really be wasted. I agree. We can't let them throw away the water casually now. They won't understand even if we explain it to them. It would be better if the farmers from Zhuangzi listened to everything we said. Wang Wan was also helpless about this. This was human nature. If she really wanted to blame someone, she could only blame the main family of Guzhuang. He called for Huzi, who had followed him here, and gave him instructions. Huzi immediately went to make the arrangements. He had long disliked these people and wanted to do this today. However, because of the young master and young lady's instructions, he had no choice but to wait until tomorrow. He had thought it through. The people of Zhuangzi of the Gu family had lost face for the main family, but he could not lose face for the young master. A farmer must have the awareness of a farmer, and a servant must also have the rules of a servant. After a short while, Huzi finished making arrangements and returned. He told them what he wanted to say. And it's good that you can think this way. When the farmers and you do things outside, it's no different from when the main family does things. When the time comes, don't be afraid of causing trouble. If something really happens, no matter what the reason is, the main family will help you. Even if you make a mistake, the main family will punish you. It's not up to others to interfere. Wang Wan was satisfied with Huzi's way of doing things and the way of thinking in her heart. She was used to being domineering. In the past, when she did things in the lower ranks, she did things like this. If they made a mistake or harmed the local interests, then the local people did not need to interfere. Whether they would be punished or not was another matter. They were independent. That was what she thought. However, Huzi did not expect that the people of the main family were really too domineering. He thought for a while and asked, "Young master, young lady, if we cause trouble outside, if we offend the government, then we won't do anything?" It doesn't matter. No matter who you offend, as long as you do things for the main family, in the process, because you think for the good of the main family, if you make a mistake, find a way to escape. Even if the government comes, the main family will support you. Even if you hurt people for the main family may still reward you. In this regard, Wang Wan never compromised and said resolutely. This time, Huzi didn't say anything, but he was happy in his heart. He never doubted the words of the young master and young lady. If he wasn't beside them, he really wanted to shout out to express his feelings. This was the true master of the house. They would not abandon their subordinates when they were in trouble. Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything. He knew what Wang Wan meant. She would not do things that would undermine him. When Huzi's mood stabilized, he said, "Huzi, make something for me. This thing has to be 2 inches long and half the thickness of a chopstick. It has to be flat and have 3 edges on it." While speaking, Zhang Xiaobao picked up a small wooden stick and drew the shape for Huzi. Huzi looked carefully and nodded. "Young master, don't worry. Huzi will definitely find someone to make it." "Well, then you go and do it now. Cuckoo and I don't need to take care of here," Zhang Xiaobao said and pulled Wang Wan to another place. "What did you ask him to make? Why does it look like a murder weapon to me?" After walking for a while, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. "It's a murder weapon for the 2 of us. Usually we put it in the sleeves of our clothes and make a cover. In case we encounter danger, such as someone kidnapping us, we can't just wait for others to save us. That thing has a strong penetrative power. If someone holds us in his arms and threatens others, we can let that person know that not everyone can be kidnapped." Zhang Xiaobao was now preparing for the possible dangers in the future. "Okay, I understand. When the thing is made, the 2 of us will practice assassination. You are really not an ordinary kind of ruthless. You actually want to make it into a 3-edged needle. As long as you aim it at the neck, no one can save you." Wang Wan still didn't completely understand Zhang Xiaobao. When she thought of the 3-edged needle that was only 2 inches long and pierced into people's necks, she had to admit that Zhang Xiaobao really couldn't wear away his tyrannical character. "Don't think that I'm ruthless. People who can really use children as hostages definitely don't have good hearts. Who told you to not be able to make a gun? Do you think it's so easy to make a gun? This is the Tang Dynasty, not the Song Dynasty where the handicraft industry flourished. I can think of ways to make all kinds of firearms. I can also make the shape of a gun. Do you dare to use it?" Wang Wan's index finger and thumb made the shape of a gun and pressed it against Zhang Xiaobao's nose as she spoke. Zhang Xiaobao's 2 black eyes moved closer to the middle and a little lower. His lips slightly moved. "I don't dare. I'm afraid of exploding. Didn't you say that Zhou Shihu's uncle is coming today? Why isn't he here yet? Don't pinch my nose." Wang Wan reluctantly retracted her hand. "I'm being pinched, silly. He said that he's coming today, but he's coming to Sanshui County, not here. There's still someone in the imperial court. No matter what, we have to arrange it first. What do you think is the best medium for sound transmission? The higher the density, the faster the transmission in theory. The lower the dispersion, the more stable the transmission. What do you want to do?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and shook his black eyes back to their original position. "Oh, then do you know how to make a phone call? I want to prepare alarm equipment for the farmers in Zhuangzi. I want them to be able to send the news over as soon as there's danger and get people to help." Wang Wan blinked her big eyes and said, "I'm not those scientists. If you want to lie, I have countless ways. In practical application, the people in the Academy of Sciences are tens of thousands of times better than me. I'm not an expert or a professor. It's fine as long as you say you don't know. I've never believed in experts or professors. I know a few academicians in the Academy of Sciences, but all of them are so stupid. They don't know how to be famous and only want to do research. Forget it, let's use the most ancient method." Wang Wan was a little disappointed with Zhang Xiaobao's answer. She sighed and made up her mind. That afternoon, Wang Wan arranged for 2 ropes to be pulled out of each house. The ropes were made of silk and connected diagonally upwards to a platform made of wood. These platforms were then connected again with ropes made of silk. These platforms were then connected to other platforms. These platforms were connected to the main house by ropes made of silk. For those farmers, when one of the ropes was pulled, it would make the corresponding bell on the platform ring. The other rope had a bamboo tube that was also connected to the platform. Okay, it's done. This is the most primitive method of long-distance communication. Tomorrow, find 2 more doctors. We also need to form a fire brigade in Zhuangzi. Go wherever there's a problem. In the evening, Wang Wan stopped. She clapped her hands and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao already knew what Wang Wan was going to do. She wanted to make an alarm system, but the method was too primitive. He wanted to find a problem with it, but when he saw Wang Wan's excited look, he couldn't bear to do it. He could only nod and say, "Okay, not bad." "You don't mean what you say. I know what you're thinking. Isn't it just that when the wind blows, the rope will move and the connected bell will ring? Unless there's a very strong wind, this kind of thing won't happen. The bell needs to be pulled with some strength to shrink into the slot. If the wind is really strong enough to blow the bell into the slot, then we should be prepared. Some people's houses might even be blown down. The farmers are so good. They even dare to eat tofu. Of course, we have to do something for them." Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression and knew what he was thinking. "Okay, I agree. But your accuracy may not be so high." Zhang Xiaobao spent 5 taels of silver for this matter, so he didn't care. "Then hurry up and find a doctor. Now we only have a veterinarian and a doctor here. At night, there must be someone on duty. Let's go back to sleep. Don't always squeeze me at night." Wang Wan pretended to be generous and said a sentence. She turned around and left. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment and followed her back. "At night you're the one squeezing me, okay? Hugging and squeezing, I'm about to fall to the ground. When the weather gets warmer, let's sleep on the carpet." "Who's hugging you?" "I'm using you as a pillow. You're meaty and cool. Since I was young, I always had to hug something to sleep. You took advantage of me and you still complain. In the past, I used to hug a cloth doll." Wang Wan didn't look embarrassed at all. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. He knew that he couldn't reason with her in this aspect. He could only bear with it and slightly protest. "Then, Comrade Wang Wan, I hope you can cherish the doll. Don't always pull the neck. I've already fallen to the pillow several times. I know. When I sleep at night, I'll use hypnosis. I'm not hugging a cloth doll, but a life form, Xiaobao baby." Wang Wan walked in front of him and said without turning her head. Zhang Xiaobao scratched his head. "I'm Xiaobao baby? You seem to be younger than me. Xiaobao baby is my family's dog. He's very obedient. Is anyone there? My mother fell from the Kong bed and can't move. Help me." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't expect that on the first night of the alarm system's appearance, something would happen. Zhang Xiaoshu's family asked the platform for help through this device. The person on the platform was also a villager. First, he heard the sound of the bell. When he saw the bell enter the slot, he picked up the bamboo tube with the string connected to it. Then, he heard Zhang Xiaoshu's shout. Zhang Xiaoshu's shout was very loud. Not only did the person on the platform hear it, but the neighbors on both sides also heard it. They all came to check. The person on the platform didn't dare to be negligent. He passed the message to the main house. The person who answered the phone immediately woke up the doctor invited by Zhuangzi and told him that someone fell. When the doctor prepared the things in a daze, the person drove the car and pulled the doctor quickly to Zhang Xiaoshu's house. In less than 15 minutes, or 9.5 minutes according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's time, the doctor appeared in Zhang Xiaoshu's house. Zhang Xiaoshu and the neighbors thought that they would have to wait for a while. They didn't expect that the doctor would come so soon. The doctor checked the old lady's pulse and the old lady's injury. While treating her, he said to Zhang Xiaoshu, "It's okay. She fell and broke her leg. Don't stay on the Kong bed since it's hot. I'll put the bone back together and prescribe her some medicine. She'll be fine after taking it for half a month. Come with me to get the medicine, or you can ask someone to get it." 3 coins? Zhang Xiaoshu was stunned. "If you don't have money, you can give me something to exchange for it. Help me find a board and I'll tie it up." The doctor resisted the tiredness and said, Zhang Xiaoshu didn't need to do anything. The neighbor who came here found a board. Why is it so little? Zhang Xiaoshu was still worried about his mother's condition. The neighbor next to him was sober and said to Zhang Xiaoshu, Xiaoshu, you forgot that the owner of the house is responsible for most of the cost. Why didn't you keep an eye on her and let her fall? You should help her when she gets off the bed. She was asleep. Who knew that my mother would wake up in the middle of the night? What's the place to stay tomorrow? Yes, the master has said that the master will pay the most money if she gets sick. My mother and I are so lucky to have such a master. Zhang Xiaoshu understood. She had to recuperate for half a month and take medicine every day. 3 coins was out of the question. The rest of the money was paid by the master. This was the village. If it were the people in the inner courtyard, they wouldn't need to take any money. Xiaoshu's mother woke up at this time and happened to hear these words. She held her son's leg and said, Xiaoshu, do more for the master in the future. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a master. I didn't know what time it was when I woke up. It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour. Don't forget the kindness of the master. Zhang Xiaoshu nodded when he saw his mother wake up. Only then did he remember that when he tried to pull the 2 ropes, the doctor came so fast. If he told other villagers, no one would believe him. The master's means were incomparable. Even the imperial palace might not be able to catch up with him. Chapter 91. Early in the morning, the fog on the distant mountain had not dispersed. A man was kneeling outside the courtyard of the Zhang family. The gatekeeper did not know what was going on. The news had not reached the main family yet, but he recognized Zhang Xiaoshu. He was still wearing the coat made for him on Zhuangzi. Thinking that he was in big trouble, he did not dare to neglect and hurried to find the housekeeper. Steward Zhang was busy with the spring plowing recently, so he also did not know why a villager was kneeling in front of the courtyard. When the gatekeeper came out and saw Zhang Xiaoshu kneeling there motionlessly, he pondered for a moment and asked, Xiaoshu, are you in trouble? Housekeeper Zhang, you've come out. No, there's no trouble. It's just that my mother's leg has fallen off. It was fixed last night. She won't need to use it for half a month. I'll just kneel for 2 hours. Zhang Xiaoshu looked at Steward Zhang with grateful eyes. He knelt there straight. Except for his mouth, the rest of his body was motionless. Oh, kneeling for 2 hours? Your clothes seem to be. I am afraid that the clothes given by Zhuangzi on Zhuangzi will be ruined. I wear them on the top and change them on the bottom for work. I want to keep these clothes. When I have a grandson, I will show them to him. Zhang Xiaoshu explained before Steward Zhang could speak. Steward Zhang was a little confused. He did not know what was wrong with Xiaoshu. Why was he kneeling? Besides, there was a patient at home. He said, since there is a patient at home, Xiaoshu, you'd better go back and take care of her. Oh, go to warehouse number 5 and take some bones back to make soup. Warehouse number 5 was the name given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was a public warehouse. The things inside were a mess. There were all kinds of commonly used things, and the food would be frozen. Bones were one of them. Since her leg fell off, she should eat the bones to nourish her body. When she needed it, she just needed to record it. At the end of every month, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would check it. The gatekeeper knew that these words were directed at him, so he turned around to take them. Not only did he have to take the bones, but he also had to take the kuenpoku, or kelp, and the liver of a fish that the young master had brought. As long as the soup was made, these 3 things had to be put together in the pot. He didn't know why, but he just obeyed. Little tree, don't panic. Get up first. Have you found a doctor? There are some in Zhuangzi. We have to take a good look at them. We can't afford to delay. Don't be afraid of spending money. The main family will pay for part of it. Steward Zhang was not clear about what had happened last night. He thought that Zhang Xiaoshu had run out of money. When he didn't say this, Zhang Xiaoshu was just kneeling. Once he said this, Zhang Xiaoshu kowtowed 3 times to the master. Steward Zhang, I've been looking for them since last night. My mother fell off the Kong, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the doctor from the main family arrived. It was very fast. I heard from the neighbors that it was even faster than the imperial palace. In half a month, I only need to pay 3 copper coins. I'm here today to thank the main family. Last night, I used that newly built thing to call for the doctor. Oh, so that's the case. Then you don't have to kneel anymore. It's enough that you know how good the main family is. In the future, when you work, put in more effort. The main family isn't giving you alms. They just want you to be at ease and do your work. If you don't slack off, it's considered repaying the main family. Hearing Zhang Xiaoshu's words, Steward Zhang understood that this thing was made by the young master and Miss Cuckoo yesterday. It was going to be used soon. What a clever method. When something happened to a villager, the main family would take action in less than a quarter of an hour. Moreover, when they arrived at the village, no one would believe them even if they told them. But he also knew that he couldn't say that this thing was made by the young master and Mississippi. He could only say it in the name of the main family. As long as the young master and Miss were not adults, the people in the inner courtyard must keep their mouths shut and not talk about it among themselves. Zhang Xiaoshu still didn't get up. He continued to kneel there and replied to the steward, "Yes, we all know that. We have to work hard. Except for the main family of Zhang family and Wang family, no other main family of Zhuangzi would do this for the villager. In a while, I'll go to the ground and step on it. I'll step on it and make all the bubbles in the soil come out." "Steward Zhang, what's going on? Isn't this person Xiaoshu from the back of the village? Did he do something wrong? Why is he kneeling here? Get up. As long as you don't collude with outsiders, it's okay to make a little mistake." At this time, the Jiang Wang clan came out and wanted to walk by the river. It could also be considered as exercise. This was persuaded by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to exercise in the morning, but Wang Wan objected at first, saying that the air in the morning was not good and that it was best to exercise in the evening. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, argued that the air in the morning was not good because of a night of sediment. However, the humidity of the air was good and suitable for people to breathe. The sediment that had been deposited overnight could be handled by the white blood cells in the body before it was exposed to the ultraviolet light. The sediment that had been deposited overnight was exposed to the ultraviolet light, but the moisture in the air was also reduced, which was more harmful to the lungs when exercising. The Jiang Wang clan knew that the children were doing it for her good, so she used 2 periods of time, one in the morning and one in the evening. She also ate the wood ears with heartache to clear her lungs. Today, when she came out with her maid, she saw the person kneeling there. After thinking for a while, she found that she had some impression of him, so she spoke. In reply to Madam, Zhang Xiaoshu didn't do anything wrong. Yesterday, Madam asked people to build a platform to transmit information, which was used at night. Xiaoshu's mother fell from the Kong bed in the middle of the night and used that platform to inform this side. The doctor in Zhuangzi got up and went out. From the time of the accident to the time of the treatment, it didn't take more than a quarter of an hour. Xiaoshu is here to express his gratitude. I have already sent people to the 5th storeroom to get the bones. When the time comes, we will give them to Xiaoshu's mother to nourish her body. It will take half a month. The housekeeper reported to the Jiang Wang clan cautiously. There was also a hint that he was not as casual as before. In the past, he was loyal to Zhuangzi and only had respect for Madam. Now, he was in awe and was afraid of the little master. If the little master misunderstood that he did not respect Madam, it would be very likely that he would be killed. He firmly believed that if the little master wanted to kill someone, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. And there's no need to thank me. Do your job well. Xiaoshu, remember to cook everything together when you go back. Don't leave anything behind. Those things are from my family found them with great difficulty. Take good care of your mother and don't move around. Get up. The Jiang Wang clan said lightly. Just now, she almost said, my family Xiaobao. After greeting him, the majesty of the master of the house was undoubtedly revealed. Xiaoshu respectfully kowtowed a few more times before he stood up. He felt a little embarrassed. He originally came to express his gratitude, but in the end, he received some bones, which was far more than the 3 copper coins he spent. He wanted to turn around and leave without taking anything, but he did not dare to. What was the meaning of not taking what the master gave to you? Were you afraid that you would fall ill from eating too much? Therefore, he could only wait to receive the items. He secretly swore to himself that he would do more to repay the master. As for the master's indifferent tone, he did not have any thoughts about it. The masters should be like this. After a while, the gatekeeper brought the 3 items in a bamboo basket. There was still some stubble on the bones, and the basket weighed about 10 pounds. Xiao Shu took the basket and wanted to kowtow to express his gratitude, but found that the master's wife had already left with the servant girl. Xiao Shu Zhang's mother falling down was actually a small matter. However, from the time she fell to the moment she was treated within a quarter of an hour, this was not a small matter. All the villagers knew that if this happened in the past, there would be two options. One was to be carried to a place where there was a doctor, the other was to spend money to hire an express train to find her at dawn. The last option was to endure it. If they could, they would. If they could not, they would become disabled. The problem was that Xiao Shu Zhang's mother fell down, and he did not even leave the house. Within a short time, people came. This was a life-saving situation. People who were paralyzed in bed would not last more than a few years. Many diseases would come and they would rot there. After Xiao Shu Zhang's neighbors spread the news, the whole of Zhangjia Zhuangzi knew about it. Then it was the Wang family's Zhuangzi, and then the Gu family's Zhuangzi. Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi both had emergency items, but the Gu family's Zhuangzi did not. They did not even dare to think about it. When a family was in trouble, the master's family would respond within a quarter of an hour and send people over. This speed was frightening to think about. There was no need to worry about the medical fees. It was said that the houses of the Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi would be managed by the master's family in the future. It seemed that the villagers did not need to prepare for anything else. They just needed to work hard for the village. There was no need for them to worry about anything else. The villagers of the Gu family were all jealous. The ancestors of the other two villages were smoking. The good fortune that they had accumulated over 8 lifetimes was spread over their heads. There was no need for them to think about anything else. They just had to work hard. Guangxi also knew about this matter. Looking at the Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi, he could only sigh. He could not compare and did not dare to. Master, they are doing this to make us feel bad. Why don't we spread the news about them farming and create some trouble for them? Housekeeper Gu was also jealous. You are the master's family, why do you have to raise a doctor? If your side is better, the villagers' hearts will be unstable. Shut up. Don't mention this matter in the future. How dare you use such a method? Do you think that the Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi are friendly? They know about what happened last time and did not do anything. It's not that they are afraid of us, but they don't want to talk to us. Do you really want to force them to deal with the Gu family's Zhuangzi? If we continue to create trouble, there will be no way out. We are still building the restaurant with them. I heard that they are looking for a doctor. Why don't we discuss with them? We will also fork out some money. We can learn from them and make that thing in Zhuangzi that can spread information very quickly. When there is a problem, we can find someone to help. If there is a disease, we can treat it. If there is a fire, we can also help our neighbors. If we don't do it now, they will have a lot more grain than us during the autumn harvest. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse to have such a neighbor. Guangxi had no other choice but to follow along. Fortunately, they did not keep some things a secret and even invited him to join them. Chapter 92. While the owners of the Zhang, Wang, and Gu manors and the farmers had their own thoughts, County Magistrate Cheng of the Sanshui County Yamen was also making urgent arrangements. The people who came down to check on the situation said that they would arrive at noon. Before noon, County Magistrate Cheng led a group of people out to welcome them. Compared to the last time, County Magistrate Cheng was much more relieved this time. At least he knew who was coming this time. At the same time, he was not afraid of any internal problems. After getting 3 caddies of soaked wood ear, Chief Secretary Zhao Xiong was no longer as rigid as before. When he had nothing to do, he would ask for some carrots and put them in when making stir-fried meat slices with wood ear for his daughter. Seeing that his daughter could eat more, he thought that Zhangjia Zhuangzi would not do anything, so he helped to hide it. After waiting for less than an hour, the person this time arrived much earlier than the previous time. He's coming. My uncle is coming. Zhou Shihu also joined the welcoming team this time. When he saw the smoke from afar, he shouted excitedly. Everyone around him felt that it was wrong of him to do so. They even hoped that he would be happier. This meant that he had a good relationship with his uncle. If they had a good relationship, the Yamen would spend less effort. As the smoke and dust got closer, the public carriage in the team was also revealed. There were many people, all of whom looked very powerful. However, if one looked carefully, one would find that this time, not only did the capital send a person to check on the situation, but also some rich playboys. We have to spend more money to entertain them again. Many people thought so. One of the yamen runners even said it out loud. Shut up, don't talk nonsense. This means that the people above value our Sanshui County. Which place can still make water come out of a dry well during a drought? County Magistrate Ching glared at the yamen runner and reprimanded him in a low voice. The others around them all showed an expression of yes, but they knew in their hearts that everything was caused by the Zhang family's farmstead. Although they didn't know how they did it, the facts were irrefutable. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. When the public carriage stopped, County Magistrate Ching walked over first and saluted as he spoke. The other people in the yamen stood behind and saluted as well. At this time, it was not their turn to speak. Zhou Shihu wanted to speak several times, but he held back. If he spoke now, not only would he not be praised by his uncle, but he would also be scolded for being unreasonable. Well, thank you for your hard work, County Magistrate Ching. It's okay, we just arrived. Come, County Magistrate Ching, let me introduce you. This is Assistant Minister Wei of the Ministry of Works and Assistant Minister Shin of the Ministry of Rights. Zhou Qiong, the military officer in charge of Feng Province, got off the carriage first. After the people in the carriage behind also got off, he introduced them to County Magistrate Ching. As for the others, he didn't say much. They were just here for sightseeing, and all of them could come here because of their family's position. County Magistrate Cheng was stunned when he heard Zhou Shihu's introduction. He did not expect that there would be two assistant ministers, one from the Ministry of Works and the other from the Ministry of Rights. He knew the roles of these two people. The Ministry of Works was in charge of water conservancy and so on, while the Ministry of Rights was in charge of auspicious signs. Logically speaking, it wasn't a big deal for the two of them to come over, but their ranks were really too high. Which assistant minister would go down when they had nothing to do? There were so many places suffering from drought, so how could there be so many assistant ministers going to every place? What's more, these two people came directly to the county instead of the prefecture for the first time. It was unreasonable. Thinking of this, County Magistrate Ching didn't dare to show any hesitation or neglect on his face. He went forward to greet them one by one. Assistant Minister Wei and Assistant Minister Shin were polite and didn't ignore him. They nodded slightly as a greeting. After all, this was a fourth-grade official and he wouldn't come here easily. His visit this time was a great honor to Sanshui County. County Magistrate Cheng, let's put other things aside for now. Take me to the well to take a look. I didn't expect an auspicious sign to appear in your Sanshui County during this drought. I'm in charge of the prefecture this time. Many people are happy about this. Zhou Shihu's uncle, Zhou Shihu, said to County Magistrate Cheng with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at his excited nephew. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this, he paused for a moment. He wasn't a young man who didn't know much. From these words, he already knew that there was an auspicious sign in this place. Even if the prefecture obtained many benefits, his contribution would not be small. These were not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this auspicious sign was very important to the people in charge. Not only did the people in the neighboring prefectures know about it, but their attitude was not good. It was said that many people were happy for the auspicious sign. It was more accurate to say that they thought Sanshui County was lying. Otherwise, if there was no auspicious sign in their prefectures when they encountered drought, it could only mean that they did not do a good job for the local people. County Magistrate Ching understood that Zhou Shihu's uncle had informed him in advance and asked him to make good arrangements. If something went wrong with the auspicious sign, he would not be able to protect Zhou Shihu. Thinking of this, County Magistrate Ching said gratefully, "Since you are here, you must want to see the auspicious sign first. This way, please." The auspicious sign is in the county. While speaking, he led the way in front. The others who were supposed to get on the car got on the car, and those who were supposed to walk still walked. They walked toward the well in a mighty manner. Zhou Shihu was relieved. Originally, he thought that the auspicious sign here was fake. Seeing that County Magistrate Cheng was so sure, He no longer had any worries. Before getting on the car, Zhou Shihu glanced at his nephew. At this time, Zhou Shihu became clever and said, "Military advisor Seedsong, I am the person who made the curved plow. I have something important to tell you." While speaking, he did not care about the others and directly followed his uncle to the car. Those who did not know his identity only felt that he had crossed the line. Those who knew his identity did not have any expression. The uncle and the nephew had something to say. Was it possible to stop them here? This time, County Magistrate Cheng did not sit in the car alone. He also called the chief secretary. When the group slowly moved toward the well, he said to the chief secretary, "Ji Feng, what do you think of this matter?" The chief secretary, Zhao Xiang, did not keep a straight face this time. He moved the corners of his mouth and said, "Sir, these people are strange. Look, there is an official in charge of taxation from the prefecture, an official named Xiang Rui, and an official in charge of water conservancy. These three people are basically in charge of everything. It looks like this, but there is another point. That is, why didn't the higher-ups send an official in charge of taxation? Why did they send someone from the prefecture instead? There are already 2 level 4 assistant ministers here. There won't be a lack of one more. In this case, it can only be said that the prefecture is doing its best this time. This time, the prefecture does not want to make any mistakes in this matter. It seems that they want to reduce the burden of Sanshui County. With Sir Zhou, they can do whatever they want in terms of taxation. You mean that this time I should ask for more benefits? Make the disaster report more severe? County Magistrate Cheng also had his own plans. He just wanted to hear other people's opinions. When he heard Zhao Xiang's words, he felt that they happened to coincide, so he asked. Who would have thought that Zhao Xiang had no such intention at all? He shook his head and said, "Darren, the prefecture is indeed thinking this way. However, this lowly official thinks that it would be better to help the prefecture this time. The Zhang family's farmstead has black fungus. This time, the county's harvest will definitely be reduced by a lot. But the higher-ups do not ask us to hand in the grain directly. The grain is distributed to the local government as the official salary. If the grain is not enough, we can use other money and silk to exchange for the official salary. What is sent to the higher-ups is usually money and grain. This is what I think. This year's drought is a foregone conclusion. Usually we hand in money and silk. This year we should do the opposite. If we hand in the grain, it will not be enough for the county's needs. Then we can use money to buy grain from outside. This money will be paid by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. As for the loss, 1,500 or 600 taels of silver should be enough, at most 2,000 taels of silver." The head of the department, Zhao Xiang, gritted his teeth and persuaded. This time, he knew that Zhangzhe Zhuangzi would lose a lot of money, but there was no other way. Now, only he and the county magistrate could be promoted. The others could not be promoted. If they handed in enough grain, there would be more people who could be promoted. When he and the county magistrate were promoted, the people below could also directly take over these 2 positions. Sanshui County would still be in the hands of their own people. They could also take good care of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi had so many wood ears. If they did not use them now, when should they wait? County Magistrate Cheng also understood his meaning. Wei Wei nodded, "That's right. With this drought, not only will there be less grain, there will also be less wood ears in the surrounding areas. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi can sell a lot of money, but will they be willing to? They have already spent a lot of money. The people in the Yamen also get a lot of food and drink from there. What Milord is worried about is that we can send someone to tell them. This way, when we are promoted, there will be people at the top, but the local government will still be our people. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi will not only be a little bit of food, but even if they kill someone, they will be able to stop Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. The master on Zhuangzi is not an ordinary person." Zhao Xiang also knew that if it was an ordinary person, they would not agree. But was Zhangzhe Zhuangzi ordinary? The things they did were always unpredictable, but they could always get a lot of benefits. Alright then, let's try. If it really doesn't work, let them take out less. County Magistrate Cheng felt that this was the best way. There was no harm in trying. If it worked, he could be promoted and Sanshui County would also be under his control. The two of them could be considered to have made a decision. Zhou Shihu was also showing off his achievements to his uncle. He told him about the money he had earned during this period. Chapter 93. With a smile on his face, Zhou Shihu listened to his nephew talk about what kind of business he did, how he did it, how much he earned, how much he spent, and what he bought for his family. Seeing that his nephew was so happy, he didn't disturb him and just listened. In fact, he didn't care how much his nephew earned. He only cared if his nephew bullied people on the street like Hai Zholi and didn't do anything for a day. From these words, he knew that his nephew, who had always been a bad learner, had changed into a different person ever since he started doing business with the Zhang family's manor. He no longer played with the people he used to play with. All day long, he was thinking about how to sell things. Also, when he sold things, the local people praised him. For example, although his nephew made money, the local people always said that he was good. When talking about this, Zhou Shihu was especially energetic. He said that if the people didn't have money and still needed to farm, he would ask for less money. Some people even rented to the people first and wait for the autumn harvest. There were also people who came to buy plows who kept coughing. He even found a doctor to treat them. For the first time, Zhou Shihu dared to speak to his uncle so confidently. He felt that he didn't do anything wrong, unlike before when he had nothing to do all day long. Every time his uncle asked, he didn't know what to say and could only lower his head. In the future, this nephew is going to do business with Zhangjia Zhuangzi. They said that there are still many business deals. I saw a necklace made of big pearls in Zhenbao Pavilion. The asking price is 600 taels of silver. I originally had that much money, but I was afraid that after spending it, I wouldn't have enough capital to do other business, so I didn't buy it. The next time I do business with Zhangjia Zhuangzi, I will buy that necklace and give it to my mother. My mother's birthday is in 2 months. Tomorrow, I will go and urge Zhangjia Zhuangzi to complete a business deal within this period of time. There is also a bracelet that is not bad. When I earn enough money, I will buy it and give it to my aunt. These days, I didn't spend much money to eat at the restaurant. It was all the people who wanted to buy things for me. I brought home the food that I couldn't finish and gave it to the servants. They all said that I am good. Zhou Shihu didn't stop talking. He couldn't wait to tell his uncle everything that had happened to him. Zhou Qiong had been listening the whole time. Suddenly he asked, "Why did you bring her back? Aren't you afraid that others will call you stingy? What do you mean by petty? Even if they don't eat it, they'll throw it away. The servants at home can't eat it even if they want to. It's not spoiled. Last time, I personally went to deliver a plow to a villager. I saw that the food they were eating was from the day before yesterday. They were still eating it even after 2 days. I didn't get sick after eating it. When I looked at it, I thought that I shouldn't have thrown away so many things in the past. In the past, when I bought things to eat, I spent my family's money. Now I know that it's not easy to make money. I have to manage the craftsmen and look at the price. Selling a plow only earns a few copper coins, so of course I have to be frugal." Zhou Shihu started talking again. He even stretched out his hand for his uncle to see. There were 2 wounds on his hand that he had accidentally touched with the plow. When Zhou Qiong heard this, he finally smiled. His nephew was sensible. He knew that it wasn't easy to make money. He knew how to be filial to his parents. He also knew how to be considerate of the common people. Nothing could make him happier than this. As for the money he earned, it didn't matter if it was more or less. Even if he lost it, he could accept it. "Uncle, please don't tell my mother that I want to buy things for her. My mother will definitely complain that I'm wasting money." When I went back, I measured it. That necklace on my mother's neck made her look even better. She's even prettier than my father's new concubine. And that bracelet as well. "Uncle, you'll know once you put it on my aunt. My aunt is fair, so with that light green bracelet, she'll look even younger." "Uncle, what's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Is it because it's too dry? Is it because it's stuffy in the carriage? It's like this now, but when we get there, you'll know. The well water is very delicious. It's very cooling. Just 1 sip and you'll feel comfortable from inside out. Winter here is different from other places." Nephew learned how to make a kong from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Lying on it is really warm. Zhou Shihu saw that his uncle's eyes were a little red. He thought that it was stuffy in the carriage, so he lifted the curtain a little and continued talking. Yes, it's stuffy. It's good to see the well water. Xiao Hu, tell uncle, what do you plan to do in the future? Zhou Qiong used his sleeve to wipe the corner of his eyes and asked with relief. Plan? Nephew, I really don't know. I just want to do business with Zhangjia Zhuangzi. They gave me all the profitable deals. Actually, I know that if I was alone, they wouldn't even bother with me. It's all uncle behind me. They want to curry favor with uncle. I did earn some money, but I didn't keep all of it for myself. I returned some to them. Uncle, that Zhangjia Zhuangzi is really amazing. They come up with one idea after another to make money. I'm not afraid that I won't have anything to do in the future. Uncle, you have to protect that Zhangjia Zhuangzi well. Only with them around can I do business. Zhou Shihu became shrewd at this time. Zhou Qiong shook his head. How could he not know about his nephew's little cleverness? Zhangjia Zhuangzi indeed had to be protected. It wasn't that they cared about the little money his nephew earned, but that his nephew had become more sensible after working with them. A prodigal son had turned over a new leaf. No amount of money could buy that. Uncle, you have to say something. Zhangjia Zhuangzi doesn't have it easy. They will react at the slightest sign of trouble. The wood ear that I gave you last time was also from them. You might not know, but that wood ear was planted by them. They even said that they will let me help them sell the mushrooms they grow in the future. Amazing, right? Wood ear can be planted. Now that there's a drought, there are even less wood ear here. The same goes for mushrooms. They are now telling me how to make the mushrooms into delicious dishes. I bought some and made them for my mother. My mother even praised me for it. I made it myself and didn't let anyone else help. Speaking of this, Zhou Shihu felt very happy, especially when he saw his parents constantly praising him when they ate. He wished that he could cook every day. Good, Xiao Hu's cooking will definitely be delicious. When we go back, Xiao Hu will also make a meal for uncle. Zhou Qiong could imagine how terrible his nephew's cooking would be. His nephew had never cooked before, and his knife skills were not good enough. However, he knew that if he cooked for his parents, it would be the best thing in the world. Even the imperial chef could not compare. Zhou Shihu saw the expression on his uncle's face and knew what his uncle was thinking. He sighed and said, Uncle, I know what you are thinking. Don't you think that I don't know how to cook? Let me tell you, it's not like that. In the recipe that Zhangjia Zhuangzi gave me, he wrote down how much to put in each ingredient. I let the accountant read it and used a scale to weigh everything. He even wrote down the temperature of the fire. They also gave me something. It's a light yellow thing that looks like a grain of rice. If you put it in the dish, it will taste more delicious. But there's something else? What is it? Is it really that delicious when put in the dish? Zhou Qiong still did not believe it, but he followed his nephew's words to make him feel better. Uncle, why don't you believe it? All the restaurants in the county want to buy that thing from them. It costs 1 tael of silver per tael, and they only buy 1 tael of silver per month. They use it on special dishes. I didn't even ask for the recipe. Even if I did ask, they wouldn't tell me. Zhou Shihu was a little helpless. Why didn't his uncle believe him? As they were talking, the carriage stopped. Just when everyone thought that they had arrived, someone brought a bowl of hot soup in front of them. There were fungus, soaked cucumbers, and eggs. There was a layer of chopped green onions floating on top of the soup. There were 2 youtiao beside it. Of course, they did not know that it was called youtiao. At this time, County Magistrate Qing came to the side of the carriage of the 3 most important people and said, Sirs, it will take an hour to get there. I was afraid that you would be hungry, so I casually prepared some food to eat first. After hearing his words, everyone understood. They had rushed all the way here without rest, so they were indeed a little hungry. Smelling the soup, they ate a mouthful of the youtiao, drank a mouthful of the soup, and ate all kinds of small dishes. Now, they all felt that they were not satisfied. However, they had eaten all the food and drank the soup, so it was not good to ask for more. Why is this soup different from the ones we drank before? It's fresh. Dried cucumbers can be so fresh after soaking them. What is this staple food? It's crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. The small pickles also have a special spicy taste. Commander Si Tsang, Zhou Qiong, finished the food but still did not have enough. He glanced at the food that his nephew had not touched and praised. Zhou Shihu seemed to have known that this would happen. He pushed the food in front of his uncle and said, "Uncle, have a taste. Isn't it very delicious? Especially the soup and the small pickles. The taste is better than the ones made in the same big restaurants." "It's good, little Hui." Zhou Qiong really wanted to eat, but he felt a little embarrassed. "Uncle, your nephew has already eaten. I have that thing that can make such a delicious soup. You can eat it whenever you want. The soup and pickles are like this because of that thing. It's a pity that they sell very little of it and only sell it to the 3 restaurants here. The county yamen will send some to me, but they don't sell the rest. They only started selling it last night. It is said that they are going to build a restaurant and sell it there in the future. Uncle, you should eat quickly. Otherwise it will get cold." As Zhou Shihu spoke, he took out a small paper bag from his chest and carefully opened it for his uncle to see. Zhou Qiong did not hold back this time. He picked up the bowl and drank. He exhaled and asked, "Is it really because of the thing in your hand? You can't get the recipe?" Chapter 94. I can't get it. They didn't even mention the recipe. Uncle, think about it. No one would hand over such a good thing. Zhou Shihu said helplessly. Seeing that his uncle was about to speak, he said, "Uncle, I know what you want to say. Isn't it just to see what they usually buy? I've already arranged for people to watch them. However, they bought almost everything. They even sent people to the market to pick up things. At night, after the people in the market had left, they would send people to pick up things. If they could eat something, they would pick it up. Rotten fish and smelly shrimps. At first, I thought they were good things. Later, I found out that they were drying these things and grinding them into powder to feed the chickens. They also bought some rice and flour. In the past, it was soybeans. Later, they said that soybeans were poisonous, so they stopped. They also stopped selling vegetable oil. Only then did I know that the vegetable oil was soybean oil. I also wanted to know how they got the oil. I even stir-fried the soybeans a few times. It was quite fragrant. Unfortunately, there was no oil. Later, I asked people to soak it in water to get the oil out. In the end, it sprouted 2 inches long. It was quite good when stir-fried with meat. I even complained to Song Jinggong, who had been helping to contact them. I didn't expect that Song Jinggong would really go back and tell him. The next day, he gave me a recipe. It was a recipe for sliced chicken in scallion oil with bean sprouts. Is it delicious? Uncle hasn't eaten it yet. Zhou Qiong asked with a smile. It's delicious. On the 3rd day, they told me that the bean sprouts can be eaten without the tail. As long as it's cooked in boiling oil and stir-fried with shredded meat, it will be tender and crispy. I made it too. It was indeed so. Zhou Shihu said with a depressed face. Ha! Zhou Qiong finally couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he was even more curious about Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. His nephew was fooling around, and the other side was actually able to give him a recipe immediately. This was not simple. If that's the case, why don't you sell this with them? You can give them more money. I did, but they didn't agree. They told me not to worry and that there will be new things to sell soon. Not only in this province, but also in other provinces. They will sell to those small shops that specialize in selling salt and soy sauce. What they sell is soy sauce. I'm looking for people to go to other provinces to look for merchants. They're not selling them at a high price. The price they gave me was 5 copper coins for 2 caddies. If I were to sell them for 10 copper coins for 3 caddies, I don't need to share the money with them. Now that there's a drought in many places, the price of beans is expensive. By selling them like this, they're really helping the people. Zhou Shihu counted with his fingers as he spoke to his uncle. But you didn't earn much, did you? Not much. That depends on the amount. They said that they can give me 5,000 don of soy sauce in the beginning and 50,000 don of soy sauce in the future. I need to get salt for them. They can't buy that much salt. Isn't that a lot? I don't know how long it will take to sell all the soy sauce. It's best if the people under you know how to do things and sell the soy sauce to further places. Zhou Shihu was now wondering how Zhangjia Zhuangzi could get so many soybeans to make soy sauce and dared to lower the price so much. Hearing these words, Zhou Qiong did not look as relaxed as before. The Zhang family's manner did this to help suppress the price of some things in the province, so that those who wanted to speculate would not dare to make a move. This was a big deal. 55,000 sure worth of soy sauce. Just hearing it was enough to scare people. He knew that some of the information he got from his nephew might not be true. He shouted outside, "County Magistrate Ching, please come over. I have something to ask." County Magistrate Ching was thinking about how to make the people above stay in the county and only let Zhou Xiu go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to take a look. When he heard Zhou Xiu calling for him, he didn't dare to delay. He got down from his seat and entered Zhou Xiu's car. He asked respectfully, "Sir, what do you want to ask this humble official? Do you know that Zhangjia Zhuangzi wants to sell soy sauce?" Zhou Xiu asked directly. "Yes, they want to lower the price of food. Not only soy sauce but also a lot of eggs in 2 days. They can buy 1 gene of eggs at a time and the price is very cheap. Chickens need to be eaten. Once the price of eggs is lowered, the price of food can increase. I have already ordered people to block the roads leading to the outside of this county. If they find anything transporting food, they will stop it." County Magistrate Ching was a little excited when he talked about this matter. Zhang family and Wang family of Zhuangzi were almost losing money to help him suppress the price of food. If Sanshui County was stricter, they didn't have to worry about the people not being able to eat. They made a lot of money and didn't hesitate to spend money. Zhou Xiu was in charge of taxation. Of course, he knew that County Magistrate Ching would win a lot of praise if the price was stabilized. Why did Zhangjia Zhuangzi do this? Are you in contact with them? Yes, they have been helping me in all aspects. As long as I am in a little trouble, Zhangjia Zhuangzi will use his means. I have always regarded the person who takes care of me as my master. I have discussed with Song Jinggong several times that I want to be apprenticed to him, but he didn't agree. I think they are testing me. At this time, County Magistrate Ching did not try to hide anything. He said everything that could be said. He knew that Zhou Qiong and he were together, so there was no need to hide anything from this kind of thing that was not a secret. Anyone with a discerning eye would understand at a glance. Zhou Xiu pondered for a while and asked again, "Can you ask for their recipe?" "I don't know. I don't dare to ask for it. That will stop people from making money. I still want to be apprenticed to a master." County Magistrate Ching told the truth. "Why is it? We are almost there, right?" Zhou Xiu didn't want to force County Magistrate Ching. County Magistrate Ching was still taking care of his family. "Almost there. I will go back first. I will come back later." County Magistrate Ching knew that Zhou Xiu wanted him to leave. He nodded and stopped the carriage. He bowed and left. After a while, they finally arrived at the place. As soon as they got off the carriage, they saw that there were many people there. Everyone had something to fetch water beside them. Some people squeezed out of the crowd and left with water. In addition to these people, there were people kneeling there and burning incense. There was a lot of water in the surrounding area. It was wet. The place that was surrounded by people should be the dry well. These people from above were ready to drive the others away. Before they could give orders, County Magistrate Ching stood up and shouted, "Folks, please make way. The Imperial Court has sent people to look at this well." The people didn't even hesitate and made way. From this, one could see County Magistrate Cheng's prestige in the county. Everyone saw that a well without a platform appeared in front of them. There were also tools to fetch water beside it. These people were fetching water from here. Everyone gathered around to take a look. As they watched, they asked questions, especially the surrounding commoners. They were all called over for questioning. After some questioning, they had to admit that this was indeed an auspicious sign. During a drought, the dry well actually produced water. Some people even said that they saw the heavens use lightning to split the well. With a boom, there was water in the well. Some people said that they saw an immortal pass by the well. He lamented that it was dry here, so he used the thunder summoning technique to help blow up the well. There were all kinds of theories, but no matter which one it was, they all heard a loud boom. The people who came took note of this. Even if they had completed this task, They returned to the carriage and let the people continue fetching water. Some people even asked people to find things to hold water. They fetched some water so that they could drink tea when they returned. After a busy period, County Magistrate Ching didn't wait for the people to have other thoughts. He asked them to go somewhere else to eat. He said that he wanted them to taste the specialties of Sanshui County. It was also a kind of action to help the people. When the people saw that everyone had left, they were more convinced of this auspicious sign. They went back to fetch water with pious expressions. Dorush, slow down. It seems that we have to buy some kelp. There are too few people selling kelp here. When can we find a place by the sea that specializes in collecting kelp? In Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, Wang Wan said to Huzi, who was working there. Then she began to whisper to him. The thing that could enhance the taste was monosodium glutamate. It was boiled from kelp. She and Zhang Xiaobao knew how to make it. As for industrial processing, they couldn't do anything. After the kelp was boiled, it was taken out. It could be made into soup or used for other purposes. As long as the remaining water was dried, the monosodium glutamate would be deposited at the bottom. Since kelp was not easy to buy and there was not a lot of it, besides selling it to the 3 restaurants to help with branding, only the Yamen and Zhou Shihu could get some of it. The rest of the monosodium glutamate was kept. They were going to wait for the opening of the restaurants here. They also wanted to give some to Zhou Shihu's uncle. When the time came, if others wanted to eat it, they could only come here. Even if they specifically wanted to buy the monosodium glutamate, when they passed by between the clouds and the water restaurant, they would go up and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this matter. He held a piece of kelp in his hand and ground his teeth. Wang Wan saw that he didn't care, so she nudged him. Can you think of another way? This is all money. Think of another way? I know that there are many things that can be made with monosodium glutamate, but I have to know how to do it. The process is complicated. Just hold on for a while. When the time comes, we will go to the seaside to collect it. This thing is not eaten by people. They are either fed to the ducks or thrown everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed a mouthful of kelp foam and answered with his head tilted. See, this place is not close to the sea. It will take more than half a month to get there. When Zhou Shihu's uncle comes, have you thought of what to use to treat him? If there's no other way, we can eat dumplings. That thing is dipped in soy sauce. We have a lot of soy sauce, so we can eat steamed buns. Wang Wan didn't know what to do about this. She had already asked Who to go out. The last time he went there, it was to buy stones. This time, it was to buy kelp or to pick up kelp. This thing was not eaten by people there. Don't always think about soy sauce. Eat steamed buns. What if people like to eat gubuli steamed buns? That thing is authentic and only dipped in vinegar. Huzi, that's enough. Let's take it out. We will eat kelp for the next few days. Zhang Xiaobao stared at the other side and shouted to stop. He was worried about the cooked kelp. I have something to discuss with everyone. There is a recommendation list for historical novels. I am currently ranked 8. If I can reach the top 5, I will update 4 times a day. If I appear on the recommendation list, I will update 5 times a day. Clickable list is also fine. But clickable list is not easy to get. Another book I recommend, King Daoji Model Competition. Everyone, go and take a look. It is written well. Don't give your recommendation tickets to him. Chapter 95. Black clouds rolled and the ink like wind blew. The new branches swayed and the seedlings fell into the water. Last night, the sky was still clear. Who would have thought that before they even woke up in the morning, a strong wind rolled in dark clouds and covered the entire sky. The villagers in the farmstead thought that there would be a heavy rain, so they all put on their clothes and stood outside the door, ignoring the flapping of the windows from the wind. The sky was supposed to be bright, but at this time, it was still dark. The surrounding trees were swaying back and forth in the wind. As the farmers waited for the heavy rain to fall, they suddenly thought that many of the rice seedlings in the fields might be blown over. They couldn't wait any longer. They put on their bamboo hats and hurried to the fields. The fallen seedlings had to be helped up as soon as possible. The farmers in Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi on the Zhang family and Wang family and the Gu family on Zhuangzi also started to move. Not only did the adults come out, but the children also wanted to help. In the end, when the farmers in Zhang family and Wang family arrived at the fields, what they saw was not a patch of fallen seedlings. Only a few seedlings had fallen, and there were other seedlings beside them. There was no need to help them up. It was just that some of the seedlings had fallen. When the wind stopped, they just had to move some of the seedlings from the denser areas. The farmers who felt a little strange began to walk towards the Gu family's Zhuangzi area to see if it was the same as here. When they arrived, they saw that the Gu family's Zhuangzi people had all jumped into the water and were helping the seedlings up one by one. There was even a woman who was crying. In the past, the Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi people wouldn't care at all. After all, it wasn't their own land. Today, however, there were people who jumped into the water to help. After eating and wearing warm clothes, they could think of helping others. With so many people joining in, the speed at which the seedlings were being helped up also increased. Even if some seedlings fell back down, no one gave up. If they didn't do anything at this time, the seedlings could easily drown. The Gu family's Zhuangzi people thought that the Zhang family and Wang family's people were here to watch the show. Now that they saw that they were here to help, they were grateful but also doubtful. Could it be that they didn't care about their own seedlings? Little Wang, come and help. Where's your land? Don't want it anymore? Go back quickly. The main family is so good to you. If you can't deliver the food when the harvest comes, how can you face the main family? A farmer in Zhuangzi of the Gu family advised the people who had come to his family's land. There's no need. The seedlings in my family's field are fine. Compared to yours, they're stronger and taller. Do you think there will be heavy rain today? Little Wang Zi looked at the rice seedlings in the field. Compared to his own, he realized that the difference between the rice seedlings on both sides was quite large. Really? What kind of seeds do you have at home? The people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi did not believe it, but since they were here to help, they must be fine. Otherwise, they would be busy with their own things. As he spoke, he raised his head to look at the sky. It was so dark that it seemed like it would fall at any moment. However, not a single drop of rain fell. Little Wang Zi continued to bend over to support the seedlings. He raised his arm to wipe off the water that splashed on his face. I'm not lying. It's the same seeds as usual. But this time, the seeds were given by the main family. The grains left at home to be used as seeds can be eaten. Of course, little Wang Zi did not know that the seeds had been soaked in lime water by his family's young master and his wife, Cuckoo. They had done everything they could think of to increase the yield and prevent the disease. They had put in a lot of effort when selecting the seeds. They had also done some processing during the breeding process. When the seedlings were grown, they had also fertilized the seedlings well. With the addition of good fertilizer and wheat flour stones, and the use of the seedling throwing technique, the seedlings grew faster and stronger than other people's seedlings. A strong wind had proven all of this. According to Wang Wan's words, we have to let Zhuangzi win at the starting line with the grain. The people in the Gu family's manor straightened up and shook their backs. Looking at the slightly brighter sky, they felt that it was hot and unbearable. The clouds were still as dark as ever, pressing down even lower. It was dawn, but the sun was rising. It was not going to clear up. I don't believe you. If it's really the original seeds, why are they better than mine? Is it because the fertilizer is better? Tell me, what kind of fertilizer did you use? We have all kinds of stuff. Some of the fertilizer from our family and the fertilizer prepared by the main family last year. There's nothing else. Little Wang Zi really did not know why. Even if there was something different, he did not say it. Who would be willing to tell others their family's recipe? With so many people working together, the main family was naturally alarmed. When the main family of the Zhang family and Wang family heard that the farmers had gone to help the Gu family in Zhuangzi, they hurriedly asked the housekeeper to check. When the housekeeper saw the seedlings on his side of the field, he was stunned. When they went out, they thought that the farmers would not be able to help the seedlings by simply throwing them away. Now that they looked at it, it was not the case at all. They did not need to care about the seedlings at all. They moved with the wind. Some of them had already touched the water surface. When the wind passed, they straightened up again. It was really amazing. Old Wang, why do I feel that the seedlings are like humans standing there? They get up when they fall. Even if some of them are weaker and fall, their roots will not be pulled out. If it was last year, many seedlings would be floating on the water surface. Housekeeper Zhang stood on the ridge of the field and said to the equally surprised Housekeeper Wang. Housekeeper Wang also had the same feeling. When the little seedlings stubbornly fought against the strong wind, he couldn't help but want to cheer. In his eyes, these seedlings had become little babies with small arms and legs. They stood there chubby, energetic and cute. Who said it wasn't? After so many years of farming, this is the first time I've seen it. I don't even want to go back. I'm willing to stay here and watch. Look at those two strong seedlings. They are even blocking the wind for the seedlings behind. Let's not go back first. Let's go to Zhuangzi to take a look. At this time, Housekeeper Wang felt that the wind was so cool and refreshing. He also felt more energetic. He called out and walked towards Gu family's Zhuangzi. When the two of them arrived at Gu family's Zhuangzi side, they saw their own farmers helping there. When they got closer, they shook their heads at the same time. The seedlings were too weak. They could not be compared to their own seedlings. As long as they were blown away, they would not be able to get up again. Many seedlings floated up and spun on the water surface. In the Gu family's farmstead, there were farmers who were hoping for a good harvest by autumn. While they were busy putting the rice seedlings back, they were also wiping their tears. The children were also sensible enough to help. They imitated the adults and moved mechanically. Their eyes were full of confusion and helplessness, making people feel sad when they looked at them. The farmers from the Zhang and Wang estates who helped had calm expressions on their faces. After all, it wasn't their own family. They would help as much as they could. As for the harvest, they couldn't control it. They didn't have the ability to do so even if they wanted to. At the same time, they were also glad that their master's family was so capable. Even in such a strong wind, the rice sprouts stood in the wind and didn't fall. When someone saw the housekeeper of the main family coming over, he thought that the housekeeper was asking them to go back. He came forward and explained, "Steward Zhang, there is no problem on our side. When the wind passes, we can help those that fell over. They are quite pitiful here. Yes, we are not in a hurry to go back. It's a pity that..." Steward Zhang was not as difficult to talk to as before. He did not ask anyone to go back. He wanted to say something but did not know how to start. He could not tell the farmers that it was a pity that Gu family did not have people like the young master and young lady in Zhuangzi. Gu Yingxi also came over with the housekeeper. Looking at the situation in the field, his face was ugly. He tightly pursed his lips and frowned. His fists on both sides of his body were tightly clenched. He was the one who felt the most distressed. If there was less food, he wouldn't dare to collect more rent. He couldn't just watch the farmers starve to death in front of him. It would be fine if the government reduced the rent, but if they didn't, then he would have to compensate for his losses. "Master, you have to think of something quickly. It's useless to just support them like this. What if there's another heavy rain later? Some of the broken seedlings will be washed away by the water. If there's really no other way, we have to rush to replant them." Housekeeper Gu also had a distressed look. He looked up at the sky and said worriedly, "We still need to support them. You go back quickly and ask all the servants in the yard to come here. They can help a little. Are these the farmers of Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi? Why don't they care about their own family and come here to help?" Gu Yingxi did not want to give up. Seeing that the manpower was still not enough, he even asked the people of the main family to call. At the same time, he was puzzled about the people of Zhang family and Lai family coming here. Gu Muramesa also came here? If there is no other way, I will go back and discuss with Master and give some seedlings to this side. Maybe it will work. Housekeeper Wang saw Gu Yingxi and came over to say. Gu Yingxi just realized that the two housekeepers also came. Just now, he was concerned about the situation in the field and did not look to the side. What? Zhang family's seedlings in Zhuangzi are better than mine? Gu Yingxi felt that he could still afford to give some seedlings, but the farmers could not. It is not much better. It is just a strong wind blowing and not falling. Of course, we can't help for free. Housekeeper Gu, you have to give us 3 times the amount of seedlings. Housekeeper Wang's face was indifferent. He felt that it was reasonable to say that the seedlings were good. Gu Yingxi was stunned and suddenly said, "I don't believe it. Let me go and see." After saying that, he did not care about this side and hurriedly crossed the small bridge and came to the Wang family's Zhuangzi land. He stood there and looked carefully. He was speechless. Compared to the seedlings on both sides, his side was like a child without milk. Their arms and legs were thin, and the other side was as strong as a calf. No wonder they all went to my house to help. It turns out that they did not care about their seedlings at all. What happened to Zhang family and Wang family in less than a year? It is fine if they have a way to make money, but the seedlings are also like this. This is too much. They are clearly the same seedlings, not a new type of seedling. After muttering a few words, Gu Yingxi finally made up his mind. He turned around and ran back. When he saw Steward Zhang and Steward Wang, who were still standing there, he begged, "Just now, I didn't know how to be reasonable. 3 times the amount of food here, please help me say something." There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 96. It was almost noon. The clouds had not dispersed and the wind was still howling. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had enough sleep. When the sky was overcast, they wanted to sleep. They got up and ate something. The 2 of them rode the cart made by the carpenter and went outside to see how Zhuangzi was doing. The 2 of them sat in front and behind. The cart was made of wood and had no chains. Both wheels had to be pedaled. The person sitting in front was responsible for controlling the direction. The person behind was more tired and had to keep up with the person in front. There were 2 pieces of wood at the back of the cart. There were 2 small wheels on top of the wood to maintain balance. The wheels were 3 inches wide and 5 inches in diameter. They would not fall over even if they stood there. "Xiao Bao, do you think it will rain heavily? If it does, we should release the water." This time, Wang Wan was in front. She was controlling the direction while asking, "How would I know? We will talk about it later. We are not in a hurry to release the water. If we release the water and there is no rain, how are we going to survive these few months? Millet, wheat, rice, and sorghum all need water. The vegetable field cannot be lacking. The trees cannot be withered. There is also water for daily life." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan from the corner of his eyes. The 2 of them were moving at the same time. The cart moved forward slowly. It was not as fast as the 2 of them running. The main reason was that they did not want others to serve them. If they went out alone, they would be afraid of falling. But if they rode the cart, they would not have to worry about falling. Zhang Xiaobao replied to Wang Wan. In his heart, he was thinking about whether to give the county the 1,500 taels of silver. He could take out this amount of money. He still had a lot of money left. If he made those burned beans and sold them as soy sauce, he could make a lot of money. 55,000 dan. For every 5 jin, he could make 2 copper coins. According to this price, he could make almost 32 copper coins per dan. If he sold all these, he could make 1,740 taels of silver. The main reason was that he did not spend any money on soybeans. As for whether he could sell them and where he sold them, it was up to him. If he wanted to make money, he had to sell them. Logically speaking, he should give them money. He did not lose money. If he really lost money, it was because he exchanged the wood ear for soybeans. He lost some money. What are you thinking about? Why haven't you spoken for a long time? Wang Wan noticed that Zhang Xiaobao was silent, so she turned her head and asked, "Didn't County Magistrate Ching say that he wants money from us? I was just thinking whether to give it to him or not. If it were up to me, I wouldn't give it to him. Why should I give him so much money? Our family's money doesn't come from nowhere. How much have we helped him? Give me an inch and you want a mile? Why don't we give him less? It's not easy for him. This is also considered an investment. Don't those Western countries do this a lot?" Wang Wan was definitely not a child. She still understood some things. In the beginning, she said that she would not give it to him, but later on, she compromised. Then I'll give it to him. But I definitely can't give it to him directly. I want to exchange it for something else. I heard from Song Jinggong that the soil on the south coast of Little Luoshu is not bad. There are some rocky mountains on the north coast. There are few trees on the mountains and it's not suitable for farming. That's 1,500 taels of silver. No one would be unwilling to buy a mountain like that. It's just a waste to leave it there. If we buy it, won't County Magistrate Qing be able to use the money? Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and gave such an answer. Wang Wan stopped and looked back at Zhang Xiaobao. Didn't you say that that place is more than 1,000 mu? You want to buy it with 1,500 taels of silver? 1,800 mu is only 1 square kilometer. That place is made of rocky mountains. 1 tael of silver per mu is not a small amount. If you add a little more, you can buy a mu of land. He should be secretly happy. This is also because that place has no production and doesn't need to pay taxes. Otherwise, who would buy it? Zhang Xiaobao said it with confidence. If Wang Wan didn't know what kind of person he was, she would definitely be moved by his righteousness. In reality, the more Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao, the more she felt that there was a problem. But she didn't directly expose him. Oh, so that's how it is. You lost money, right? You must not pay taxes. Last year, 5 families in Zhuangzi didn't produce silk, but they paid an extra 70 taels of silver. It was my family that paid for it. What is this? This year, I think they should pay it too. Why don't we change it? If you can pay from your family to my family, you can directly waive the tax. Those 7 families don't have good lives. If you can help them, help them. Do you know how to calculate? If you change my family's people, then won't my family have to pay too? It's just a transfer of losses. You are harming others to benefit yourself. The fundamental problem is not solved at all. Fine, leave this matter to me. This year, let them raise more chickens. When the time comes, use eggs and chicken to pay. Why are they so stubbornly guarding the land that they can't grow? Zhang Xiaobao knew that those 7 families all had patients in their families. Last year, there was no welfare for them. They spent a lot of money on medicine. At the end of the year, when they paid the rent, they didn't hand in any silk, so they paid an extra 14 taels of silver. This year, there was welfare, and they could find some easy work for them to do. They could use this money to pay the rent. All right, then tell me, did you really buy that place with the intention of losing money? Wang Wan was relieved. Those 7 families had better lives in the future. Otherwise, 14 taels of silver could drag them down. Although it was paid, it still needed to be paid. No matter how good the master family was, it was impossible for them to pay for the village. The rent had to be paid by the person who should pay. She and Zhang Xiaobao could find ways to make money, but they couldn't directly contribute money. Extra money was special. At the end of the year, all the families had to pay more money, including various kinds of insurance and funds. This money or other things were collected and let Zhang Xiaobao operate it. When they earned more money, other than the funds for medical care and various kinds of houses, the extra money would be used to pay welfare, improve the road conditions in Zhuangzi, and so on. She didn't have to worry about this, so she asked about the place where they bought the land. It's better than taking the money out for nothing. If we can exchange it for something, we should. When the time comes to build houses in Zhuangzi, there are stones there. No matter what, we have to support County Magistrate Qing. Zhang Xiaobao looked helpless. Wang Wan suddenly laughed. Are you fooling a fool? Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. I don't believe that you won't do anything after buying the land. Let's go and see our little seedlings. I've decided to set up a team to protect all kinds of seedlings. I've even thought of a name. It'll be called Vigorous Seedling Protection Team. The 2 of them were riding forward when Steward Wang hurried over from the other side. Young lady, young master, the Gu family has lost a lot of Zhuangzi. I've told Guingxi that we can help them replenish some seedlings. He wants to provide 3 times the amount of seeds. What do you think? If it's not enough, we can raise the price. Steward Wang asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was what they had agreed before. If the Gu family was in trouble in Zhuangzi, they could help according to the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to act on his own accord. Sure, why not? It's 3 times the amount. It won't take much effort. Ask him how many seedlings he wants. Tell him that the grain must be able to be used as seeds. Otherwise, the price will be doubled. If he takes 3 times the amount of ordinary grain, we'll suffer a loss. Xiaobao, I've decided. From next year onwards, we'll start selling rice seedlings. We can use this year's harvest to advertise. We'll also find a few smart people and let them study the hybrid rice. You know how to do this, right? Wang Wan settled the matter. No, I don't know. I don't want to learn that kind of small knowledge that can only feed a few 100 million more people. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head disdainfully. I finally realized that you're too thick-skinned. Then let's study the big knowledge. Physics. Now you can ride on your own. I'll show you the direction. Let's see how much effort you need to get us to the nearest paddy field in 10 minutes. In Sanshui County, County Magistrate Chung accompanied the various people who came down from the top. The first thing he had to do was to treat them well. There were dozens of people in the party. Only a few of them were here to do the work. The rest were here to take advantage of the situation. Logically speaking, County Magistrate Ching not only had to treat these people well, but he also had to give them some money to pay for the journey. However, he wasn't greedy and didn't collect much money. He had to pay more than 100 taels for each trip. With so many people, where could he get tens of thousands of taels of silver? Therefore, he didn't pay for the journey. These people originally wanted to play for a while and get some benefits. However, seeing that the county magistrate didn't know how to appreciate their kindness, they didn't treat him well. From time to time, some people would find fault with him. For example, the streets were too messy. Of course, if they paid, they would say that it was bustling. County Magistrate Cheng was well aware of this. He didn't make any excuses and let them say whatever they wanted. It was cloudy this year, so County Magistrate Cheng was happy. He hoped that there would be rain to alleviate the disaster. However, some people said that it was cold. County Magistrate Cheng was angry and found the Deputy County Magistrate. After a few words, the Deputy County Magistrate glanced at those people and left. After waiting for them to leave, County Magistrate Cheng started to work on the case. In fact, there weren't many cases. Since Zhou Shihu stopped making trouble, County Magistrate Cheng dealt with those wandering gangs. The county became much more stable. It was just a case where a chicken that laid eggs suddenly went missing or a cow that got sick. For the people at the top, they didn't need to care about such small things. However, for the people, it was a big loss. If the chicken went missing, there would be no eggs. Perhaps the family was counting on the eggs to survive. Even if they sold the chicken, they could get some firewood. Qindong, go to Li Lu's house and have a look. Why is his pig not eating? County Magistrate Ching threw a stick from the case and ordered the bailiff who often went to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Yes, I'll go and have a look. Chen Dong had long been used to these kinds of messy things. He took the stick and left in a hurry. If the pig starved to death, Li Lu's family would lose a few taels of silver. Song Yang, go to Shea village and have a look. Why is one duck missing from Wang Wu's house? Find out whether it was dragged away by something in the river or stolen by someone. County Magistrate Chung dealt with the cases one by one. The people who came to look for him were all waiting, hoping that the county magistrate could help them solve these important problems. The whole morning passed under such circumstances. The deputy county magistrate also rushed back and told County Magistrate Ching that everything was arranged properly. County Magistrate Ching then left the interrogation hall and turned around to invite those people to eat. Chapter 97. Seeing that County Magistrate Ching had come to invite them to eat, these impatient people followed him without saying anything. They were quite satisfied with the food prepared by County Magistrate Ching these 2 days. As long as County Magistrate Ching led them to the same place, the taste of the same dish was better than what they had eaten before. Zhou Shihu's uncle, Zhou Qiong, was also among them. He was not like those who came to enjoy. When everyone else was arranged to get on the carriage, he found County Magistrate Ching. And Ran, you must have spent a lot of money these 2 days, right? I can see that you are different from other county magistrates. Why don't you find more ways to make money? There was an obvious hint in his words. You are a county magistrate who has not been promoted or demoted in the past few years. Your position is stable. Why don't you make more money? It is not like there are no rich families in the county. County Magistrate Ching smiled helplessly. You're right, but as an official it is enough to eat, drink, and live. How can I trouble the people? Sir, please get on the carriage. After sending Zhou Qiong to the carriage, County Magistrate Ching sighed. He did not know who to tell. There are still a few people in Sanshui County who cannot be touched. They have retired. Why don't you try to touch them? Some transactions are controlled by these people. Besides this, there is also Zhou Qiong's nephew, Zhou Shihu. Look at him now. He was not like this in the past. He caused trouble all day long. County Magistrate Qing was too busy to take care of him. Where can he get money? Take it from the people? How much danger would that entail? During the first 2 years when the new emperor was in power, the officialdom was in chaos. County Magistrate Qing did not dare to do anything. During the first 2 years when the new emperor was in power, County Magistrate Qing did not dare to do anything. It was not worth it if he was treated like a chicken and killed to show the monkeys. Last year, he finally relaxed a little, but before he could do anything, an auspicious sign appeared. So many pairs of eyes were staring at it. This year, another auspicious sign appeared. This was good. He could make decisions for the people with peace of mind. Giving gifts during the new year would spread his reputation as a good official. No matter how stupid he was, he would not do something that would destroy his own reputation. What's more, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was being watched by a master. Who knew what those two people were thinking? If he really did something that would infuriate the heavens, what would he do if the expert got angry? He walked to his own carriage. Before he got on, he glanced at the other people's carriages who were in a hurry to leave. He sneered and entered the carriage. This time, only the 2 bailiffs and the deputy district magistrate followed them. The rest of the yamen did not follow them. They knew that this time, they would suffer and would not be able to eat anything delicious. If he wanted to eat, he might as well go home. He still had some salted vegetables sent by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi at home. He didn't know what they put in them, but the taste was different from other places. It wasn't particularly salty, but it was refreshing with a hint of freshness. When he drank it with the porridge, the taste was indescribable. Once County Magistrate Cheng's carriages started to move, they could not stop. They actually walked for more than an hour. The people in the carriages were puzzled. They had already passed through the prosperous areas of the county. Could it be that there was a good hotel hidden in a remote place? Thinking of this, those who had such thoughts became excited. They wanted to go to a place with mountains and rivers. It would be best if there were a few small bridges and some pavilions. They could eat delicious food that they had never eaten in other places, talk about the scenery, and recite a few lines of poetry. This trip was not in vain. Thinking of this, their mood became better. They did not feel annoyed sitting in the carriage. "Uncle, something seems wrong. There is no restaurant here. Even the roadside tea stalls are a pile of rubbish. Where does County Magistrate Qing want to take me?" Others did not know the situation here, but Zhou Shihu knew. He followed a group of bad friends. Back then, he rode a horse and went around the entire county. He already knew where there was anything. "Xiao Hu, are you sure? I don't know where we will go if we continue on this road. Could it be that we are going out of Sanshui County?" When Zhou Shihu heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He asked his nephew softly. Zhou Shihu waved his hand. "If we want to go out of the county, we will have to walk until midnight. There is a village in front of us. Although it is called a village, in fact, there are only a dozen families. There is not even a river around it. They can't dig a well for drinking water. They all drink water from a water bottle in the mountains. They are farming inferior fields. Not to mention that the harvest is not guaranteed. I think County Magistrate Qing is crazy and wants to take him there. Forget it, I don't expect to eat anything. Luckily, I'm used to eating the food made by the Zhang family's farmstead and brought some. Eat first, otherwise you'll be hungry later." After another quarter of an hour, the vehicles in front won't be able to pass and will have to get off and walk. "County Magistrate Qing, you'd better take a shortcut, otherwise we'll have to climb the mountain." Zhou Shihu jumped off the car and ran to his small car. He took some things and came back. He put the things in front of his uncle and poured half a bowl of wine for his uncle. He signaled his uncle to eat. Zhou Shihu was not pretentious. He could already guess what he would eat when he entered the village. His body was his, and he would feel bad if he was starving. He picked up the food that his nephew gave him and ate it. Zhou Shihu also ate. Sure enough, just as Zhou Shihu said, when the uncle and nephew finished eating, the team stopped. County Magistrate Qing jumped off the car first and said to the crowd, "Everyone, the carriages in front are no longer feasible. It is better to get off and walk. After walking for a while, we will reach a good place. Really? County Magistrate Ching, is it a place with mountains and rivers? A person who was holding back his hunger fantasy asked happily. Just like the poem recited by young Master Song, there is no road. We know about this. Song Jingong's quote from Song Jingong, the gifted scholar song, has already spread to the other side. The next sentence is, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Good place to go. Before County Magistrate Cheng could finish his sentence, this person said and shook his head as if he was the one who wrote the poem. Then, you will have to work hard. Cheng Lingxiang had a smile on his face. He raised his hand and led the way with the deputy district magistrate and 2 bailiffs. It's okay. It's okay. I didn't expect there to be such a good place in Sanshui County. Everyone please. This person also smiled and waved his hand. He pretended not to care and followed behind. The others naturally followed. At first, the road was still easy to walk on, but after half an hour, there was no road under his feet. He could only vaguely see that there was a trace of less grass in the half-withered grass. It should be that someone had walked by occasionally, which was why it was like this. Zhou Shihu stayed beside his uncle with 2 water bags on his back. Seeing that the crowd was still talking about the scenery, he whispered to his uncle, "Uncle, it's over. County Magistrate Ching really wants to torture people. If we walk to the village on this road, we may see people before dark. If we really want to go there, we will have to walk for 2 hours. Fortunately, I brought enough water. I know that County Magistrate Ching is not a good person. I will get you a stick later. You can use it as a crutch. Don't force yourself." As Zhou Shihu spoke, his eyes looked around, trying to find a suitable branch. He knew that his uncle rarely walked so far and would get tired easily. Zhou Shihu did not doubt his uncle. Zhou Qiong did not doubt his nephew. When he heard these words, he took a deep breath and prepared himself for suffering. Looking at the water skin on his nephew's back, he was very satisfied. His nephew was really sensible now. He knew how to do business to earn money for his family. He knew how to care for others and even made some arrangements in advance. When he went to the Zhang family's farmstead, he had to thank them properly. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked his nephew in a low voice. "Xiaohu, I didn't eat the beef jerky in the car just now. I thought it was too dry. Did you bring it? I think you will be hungry when you see people." Zhou Shihu patted his arms and winked. "Uncle, don't worry. I've brought everything. Didn't you see me go back to my car when I got off the bus? Not only did I bring the beef jerky, but I also wrapped a large scallion pancake and 2 salted duck eggs in oil paper. These were all made by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. Unfortunately, there was no hot water. Otherwise, there would be beef marrow oil tea noodles in my car. They are all gifts for me to show filial piety to my elders. I eat now and usually go to their shop. The price is cheap and the taste is not bad. These pancakes were bought this morning." Zhou Qiong looked over and found that his nephew's body was indeed bulging. He couldn't help but sigh. His nephew had gotten lucky this time because of the trouble he caused. Someone who could help a business partner to be filial to their elders couldn't be a bad person. At this time, he could not wait to get rid of these people and go to Zhuangzi to thank them. He also wanted to see what he could do to help. He could not just wait to take advantage of them. Zhou Shihu and his nephew Zhou Shihu were ready. County Magistrate Cheng had also eaten and drank to his heart's content. The 2 fourth-rank officials from the imperial court had also been given tea and snacks by the yamen runners. They must have eaten some, so they did not have to worry about being hungry. As for the rest of the people, they were suppressing the nausea in their stomachs and talking about the flowers and trees. When the drought came, the flowers were about to wither and the grass was wilting. The scenery was not so charming. County Magistrate Ching still had the same smile on his face. As he walked, he sped up slightly. Everyone followed him and the group of people walked towards the legendary Another Village. Chapter 98. As the night approached, the stars in the distance were slightly visible and the moon was new. The sky was clear and cloudless. Who played the flute again? The sound of the flute was like the sound of the mountains. At this moment, it really looks like the residence of the immortals. "Uncle, what do you think?" Zhou Shihu and his uncle walked to a place about 10 steps away from the others. They found a large rock and sat down. They faced the other mountain and spoke loudly. Those who came to take advantage of them were no longer as spirited as before. They lay there like dead dogs. They did not care if the half-withered grass pricked their bodies and did not care if the dew in the night would catch a cold. They did not have any strength in their bodies and their stomachs did not stop growling. Originally, they thought that County Magistrate Ching had already arranged for them to eat when they were tired. In the beginning, they could still hold on for a while. After walking for 4 hours, people began to ask County Magistrate Ching. Every time, County Magistrate Ching would reply, "Soon, we'll be there soon." They had walked for a long time. It was already 1/4 midnight. After a while, it would be midnight. They could see that there were a few faint lights flashing in front of them. They also heard the sound of the flute. At first, they felt that it was melodious, but now it was ear-piercing. "County Magistrate Ching, are you planning to kill us? Why are you not getting us some food at this point?" A person lay there and looked sideways at County Magistrate Ching, who also did not have much energy. County Magistrate Ching was also tired. Other than the 2 Yamen runners who often worked, everyone else was tired. The only difference was that the 2 rank 4 officials, the Yamen runners, the deputy county magistrate, Zhou Shihu's uncle and nephew, and the county magistrate himself had eaten before. The others did not have anything to eat. They only had some porridge in the morning. Until now, they had to walk on the mountain road. They were able to persevere because it would be further to go back. County Magistrate Ching took a sip of water and said, "I heard that this place is better, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. I thought I would arrive at dusk, but I miscalculated. I'm sorry, my lords. Please drink some water first and save it. When we came here, we prepared half a bag of water, so there's not much left." As they were talking, County Magistrate Chung ordered the bailiffs to bring water to everyone. Those who came to take advantage of the situation were given large water bags. Everyone drank a few mouthfuls of water. When it came to the 2 officials in charge, they were given small water bags. The 2 officials took the water bags and drank as usual. Suddenly, they were stunned. Under the moonlight, they glanced at everyone else. Wei Wei leaned over and started to drink slowly. The 2 of them drank and chewed at the same time. They tried their best to prevent the sound of their chewing from being heard. The bowl was filled with thick lotus seed porridge. It was a little cold, but it was better than being hungry. The bailiffs brought it to Zhou Shihu. Zhou Shihu opened it and smelled it. He passed it over and indicated that there was no need. He took out a salted duck egg and gave it to the bailiffs. The bailiffs were stunned and nodded gratefully. They took the salted duck egg and turned to leave. "Uncle, eat something. Looking at the situation, we have to leave soon. We still have 4 hours to go. Try this scallion pancake." Zhou Shihu looked back at the people who only had water to drink. He chuckled and took out the pancake. He tore off a piece and gave it to his uncle. "It's delicious. When your father and I were young, our family was poor and we couldn't eat anything. One day, we picked up a piece of pancake that someone accidentally dropped on the ground. Your father and I ate it for 3 days. It tasted similar to this. Why is the duck egg so salty?" Zhou Qiong took a bite of the pancake and ate a little of the duck egg white. He whispered to his nephew. Zhou Shihu ate as well. He took out the beef jerky and put it into his mouth. It's not salty, so not many people buy it. The small shops here at the Zhang family's farmstead are only for people who don't have a lot of money to eat. Usually, a few people go there and order 2 dishes and a few salted duck eggs. They eat almost all of the dishes with wine and then eat some staple food. 1 duck egg is enough. There are also some who go inside and ask for a bowl of wine and a salted egg. Eggs are cheap. After sipping a bit of salted egg and drinking a mouthful of wine, they can put away the remaining half of the salted egg and still have enough for 2 meals. If it's too light, they won't be able to eat anymore. That's why many people go to his store to eat. I see. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. But since they have a recipe to make the dishes taste better, why don't they buy a place in the county and open a restaurant? Zhou Qiong sighed and felt a little puzzled. Zhou Shihu shook his head. I don't know. That Zhuangzi is always bold and imaginative. Uncle, eat some more pancake and drink some water. He passed the water bag to his uncle and waited for him to finish the pancake. Otherwise, the salted duck egg taste would still be in his mouth. Some people were hungry while others were eating stealthily. After a quarter of an hour, County Magistrate Cheng, who finished the porridge, said, "My lords, we've rested enough. Shall we continue?" I can't walk anymore." County Magistrate Cheng, "Ask someone to get some food and 2 blankets from the house over there. We can't walk anymore." The person who spoke first was now acting like a rascal. He lay there inside. With him taking the lead, the others didn't move. They just waited there. They didn't believe that County Magistrate Cheng would let them starve to death here. County Magistrate Cheng thought for a while and nodded. "All right, since you're willing to wait here, I'll go ahead with the 3 lords. When we get there, I'll ask someone to send the food. Take care, my lords." County Magistrate Cheng was about to leave. The 3 lords he was talking about were the 2 from the Imperial Court and Zhou Qiong. The Yamen runner, Deputy County Magistrate, and Zhou Shihu all got up. Zhou Qiong and the other 2 had eaten, so of course, they had to follow. After they left and walked dozens of steps, one of the people who were still lying on the ground screamed, "Oh no, once they leave, County Magistrate Cheng will prepare food and drinks for the 3 lords first and then think of us. Won't the food be sent tomorrow morning? The Yamen runner can rest on the way. We'll either starve to death or freeze to death. I have to follow." As soon as he finished speaking, he got up and ran. He didn't look hungry or tired at all. He was forced to do so. The others were stunned for a while and then followed him. They didn't think that they would die from the cold or starvation. It would be fine for them to survive for a few days, but they would suffer a lot. Hearing the footsteps behind him, County Magistrate Cheng raised the corner of his mouth but didn't say anything. The 2 Yamen runners led the way in front. Fortunately, there was still some light from the stars and the moon. Otherwise, they would have to walk until the next morning. Along the way, no one spoke. There was nothing to say. They were so tired that even breathing was strenuous. Only when it was evening did they arrive at their destination. There were more than 30 houses and more than a dozen families. There was a torch lit, and there were more than 20 people standing there, waiting. "My lord, why are you so late?" "I didn't do a good job." As soon as County Magistrate Cheng and the others appeared, Song Jinggong came up and said apologetically. He was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao to come. He didn't intend to torture them. He just asked County Magistrate Cheng to lead them to a place and let Zhou Shihu's uncle secretly go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. In the end, County Magistrate Cheng was angry and changed the plan slightly. That was why it turned out like this. "You can't even do such a small thing? Is it so difficult to prepare some food?" County Magistrate Cheng's face darkened and he shouted. When the people who came to take advantage of the situation heard this, they understood that County Magistrate Cheng had already arranged for people to come here and prepare. It seemed that the people who came didn't succeed. The hope just now turned into disappointment. They would starve to death if they didn't have food. Song Jinggong lowered his head even more and explained, "My lord, it's not that we didn't prepare food. The people here did prepare food, but they asked for money. I didn't bring any money. My lord, did you bring any?" County Magistrate Cheng shook his head and turned around to ask, "I didn't bring any. I'll ask the other lords." "My lords, the food over there is already prepared. May I know which lord has money?" Everyone shook their heads. Who would bring money when they went down? They were all waiting to take the money back. Zhou Shihu did bring some, but he wouldn't take it out stupidly. He imitated others and shook his head like a rattle drum. "They didn't bring any money. What should we do? Why don't we put them on credit first? I'll send them the money later. Zijin, you go and discuss with them." County Magistrate Cheng said awkwardly. Song Jinggong followed the order and left. After a while, he turned around and smiled helplessly. "My lord, it won't work. They don't believe me. I'll send them the money later. Don't put them on credit. I have a jade pendant. I'll leave it with them first. County Magistrate Cheng can help me get it back." An official was so hungry that he couldn't bear it anymore. He took out a jade pendant that was supposed to be hanging on his waist and handed it over. He was a little distressed. He was afraid that it would be scratched when he went up the mountain, so he put it in his pocket. Song Jinggong took the jade pendant and went to discuss with them. After a while, two people came back. In addition to Song Jinggong, there was an old man with wrinkles on his face. His hair and beard were all white. He carried a piggyback. He walked over and said, "My lords, it's not that the villagers are stingy. It's just that life is hard. The weather is dry, and we don't know how the harvest will be in autumn. The villagers are all afraid. Oh, I'm the chief of the village. My surname is Qin. My lords, you can call me Old Tua." After saying this, he didn't wait for others to speak and continued, "I don't know which lord this pendant belongs to. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I can't tell whether this is jade or stone. It may be worth a lot of money to a knowledgeable person, but in the village, it's not as good as half a bowl of coarse chaff. My lord, please take this stone." "Oh no," jade pendant back. "How can this be a stone?" You? The official who took out the jade pendant carefully took it in his hand and stared at the old man. "It's not a stone. I was wrong. Jade is jade. It's good jade, but no one in the village knows." This Qin village chief was obviously scared. He explained incoherently while trembling. He meant that the jade was not good, but there was food. "Let's see what you can exchange for it." County Magistrate Ching held back his laughter. He felt that this Qin village chief was so nice, so he came out to smooth things over. "My lord, don't be angry. It's not worth arguing with them. Qin village chief, tell me, how can you give us food?"